Alternate world, alternate world, alternate world. Important things must be said 3 times. A place where handsome men and beautiful women store their brains. Lu Ruyan was woken by a burst of noise. As soon as she opened her eyes, her head, face, and whole body ached. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she couldn't open them right away. Everything was confusing. What was going on? Wasn't she supposed to have perished together with the zombie king in their final battle? Did she lose? Oh no.
Then,
Did the zombie king bite her? Did he tear her apart? How much of her was even left? Was she just a pile of bones now? But the most important thing was she was awake. With the injuries she had before, there was no way she should still be alive. Everyone knew that once a person was bitten by a zombie and not treated in time, they would turn into one. Oh no. Someone please explain. She woke up and somehow became a different species. Help. She, Lu Ruyan, the great Ruyan emperor who ruled half the online fiction world, the terrifying legend among readers, seemed to have turned into a zombie. Lu Ruyan, Sigma, degree. She used to chase zombies every day, crushing their heads for fun. The first thing she thought about every morning was how to deal with those cute zombies more efficiently. Maybe she had destroyed too many of them, and their resentment finally caught up with her, so now she had become one of them. But unlike other zombies, she still had her own thoughts. Was that even possible? As far as she knew, only the zombie king had consciousness from the start. Did that mean she had the potential to become the next zombie king? Of course, she didn't want to be anyone's follower. If she was going to be something, she'd be the zombie queen, Emperor Ruyan herself. But then again, zombies grew stronger by feeding on the flesh of powered humans.
should she?
Or shouldn't she? Just thinking about food made her restless. She was starving, so hungry it hurt, like she could eat a whole cow. Soon, the noise around her faded. As the door closed, she sensed someone approaching. Her instincts, honed in the apocalypse, made her instantly alert. A cold female voice whispered harshly in her ear, "Lu Ruyan, you're really hard to kill." But Lu Ruyan's attention wasn't on what the woman was saying, it was on her body. This person smelled so good. Lu Ruyan, starving and weak, almost drooled. Was this the scent that zombies sensed when they met people with special powers? No wonder those zombies always went crazy whenever they saw them. Don't come any closer. As a newly turned zombie, the last bit of her human conscience was barely holding on. Her whole body ached from hunger, and she couldn't handle any more temptation. Just then, a pair of cold hands suddenly grabbed her by the neck. "Lu Ruyan, you should just die." Lu Ruyan. Everyone could see it was that woman who attacked first. The next second, Lu Ruyan jumped up from the bed, flipped the other person over, and pinned her down. Without even opening her eyes, she bit down hard. Almost immediately, she tasted blood. Her hand instinctively pressed against the other woman's forehead. Her expression changed. Ouch! That hurt. This person's skull was really tough. Even her strongest move from the apocalypse couldn't break through. The woman under her trembled and struggled, screaming in pain. Lu Ruyan had gone mad, biting and clawing at her like that. Lu Ruyan. What was going on? This person smelled so good, but her blood tasted awful. It was disgusting.
Ugh.
Just then, the door burst open. A young man rushed in and pulled them apart. Lu Ruyan finally opened her eyes. She wiped her mouth, spat twice in disgust, and cleaned the blood from the corner of her lips. The newcomer looked to be in his early 20s. When Lu Ruyan saw his face, she froze for a moment. He looked familiar. There was even a slight resemblance between them. Lu Ruyan was known as the most beautiful woman of the apocalypse, so anyone who looked like her was naturally stunning.
Who was this man?
The young man helped the frightened woman, his face dark. Rumming, what happened? Lu Rumming was still shaking. For a moment, she truly thought Lu Ruyan was going to eat her. She had just been given a second chance at life, and she almost lost it right away. Was Lu Ruyan always this fierce in her past life? She hated Lu Ruyan the most. Without her, she would have been the only daughter of the Lu family. The one engaged to Zhou Yanjing would have been her too. She was reborn, but it happened right after she secretly revealed that Lu Ruyan was the real daughter of the Lu family. In her previous life, once the Lu family confirmed the truth, they immediately sent people to bring Lu Ruyan back. As soon as Lu Ruyan returned, she caught the attention of all the young men in the compound who had grown up with them. Lu Ruyan had a face that could easily charm others. Thinking of this, Lu Ruming ignored the pain on her own face. Seeing the person whose face was now wrapped in bandages, she felt secretly pleased. Since she had been reborn, how could she let Lu Ruyan return smoothly this time? She spent a great deal of money to find some dangerous people she had known in her past life to attack Lu Ruyan on her way back. Unfortunately, they didn't take Lu Ruyan's life, but they did ruin her once beautiful face.
Heh.
Let's see how Lu Ruyan could still attract anyone now. The doctor had just said that the injuries on Lu Ruyan's face were very serious, and there was no chance of full recovery. Besides, Lu Ruyan's mind hadn't completely healed yet. What was there to be afraid of? Now, her own face had been scratched too, and she didn't know how bad it would be. Luckily, she had the spiritual spring water, so she wasn't afraid of scars. Thinking of this, she said, "Brother, I just wanted to help Ruyan cover her with a blanket, but when she woke up, she bit me. She wanted to hurt my face." As she spoke, she removed her hand from her face and began to cry softly in front of the young man. Lu Ruyan said weakly, "You are the one who grabbed my neck first."
There are still marks on it.
Lu Ruming reacted quickly. She cried even harder and said between sobs, "You are the one who held me down and bit me. I was just defending myself. I didn't want to hurt you. I only wanted you to let go." Hearing her crying made Lu Ruyan's head ache. She had just woken up, still confused and weak. But clearly, this person had attacked her first, and now she was pretending to be the victim? Was this because she had no witnesses? Lu Ruyan wished she could pull someone from the other end of the phone to testify for her. But she had already used up all her strength. Her body felt weak, and she was starving. For now, she decided to let it go. Once she recovered, she would make things right later. With that thought, she closed her eyes to rest. Her head ached terribly, and when she closed her eyes, blurry memories flashed by. The young man glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was calmly leaning against the bed, then at Lu Ruming, who was quietly sobbing. He sighed and said, "Ruming, let me help you bandage your wound first. You know Ruyan hasn't been well mentally, and after everything she's been through, she probably mistook you for someone else when she woke up." Hearing this, Lu Ruming felt a surge of resentment in her heart. "All right, I won't be upset with Ruyan," she said softly. Just like before. In her previous life, the Lu family had always treated the newly found Ruyan with great care, while she, the girl they had raised for 18 years, was treated as if she didn't matter. Not only did they want her to return the engagement with Zhou Yanjing to Ruyan, but they also demanded she give back the jade pendant she had worn for 18 years. Lu Ruming touched the mark on her chest. This time, right after she was reborn, she had bound the jade pendant with her own blood. No one would ever take it from her again. After doing so, she discovered that the pendant had turned into a mark on her chest and contained a mysterious space within it. Inside was an area as large as a football field, with a spring of clear, glowing water at its center. Drinking from the spring made her skin smoother and her body stronger. No wonder, in her previous life, Lu Ruyan's skin had been so flawless. The Lu family was truly unfair. Such a precious heirloom had been given to Ruyan. The young man led Lu Ruming out of the room. Before closing the door, he said, "Ruyan, I'll take Ruming to get her wound treated. You should rest for now. I'll come check on you later." When the sound of footsteps faded, Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes. Her mind was now filled with scattered fragments of memory. She, Lu Ruyan, had not turned into a zombie after all, but had been reborn into the body of another 18-year-old girl with the same name. The original girl had grown up in the countryside. Her father was a gambler who often beat and scolded her, and her mother was harsh and unkind. She had an older brother and a younger brother. Because of her father's gambling, the family was extremely poor. Her older brother was already 25, yet no one wanted to marry him. After much effort, a matchmaker finally found him as a potential bride, but the bride's family demanded a dowry of 50 yuan, not a cent less. So her parents set their sights on her. She was very beautiful. No girl in the nearby villages could compare. Normally, she would have had no trouble finding a good match, but when she was 3 years old, she had a high fever that no one treated, leaving her with a damaged mind. Usually, she acted a little crazy, quiet when calm, but once she lost control, she would pin people down, hitting and biting them. No matter who came, she treated everyone the same. That wildness suited her perfectly. She had been just as fierce in the last days of the world. They even shared the same name and a similar personality. What a strange twist of fate. Because of her temper, the original girl had trouble finding a partner, though her looks still attracted some. But those suitors offered too little money, and her adoptive parents were not satisfied. They were counting on her dowry to help their son get married. Later, a 50-year-old bachelor offered most of his savings, 50 yuan, and her parents agreed. But on the day of the engagement, the Liu family came. They gave her adoptive parents 200 yuan and took her away. Unfortunately, they were attacked on the way, and the original girl lost her life. That was when she arrived in this body. Poor girl, just when life was about to get better, disaster struck. Liu Ruyan touched her face. The kidnappers had hurt the original girl badly before leaving. The wounds were deep, as if they had carved her face like a piece of squid. It would be hard to heal. From her memories, she knew the original girl had looked exactly like her. In the last days, people had once called her beauty unmatched. But after seeing her crush zombie skulls with her bare hands, they stopped praising her. Behind her back, they whispered that she looked like a demon, wasting such a beautiful face. Liu Ruyan touched her face again, wincing at the pain. Who could understand this? One moment she had a lovely face, and the next it looked like a dried squid. Feeling down for a moment, she remembered being strangled earlier. Coming from a world full of danger, she could easily sense killing intent. That woman had truly wanted her dead. What kind of hatred was that? But since she was the real daughter who had been switched at birth, there must also be a fake one. So that woman must be the fake daughter. A fake daughter attacking the real one. Life was not going to be boring. She needed to recover quickly. In the last days, the weak were always at the mercy of others. The same rule applied here. She moved slightly and sighed. Too weak. If only her space and powers were still with her. At least then, she could fill her empty stomach first. As she thought about it, a steaming meat bun suddenly appeared in her hand. Liu Ruyan froze for a moment. Then her eyes lit up with joy. Her storage space had come with her. Liu Ruyan took a big bite of the bun, but the movement pulled at the wound on her face, making her gasp in pain. Luckily, she was used to enduring pain. After all, she had been bitten by zombies more than once. Still, she moved more carefully this time. Being able to bear pain didn't mean she liked it. She wasn't someone who enjoyed suffering. After finishing the bun, a warm feeling spread through her stomach, and she finally felt a little better. She looked down at her chest, where a faint white mark shaped like a jade pendant shimmered softly. Her space had really come with her. That space was a family heirloom from before the apocalypse, a small, ordinary-looking jade pendant. Before the world ended, a drop of her blood had accidentally fallen on it, and that was how she discovered the hidden space inside. The space was vast and endless, but empty. No living things could enter, but it could store items and keep them in their original state. The steaming bun she just ate had been stored there before the apocalypse. It still tasted exactly the same. Before everything fell apart, Liu Ruyan came from a wealthy family. Her parents never restricted her and let her live freely. She loved extreme sports, bungee jumping from the highest cliffs, skiing on icy mountains, even surfing in Antarctica. Ordinary adventures no longer excited her, and getting injured was nothing new. It was during one of those accidents that her blood touched the jade pendant, revealing its secret. She immediately told her family. They were shocked, but after reminding her to be careful and not let anyone else find out, they let her continue traveling with it. They even sent her more money so she could collect food and supplies from around the world. In countries where it was legal, she also gathered weapons. But it wasn't just weapons. The Liu family was rich, and they bought every piece of advanced technology they could find. When asked why she did all this, Liu Ruyan could only say that ever since she discovered the space, she had felt a strange unease. Sometimes she would wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding. The feeling grew stronger over time, and only by constantly collecting supplies could she calm herself. For a while, she even stopped doing extreme sports and became obsessed with gathering and storing things. She collected everything she saw, so her storage space was filled with all kinds of things, almost lacking nothing. Her family even opened several stores just to supply her with materials. Besides that, she also gathered plenty of medical supplies and equipment. Later, she became more and more obsessed. By the time the apocalypse came, she had even managed to get airplanes, cannons, and high-tech machines. Because of that, her previous life had been carefree. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, she would have continued living happily as a rich young lady. With all those resources, the Liu family managed to survive and stay strong during the apocalypse. In the end, she perished together with the zombie king, and after that, her eldest brother became the strongest person in that world. Her parents and younger siblings also had special powers and were among the most powerful. Before going on her last mission, she left some supplies for her younger sister. Her sister had a spatial ability too, and her space was large and already full, so even if she left, her family wouldn't lack anything. Besides, with the zombie king gone, the world was slowly recovering, and returning to normal life was only a matter of time. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan let out a sigh of relief. Even so, since her loved ones were still in that world, she still wanted to go back. Remembering her physical condition at that time, she guessed she probably hadn't survived. Maybe she could try something to see if she could return? But the pain all over her body reminded her that the original owner of this body had been badly injured and disfigured. Truly pitiful. Forget it. Coming from the apocalypse, she knew that staying alive was the most important thing. She should think of another way. For now, she would take her time to understand this new world. Now that she had come to this era, where the original owner often went hungry and cold, she could live quite well with all the supplies she had. Thinking this, she focused her mind and entered her storage space. She expected to see a vast area filled with goods, but instead, she found only a small, dark space about 1 cubic meter in size. It was a perfect cube, but far too small. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened as she searched again and again, but there was nothing else. Only that tiny space. Oh no! Where was her city-sized storage space? Where were all the supplies she had collected with so much effort? Everything was gone. Liu Ruyan collapsed weakly onto the bed. After working so hard for so many years, it felt like she had lost everything overnight. She thought of all the times she had traveled across the world collecting materials, even risking her life to enter military factories surrounded by zombies. What had all that effort been for? Suddenly, she felt that life had lost all meaning. Liu Ruyan shut herself off from the world. Whatever she thought, I'll just lie down and do nothing. She didn't care anymore. After lying around like a salted fish for a while, Liu Ruyan suddenly remembered the steamed buns. That thought made her sit up again. Her mind entered the mysterious space, where she found a few buns sealed in a clear bag. They were the ones she had half-eaten during the apocalypse. She had just eaten one, so 2 were left, along with 2 cups of soy milk. There was nothing else. She really didn't want to face this terrible reality. Not even a table was left for her. Only a badly burned book. The 2 buns sat alone on top of it. Could it be that when she traveled through time, the space was damaged and became like this? She could understand that possibility, but comparing the current space to what it used to be was heartbreaking. Unable to accept it, her consciousness began to rush wildly around the small space. Before, she had never hit the walls, but now she almost gave herself a headache. Feeling frustrated, she was about to shut down again when she noticed that the wall she hit didn't feel hard. It was a bit springy. Curious, she bumped into it a few more times. The wall seemed to thin out slightly, and a small layer disappeared. It wasn't much, but the space had grown a little larger. She could tell because the buns, which had been right against the wall, were now about 5 centimeters away. Something was happening. The space was expanding. Could it actually recover? Since she first unlocked it, the space had never changed in size. If it could be restored, she would do everything she could to bring it back. Was the expansion caused by her hitting the wall with her mind? Without hesitation, she started doing it again, repeatedly crashing her consciousness into the walls. But this time, it didn't work as well. After a long while with no result, a sharp pain shot through her head, and she blacked out. She had knocked herself unconscious. Lu Ruyan slept for several hours. When she woke up, still dizzy, she checked the space, no change at all. All that effort for nothing? She muttered. She was speechless. Feeling annoyed, she stared at the space walls for a long time. Even though the space hadn't expanded, she had a strange feeling that it still would someday. Right now, for some reason, or maybe because certain conditions haven't been met, the space can't expand yet. She had always been good at sensing changes in the space. Or maybe it was the space itself sending her a message. It sounded strange, but she believed it. Since it could still expand, she felt relieved. She just didn't know if the supplies from before were still there. Even if the steamed buns were still around, that didn't prove much. Maybe the space had been damaged, leaving only this small part. Or maybe it was just sealed, and everything from before was still inside. Lu Ruyan clasped her hands together. Heaven and earth, please let it be the second one. After finishing her little ritual, her mood slowly calmed down. No matter what, it wasn't the worst situation she had imagined earlier. Now she even had the mood to look at the book under the steamed buns. Why was there a book here? It looked incomplete. Before the big fight with the zombie king, when she ate those buns, was this book already there? She couldn't remember. It was probably one of the books she had collected before. It was badly burned, and most of the middle pages were torn out, leaving only the beginning barely readable. In contrast, the cover was still intact, showing the title, Rebirth in the 60s, The Cold-Faced Soldier and the Fake Heiress. On the cover, the charming male lead was holding the female lead against the wall, with a speech bubble above his head. You've caught my attention. The blushing female lead had another bubble. Please don't do this. There were also short descriptions on the cover. They meet in all kinds of places: home, kitchen, balcony. Don't ask what happens, just expect lots of drama and excitement. Come and read it, Lu Ruyan. When did she ever collect such a ridiculous novel? It must have been her sister. Lu Ruyan. Well, this silly book has definitely caught my attention. Normally, she wouldn't read something so over the top, but this one was so absurd that she just had to take a look. Not for any special reason. She just wanted to see how exaggerated it could get. Lu Ruyan picked up the book from under the buns, dust falling off as she moved it. Her hands grew gentler, afraid the book might fall apart completely. She carefully opened the book in her hands and realized it was even more damaged than she had thought, burned and torn in many places. Normally, she would have thrown it away, but this time was different. Out of curiosity, she ignored the dust on her hands, held her nose, and began to read. The story began with the heroine, Lu Rumming, who had fallen into misery and suffered mistreatment from her husband. One day, she saw in the newspaper that her former fiancé had become a military officer, and she deeply regretted her choices. Then, she suddenly went back in time to when she was 18, before she had broken off her engagement. It should have been a good thing, but she returned half a month too late. In her previous life, her fiancé had been badly injured during a mission and was left paralyzed. There were also rumors that his family background was problematic and that they might be sent away. The heroine didn't want to live a hard life, so she secretly told the Lu family that she wasn't their real daughter, but had been switched at birth. She had known the truth for 3 years. Back then, a woman had waited for her outside her school and told her the shocking news. That woman was her birth mother, who had switched the babies in the hospital because she liked the man who became Lu Ruming's father. From then on, the heroine lived as a wealthy young lady, while the real Lu daughter was sent to the countryside to be raised by a man who was paid to take care of her. Over the past 3 years, her birth mother often came to ask her for money and supplies. The heroine lived in constant fear of being exposed. Still, she believed that after living with the Lu family for 18 years, they would not abandon her even if they found out the truth. Anything was better than marrying a paralyzed man and being sent to the countryside. So she went to her birth mother, crying that she was being forced into such a marriage. Her birth mother, who had benefited from her for years, still cared about her. As expected, her birth mother went to confront the Lu family. In the end, the birth mother was taken away by the authorities, and the Lu family brought their real daughter home. The real daughter had suffered brain damage and was not in good condition. Paired with the paralyzed fiancé, it seemed like a perfect match. Now the heroine no longer had to fulfill the engagement, and her secret and troublesome birth mother were both dealt with. She finally felt at ease. Reading this far, Lu Ruyan was speechless. She had expected something exciting, but instead found a story that left her unsure how to feel. She frowned and was about to stop reading until she saw the real daughter's name. Then, her hand froze midair. The young woman everyone called crazy was named Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan froze for a moment. What was going on? Why did her own name suddenly appear? But after reading so many novels over the years, she was used to it. There must be at least 100 heroines named Lu Ruyan. After all, her name was famous in the world of online fiction. The real daughter had suffered brain damage at the age of 3. Her family either scolded or hit her. When she grew up, her gambling father and mean mother planned to sell her to a 50-year-old bachelor to get money for her brother's wedding. Wait a second. Why did this sound so familiar? This was exactly what had happened to the original Lu Ruyan. Her expression changed. No way. Had she somehow entered a novel? The man earlier had called the attacker Rumming, and when people came to pick up the original girl, they also said her family name was Lu.
Lu Rumming.
So she really was the heroine of the story. Lu Ruyan let out a slow breath and kept reading. According to the plot, Lu Rumming had been reborn. After her rebirth, she refused to break off her engagement, but her fake identity had already been exposed, and the real daughter was on her way home. To stop that from happening, she contacted some dangerous people she had known in her past life and ordered them to harm Lu Ruyan on her way back. So that was the truth. Lu Ruyan touched her injured shoulder. If the original girl hadn't reacted quickly, the wound wouldn't have been on her shoulder. It would have been fatal. Just then, the door opened. The young man who had taken Lu Rumming out earlier came in carrying a lunchbox. He paused when he saw her awake, then set the box on the table. "You're awake? How are you feeling now?" Lu Ruyan pulled her thoughts back and looked at him. This was her third brother, Lu Shi. He was the one who had come to pick her up. He had just returned from the army and was skilled in self-defense, which was why the family had sent him. Unfortunately, the attackers had been after the original girl. As soon as Lu Shi stepped away, the accident happened. "I'm fine," Lu Ruyan said.
"I'm sorry," Lu Shui replied.
"I didn't protect you well." He still felt guilty. Right after they left the guest house, a kidnapper tried to snatch a child. He told his little sister to wait inside while he chased after the man. Because the kidnapper was carrying a child, Lu Shi caught up quickly. Realizing he couldn't escape, the man dropped the child and ran. After returning the child to the frantic mother, Lu Shi hurried back to the guest house. It had taken less than 10 minutes, but by the time he returned, his newly found sister was gone. He quickly asked around, and following the directions given by the guest house staff, he found his way to a small alley nearby, where he saw a person covered in blood. When the person saw him coming, they immediately dropped the injured one and ran away. Since saving the victim was more important, he didn't chase after the attacker. Now Lu Shi felt deeply guilty, especially when he saw Lu Ruyan's face wrapped in bandages. Remembering what the doctor had said made him blame himself even more. A girl at her age cares most about her appearance, and now her face was badly injured, making recovery very difficult. Even if Lu Ruyan's mind wasn't clear after the accident, she was still a young girl. It would probably be hard for her to find a partner in the future. Although his younger sister had a childhood engagement with the Zhou family, the one publicly known as the fiancé was Romu. Half a month ago, Romu refused to marry Zhou Yanjing, who had been in an accident. She made a big scene and even wanted to break off the engagement, but the family stopped her. The Liu and Zhou families had been close for generations, so they couldn't do something so heartless. But what happened next was completely unexpected. The sister they had spoiled for years turned out not to be their real daughter. After the truth came out, the family immediately sent him to bring the real daughter home. When he arrived in the countryside, he saw a shy young girl in plain old clothes, yet she drew everyone's attention the moment she appeared. Their family was known for good looks, and only the younger sister had been a bit less so. Now, seeing Lu Ruyan, even without makeup, she was stunningly beautiful. But beside this beautiful girl stood a man in his 50s or 60s. After asking around, he learned that they were about to get married. Fortunately, he arrived in time, or it would have been too late to stop it. However, on their way home, just as they were about to reach the house, the accident happened. His sister almost lost her life. Lu Shi felt even more guilty and decided he would take care of her for the rest of his life. Thinking this, Lu Shi opened the lunchbox, revealing a bowl of minced meat porridge. "I saw you were still sleeping earlier. Are you hungry? Come, have something to eat first." Lu Ruyan took the bowl. She had eaten a meat bun before sleeping, but now she was really hungry. Lu Ruyan carefully ate the minced meat porridge. It was cooked until very soft, easy to swallow, and perfect for her current condition. Earlier, even eating a bun had made her wince in pain, but now, after finishing the porridge, the wounds on her face only gave a mild sting, as expected during healing. Lu Shi felt a little uneasy when he saw his younger sister eating quietly. He had borrowed the kitchen of a state-run restaurant to make the porridge himself. Since her wound would take time to heal, he had followed the doctor's advice and learned how to cook it from the restaurant's chef. He had already mastered it and could even teach his older brother, second sister, and younger brother. The holiday was almost over, and he couldn't stay with his sister much longer. As for why he hadn't taught Rumeng, it was because that woman insisted that since Rumeng was born one day earlier than Rian, she should be considered the elder sister. But he still remembered clearly how the two of them had argued before. Maybe there was some misunderstanding between them, but the atmosphere didn't feel right. Lu Shi thought it might just be his imagination. After all, Rumeng had rushed over as soon as she heard that Ruyan was hurt. She had even taken care of buying Ruyan's personal items. She had wanted to visit Ruyan just now, but considering Ruyan's mood, he didn't let her come. Maybe tomorrow. Thinking this, Lu Shi watched Ruyan eat. He soon noticed that his sister's way of eating was different from that of ordinary girls. She was too quick and efficient, just like the soldiers in his team. Whether it was the way she ate or the way she had firmly stopped roaming earlier, her movements felt strangely familiar. Before he could think more about it, Ruyan finished eating. Lu Shi quickly took the lunchbox and asked eagerly, "How does it taste?" He wasn't completely clueless about cooking, but he rarely did it, and his dishes usually tasted just average. Ruyan nodded. "It's fine." Coming from a harsh world, she was used to simple meals. When she was on missions, she shared food and living space with her teammates. If conditions were poor, she never complained. Lu Shi smiled. "That's good. Do you want some more?" He had filled a large lunchbox, twice the size of a normal one, based on his own appetite. He thought it would be enough, but seeing his sister finish it so quickly made him wonder if he had prepared too little. Ruyan quickly shook her head. "More?" She had only finished it because she didn't want to waste food, but now she really couldn't eat another bite. In the world she came from, this amount of porridge was nothing. The stronger one's abilities, the more energy they needed. After the battle, since they weren't eating high-grade mutant beast meat or using energy crystals, the ability users all had huge appetites when eating regular food. That's why she hadn't thought the porridge was much at first, but halfway through, she was already full. Not wanting to waste food, she forced herself to finish it. Now she felt so stuffed that the food seemed to be pressing against her throat. If she said a few more words, she might throw up. Lu Ruyan got up from the bed. I think I'll take a walk. Lu Shui said, I'll help you.
He was a little surprised.
His younger sister had been distant before, barely talking except when being fed. Now she seemed much more normal. But when he saw her holding her stomach and struggling to get out of bed, he realized she must have overeaten. He suddenly remembered a puppy in their team that once kept eating even after it was full, whining afterward because its belly hurt. Right now, his sister looked just like that puppy. When she got out of bed, she even gasped quietly. So he thought maybe she wasn't as fine as he had hoped. Who would eat so much that they could barely move? Lu Ruyan waved off his help. Her shoulder was injured, not her legs. Besides, she had suffered worse injuries before. She wasn't that fragile. Lu Shi had no choice but to walk beside her, ready to help if needed. They went outside together and strolled on the hospital lawn. Meanwhile, hiding nearby, Lu Ruming watched them with clenched teeth. Just like before. In her past life, her third brother had also been the first to accept Lu Ruyan. They hadn't even returned to the Lu family yet, and already Lu Ruyan had taken all of his attention. Even though Lu Ruming's face was injured by Lu Ruyan, no less, her brother didn't care. He only stayed with that crazy sister. He even cooked porridge for her himself. Her third brother was usually the one who spoiled her the least, yet now he was treating Lu Ruyan so kindly. She forgot that Lu Shui had also helped her earlier. He had gone with her to get her wounds bandaged and comforted her for a long time. He had even brought her food from a state-run restaurant, her favorite dishes. Now, Lu Shi treated both of his younger sisters equally, showing no sign of favoritism. After all, he had raised Lu Ruming for 18 years, so his feelings for her were naturally deeper than for Lu Ruyan, who had only recently returned to the family. Toward Lu Ruyan, his feelings of guilt were stronger than simple sibling affection. But Lu Ruming only saw how much attention Lu Shi gave to Lu Ruyan, which made her even more upset. Lu Ruyan noticed the open stair from behind her and turned to see Lu Ruming standing in the corner upstairs. When their eyes met, Lu Ruming didn't look away, her gaze filled with open hostility. Following Lu Ruyan's line of sight, Lu Shi also saw the look in Lu Ruming's eyes before she quickly changed it to one of hurt and innocence. Lu Shi thought he might have imagined it. Lu Ruyan also noticed the change in Lu Ruming's expression. With a teasing tone, she said, Lu Ruming doesn't seem very happy. Maybe you should go keep her company? Lu Shi's face stayed calm. No need. As the older sister, she should learn to grow up. Lu Ruyan wasn't surprised by his reaction. In the story she knew, after being reborn, Lu Ruming disliked Lu Shi the most. Lu Shi continued walking with Lu Ruyan, though he felt a bit troubled by Lu Ruming's pitiful gaze that followed them. Lu Ruming had been spoiled since childhood, delicate, willful, and quick-tempered. He had told his mother not to indulge her too much, but his mother never listened. Now, seeing him spend time with the younger sister, Lu Ruming was clearly angry. Lu Shi frowned. Ruming was older than Ruyan, and Ruyan had suffered so much because he hadn't protected her well. He felt he should take better care of her. Thinking this, he decided not to worry about where Lu Ruming went. At 18, she was already an adult, no longer a child. Not long ago, she had even tried to cancel her engagement with the Zhou family in secret and had encouraged her friends to say disrespectful things about Zhou Yanjing in the compound. Zhou Yanjing was no ordinary person. He was considered a legend among the younger generation there. Ruming used to boast about being his fiancé, but if she hadn't made such a fuss about it, ending the engagement later wouldn't have been difficult. It had only been a casual joke among the elders. Zhou Yanjing had been serving in the military, rarely returning home, and the two had barely met. He probably never took it seriously at all. Her mother and Zhou Yanjing's mother were best friends. When Zhou Yanjing was only 3 years old and her mother was pregnant, the two women were chatting one day and suddenly came up with the idea of arranging a marriage between their children. If the baby turned out to be a girl, the engagement would be set, and when the children grew up, they could decide for themselves. For more than 10 years, no one mentioned it again. But when Ruming reached the age where she began to think about love, she fell for Zhou Yanjing and kept saying she wanted to marry him. Her mother then mentioned the childhood engagement to her father. They talked about it privately, but Ruming overheard them. She immediately spread the news, and soon everyone in the compound knew. At that time, Zhou Yanjing was serving in the army. When he got the call from home, he was completely confused. Was Ruming really a good match for Zhou Yanjing? He was so outstanding that every girl in the compound wanted to marry him. Not only there, even in the army, the cultural troupe was full of his admirers. There were countless talented and beautiful girls who liked him. To be honest, apart from her family background, Ruming couldn't compare to those girls in looks or ability. Outsiders said she was gentle and well-mannered, and everyone in the family except him and their father believed that too. He used to think her little tricks and spoiled behavior were harmless. But half a month ago, when he came home, he found that Ruming had completely changed. She no longer had the bright energy of a young girl, and sometimes her eyes looked dark and unsettling. If he weren't such a firm believer in science, he might have thought Lu Ruming was possessed. Lu Ruyan had no idea that Lu Shuyi had already guessed the truth by accident. If she knew, she would have praised his sharp observation skills. No wonder he later went into politics. Now, even when the main heroine stared at her with open hostility, Lu Ruyan wasn't afraid. So, what if she looked a few more times? It wasn't Lu Ruyan who was upset. After all, the heroine was the one who had harmed the original Lu Ruyan. When Lu Ruyan first woke up, the heroine even tried to hurt her again. So now, being able to annoy her a little felt wonderful. Another name added to her grudge list. She was very good at holding grudges. Before the apocalypse, she had lived freely and had no real enemies. After the apocalypse, she still had no human enemies, only zombie ones. Whenever a zombie scratched her, she would mark it down, and later, when she had time, she would hunt it down, no matter how far it ran. Not a single zombie that had hurt her ever escaped her grasp. She caught them all, opened their skulls, and took out the crystal cores to keep as trophies. Before, she couldn't bear to use them up and would often take them out to admire. But now, all her trophies were gone. She was not happy. Frowning-faced Lu Shi had been watching Lu Ruyan closely. When he saw her mood suddenly drop, he thought her wound was hurting again. Maybe we should go back first and come again next time, he suggested. I'll walk a bit more, she replied. Lu Ruyan had been lying in bed for 3 days after being injured. If she stayed any longer, she felt she would rust. Of course, she didn't want to go back and lie down again. She wanted to learn more about this world. She had come here from the apocalypse of 2065. Even though this was a world inside a book from a historical point of view, it was like traveling 100 years into the past. The hospital before her was very simple, a 2-story building that was said to be the best in the city. From what she saw after leaving the ward, the hospital was old and poorly equipped. Honestly, even an abandoned apartment building from the apocalypse looked better than this. But according to the original owner's memories, this hospital was already considered good, especially compared to the countryside of this era. When Lu Ruyan found the old-style toilet from the original owner's memory, her face turned pale. She quickly pushed the unpleasant image out of her mind and sighed. After comparing, she had to admit this hospital wasn't too bad. It just lacked equipment. Even the most basic facilities from before the apocalypse were missing. In fact, even temporary medical bases built during the apocalypse were far more advanced than this. Who would have thought? 100 years later, robots were everywhere, yet now everything seemed so backward. Forget robots. Even the medical staff here wore plain white coats without any protective features. In the apocalypse, medical workers wore full protective suits to guard against viruses and zombies. Even when she went on missions, she always wore combat-grade protective gear to avoid getting hurt. There were different levels of protective suits. The basic ones could defend against ordinary zombies, but even the advanced ones couldn't stop high-level ones, let alone the zombie kings. Still, since this world had no zombies, she could accept not having to wear heavy armor all the time. It was just a pity that her special power hadn't come with her. When she attacked the heroine earlier, She had instinctively tried to use her ability, but it didn't work. She couldn't harm her opponent the way she used to. In the apocalypse, she could easily crush a zombie's skull. Besides the sharp claws she had trained, her powers made her even stronger. If she still had her powers, the heroine's brain would have been taken out by her in an instant. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person like the heroine still be alive? Her wood-type power had reached level 12 when she fought the zombie king. Even without talking about attack strength, she was the only one whose ability had reached level 12. Among wood-type powers, hers was rare, strong in attack, full of vitality, and capable of powerful healing. But now, her wood-type power was completely gone. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, almost falling into despair. Lu Shui noticed his younger sister suddenly staring blankly, probably in great pain. "Why don't you go back and rest?"
he suggested.
His sister didn't seem foolish or crazy. She answered questions calmly and behaved almost like a normal person. Maybe if they took her to a doctor in the capital, she could get better. But Lu Ruyan shook her head.
"I'm fine."
"I just miss my wood-type power." Lu Shui frowned at the unfamiliar term. What's a wood-type power? What kind of thing was that? Lu Ruyan sighed again. The ability that had protected her for so many years was gone, and she felt like crying. "Yes, when I woke up, my wood-type power disappeared." Lu Shui, who had just thought his sister seemed normal, was speechless. Wood-type power? Was that something she imagined after her fever damaged her mind? So now, after being injured, it was gone? He had never heard of such a thing. In this time before online novels became popular, the idea was completely foreign to him. He only thought his sister had lost her mind. Feeling both pity and worry, he tried to comfort her. If it was something in her imagination, then maybe it would exist if she believed in it. Lu Shui said, "Try again. Maybe it's still there?" Lu Ruyan thought for a moment. That made sense. "All right, I'll try." She squatted down, gently touched the grass at her feet, and closed her eyes. After a while, she suddenly smiled brightly. "It's really still there. The grass says it's in pain and a little thirsty." Lu Shui, looking at his excited sister and the poor, trampled grass in her hand, Lu Shui didn't know what to say. He now truly believed his little sister's mind had been damaged. Was there still hope? He was anxious, waiting online for help. Lu Ruyan didn't know that Lu Shui had already decided she was completely out of her mind. She felt a faint trace of her wood-type power in her hands. That familiar energy flowed from her palms into the small blade of grass she had chosen. The grass had been stepped on, drooping weakly and almost dead. But after she sent her power into it, the grass seemed to regain life. The signs of withering slowly disappeared, its bent stems straightened a little, and it even grew slightly taller, perhaps less than a centimeter. No one else could sense it, but Lu Ruyan clearly felt the grass growing before her eyes, becoming greener and more full of life. The grass had no thoughts, only feelings. Pain, hunger, thirst, too much sunlight, too hot or too cold. These were the simple emotions she could sense, those of a low-level plant. And that was the nature of her wood-type ability. She had thought her power was gone, and had almost cried. But now it was back. How wonderful! The little grass now looked lively again. Its waist no longer hurt, and its legs no longer ached, though of course it had no legs. Lu Ruyan gently touched the grass, as if it were her child. Beside her, Lu Shui felt as if struck by lightning. Was his newly found sister beyond saving? If he had known this would happen, he would never have encouraged her wild ideas. He was guilty, truly guilty. Seeing Lu Ruyan becoming more and more absorbed in her strange behavior, Lu Shui quickly tried to stop her. "Squatting like that might pull on your wound. How about we walk somewhere else?" Lu Ruyan was still sensing the grass, but her power was too weak. It soon ran out, and she could no longer feel the plant's presence. Reluctantly, she stood up. Her wood-type ability was very weak, much weaker than when she had first awakened it. But at least it still existed. This world wasn't as dangerous as the one after the apocalypse, where zombies and mutated creatures roamed. Being weak for now wasn't a big problem. She could find a way to strengthen it later. Just as Lu Ruyan stood up, a woman's voice came from nearby. Third brother, are you taking Sister Ruyan for a walk? Lu Shi replied, Ruyan ate too much, so I'm helping her walk it off. Lu Ruyan turned her head and saw Lu Rumeng. She had been secretly watching them just a moment ago, and now she suddenly appeared. Could it be that she couldn't hold back anymore? To be honest, Lu Ruyan had thought the heroine had stormed off in anger. If she had really left because of that, it would have been disappointing, such a weak heart. But now that she showed up again, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but think a little better of her. No wonder she had once been able to harm the original Lu Ruyan. Her willpower was indeed strong. Lu Rumeng had tried to stay calm, but in the end, she couldn't stand seeing Lu Shi and Lu Ruyan getting along so well. When she walked closer and saw Lu Ruyan's face wrapped in bandages, she couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. In her past life, that face, praised by everyone as breathtaking, had finally been ruined by her own hands. It felt wonderful. She remembered how, whenever they appeared together, everyone's eyes would always turn to Lu Ruyan. Even when Lu Ruyan had been a little unstable in the beginning, people still only noticed her. And later, when Lu Ruyan recovered, she had both the beauty and talent of the Lu family. She learned everything quickly and completely outshone Lu Rumeng. Everyone could only see Lu Ruyan.
But now,
Lu Rumeng looked at Lu Ruyan's bandaged face and thought of her strange words earlier about a talking plant. She touched the spot where her own secret space had turned into a birthmark and felt deeply satisfied. In her previous life, Lu Ruyan had also been unwell, but after the Lu family gave her the family jade pendant, she suddenly recovered. It must have been because of the spiritual spring. Even though it was all in the past, the memory still filled Lu Rumeng with jealousy. But soon she calmed down. This time, she had already claimed the space as her own. Lu Ruyan would never get the spiritual spring again. Now, not only was Lu Ruyan still unwell, but her beauty was also gone. Lu Rumeng wanted to see how this useless person could ever compare to her again. When she had just been reborn, she had truly wanted to end Lu Ruyan's life. After all, in her past life, she had been completely overshadowed and was terrified of history repeating itself. But Lu Ruyan's fate was strong. Even after Lu Rumeng sent dangerous people after her, they failed to take her life and only managed to ruin her looks. When Lu Rumeng received the news and rushed to the hospital, the moment she saw Lu Ruyan, painful memories from her past life flooded back. She had been both scared and furious. If Lu Ruyan hadn't returned, she would still have been the Lu family's beloved daughter and the youngest wife of a high-ranking officer. In that moment, she lost control and tried to strangle Lu Ruyan in anger. But she failed.
Fortunately, she did.
At that time, she had been too impulsive. If she had really managed to kill Lu Ruyan, she wouldn't have been able to avoid running into Lu Shi, who came in around that time. Lu Shi was very smart. He had never been the kind of brother who supported her unconditionally, and in their previous life, he had treated Lu Ruyan very well. If she had succeeded back then, he would have personally made sure she faced the consequences. But now, Lu Ruyan had lost everything. What was there to be afraid of? If she couldn't get rid of her now, she could always wait. A confused and unstable person like her would give plenty of chances later. When they returned to the Lu family, she wanted to see if Lu Ruyan would still be better than her in everything, just like before. Everything that had been taken from her in the past life, this time, she would take it all back. Lu Rumeng's eyes looked frightening, making Lu Shi frown. That strange feeling in his heart grew stronger. Had they just brought home one troubled sister, only for the other one to start losing control too? Lu Ruyan clearly saw the look in the main girl's eyes. Was she being treated as an enemy? Well, not exactly an imaginary one. After all, the main girl had been the one who ended the original Lu Ruyan's life. Since she now lived in this body, that debt had to be repaid. But her body was too weak right now, and this was not a world where she could act openly. She had to be careful. Still, she could start collecting a little interest. Just as Lu Ruyan was thinking about how to do that, She heard the main girl call out to someone passing by and say to Lu Shi, "Third brother, you should take our sister home soon. Her mind isn't right and she sometimes loses control and attacks people. She even bit me here, it still hurts." The people walking by froze for a moment, then quickly hurried away. Lu Shuyi's expression darkened. Knowing his sister's condition was one thing, but saying it so openly in front of others was another. Wasn't she basically telling everyone that his little sister was dangerous? He warned her, "Ramung, watch your words. Brian didn't mean it. She had just woken up, and you were too close." She was frightened. He thought the matter was already over. Ramung knew what Rian had gone through, yet she still refused to let it go. And Ruming's injury was only on one side of her face, but she had wrapped her whole face up, looking even more pitiful than Rian, whose face was actually worse. Now, the way the passers-by looked at Ruyan had completely changed. Ruming had gone too far. When he had tried to stop their fight in the hospital room earlier, he hadn't missed their exchange of words. Even in the chaos, he remembered hearing Ruyan say that Ruming had tried to choke her. Earlier, while Ruyan was eating, he quietly looked at her neck and noticed it was red, with faint marks that looked like someone had grabbed her. When they fought, it was probably just an instinctive reaction. Grabbing someone's neck in the heat of the moment isn't unusual. So, he still didn't know who started the fight. Although Ruyan wasn't very bright, after spending some time with her, he realized she didn't seem aggressive. When Lu Shi tried to defend Ruyan, Lu Ruming's eyes turned red as she said with grievance, "Is it because I'm not your real sister? She didn't mean it? What? Do you think I asked her to bite me? Fine, if she dares. Let her do it again right in front of you. Come on." Lu Shi felt a sudden gust of wind beside him, and something flashed past his eyes. The next second, he heard Lu Ruming's sharp scream. When he looked again, his younger sister, who had been standing quietly beside him, was now biting the other side of Ruming's face. As people around them started to gather, Lu Shi rubbed his forehead helplessly. Then, with a sigh, he stepped forward to pull them apart. To his surprise, even as a tall grown man, he couldn't separate the two girls. No, actually, it wasn't a fight anymore. Ruyan had completely overpowered Ramung. Where did his little sister get such strength? She was like a small bull. Ruyan, listen to your third brother. Let her go first. Ruyan finally released her when she tasted a faint trace of blood. She spat twice and made a disgusted face. Then she looked innocently at her brother. "Third brother, you hurt her. She told me to bite her." I've never heard such a strange request before. Her memory was sharp. She had even bitten in a perfectly symmetrical spot. Lu Shi and the onlookers were speechless.
Well,
she wasn't exactly wrong. Ruming's earlier scream had probably echoed for miles. Now, covering her face, she burst into loud sobs that sounded almost like an animal's cry. "You're crazy. You're a complete lunatic," Lu Ruming shouted between sobs. Seeing that no one, not even her third brother, came to comfort her, she felt even more wronged. Lu Shi said, "You know she's not well. Why would you provoke her like that?" The onlookers chimed in, "Exactly. You shouldn't have teased her. You brought this on yourself." If it had been a normal quarrel, they might have been able to stop it. Now that they were facing a madwoman, they decided to let it go. After all, they couldn't bully someone who was weak or ill. Well, to be honest, they were also afraid of being bitten. Didn't they see how that madwoman bit people with sharp teeth, and no one could pull her away? If someone got bitten by her, who could they even complain to? Lu Ruyan was in a good mood. She was the type to hold grudges. The heroine had caused her trouble several times, and she had written down every single one. She couldn't take revenge for the original owner yet, but she could still make things difficult for the heroine. Her own face had been ruined, so she had to make sure the heroine suffered a little too. Feeling the mix of sympathy and fear in the eyes around her, Lu Ruyan's lips curved slightly. A madwoman was indeed useful. No one dared to provoke her. If she didn't bite back, it would be a waste. Seeing everyone side with Lu Ruyan, Lu Ruming's face throbbed with pain. She was angry and hurt, and this time, it wasn't an act. In the end, the matter ended with people persuading the heroine to go back and get her wounds treated. Lu Ruyan returned to rest and heal. The heroine must have been frightened because she didn't come to bother her for 3 days. During those days, Lu Ruyan behaved herself, spending her time eating and sleeping. Life was actually quite comfortable, except for the pain on her face, especially when changing the bandages. But it was just a small pain. She had suffered far worse injuries in the apocalypse. Since the heroine hadn't come to disturb her, her mood stayed good. In the apocalypse, she had never enjoyed such peaceful days. Touching the bandages on her face, Lu Ruyan sighed. The wound was deep, and her power could only heal a tiny bit each day. The recovery was slow, barely enough to ease the pain. To fully heal the wound, her wood-type ability would need to reach at least level 3, maybe even higher. Lu Ruming had been ruthless, ordering someone to destroy her face. Even with the advanced medical skills of the pre-apocalypse era, such damage would have been hard to fix. Now, with limited medicine and poor conditions, if her ability didn't improve, there was almost no hope of recovery. Lu Ruming's goal had been achieved. She had taken both her life and her beauty. If Lu Ruyan hadn't taken over this body, the original owner would have been gone for good. Lu Ruyan touched her small canine teeth and thought, "Looks like I went too easy on her." Soon, she pushed the matter aside and entered her inner space. Looking at the small, empty 1 cubic meter space, she was speechless. Even that old, tattered book was gone. Seriously? The book was already falling apart, and now it had disappeared too? She wasn't sure if that book would ever appear again, but she had already read most of it. Only a dozen pages were left, and a few in the middle were missing. From what she remembered, the story was about a woman who was reborn, caused trouble for the original person, and tried to take back her former fiancé. Lu Ruyan sorted through the details she remembered from the book. Meanwhile, Lu Rumning was drinking spiritual spring water in her secret space. As the pain on her face slowly faded, she finally felt relieved. Fortunately, she had the spring water. After being reborn, she had quickly claimed the Lu family's heirloom jade pendant as her own. Otherwise, just like in her previous life, the old master would have given it to Lu Ruyan again. Carefully removing the bandage, she looked into the mirror. On her cheeks were 2 deep bite marks, still visible even though they had scabbed over. It was clear how vicious the attack had been. Someone had wanted to ruin her face. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. Without the spring water, she couldn't imagine how terrible the scars would have been. If her face had been left with those marks, how could she ever marry Zhou Yanjing? Lu Ruyan had almost destroyed her dream of starting over. After cursing Lu Ruyan for half an hour, Lu Ruming looked at her reflection again and muttered, "That awful woman." Her bite was perfectly even. Still angry, she remembered what the doctor had said today. Lu Ruyan's face would never fully recover. That thought made her smile. Without the secret space, Lu Ruyan would now be known everywhere as the most unfortunate woman in the Lu family. After venting her anger, Lu Ruming began planting seeds in her space. The area was as large as a football field, with the spiritual spring in the center and dark soil all around it. She had been reborn for less than a month. Most of that time had been spent dealing with Lu Ruyan, and only recently had she gathered some seeds to test the soil. Thinking of how wealthy and arrogant Lu Ruyan had been in her previous life, she realized it must have been because of this space. No wonder she had so much money. But this time, the space belonged only to her. She didn't know exactly how Lu Ruyan had turned the space's resources into money before, but she decided to start by planting crops. Once they grew, she could sell them on the black market. She had heard of the black market but had never been there. In her previous life, before marriage, she had lived comfortably. After marriage, things were fine for a few years. She had her dowry, and her husband's family was still doing well, so she never had to take risks. Later, her husband wasted everything on bad habits, losing all their wealth. Even her dowry, down to her last gold ring, was taken away. In the end, she was left with nothing. Not only that, when he came back and couldn't get money from her, he started beating her. In the end, she was beaten to death. And all of this happened because of Lu Ruyan. Once, while being beaten, She saw on TV the man who was once her fiancé. He had become a commander, and when he spoke about his beloved, his eyes softened. Her husband noticed her gaze, sneered, and hit her even harder. He said, "See? Regretting it now. Look at his status. You once drugged me and forced me to marry you when you were already pregnant. Back then, I had a fiancé. Now you regret it? What are you even worth?" In her past life, she hated her husband, hated many people, but the one she hated most was Lu Ruyan. If Lu Ruyan hadn't come back, she would have been the youngest commander's wife. Later, she became obsessed with finding out everything about Zhou Yanjing, even trying to meet him, but she never succeeded. Someone of his status was far beyond her reach. Before she died, she finally shouted the words that became her key to rebirth. "If I could live again, I wouldn't break off the engagement. I would take revenge on everyone who wronged me, especially Lu Ruyan. I'll make her suffer more than I ever did." Then her body went still. And then she was reborn. After being reborn, she was deeply grateful that her ex-husband hadn't hurt her so badly that she couldn't speak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to say those words that brought her back. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was laughing so hard she couldn't stop. But suddenly, a strange chill ran down her back. She frowned. What was going on with Lu Rumming? It had been 3 days since she last came to bother her. 3 days. If Lu Rumming didn't come to pick a fight, how was she supposed to vent her frustration? Life while recovering was dull and lonely. Her only entertainment was watching something funny, since her phone had no games at all.
Sigh.
Her 100th sigh. She could only read the silly jokes Lu Shi brought her to pass the time. If it weren't for her special ability protecting her wound, it might have split open from laughing too much. But when she thought about it carefully, the jokes weren't even that funny. Normally, she wouldn't have laughed at all. After all, even the old man next door didn't laugh. Yet she couldn't stop laughing. Ugh. It must be this body's fault. Maybe the fever damaged her brain, or maybe she just hadn't seen much of the world, so her sense of humor was too simple. Lu Shi didn't expect his little sister to laugh so hard. When he brought the food over, she was laughing so much it looked like she was having a fit. Worried she might hurt her wound, he quickly took the book away. Later, he secretly read it a few times but still couldn't figure out what was so funny. A few days later, when Lu Ruyan's wound had mostly healed, she took the train to the capital with Lu Shi. Traveling with them was Lu Rumming, whom they hadn't seen for a week. Lu Shi used his connections to buy 3 sleeper tickets and settled his 2 sisters comfortably. Along the way, Lu Ruyan couldn't take her eyes off the scenery. This era might be a bit behind, but there were so many people everywhere. Especially on the train, it was packed. It had been a long time since she'd seen so many people gathered together so happily. If this were the end of the world, the danger would have already arrived. Then there would be panic and chaos, testing everyone's humanity. Parents, children, couples, friends. She had seen it all before. Now, things were peaceful. It felt nice. Lu Rumming saw her expression and thought she was just a country girl who had never seen the world. But Lu Rumming had come from more than 30 years in the future. She had seen everything and knew all the major events that would happen in these decades. Compared to her, Lu Ruyan was nothing but a simple country girl. Lu Rumming sneered. Bumpkin. Oh. This timid girl dared to talk back now? Had she forgotten her place already? Lu Ruyan turned and grinned at her, showing a few sharp teeth that gleamed under the light. Lu Rumming was startled by her wild look and instinctively stepped back a few paces. Lu Ruyan ignored her and kept watching the view. Lu Shuyi led them to their compartment, where someone was already sitting. When Lu Rumming saw the person, her eyes lit up. Lu Rumming's expression was strange, like a dog spotting something unpleasant. Following her gaze, Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. Oh, it was a handsome young man. He was eating a flatbread, chewing quickly and hungrily. Noticing their stares, he turned his head. At the door stood 2 women with their faces wrapped up like dumplings, both staring at him. The one in front looked at him with an intense, almost eager gaze. Ugh, what was with that look? He had seen plenty of people like this before. Clearly, they wanted something from him. He was already so far from the capital. Could anyone really recognize him on the train? He had no idea what the truth was. Lu Rumding never expected to meet Lin Ziyu here, the youngest of the Lin family from the 49 city. His grandfather, Old Master Lin, was on the same level as Zhou Yanjing's grandfather. In her previous life, Zhou Yanjing became a division commander in his 30s, the youngest at that time. A few years later, he was said to be promoted again. But when Lu Ruming was reborn, Zhou Yanjing was still far from reaching his grandfather's position. That showed just how powerful the two old men were. Lin Ziyu was 18 this year, right in his rebellious phase. Whatever his family wanted him to do, he would do the opposite. He ignored their plans and caused trouble just to escape their control. This trip away from the capital was probably another act of defiance. Besides, in her previous life, he had been Lu Ruyan's loyal follower. After the economic reforms, he became the richest man in Shin City. Lu Ruyan grew impatient. Why are you staring at that young man like that? If you're not going in, move aside. Don't block the way. Lu Ruming had been lost in thought, standing there like a wooden post. When Lu Ruyan spoke, Lu Ruming suddenly remembered. Lu Ruyan had met Lin Ziyu on the train when she was being brought back home. That was how they became friends. In the future, the youngest division commander would be Lu Ruyan's husband, and the richest man in a top-tier city would be her close friend. How could Lu Ruyan have been so lucky in her past life? She must have lived a happy life. Unlike Lu Ruming, whose later years had ended miserably. But now, she was back. This time, Lu Ruyan would not get close to Lin Ziyu like before. Lu Rumding would destroy their connection completely, make them dislike each other. In her past life, Lu Ruyan had lived like the heroine of a novel, and Lin Ziyu was one of her greatest advantages, a loyal helper who always did what she wanted. But now Lu Ruming had been reborn. Before Lu Ruyan could return, she had already taken her most powerful advantage, her secret space. Since she could take that, everything else would be easy. Now, she would take Lu Ruyan's loyal follower for herself. This was only the beginning. From the moment their lives were switched at birth, Lu Ruyan's good fortune should have belonged to Lu Ruming. After she took everything that once belonged to Lu Ruyan. Thinking about the good days ahead, Lu Ruming stopped at the doorway and let out a strange laugh. Lu Ruyan. Lin Ziyu. The fresh pancake in their hands almost fell from shock. Both of them were speechless. Good grief, what a fool. Unable to hold back anymore, Lu Ruyan kicked Lu Ruming hard. Lu Ruming flew forward and fell right in front of Lin Ziyu, accidentally biting into the pancake he had just picked up. Startled and annoyed, Lin Ziyu stuffed the whole pancake into her mouth. Since you like it so much, you can have it all. Lu Ruming choked, tears streaming down her face. She almost forgot. Lin Ziyu was a rough and unpredictable man who never showed mercy, not even to women. If you wanted to eat, you could have just asked politely. This gentleman seems generous enough to give you the whole thing. Lu Ruyan stepped over her, deliberately pressing her foot down twice. Lu Ruming jumped up, glaring fiercely at Lu Ruyan. Furious, she tried to grab her face, but Lu Ruyan easily dodged. Watching the scene, Lin Ziyu took out a piece of watermelon from his bag and ate while observing. At the back, Lu Shuyi was carrying his two younger sisters' luggage. The passage was narrow, and he had stepped aside earlier to let others pass. He thought he saw a familiar figure and followed for a moment, missing what had just happened. When he came back in, he saw Lu Ruming acting wildly. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed her wrist, and pushed her back. "What are you doing?" Lu Ruming fell onto the bunk, eyes wide with disbelief. She tried to speak, but her mouth was still full of pancake. After pulling it out, she looked at him tearfully and said in a trembling voice, "Third brother, you pushed me?" "Lu Shuyi, I didn't use force. I was just stopping you. Ruyan is still hurt. Were you trying to make her injuries worse?" "Lu Ruming, she hit me first. She kicked me and even stepped on me." Lu Shuyi looked at Lu Ruyan, remembering her strange behavior before. His troubled sister, How could he reason with her? Besides, after spending nearly half a month with Lu Ruyan, he had come to understand her temperament. As long as no one provoked her, she behaved like a normal person and never attacked anyone first. You must have provoked her. Lu Ruming said, I didn't. Did you see it with your own eyes? How can you be so sure? She's just crazy. Lu Shuyi had always sided with Lu Ruyan, even in their past life. They grew up together, so their bond should have been stronger. Was it just because she wasn't a biological child? Lu Shuyi didn't want others to look at Lu Ruyan differently, especially since an outsider, Lin Ziyu, was present. He gave Lu Ruming a warning look. Because you have a history. Every time you got hurt before, it was after you provoked her. Otherwise, with so many people around, why would she only hit you? If I hadn't arrived in time just now, Ruyan's wound on her face would have been torn open again. Why were you so rough? I'm not as easy to fool as Mom and our older brother. From now on, behave yourself. Don't let me see you raise your hand against Ruyan again. Feeling wronged after being scolded, Lu Ruming could only hold back her anger. She had wanted to scratch Lu Ruyan's face, but the other girl had dodged in time. Still, facing Lu Shuyi, the only rational one in the family who didn't like her, she had to endure it for now. Her third brother had a bright future ahead. He was the most capable person in the Lu family, even more than their father and eldest brother. She didn't want to lose either Zhou Yanjing or Lu Shuyi. She couldn't afford to make her third brother dislike her now. But once she married Zhou Yanjing, if her brother still protected Lu Ruyan like this, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Besides, Lin Ziyu was here. He was the only one who knew what had really happened. Lin Ziyu clearly saw that Lu Ruyan had started the fight, yet now her brother was scolding her instead. This was the perfect chance to get closer to him. After all, what man could resist a tearful, pitiful girl? Lin Ziyu had just finished watching the drama when he noticed that same annoying stare fixed on him again. He muttered under his breath, irritated. Was this bandaged-up girl ever going to stop? Before he could slip away, the girl who had stolen his pancake looked at him pitifully and said in a trembling voice, Can you explain for me? It was Lu Ruyan who started it. Lin Ziyu replied, What does that have to do with me? All I saw was you stealing my pancake. She kept staring at him with that strange look, making his skin crawl. Lu Ruming almost lost her composure. Was Lin Ziyu made of stone? How could he be so indifferent to a girl like her? How can you be so mean to me? You're the only witness here. If you just explain things to my third brother, why should I? Are we even close? Lu Ruming was so angry that her teeth clenched, but she wasn't ready to give up. If Lu Ruyan could do something, then so could she. Whatever belonged to Lu Ruyan should also be hers, and she was determined to take it. After being reborn, she felt a strong sense of urgency, as if something was pushing her to seize all the chances that once belonged to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan watched from the side, amused. Then she looked at Lin Ziyu. He seemed lazy and careless, but since the main heroine had taken an interest in him and wanted to befriend him, he was surely not ordinary. After all, the heroine had been reborn. She came from more than 30 years in the future and knew many things. By her own calculation, Lu Ruyan had come from the year 2065, about 100 years ahead. She also knew a lot, but only what was written in history books. And since this was a world inside a novel, even that knowledge wasn't very useful. In this regard, Lu Ruming had the upper hand for now. When Lu Ruyan lay down on her bunk, Lu Rumding was still trying to get close to Lin Ziyu. But after he lost his patience and told her to leave, Lu Shuyi stepped in. Feeling wronged, Lu Ruming returned to her bunk, and the commotion finally ended, though she was clearly unhappy. After the argument, Lu Shuyi put away the luggage, and everyone lay down on their bunks. They had been traveling by train for a long time and were exhausted. Soon, the steady rumble of the train lulled them to sleep. The trip to the capital would take 25 hours in total. Only Lu Ruming stayed awake, restless and frustrated, thinking about how to get closer to Lin Ziyu. In her previous life, Lu Ruyan and Lin Ziyu had been close. But now, even after meeting again, they barely spoke to each other. They hadn't even exchanged names, Strangers would have been more familiar. What exactly had happened on the train in her past life that made their relationship grow so quickly? Yet now, Lin Ziyu treated her coldly, unwilling to even talk to her.
She refused to accept it.
She wouldn't sleep. She had to keep an eye on Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, slept soundly. In a world without zombies, sleeping peacefully felt wonderful. Lu Ruyan had come from the end of the world. In this peaceful time, there were no sudden zombie attacks. Back then, every time she went out to fight or gather supplies, she could never sleep well. Even in the base, she had lived in constant fear, since their base had been surrounded by zombies more than once. She had personally witnessed many bases destroyed overnight. Now on the train, the bumps and noise are not a big deal. So she sleeps peacefully. But Lu Ruyun is different. The train is noisy and smells strong, plus she has worries in her heart, so she can't sleep. She looks at Lu Ruyan sleeping like a pig across from her. Clearly, she's from the countryside. Her biological mother once said that Lu Ruyan was not well liked in the countryside, made to do dirty and tiring work, ate leftovers, and slept in the barn. Sometimes she would go crazy and be driven out, even sleeping in pigsties or cow sheds. Yet somehow she survived. And she grew into someone very attractive, with a curvy figure, a slim waist, and a charming look. In her past life, whenever Lu Ruyan was around, she was just a background character. So, the first thing she plans to do upon returning is to ruin Lu Ruyan's face. Her plan is to disfigure her first, then ruin her reputation and finally push her to despair so she will take her own life. But unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan survived. For now, she will let her live. Now her face is ruined, and her space has been taken away. Even if she returns to Beijing, as a crazy person with no space and a broken spirit, she will only be a madwoman, and a disfigured one at that. Since it's like this, she doesn't believe Lu Ruyan can still overpower her. This lifetime, her space is hers, her fiancé is hers, and even Lin Ziyu across from her, she plans to take him too. Thinking this way, she feels that living is not so bad. She wants Lu Ruyan to live and see her take everything away, to suffer as she did in her past life, living a life worse than death. Now she's looking for a chance to ruin Lu Ruyan's relationship with Lin Ziyu. In her past life, she didn't come, so she doesn't know what happened between them. Back then, Lu Shi was also picking someone up, but after getting on the train, he met his comrade, and then a sudden mission was issued from above. Somehow, Lin Ziyu was asked to send Lu Ruyan back. They returned to Beijing together, and after that trip, their relationship improved a lot. It was probably because Lu Shi had an emergency and asked Lin Ziyu, the only person he knew, to take care of Lu Ruyan. And because of that, they became like siblings. She remembers that everyone in the Lu family, including Lu Shui, had no relationship as close as Lin Ziyu's. Even when Lu Ruyan got married, Lin Ziyu was the one supporting her. More than one person said that Lu Ruyan and Lin Ziyu might have been siblings in their past lives, as they really look alike when standing together. Looking at her, she seemed even more like a sister to Lu Shui than to Lu Shui. Lu Ruomeng sneered. In this world, there's no such thing as sibling love between people of different families. It's just a pair of lovers. By now, could Zhou Yanjing still tolerate this? Speaking of which, Lu Ruyan's face did resemble Lin Ziyu's before she was disfigured. But now, they seem like strangers, completely different from their past selves. Lu Ruomeng watched the two of them calmly. She believed it wouldn't be long before Lu Shui received a sudden task. At that time, Lu Ruyan, being a bit crazy, would be taken care of by someone else, and Lu Shui would definitely find help to bring her back. This time, she came along, and Lu Shui definitely wouldn't ask Lin Ziyu for help again. Sure enough, at dawn, Lu Shui went out to get hot water. When he returned, he looked serious. Lu Ruomeng was woken up and heard Lu Shui say, "I have an urgent matter. Ruyan, you need to watch her. When we get off, someone will come to pick her up. She's unfamiliar with the place, so don't let her get lost." Usually, this was a small matter, but because of their bad relationship, he was worried that without him mediating, they might start fighting again on the train. Just thinking about that scene gave him a headache. But this mission came suddenly. His comrades were injured, and higher-ups ordered him to take over. He needed to follow the enemy agents on the train and find their contacts. Now, the enemy agent was about to get off, and he had to follow. There were still 7 or 8 hours to Beijing, so he decided to let Ruo Meng take Rian back. There would be someone to pick her up after getting off, so it shouldn't be a big problem. It should be. He used to think Ruo Meng was naive, insisting on coming along and even fighting with Lu Ruyan, who was injured. Now, he was a bit glad she came. Otherwise, with Ruyan's reckless mind, he wouldn't know who to trust. Lu Ruomeng nodded. She was here, just as she had expected. It was just about watching Lu Ruyan, right? She would definitely watch her carefully. Earlier, Lu Shi was there, so she couldn't talk to Lin Ziyu. Now that he was gone, it was a good time. Lu Shi saw her agree and reminded her, "Remember, don't provoke Ruyan. You're not easy to deal with, and she won't hit you." Lu Ruomeng's face darkened for a moment, but she quickly reacted and nodded, saying, "Okay." Lu Shi sighed in relief. He saw that Lin Ziyu had already woken up and was reading a book. With Lu Ruomeng's promise, he still felt uneasy for some reason. He approached Lin Ziyu, thinking about how to speak. Lin Ziyu turned to look at him, frowned, and asked, "Is something wrong?" Li Shui pointed to the top bunk where Lu Ruyan was sleeping peacefully and said, "I have something urgent to leave for. My sister is injured, and sometimes she is not very clear-minded. Could you please watch over her for a while?" If possible, he didn't want others to know about Ruyan's condition. The fewer people who knew, the better. Lin Ziyu, who looked careless and unreliable, suddenly spoke up, even though he knew he might regret it. He was surprised at himself after saying it. When Lu Rumin saw Li Shui going over, she felt something was wrong. Now, hearing his words, her face changed quickly. She had just been relieved that Li Shui hadn't asked Lin Ziyu for help, and now he was directly approaching her? Could it be that their past life story couldn't be changed? She looked at Lu Ruyan sleeping soundly on the top bunk. Ruyan hadn't done anything wrong, yet someone had already arranged everything for her. If only the sharpness in her eyes could turn into reality, Lu Ruyan would be covered with knives right now. Lu Ruyan was having a good dream. In her dream, her space hadn't shrunk. It was vast with mountains of supplies, everything she could want. She licked her lips, thinking, what a beautiful dream. It's definitely a good one. Lost in her dream, she didn't realize that her third brother was working hard to find her a temporary guardian to escort her back to the capital. Lu Rumin wouldn't let Lu Ruyan get her way and latch onto her past life's close confidant. She immediately said, "Third brother, I can watch over Ruyan myself. No need to trouble anyone else." Li Shui was already hesitant, but Rumin's words made him more uncertain. Even if they argued or fought when they got off the carriage, it wouldn't be a big deal. If Rumin couldn't beat Ruyan, and he wasn't there, no one would stop her. Rumin wouldn't be so foolish as to seek a fight intentionally, right? In Li Shui's eyes, Ruyan's mind might be a bit off, but her fighting skills were surprisingly good. That strength, like a young bull, was more than what an average man could handle. Even a grown man who trained might struggle to pull her apart. He had a mistaken impression. Last time, Ruyan didn't want to bite Rumin, so she let go of his grip, not because he pulled her forcefully. It was probably just a misunderstanding. After all, a girl just reaching adulthood couldn't possibly be stronger than him. Lin Ziyu saw this and was a bit displeased. What was this woman trying to grab? He hadn't even answered yet. Lu Shi said, "Go ahead, but you need to watch her carefully and don't provoke her." After saying that, he turned to Lin Ziyu, who looked speechless and apologized. "Sorry to bother you." Lin Ziyu replied simply, "It's okay." Lu Shi thought for a moment and then said, "Since I'm bothering you, I still need to ask for a favor. If they start fighting, help pull them apart. Consider it me owing you a favor." Lin Ziyu only responded with a, "Do you think Lu Shi's favor is needed?" Well, he often runs away from home, so it might come in handy later. Lu Shi took this vague reply as a yes and pointed at the sleeping Lu Ruyan, adding, "She's very strong, so be careful." Lindsay responded with a huh. How strong can that skinny girl be? She's injured too. Is that worth mentioning? He's trained himself. Among the new generation in the big yard, he's the best fighter. The strongest before was Zhou Yanjing, but now it's him. Lindsay, you understand? Lu Shui probably spends too much time sitting in the office. He was satisfied. Although Lin Ziyu sometimes acts a bit reckless, his character is good. People raised by the Lin family are generally good, except for when they hit their rebellious phase. Lu Riyun was anxious and quietly said to Lu Shui, "Third brother, really? No need to trouble others." Look, he didn't agree and even sounded annoyed. It's obvious he doesn't want to, Lin Ziyu. He. Unexpectedly, he heard everything. His sharp ears picked up on her words. This annoying woman doesn't want him to contact Lu Ruyun and Lu Ruyan, but he insists on doing so. And this woman's eyes are strange, giving off a creepy feeling. He doesn't know why, but based on his past experience with people, she clearly isn't a good person. Earlier, Lu Ruyun kept bragging about being Zhou Yanjing's fiancé. Does that mean Zhou Yanjing is blind? Lu Shui said. He didn't refuse either. Fine, just let him watch over them. And don't forget how you got that facial scar. There's no more time. He can only stay here for about half an hour. Lu Shui looked at Lu Ruyan, who was sleeping soundly, and went over to wake her up and give her some instructions. He didn't want Ruyan to wake up and find herself gone, then start overthinking. She was swapped once 18 years ago, and now she's been abandoned again. Even though her mind is damaged, waking up to find her family gone would probably make her very sad. Over the years, he has carried out many missions and seen quite a few abandoned people. They care the most about such things. Just as he approached within half a meter of Lu Ruyan, she suddenly opened her eyes from sleep. In that instant, Lu Shui felt as if a powerful monster was staring at him, and a chilling sensation ran down his back. It only lasted a moment before disappearing. When he looked again, his younger sister was already yawning. She asked in a sleepy voice with a slight nasal tone, "Is there something?" The goosebumps on Lu Ruyan's back slowly faded, leaving only a tingling feeling. Over the years, even when facing the fiercest enemies, he never felt this way. How could a girl under 18, like Ruyan, have such a terrifying look in her eyes? But when he looked closer, he saw no trace of it. "I have a mission to leave for. Remember to obediently follow Ru Meng. She will take you home." Lu Ruyan nodded and suddenly said, "Next time I fall asleep, don't come close to me. I might bite. I tell you, I am super strong and fierce in my world. First, give a shot as a preventive measure. If that doesn't work, 3 shots. This is to prevent her from suddenly attacking in the future. It's her fault for not explaining clearly. Her current reflexes are a result of her experience in the apocalypse. Whether it's people, zombies, or any threatening creatures, she will wake up if they come within 3 meters. This body hasn't experienced the apocalypse, so it doesn't have that muscle memory. The train is noisy, and her reactions are a bit slow." Lu Shui nodded in understanding. He still remembered Ruyan's previous mention of her supernatural ability. Crazy people have their own world. She rules and dominates in her mind's world, and with such a presence, it might be true. After all, a crazy person's world can't be measured by normal logic. He can understand that. Lu Ruyun, standing nearby, sneered. "Third brother, she's obviously pretending to sleep. She heard everything, and you're still talking to her." Lu Ruyun didn't look at her, only said calmly, "Stop barking. It's too noisy early in the morning." Lindsay couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Ruyun was furious. "You." Lu Shi cleared his throat gently. "Enough, stop arguing." He picked up his suitcase and opened it. "Ruyun, these are your clean clothes." Goodness, having a silly sister with a not-so-bright mind. He wanted to leave and had already planned everything in advance. In his 20s, he had a taste of what it was like to be a father. The 3 of them stared in shock as Lu Shui kept talking nonstop. "This time, I didn't bring many coins or bills. I only bought you 2 sets of clean clothes, with underwear packed in a small cloth bag inside. I asked the shopkeeper's wife to prepare them for you. Wear them as they are. If they don't fit, your mother can help you find better ones when you go back. Also, I got this pink dress. I saw many girls your age like it, so I asked the shopkeeper's wife to save one for you. And this. Lu Ruyan felt numb and looked at the woven bamboo suitcase outside. She sighed and asked, "Is it possible that I can take care of myself?" Dad Lu Shui said, "I believe you." Lu Ruyan didn't say anything. "You don't look like you believe it. And this pink girl's dress, are you sure it suits her? She's a brave woman who often fights zombies. Just looking at it hurts my eyes." Lu Shui didn't know what Lu Ruyan was thinking. He touched the money in his pocket. Most of the money the family brought this time was given to Ruyan's foster parents, 200. He returned 50 from the old man's dowry and also paid 150 for medical expenses. He brought 600 yuan but now only has 200 left. Then he used 100 yuan to buy clothes for Ruyan from head to toe. 100 yuan isn't enough for so many clothes, except for the pink dress, which costs 30 yuan, and another 30 yuan for fabric tickets. He even went to the black market to exchange for it. He had to do that. Since Ruyan left that home, she only had a set of patched, torn clothes, with no spare clean clothes. Thinking of the luxurious life, with a wardrobe full of beautiful dresses and fancy clothes, Ruyan's eyes filled with tears. He immediately wanted to buy her a lot of new clothes. But then, the incident where Ruyan was injured and disfigured happened. In the hospital, nurses provided her clothes. Now, he needs to explain everything clearly to Ruyan. He took out the new pink dress and shook it. "Do you like it?" Many years ago, she no longer liked this style of dress. But over the years, her third brother never bought her any dresses, which made her feel uncomfortable. Jealousy rose in her heart. She didn't need to, but she wanted to take everything from Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan smiled faintly and said, "My third brother giving me this is mine. Do you want to take my things?" Lu Ruming replied, "I didn't mean that. Just give it to me, and I'll pay you double later." Lu Shui's face darkened. "Ruming," Lu Ruyan asked, "Third brother, how much is this dress?" Lu Shui answered, 30 yuan plus 5 pieces of fabric tickets. Lu Ruyan reached out to Lu Ruming. "Did you hear that? Pay the money and tickets." She was once the richest woman in the apocalypse, but now she was in the body of the original girl, who was poor and pitiful. The original girl had no money at all. Her underwear was torn with dozens of holes, and her clothes were patched up like a rag. Her unkind stepmother didn't even give her needle and thread to fix her underwear. If it was visible outside, she wasn't allowed to fix it inside. The original girl worked every day, and her backside was exposed to the wind. So unfair. It was so tragic. She was almost sold for 50 yuan to an old man in his 50s or 60s, then she was disfigured and nearly strangled. In the online novel world, the Ruyan Emperor, the worst off was probably the original girl. Now, she had not a single cent on her. Lu Ruyan, whether before or after the apocalypse, never lacked money. She had experienced the feeling of being completely clean and pure once, and that was enough. Her current goal was to earn some small money first. Without money, she felt anxious. Lu Ruming offered her money, and she didn't want to refuse. At this moment, Lu Ruming looked troubled. "I don't have that much money and tickets right now. Can I give it to you when I get back?" She had the money. Her bank book and small savings were stored in her space, along with a few small yellow fish. But she didn't want to give any to Lu Ruyan. She planned to hold on to the money, get the dress, then go back and cry in front of her most beloved mother. Her mother would definitely make Lu Ruyan give her the dress. She had tried this more than once in her past life, and it always worked. In this life, it would be the same. Her mother trusted her unconditionally. Her mother was the family member who disliked Lu Ruyan the most. Even as her biological daughter, she was far less important in her mother's eyes than herself. In her past life, if her mother hadn't helped her, her life after marriage would have been even worse. At this moment, 2 sneers sounded. One was from Lu Ruyan and the other was from Lin Ziyu, who had been watching the scene nearby. These two had just met, so how could they be so in sync so quickly? Thinking about how they had colluded in her previous life, causing her many embarrassments, Lu Ruming was so angry she almost couldn't hold back. "What are you both laughing at?" Lin Ziyu. Of course, I'm laughing at some people for being shameless and trying to take advantage for free. Lu Rumeng looked wronged and softly explained, Brother Ziyu, I just didn't have money or tickets on me. I will pay back when I go home. I didn't mean to take advantage. Why are you saying that about me? Who do you call brother? Don't call me that randomly. Lin Ziyu shivered at being called brother. He pointed to his eyes. Are you bullying her for having a bad memory? But I have sharp eyes. I can tell at a glance. You just looked like you wanted to take advantage. Lu Rumeng pretended to stay calm. I didn't mean that. In her past life, she knew Lin Ziyu had excellent judgment. After the reform, he became the richest person in the Shenzhen market through smart investments. Did he see through all that? She kept watching Lu Ruyan, partly to stop her from getting close to Lin Ziyu, and partly to learn her tricks to flirt with Lin Ziyu. Even though she hadn't seen any interaction between them, why was Lin Ziyu protecting Lu Ruyan so fiercely? Could it be that she was so cautious, yet Lin Ziyu, who didn't seem to notice her eyes or nose, was so openly close to Lu Ruyan? Lin Ziyu, then wait until you go home and get enough money, and then pay all at once. Hey, that guy over there with the problem in his head, you must get the money before giving the skirt. He was talking to Lu Ruyan. He didn't know why he suddenly stood up for this little fool, but seeing her being taken advantage of made him a bit unable to hold back. Forget it. This young master always respects the elderly and loves the young. Helping the weak is a virtue. Lu Ruyan nodded. This kid was still a good person. Fighting against the heroine, he looked like either a villain or a cannon fodder. With such arrogance, he probably was just a cannon fodder. Cannon fodder appears early, but also dies early. So pitiful. Lin Ziyu was creeped out by her gaze. Why did she look like she was about to faint at any moment? Lu Shi saw they stopped arguing, glared at Lu Rumeng who still wanted to speak, and turned to ask, Ruyan, do you not like this skirt? Lu Ruyan, it's okay. Li Shi said, if you like it, keep it. I'll give you the money. Her younger sister had never worn such a beautiful dress before. Now she liked it so much but was reluctant to wear it, wanting to exchange it for money. After losing the first 18 years of her life, what kind of hardships had she endured? Li Shi felt uneasy and quickly took some money from his pocket, stuffing it into Lai Yurian's hand. Oh, this is the remaining money, and notes. I was going to give it to you earlier. I'll keep some for myself. Take these. Not much, buy whatever you like. If it runs out, just call me. I've also put the phone number inside. Lai Yurian looked at the scattered bills in her hand, with the largest denomination being 10 yuan. There were about 5 or 6 bills, totaling around 70 or 80 yuan. In this era, that was 2 or 3 times the average worker's salary. Her third brother was quite generous. Besides that, there was a note with a phone number written on it. Third brother, what about mine? Your pocket money. Go ask your mother for it. Lu Rumeng was so angry, she couldn't help but laugh. Since childhood, her third brother rarely gave her pocket money. When he did, it was at most 5 yuan, and she usually had to ask for it herself. He was stingy with her. Now, he had spent nearly 200 yuan on Lai Yurian, excluding medical expenses. Li Shui finished giving instructions, then picked up his backpack and left, repeatedly reminding Lai Yurian to watch over Lai Yurian carefully. After seeing Li Shui off, Lai Yurian looked at Liuring, who was glaring at her with ill intentions. Was this person not beaten enough? What was she planning to do now? At this moment, Lin Ziyu waved his hand. Hey, you're Lai Yurian, right? Are you the real daughter of the Li family who was swapped? Did third brother say your brain is broken? Is that right? Lai Yurian replied, you're the one with the broken brain. Lin Ziyu didn't argue with her and introduced himself. My name is Lin Ziyu. We're the same age. Call me brother in the future, and I'll look out for you, okay? Lai Yurian wanted to laugh. She, Lai Yurian, was the leader of the largest base in the last world. Did she need someone to look out for her? Don't be ridiculous. Although her current body wasn't in great shape, she did need someone to support her. If the original owner were still here, meeting Lin Ziyu wouldn't be a bad thing. She looked at Lin Ziyu a bit longer. The more she looked, the more his face seemed familiar. Who did he resemble? He was quite easy on the eyes. She couldn't remember right now, so she decided to let it go. Lin Ziyu, Hey, are you listening? Lu Ruyan. Here's a chance for you to be my little brother, Lin Ziyu. What? Lu Ruming. Darn, just as I guessed, Lin Ziyu is really just a worthless, clingy guy. Lin Ziyu didn't know that Lu Rumning was secretly thinking poorly of him. He only felt confused and surprised. He is the big boss in the neighborhood. Everyone calls him Brother Yu. Now this delicate, injured girl wants him to be her little brother? It's totally opposite to what should happen. Lin Ziyu snorted. Maybe you haven't faced reality clearly. I don't blame you. It's because your mind isn't clear. He didn't say this out loud. Lu Ruyan. How about a fight? In the law of the jungle in the end times, whoever has bigger fists is the boss. Forget about him being the boss now. If she had her prime strength plus her space ability at full power, she would dare to do even more crazy things. Right now, her space is much smaller than a bathroom, her body has returned to a beginner level, and her supernatural powers are almost unnoticeable. To do big things, you need strength. With her current strength, she might as well go back to the village to plant sweet potatoes. At least she can eat a lot and not starve or feel uncomfortable. Forget it, I won't bully you. Lin Ziyu can't fight her. Men and women naturally have different physical strengths. If men win, it's called not playing fair. If women win, it's better, but if not, it just looks like bullying. Lu Ruyan. Whatever you want. Lu Ruming really doesn't want them to get closer. Since my sister doesn't want to be protected by you, then I. Before she finished, two voices interrupted her. Shut up. Lu Rumding was so angry she couldn't speak. She originally thought she wouldn't care, since in her past life, she only knew they met on a train and became friends. She didn't know that Lin Ziyu, this little boss, took the initiative to be Lu Ruyan's protector. In her past life, Lu Ruyan's face was unforgettable, but what about now? Lu Rumding looked at this crazy, disfigured woman. Was he blind? Facing this situation, Lu Rumding felt powerless to change anything. She snorted coldly and went to get food. She definitely wouldn't serve Lu Ruyan. If she wanted to eat, she could do it herself. As Lu Rumding left, the two inside stared at each other fiercely, then both turned away, refusing to look at each other. Lu Ruyan held the money ticket in her hand and counted it. There are a total of 76 yuan, 53 cents. 5 national grain coupons, each worth 1 jean. 3 meat coupons, each for half a jean, and 2 fabric coupons, each 2 qilong. She had never seen money like this before. The original owner had seen it, but her foster parents never gave her any. So, like the original owner, she was seeing this kind of money for the first time. These coupons are all her current possessions. In addition, she has a small space about 1 cubic meter in size. She used her mental power to explore the space, hoping to find something inside, but it was completely empty.
Ugh.
This useless space. Lu Ruyan was disappointed, but it was better than nothing. Last time, there were some hot buns and a tattered novel with only a few pages left, but now, there was nothing. Could it be that all her previous supplies are gone? She squeezed the coupons in her hand, about to put them into the space, but suddenly remembered the novel that the space had swallowed last time. She quickly changed her mind. If it really got swallowed, she would be heartbroken. Useless, useless, useless space. She cursed inwardly, but lying on the upper bunk, she turned sideways so Lin Ziyu couldn't see her and slipped a 5-cent coin into the space. This was the smallest denomination among her coupons. The coin landed smoothly in the corner of the space. She stared at it for 30 seconds, still there. Just as she was about to put the other coupons in, the 5-cent coin suddenly disappeared. Darn it! Lu Ruyan's sudden curse startled Lin Ziyu, who was lying on the lower bunk. What are you doing? Jumping at shadows. Lu Ruyan was in no mood to talk to him. She muttered curses under her breath. She spoke softly, so Lin Ziyu couldn't hear clearly, but his intuition told him she was cursing quite harshly. Sometimes, humans are strange and inexplicable creatures. Even when certain things have nothing to do with them, they tend to imagine things. Lin Ziyu started to overthink. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that she was secretly talking about him behind his back. She was probably bad-mouthing him. No. She had just glared at him. She must be insulting him. Lin Ziyu stood up. Lu Ruyan, if you have something to say it to my face. Don't talk behind my back. Lu Ruyan looked at the boy standing with her hands on her hips, puzzled. Are you slow in the head? Lin Ziyu. What should he do? She was openly insulting him, which made him even angrier. It's better to let her secretly curse. In the end, Lin Ziyu forced out a sentence. Your mind is not good, but mine is very sharp. Then she angrily took her lunchbox and left. Lu Ruyan looked confused. What's wrong with this person? They have good chemistry but poor judgment. Sure enough, she's destined to be a minor character. Once everyone left, Lu Ruyan started scolding the space angrily. And her curses were even dirtier than Lin Ziyu's imagination. People passing by quickened their steps, never hearing such dirty language before. Not only that, she used her remaining mental energy to rush into the space and started punching and kicking, cursing all the while. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Those were the supplies she worked hard to gather. Before and after the apocalypse, she kept running around collecting resources. Before the end, she flew everywhere without touching the ground. After, she fought zombies with life and death. She collected all kinds of supplies. Now, if she can't take them out and even dares to swallow her 5 cents. She was furious. She must teach the space how to behave properly. After Lu Ruyan finished her scolding, she looked into the space and saw 2 trembling buns being spit out. Lu Ruyan thought, and the buns appeared in her hand. 2 beef buns, warm and fragrant. Just like the steamed buns she casually stored in her space when collecting snacks before the apocalypse. This space is so sneaky, it needs a good beating before giving her things. She held the beef buns, squinting at the space. The space spat out buns, but her 5 cents still hadn't appeared. So this lousy space took her 5 cents and only gave her 2 buns? Clearly, it's her space, and she collected the supplies. How dare it take her money? Lu Ruyan wondered if she should hit the space again. Just then, Lu Rumeng, who was serving food, happened to come back. Lu Ruyan stuffed the beef buns into her lunchbox. The aluminum lunchbox was given to her by Lu Shi before she left, containing 2 plain steamed buns and a small handful of pickles. She put the buns into the bag with the buns and threw it into the space. Modern packaging, even with a few ads, she wouldn't dare throw it casually. She didn't want to eat the steamed buns. In this era of material scarcity, she had been here for a week and hadn't eaten much fish or meat. Her taste buds had dulled. The beef buns were just right. Li Ruomeng went out to get food, paying 3 cents per serving. She opened the lid and said, "Some people can stay here. There's no more food now. That train's meals are famous for being good, but they run out if you're too slow. Just wait and go hungry. I won't be giving you any." She deliberately didn't remind Lu Ruyan and now said it on purpose to upset her. Lu Ruyan looked down and saw that Li Ruomeng's lunchbox had only 2 or 3 thin slices of meat, 1 egg, and some pickles. It was okay for this time period, but far less than hers. Lu Ruyan took out her own lunchbox, which had a large beef patty that couldn't be covered, and she let Li Ruomeng see it. Too bad, I don't have to go get food. Before third brother left, he gave me this. There are 2 beef patties and they smell so good. Li Ruomeng got anxious.
Impossible.
Otherwise, why don't I have one? First, it was a skirt, now it's a beef patty. Just like in her past life, third brother's favoritism started from this moment. If it wasn't from third brother, then where did Lu Ruyan, this crazy girl, get the beef patties? Could it be from Lin Ziyu? Otherwise, how could she suddenly produce beef patties out of nowhere? That's impossible. It's not like in her past life, when Lu Ruyan had space powers. If she hadn't been in such a rush to recognize her master and busy helping Lu Ruyan these days, she wouldn't have lost to Lu Ruyan now. Lu Ruyan said, "Who knows? You have hands and feet, so you can find your own food. Maybe third brother knew you wouldn't share, so he gave me this." She took a bite of the beef patty. It's so delicious. By the way, third brother once said that if you give me food or take me to get food, I'll share one of these beef patties with you. Otherwise, they all belong to me. This beef patty was huge, about the size of her thumb's thickness, bigger than Lu Ruomeng's face. She bought it specially, recommended by many people, and got a large one for 80. The aroma hit her nose, and Lu Ruomeng looked at it greedily. She shamelessly handed her lunchbox over. Ruyan's sister, this is the food I got for you. Please give me a patty. Lu Ruyan said, I'm not crazy, just not stupid. Do you think I believe that? Lu Ruomeng closed her lunchbox and set it aside. You don't have to eat it, but you must give me a patty. No, you don't deserve to eat such a good one. Third brother bought it for me. After saying that, she tried to climb up and snatch it. Lu Ruyan made her crawl. When she was halfway, she kicked out, hitting Lu Ruomeng's big face. Lu Ruomeng screamed loudly and fell down. At that moment, Lu Ruyan seemed to see a faint gold coin shadow above Lu Ruomeng's head, but it disappeared quickly, probably only a fraction of a second. So fast, she thought she was seeing things. She quickly turned her attention back to Lu Ruomeng. Lu Ruomeng was sprawled on her back, and from her screams, her bottom was probably hurt badly. A burst of laughter came from Lin Ziyu, who had returned with food and was standing in the corridor, watching for a while. Lu Ruomeng gritted her teeth and stood up, saying, Lu Ruyan, you better watch out. She was feeling proud now, but at home, no one would favor her like her third brother. This time, her third brother had taken half a month off, but now most of his leave was used up, and he wouldn't be home often. This house was now her territory. She wanted Lu Ruyan to suffer. Holding her lunchbox, she stormed out angrily. She didn't want to stay and be mocked by these two. She wasn't into being bullied. Just then, Lin Ziyu came in and handed Lu Ruyan a lunchbox. Seeing Lu Ruyan staring at him, he cleared his throat. Buy one, get one free. Do you want it? If not, forget it. He didn't say much, but he spent an extra 50 cents to buy the lunchbox along with the food. He knew Lu Ruyan's sister wouldn't bring her food, and now it was clear. The rivalry of the fake and real daughters. There would be good shows to watch at home. Lu Ruyan took the lunchbox, looked at Lin Ziyu's familiar face, and liked him more and more. She then handed her own lunchbox back. Since you look decent and can do things, I'll give you a beef patty. Lin Ziyu looked at the large patty, bigger than Lu Ruyan's sister's face, and was surprised. He tried to pick it up with chopsticks but couldn't. He hissed, this patty weighs at least a pound. Where did you get it? Lu Ruyan said, my third brother gave it to you. Why do you have so many words? Do you want it or not? If not, forget it. Lin Ziyu said, I want it, I want it. Unable to pick it up with chopsticks, he grabbed it with his hand and put it into his lunchbox. The delicious smell made him unable to resist. He took a big bite, and when he looked at the thin layer of bread with meat inside, he exclaimed, wow, there must be a whole cow in here. And he was right. That shop used to put a pound of beef in each bun, weighing it before making it. With the ingredients, it was more than that. There is so much meat that once I eat it, I don't make a sound. Lin Ziyu just eats happily, without hesitation. After Lu Ruyan finishes eating, she comes down to prepare some hot water. The pancakes are delicious, but eating too many makes them greasy. Just after stepping down, her toes touch something. She looks down and finds a large piece of cloth. By the way, wasn't this large cloth here? Didn't Lin Ziyu see it? She tries to pick it up, but suddenly the cloth disappears. She uses her mind to sense and finds that a large piece of cloth appears in the space. It seems she saw a virtual shadow of coins dropping from Lu Ruiying's head. Could it be that Lu Ruiying dropped the money? She quietly asks, did you see money here just now? She points to her feet, where everything is clearly visible. It's obvious, and Lu Ruiying had just fallen there. Lin Ziyu couldn't have missed it. Lin Ziyu replies, are you joking? There's only your foot there. Where would the money come from? Lu Ruyan reaches into her pocket, but actually takes out the large cloth from the space, saying, it's this money. Didn't you see it? Lin Ziyu is speechless. Now I see it. This person is so strange. Does she seem a bit off? Suddenly, he remembers Lu Shuyi's words. This seemingly normal person actually has a broken mind.
He almost forgot about that.
He decides to be tolerant. After all, her mind isn't in the best shape. Why are you coming down? At this moment, Lu Ruyan is sure that Lindsay Yu cannot see the large cloth she stored in the space before, but when she takes it out again, he can see it. It's really strange. Even more strange is that when her foot touched the money, she didn't give any command to put it into the space. Instead, the money seemed to be automatically collected into the space. In her previous life, she had countless experiences collecting supplies. No one knew better than her that each time she collected items, she had to send a clear and precise mental command for the space to accept them. But this automatic collection just by touching the items was the first time. And this money was still dropped from Lu Ruiying. Could it be because she hit Lu Ruiying, causing her to drop coins? She had played many games before the apocalypse, so she was very familiar with these settings. So, hitting the heroine in the story equals monster hunting? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Ruyan smiles very wickedly. This is really interesting. Hee hee, carrot comma carrot. She would never let go of the female lead. She still remembered her past revenge. If her guess is correct, that would be a cause for celebration. Lu Ruomeng. Wait for me to fight you, no. To beat you. Beating Lu Ruomeng is like playing a monster battling game before the apocalypse. But now, it's real people. There are zombie versions of the apocalypse, but those require digging, and from how she practiced the 9-in white bone claw, she knew she could handle it. Now, beating Lu Ruomeng automatically drops coins, which is much easier than fighting zombies.
She was very happy about that.
Lin Ziyu was chilled by her mischievous laughter, feeling that this woman had bad intentions. It felt like she was always ready to trap someone in a bag and drag them into an alley to fight.
Stop laughing.
Do you know where to turn on the water? Lu Ruoyan shook her head. She hadn't done it before, so she didn't know. She just needed to ask around. Right now, her mind was full of the need to find Lu Ruomeng to confirm things. By the way, where can she find a bag? She originally had quite a few in her space, and in the apocalypse, she had many enemies. She had done this kind of thing many times, so she was experienced and accurate. Her enemies, who were beaten to bruises, guessed she was responsible, but there was no proof. She couldn't fight back or use her power effectively. There was really nothing she could do but avoid her. Lu Ruomeng also felt a chill behind her, as if something terrible was watching her. She touched her face, which had been kicked, almost bleeding from her nose. If it weren't for the spiritual spring improving her body, that kick might have knocked her out. Was Lu Ruoyan so fierce in her past life? Lu Ruomeng racked her brains, trying to remember, but something felt off. In her past life, Lu Ruoyan was truly crazy, and without space early on, she was just a quiet fool. She never saw her hit people like this. Did someone hire to kill her, but it failed, and she turned into a mutant? Did she start liking to fight? She didn't usually attack people, but Lu Ruoyan liked to hit her. Every time there was a conflict, she would fight her. Was that crazy? She didn't think she was wrong. The first thing she did when she returned was to eliminate Lu Ruoyan. That was the best choice. Who knew Lu Ruoyan didn't die, and even mutated? It shouldn't be like this.
And
the moment she was kicked, it felt like she lost something. She touched her body, but didn't find anything missing. She had all her belongings in the space, only carrying a lunchbox on her body. There was nothing worth stealing. It must be her imagination. Unless items in the space could still be taken out, but how could that be possible? Just as Lu Ruomeng thought this was absurd, she suddenly saw a familiar face. This face was deeply engraved in her memory. In her previous life, she was kidnapped by this person, who had drugged her. Later, she was rescued by the army, led by Shou Yanjing. That was 6 months after the incident, and now she unexpectedly met him earlier. This man is named Zhang San. She doesn't know if that's his real name. His looks are quite ordinary, the kind that disappear into the crowd and leave no impression. At this moment, he was quietly watching women and children on the train, planning to pick someone to target. Just in time, what could be better than attacking someone with a broken mind? While Zhang San was thinking about finding a good target, he accidentally bumped into a woman's shoulder. He was about to get angry, but then realized the person was a young woman dressed in a baggy dress. Although her face was covered with bandages, her background was obvious from her appearance. Her fingers were slender, clearly not someone who did hard work. Women like her, even if they were selling goods, wouldn't be dared to be attacked in broad daylight. They would be too noticeable. Seeing that she couldn't be taken away, but since she bumped into him, he wouldn't let her go easily without some benefit. He grabbed her hand. Her skin was smooth and fair. For a moment, he was distracted and couldn't help but touch her a few times. City women didn't work the land and weren't exposed to the sun, so their skin was naturally good. "Just because you bumped into me and want to leave, do you know who I am?" he said in a fierce tone. Sure enough, the woman was startled and started trembling. I didn't mean to. My sister's mind was damaged when she was young, and I was just bringing her food. She'll cry and make a fuss soon. Here's $1, take it, and let me go, okay?" Lu Ruomeng endured her disgust and pretended to be terrified. Zhang San was dissatisfied. "Just $1 to get rid of me? Do you think I'm a beggar?" The woman was almost crying from fear. "That's all I have." She took out all the money from her pockets, but there was indeed no money. Zhang Sen wondered if he had been mistaken. This dress would cost at least $20 or $30, and without a ticket, she couldn't even buy it. At this moment, the woman looked terrified and kept saying, "My money was stolen by my sister. She has over 300 yuan and some tickets. I will ask her for 5 yuan later. No, 10 yuan. Do you think that's okay? 300 yuan. Most women or young girls wouldn't sell for that much." Zhang San quickly took a piece of the money from Lu Ryong's hand. "Even a small amount is still money. Do you think I'm stupid? Can a fool carry 300 yuan? Lu Ryong said, "My brother was keeping my money, but she went crazy and took it. Don't worry, I'll be careful with 10 yuan. I can persuade her to give it back. Lead the way." He looked around the train for a while, trying to find good targets to steal from, but it wasn't easy. Now, there was a woman hiding a lot of money, who was also mentally disturbed. He hadn't found a buyer for this item yet, but he needed at least 300 yuan. This was the item. Her mind was not normal. But that was okay. In the countryside, there are many old bachelors. As long as a woman can have children, it doesn't matter if her mind is a little off. The price was lower than normal for a woman, but he could get 300 yuan just by grabbing her. The fool could be just a bonus. The two of them saw Lu Ruiying's silhouette holding a porcelain cup. Lu Ruiying pointed from afar and said, "That's my sister. Wait until I finish serving the food, and she'll give you the money when she comes back." Zhang San ignored Lu Ruiying. The next station was coming soon, and it was a good chance.
He followed them.
Lu Ruiying saw him eager to follow and sneered. Zhang San had a gang behind him, making his chances of success very high. If they hadn't run into Zhou Yanqing earlier, they could have kept causing trouble. "Lu Ruiying, I was just going out to get some food. If you get kidnapped, it's not my fault. Blame it on third brother leaving on a mission. You didn't listen to me, right?" Even though she wanted to follow to see what was happening with Lu Ruiying, she finally stayed quietly on the sleeper. There were human traffickers outside, and she was afraid to go out. That was normal, wasn't it? Zhang Sen followed Lu Ruiying all the way. Lu Ruiying stopped. In front of her, Lin Ziyu kept urging, "Hurry up. When we get to the station, the people getting off might push you out." Lu Ruiying kept walking, glancing back. A plain middle-aged man in his 40s was following her. Was she being watched? Looking at her, it didn't seem like she was trying to steal money. The look in her eyes was familiar from the apocalypse. During the end of the world, many people traffickers appeared, and they usually targeted handsome young boys and girls. But they didn't dare to target him. This person was quite brave, trying to kidnap her, who was the top expert in the apocalypse. At this moment, Zhang San didn't care about Lu Ruiying's strange behavior. He only focused on Lin Ziyu and became alert. The woman just now didn't mention there was a man beside this fool. But he looked like a young man just reaching adulthood, so it shouldn't be a problem. However, why was this fool's face wrapped in bandages? These two sisters, in the hot weather, with such strange habits? Lu Ruiying held a porcelain cup. The person who followed her earlier wanted to kill her and steal her belongings, but he didn't even have a proper grave. He was simply eaten by zombies, then turned into a zombie himself, and she took out his brain. The newly formed crystal core was crushed and used as flower foam. But this was a world where order hadn't collapsed yet, not the apocalypse. She couldn't be so cruel. After all, before the end of the world, she was a law-abiding good girl. Lin Xiu also noticed the sneaky man following them from behind. Was this woman being targeted? The train was too chaotic. Even if it was just pickpocketing, encountering human traffickers would be trouble. This meant he wasn't alone. Most of the crimes were committed by gangs. The train was about to arrive at the station, which was close to the exit. There would be many people there. If this woman was pulled off the train, he wouldn't be able to stop her alone. He looked at Lu Ruyan's face and shoulders. She still had injuries. Lin Xiu, let's go back first. When you get home, don't go out. I'll help you get some hot water later. He reached out to hold her arm, but couldn't pull her. He made a gesture as if to leave, then pulled again, but Lu Ruyan stood firm like a pillar unmoving. What? Was this woman rooted here? She was so steady, he couldn't move her. He remembered Lu Shi's words, so what he said was true. Her strength was really great, comparable to a young ox. This reminded him of when he went to the countryside to help his classmate herd cattle. Lu Ruyan was like the cow he was pulling back then, using all her strength, but still couldn't be moved. Was she that strong? At this moment, the middle-aged man saw them trying to leave and rushed over, trying to grab Lu Ruyan's hand while shouting, "Girl, how can you run away with such a young man? Come back with your father." Lin Xiu was stunned. Was the young man calling him? And what is this? Running away secretly? Would Lin Xiu really do such a bad thing as kidnapping someone's daughter? He hadn't had time to get angry before he realized they had encountered human traffickers. This is a common trick used by traffickers, either claiming a wife or daughter has run away or left home. Because of this, onlookers can't tell what's real, and public opinion is often manipulated to force the kidnapped person to go with the traffickers. Zhang San had already planned to keep the person there and cause a commotion to attract his accomplices nearby. In a few minutes, when the bus arrived and the doors opened, several strong men and women could carry this light, seemingly under 90 pounds, fool away. But plans don't always go as expected. Before he got close, he was kicked away with a powerful kick. Such strength. That kick almost dislocated his internal organs. That woman said he was just a fool, but she didn't mention he was so strong. With one kick, he felt like giving up. But thinking about the large sum of money on the fool and his low intelligence, he couldn't bear to let go of this easy target. So he fell to the ground and started crying loudly. "Daughter, you ran away with that young man, and now you even hit your father?" People around started to gather and point at them. Lu Ruyan said, "First, I don't know you. Second, I am your daughter." Lin Xiu almost laughed. What was this fool saying? She clearly didn't want anyone to take advantage of her, and even a fake father figure was not acceptable. Exactly. And I'm not that young man. You, a trafficker, even called yourself that. Zhang San, experienced in such matters, loudly argued back to attract his accomplices. You ran away, of course. You don't want to recognize me. Daughter, I've raised you for 18 years. How could you abandon your family's life savings and run away? That's your grandmother's life-saving money. She's waiting to buy medicine. I've been looking for you for days, and now I've found you, and you even hit me. At this moment, an older woman couldn't stand it anymore. Girl, he's your father. How can you do such a terrible thing? Lu Ruyan said, He's not my father. He's your father. The woman was so angry she said, I've never seen such a disobedient daughter. You're just unbelievable. The onlookers agreed, saying, Exactly, it's so unfilial. You're no different from animals. Lu Ruyan replied, He is your father. If you are so obedient to him, congratulations on having an animal as a father. Now you can all be animals together. Lin Xiu was already getting angry and planning to step in. He had thought of what to say, but before he could speak, everyone burst into laughter. This little crazy person's fighting skills are quite strong. It's like a battle of words. Lu Ruyan knew the traffickers had accomplices. The bigger the fuss, the better. She wanted to draw them all out. Soon, A strong woman in her 40s or 50s rushed over. She looked very powerful and was grabbing her. "Girl, I finally found you. Your mother is taking you home now. Look, you've been hurt by that handsome guy. He's probably abusive now. How can you expect a good life with him?" She was met with a skilled flying kick. The woman hit Zhang San, who was trying to help, and they tumbled together. They almost hurt their internal organs from the impact, and they winced in pain. Zhang Cuihua was also kicked and started to retreat. "What's wrong with my little brother? Why did he find such a tough opponent this time?" A few other accomplices also came over, but they were all scared off by Lu Ruyan's fighting ability. One by one, they all retreated, just like Zhang Cuihua. Zhang Sen wouldn't let them go. Seeing the crowd getting impatient, he quickly said something to lure his accomplices. "Girl, I don't ask you to come back with us, but you need to return the over 300 yuan you stole. That's the family's life." As soon as the mention of 300 yuan, the other traffickers greedily looked at Lu Ruyan. Zhang Cuihua reacted quickly, saying, "Everyone help us out. Hold her down. We just want to get the money back. It's also for her brother's tuition and grandma's medical expenses. We don't want this girl anymore. Yeah, it's just a few hundred yuan. Did you run away with it without thinking about the family? Everyone, dear part." The traffickers shouted among themselves and surrounded Lu Ruyan and the others. At that moment, a long train horn sounded loudly. The group rushed forward together. The train had stopped, and the doors were about to open. They seized the opportunity to take the girl away. Each of them held a cloth with medicine on it. Once she was knocked out, they planned to blend into the crowd when the train moved, making it impossible to find her. They have done this countless times, with a success rate of up to 90%, so they are very experienced. The kidnappers' plan was like this. But plans often change, and this time it backfired on them. Amid the long screeching brakes, screams kept coming. As soon as the brakes stopped, a mess of people lay on the ground around Lu Ruyan. The onlookers no longer felt interested and, trembling, stepped back 3 meters, watching Lu Ruyan punch and kick the kidnappers. What a fierce girl. She even fought the target. She doesn't seem like someone who is abused at home. It's good she doesn't abuse others. Didn't you see the young man who ran away with her also fall to the ground? Lin Ziyu was lying on the ground, doubting everything. Why was he also beaten? He only patted the kid's shoulder during the fight to coordinate, but then he was thrown over his shoulder and almost got hurt badly. Looking at the kidnappers who were clearly trained and now unable to get up, he touched his sore lower back and took a deep breath. "Lu Shuyi, you said your sister is a bit crazy and strong, but you didn't say she's this good at fighting. Does she still need care?" "Actually, he's the one who needs care, right?" Lu Ruyan felt a bit guilty. She reached out and helped him up. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. But please don't suddenly pat my shoulder from behind next time." If she hadn't reacted quickly, Lin Ziyu's head might have hit the ground and gotten hurt. Her reflexes, developed in the high-pressure environment of the apocalypse, need to be more careful. She shouldn't accidentally hurt the people around her. Otherwise, she'd be in trouble, either eating peanuts or crying behind bars. If she refuses, she'll have to run away. She doesn't want to have a big escape in this world. Lin Ziyu supported his waist, silently looked at Lu Ruyan, then at the others wailing on the ground. Was she showing mercy to him? The crowd was quiet for a moment, exchanging glances. The first time they saw someone dare to fight the kind-hearted crowd, the people behind the fallen ones looked battered and pitiful. What did they do wrong? They just shouted out of fairness, wanting to help. Who knew they'd end up beaten like pandas and dogs? The crowd, silent for a long time, finally saw the older woman pushed forward by everyone's eyes and stammered, "You. How can you hit people?" The human traffickers on the ground, still moving, reached out with their hands, shouting, "Help! Help! Help!" Lu Ruyan didn't say a word. She immediately delivered 2 loud punches to their faces. After hitting them, she turned to the woman who was speaking, her tone sharp and dangerous. "I was busy hitting them, and I forgot to hit you. Huh." Seeing her about to rush forward and hit the woman, Lin Ziyu quickly pulled her back. "It's enough to deal with these traffickers. Hitting others might be too much, don't you think? Although he was itching to fight back against such loudmouths, he knew he couldn't let things get out of control. After all, he had promised Lu Shi something, and he needed to keep his word. Otherwise, earlier that morning, Lu Shi had handed over the person, and in the afternoon, he told Lu Shi to go to the police station to pick her up. Does that sound reasonable? When some people saw Lu Ruyan being held back, they thought the crazy dog was finally chained up and felt a bit relieved, thinking they had done their part. The woman with her hands on her hips said, hitting people without reason, "We must call the police and have her taken for reform." Another bald man sneered fiercely, "Yes, and she should pay compensation. This kind of woman who runs off with a wild man and acts like a mistress should be thrown into the pig pen." The next second, the woman was grabbed by her hair. Lu Ruyan swung her fists left and right, delivering 2 big punches to her face. She didn't believe in mercy. She wasn't a ninja turtle, after all. She just fought until she was satisfied. The man was kicked hard, and then beaten with fists and feet. He fell to the ground, and another person was down. 2 of his front teeth were knocked out, and his mouth was so swollen he couldn't speak. Serves him right for being so rude. Now, everyone else at the scene didn't dare make a sound. They looked at Lin Ziyu with resentment. He was the one who had held her back, so why did he let go? Lin Ziyu smiled innocently. He had only tried to stop her. He never said he would hold her forever. Besides, some people are just asking for trouble. They don't deserve sympathy when they get hit. Most importantly, he couldn't hold her back. If this woman wanted to fight, not even 10 bulls could stop her. Lin Ziyu said, "Let me clarify. We don't know those so-called parents who suddenly appeared. They are human traffickers trying to kidnap my friend's sister. If she hadn't fought back, she would have been taken off the train just now." He kicked Zhang San and took a cloth from the hands of those trying to help hold the woman down. He held up the cloth for everyone to see. "There's medicine inside. If you cover her mouth, she'll faint. Anyone want to try?" The bald man at this moment was missing his front teeth and spoke with a lisp. "No way. If you want to clear your name, you must compensate me and go to the police station for reform." Li Ruyan kicked him down again, threw a cloth in his face, and then pressed her foot on the cloth. In less than 5 seconds, the bald man was silent. There really was medicine. The onlookers felt their scalps go numb. Were they just being used as pawns? They only wanted to help out of kindness. Everyone behind them broke out in cold sweat and dared not look directly at Li Ruyan. They all started pretending to be mute. Li Ruyan said, "Anyone else want to try?" Lin Ziyu added, "By the way, my friend here had a brain injury at age 3 and sometimes acts out violently. Please be patient with him." He didn't want to boast about Li Ruyan's mental state, but since she had hit innocent bystanders, who almost helped the traffickers, she would have to go to the police station. But crazy people are different. Darn, they let a crazy person out? Getting hit by a crazy person was like being hit for no reason, especially since they had been used as pawns and provoked first. Li Ruyan clapped her hands and smiled at the terrified crowd. Her face was wrapped in bandages, only her mouth showing, with a big white tooth flashing coldly. 3 minutes ago, these people were full of righteous anger, but now they all took 3 steps back. Especially those who shouted the loudest shrank their necks and pretended to be quails, wishing they could slap their own mouths. They were just being rude. "Girl, after hitting these people, don't hit them again." It was their own blindness and foolishness that almost caused someone's daughter to be kidnapped. Humans tend to shift blame. They immediately turned their guns on the traffickers and rushed forward to fight and kick them. All because of those traffickers. Just as the traffickers were about to be beaten to death, a few soldiers in uniform hurried over from the train carriage. The leader saw Zhang San and immediately ordered someone to hold him back. "They really are traffickers. We're taking them away." They dispersed the crowd, who quickly ran away out of guilt and shame, not daring to face Li Ruyan for a second. After the crowd dispersed, they had Li Ruyan and another person fill out simple reports before letting them go. They had no choice. The train was already delayed and couldn't be further held up. The girl who knocked down 5 or 6 human traffickers is said to have a wild temper. She was impatient and stared at them fiercely. She didn't even ask them to cooperate or get off the car. It seemed like if they delayed a moment longer, she might suddenly attack. After learning their names and addresses, it was confirmed that they were children from a well-known family in the city, with proper background. They asked the two to leave their contact information, and then let them go. Watching their figures walk away, a young soldier couldn't help but say, "That girl is really impressive." People watching said she took down 6 guys in less than 2 minutes, including 5 grown men. They had chased these traffickers all the way and knew most of them had some fighting skills. But none of them, even those from the army, could match her speed and skill. Unless their boss showed up. Their boss is known as the best fighter. That young girl looked fragile, like she couldn't withstand much, but she had such good fighting skills. It really shows you can't judge a book by its cover. Too bad she seems to have a damaged mind. If not, she would be a great recruit for the army. Yeah, maybe another top fighter like our boss. If our boss hadn't been called away on a mission, he would have seen how strong she is. He might have appreciated her talent. The group looked disappointed, but then suddenly changed the subject, their faces showing curiosity. "Did you hear? Our boss's fiancé has changed." "What? Our boss has a fiancé. You didn't know? Our boss is engaged to someone from a prominent family. Rumor has it, she's the most beautiful girl in the estate. Recently, it was revealed that she isn't his biological sister. The real one is on her way back, and she supposedly had a wild childhood. No way. Our boss is brave and smart. Does that mean he's really going to marry someone with a wild past? The girls in the arts troupe have been flirting with him, but he never paid attention. Now, he has someone. The girl earlier also seems a bit crazy. Do you think? No way. What are you even thinking? That's too much of a coincidence." "Exactly. If our boss is taken, those girls will give up. We might have a chance." "Stop dreaming. Look at yourself. Do you think any girl would like someone like you? Focus on keeping her from escaping." The train let out a long whistle, and the train heading to Beijing continued on its way. Li Rumeng watched as Li Ruyen, who was late in returning, and thought about the trouble Li Ruyen was about to face. She couldn't help but laugh wildly. Earlier, she was lucky. This time, the human traffickers simply sold Li Ruyen to a lonely old man. Li Ruyen wouldn't be able to return to Beijing to compete for her parents and Zhou Yanjing's attention. "Li Ruyen, I am not the same person I was last life. This time, you can't beat me." Just as she was laughing so hard she was gasping for breath, a familiar female voice said, "Oh, so you lost last time?" Li Rumeng was shocked and turned around to see Li Ruyen, who should have disappeared, leaning against the corridor. Next to her was Lin Zheyu, who looked at her as if she were crazy. Her arrogant laugh caught in her throat. She looked terrified and asked, "How are you here?" "About last time, you heard wrong. Darn it, were those human traffickers useless? They let Li Ruyen escape unscathed." She almost let slip the truth just now, but luckily, she didn't say much. What happened last life, no one would believe it anyway. She didn't think it would reveal her secret of rebirth. "According to you, where shouldn't I be? Did you find the human traffickers?" Li Rumeng asked. Li Ruyen pinched her fingers, and her joints cracked. "It doesn't matter if you deny it. I believe it's you." After saying that, she stopped talking and rushed forward, grabbing Li Rumeng's hair and hitting her repeatedly. She had just hit that older woman, and now hitting Li Rumeng felt even more natural. She also had some things to verify. Then, amid Li Rumeng's screams and struggles, Li Ruyen watched as a virtual image of coins kept falling from Li Rumeng's head. The previously empty ground was now dropping coins of various denominations with each slap. A slap earned 50 cents, grabbing hair earned $1, and hitting while grabbing hair earned a slap. After 5 slaps, a large coin appeared. Li Ruyen became more and more excited. Sure enough, hitting the heroine caused coins to fall. She was getting rich. It was like opening a special path to wealth. Lin Zheyu stood watching Li Ruyen beat someone, with an expression like he was watching a show. After hearing what Li Rumeng just said, he didn't believe in last life or anything, but since Li Ruyen thought the human traffickers were found by Li Rumeng, he started to believe a little. Otherwise, how could they have been targeted by traffickers just after they left? Kidnappers usually target women and children who are alone. At that moment, He was clearly beside Lu Ruyan, and the 300 yuan mentioned by the kidnapper was probably made up by Lu Ruming. It was because of that 300 yuan, and perhaps some nonsense about Lu Ruyan's mind being damaged, that the kidnapper dared to target Lu Ruyan, who was accompanied by someone. Lu Ruming was completely unable to resist, and was quickly beaten into a pig's head. Serves her right.
She didn't deserve such a beating.
The woman with bad intentions had no proof linking her to the kidnapper. But when Lu Ruming started to roll her eyes, Lin Ziyu thought for a moment and decided to step in and stop the fight. Although Lu Ruyan was the real daughter of the family, Lin Ziyu knew how much Lu Ruming was favored, as she was raised by the Lu family. Especially Lu Ruyan's aunt, her biological mother, who loved Lu Ruming dearly. When Lu Ruyan returned home, she had already beaten Lu Ruming badly, and no one knew what would happen tonight. Lin Ziyu didn't dare get close to Lu Ruyan. He had been thrown on his back before, and now his back and waist hurt. So he only dared to speak from afar, trying to stop the fight, but he didn't dare to get close. Stop hitting her, that's enough. If you really hurt her so badly she can't take care of herself, how'll we carry her out later? I don't want that. Lu Ruyan listened carefully. She didn't want to carry her either. She looked down at the ground, where coins of various denominations, 5 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents, were gathered. She roughly calculated that after this beating, Lu Ruming would have about 36.5 yuan, which was roughly a month's salary for a worker in a big factory of this era. Maybe she should stop here for today? Hitting her all at once wasn't good. She needed to learn to do it gradually. She loosened Lu Ruming's hair and suddenly said, "Look, there's money on the ground." Lin Ziyu immediately looked down.
Where?
Where? Even Lu Ruming, with her swollen pig's head and rolling her eyes, didn't forget to glance. It's right on the ground, here and there, a pile of money. Lu Ruyan used her foot to touch the coins that had fallen to the ground. When they touched her, the coins disappeared and instantly appeared inside her space. Lin Ziyu stared at Lu Ruyan's foot, suddenly realizing she must be out of her mind. I can't see it. If you see it, pick it up. Maybe it can be useful in your world of thoughts. Lu Ruming. Crazy. She only whispered this before shrinking to the side, scared by the beating. Now she no longer dares to provoke Lu Ruyan, the crazy girl. She clenched her teeth and thought, when she gets home, Lu Ruyan will pay the price. Lu Ruyan carefully observed their reactions. Sure enough, neither of them saw the money on the ground. Lu Ruyan picked up all the money, feeling much happier. Lin Ziyu thought she was crazy. In their world, this money could be used too. He didn't know when Lu Ruyan would realize the money was missing. Or maybe the money was just a reward for beating the heroine, not something Lu Ruyan needed to carry around. That's possible. She would find a chance to check next time. Lu Ruyan, curled up in her bed, suddenly shivered. The train kept stopping and starting, passing through several stations. After 8 hours, they finally arrived in Beijing. After getting off, Lu Ruyan carried her suitcase. Next to her, Lu Ruyan, who had been pretending to be a scared little bird all along, suddenly looked more alert when she saw someone approaching. She touched her own face, which looked like a pig's head, and said, "Lu Ruyan, you better watch out." Then she took her luggage and walked toward the person. Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. Lu Ruyan thought she was done for again. Lin Ziyu beside her reminded her, "That is your older brother, Lu Shuhui." Lu Ruyan looked over. This big brother was also handsome, with features similar to Lu Shui. Lu Shui was gentle and elegant, while he was older, stronger, and more heroic. Both brothers looked very good, clearly related by blood. At this moment, Lu Shuhui looked at Lu Ruyan with concern, her face wrapped in bandages, and said, "Why did you go out and get hurt like this?" Lu Ruyan turned to look at them, hesitated, and looked upset but didn't dare to say anything. She looked extremely pitiful. Lin Ziyu, happily watching her, said, "Here it comes, time to give you some advice. Your big brother is the one who spoils Lu Ruyan the most besides your cheap mom. Look, he's coming over and staring at you. What will you do?" Lu Ruyan was unfazed. "If she dares to bother me, I'll fight back." Lin Ziyu was speechless. Wow, amazing. He didn't want to go home now. He just wanted to follow Lu Rian to see the big showdown between the real and fake daughters. It would be very exciting. But unfortunately, his old man had already sent someone to pick him up. Seeing the two strong, tall men, he knew he had to leave before being carried away. Before leaving, he slipped a note to Lu Rian. "This is my address and phone number. If you need anything, you can come to me. You should invite me more often to your house to watch plays, no, to have fun." In a moment of excitement, I accidentally let it slip. Lu Rian nodded and agreed to Lin Ziyu's repeated request to come and play with him. Only then did Lin Ziyu reluctantly walk toward the person coming to pick him up. At this moment, Lu Shuhui approached with a cold face, glanced at Lu Rian, and said calmly, "What are you standing around for?" "I am your older brother." "Can I call someone?" Lu Rian replied. "If you want me to call, I will." "Are we that close? You treat your newly found younger sister like this? Who's the one being rude here at first sight?" Lu Shuhui said, still so sharp-tongued. "No wonder you bullied Ruomeng so badly. Don't think that just because you're the biological sister, you can bully Ruomeng." Lu Rian snapped back. "Keep talking and I'll turn you into pighead Lu Ruomeng #2, making you a pair of difficult siblings." Ruomeng's voice, filled with tears, came through. "Big brother, don't let me affect my relationship with Sister Rian. Don't blame her. She's like this because she feels I stole 18 years of her life." Seeing her beloved younger sister become so wronged and submissive, Lu Shuhui felt heartbroken. His tone turned cold as he looked at Lu Rian. "You don't think it's just Ruomeng's fault, do you?" Lu Rian answered confidently. "Yes, I do. She admitted it herself. Why are you still calling her a dog? Clearly, I am the real sister. She's just a fake. If you're smart, you'd better leave her alone and not provoke me. Let me handle it." Lu Shuhui was furious. This isn't Ruomeng's fault. That woman has already been sent to the farm for reform. She's also a victim. For 18 years, our Lu family has always treated Ruomeng as a real sister. You've beaten her like that and you owe her an apology. He knew his newly found sister held resentment, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. As soon as his third brother left, he took out all his anger on Ruomeng. Before he came, he felt guilty about his biological sister and was thinking of how to make it up to her. But now, she's been beaten like this. At this moment, Ruomeng felt very happy inside. She wanted to tell Lu Rian that if she thought she could return to the Lu family and take her place, she was dreaming. Don't think that just because their third brother gave her a good look, everyone else would do the same. At this time, Lu Shuhui tried to pull Lu Rian back. "I told you, apologize to Ruomeng, and I'll take you back. Otherwise, you stay here." Before he could reach Lu Rian, he suddenly felt dizzy and was thrown to the ground with a shoulder throw. Lu Shuhui was completely stunned. Just a short distance away, Lin Ziyu turned back and saw what happened. He couldn't help but whistle. "Well done, very cool." He handed his luggage to the person beside him. "Wait a moment, I'll pick someone up." Lu Rian clenched her fingers. "I told you, if you keep talking, I'll hit you." Lu Ruomeng screamed and rushed over to help Lu Shuhui up. "Sister, how could you treat your own big brother like that?" Lu Shuhui, being beaten by his younger sister, who was over 10 years younger, was trembling with anger. "You refused to apologize, refused to call me big brother, and even hit me. If you're so tough, then go home by yourself." He needed to teach this unruly sister a lesson. Otherwise, where would his authority as the big brother go? At this moment, Lin Ziyu ran over. "Your brother isn't taking you? Call me big brother. I'll take you back." Lu Rian looked at him calmly. Lin Ziyu rubbed his nose, thinking, fine, trying to take advantage of a little favor isn't allowed. "There's space in my car. I'll take you. After all, your third brother told me to do so. I'll deliver you to where you need to go." Lu Rian picked up her suitcase, too lazy to look at the two foolish siblings. "Let's go." She wasn't like the original owner, craving family affection. Before her crossing, she was the family's favorite, and her parents and siblings gave her the best love. In her past life, she had everything she wanted. She didn't care about Lu Shuhui, who was missing a leg and an arm, and had a fake sister in the middle. Such incomplete and cheap sibling love. Seeing her act like she didn't care at all, ignoring her biased big brother Lu Ruming, Lindsay felt good and led the way. The car is over here. Lu Shui didn't expect a troublemaker to appear out of nowhere. He was angry again. He stared at the two walking away. How did Lu Ruyan get involved with someone like Lin Ziyu, a spoiled brat? Lu Ruming added fuel to the fire, pretending to be casual. They hit it off right away. They even fought on the train. Sister's attitude towards him is much better than towards you, her real brother. Lu Shui snorted coldly. Mixing with a spoiled brat? Don't you care about your reputation? Lu Ruming said. Let's go back first. Otherwise, if sister gets home first, she might say you didn't pick her up. Lu Shui interrupted. She dares. Not only did he fail to pick her up, but he also got beaten and was full of anger. He clearly only wanted her to soften up and was upset that Ruomeng was treated like this. He just wanted her to apologize.
Was that so hard?
But in the end, even he was beaten. Lu Shui touched his sore waist and took a deep breath. Could it be broken? He took Lu Ruomeng's luggage and almost twisted his waist again. His good impression of his newly recognized sister dropped to zero. Just after recognizing her, he dared to treat Ruomeng like this. In the future, this family might not even have a place for Ruomeng. In fact, if Lu Ruyan heard about this, she would definitely agree with him and think his idea was right. Lu Shui was confused. After getting in the car, he kept looking at the distant cars, where his real sister was sitting. He saw his sister laughing and talking happily with that spoiled young man. It was a scene he had imagined when he first arrived, himself, his biological sister, and Ruomeng getting along well. Now, he was no longer so angry. Instead, he started to think. He only came to pick up his two sisters. Wasn't his original idea for them to get along and accept each other? How did things develop to this point? Lu Shui felt a bit anxious. He had an odd feeling that after this, it might be very hard for his newly recognized sister to truly accept him. How could that be? Wasn't it Lu Ruyan who needed to integrate into their big family and try to be accepted? What was he so worried about? At that moment, Lu Ruyan, sitting in the back seat, looked at everything in this era of Beijing. It was so different from the prosperity before the end of the world. It was 1964 now. Compared to the global economy and military strength of that time, China was far behind. She remembered that the first atomic bomb was successfully detonated this year. On October 16, 1964, in Lop Nor, Xinjiang, the explosion was successful. It was only July now, with 3 months to go. But she was reading a novel, and she didn't know if the author's setting still followed the historical timeline. As the car passed the school, many students came out one after another. Lu Ruyan looked at these students. Their simple clothes and spirited expressions matched the spirit of this era. Lin Ziyu peeked out and said, "The college entrance exam has started. They just finished one subject." Lu Ruyan was surprised. "Isn't the college entrance exam in June?" Lin Ziyu replied, "When did the college entrance exam move to June? For the past 10 years, it's been in July, from the 15th to the 17th. It used to be in August before." Li Ruyan, "I remembered it wrong. This is not her era for the college entrance exam." Lin Ziyu, "Just knowing about the exam is good enough. Her mind is damaged, yet she still cares about the exam. If she hadn't been mistaken, the Li family's children are all top students, and Li Ruyan would definitely be one of them. Like him, she learns quickly. It's a pity her mind is damaged, and she will never take the exam in her life." Li Ruyan, "You're exactly 18. If you count the days, shouldn't you be taking the exam now?" Lin Ziyu, "I got into a fight and took a year off. It's not too late next year. With his intelligence, passing the exam would be easy." Li Ruyan, "You'd better do it soon, or there will be a long time before the next exam." Lin Ziyu, "No exam? How is that possible?" Li Ruyan, "Believe it or not, if you want to take it, you will definitely take it next year. Not taking it is fine too." In 1966, the college entrance exam was cancelled. Students who entered university in 1965 had their classes stopped in 1966. Li Ruyan was thinking, maybe she should also get a diploma early? Lin Ziyu, "What are you thinking?" Li Ruyan, "Thinking? Maybe next year. I'll take the exam with you." She is now 18. In 1977, When the college entrance exam was restored, she would be over 30.
Lin ze I was stund.
He looked at Li Ruyan's head. Her mind is damaged, yet she still wants to take the exam. But he didn't discourage her. Instead, he supported her. Having a dream is a good thing. I'll wait for you. Let's go to university together then. Li Ruyan knew he didn't believe it, but this person really suited her taste, and her emotional needs were fully met. Lin Ziyu was thinking about something and asked, "Your head is like that." Cough cough. I just want to ask, you're taking the exam next year, but did you go to high school before? Li Ruyan carefully recalled her original self's experiences and shook her head. I only went to elementary school. Lin Ziyu. Are you joking? Then how did you get into university? Li Ruyan. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will straighten itself out. If I want to, I'll find a way. She has a very good foundation. Before the apocalypse, she attended one of the top universities, a 985 project school, and later studied abroad. She was born in 2035, had a photographic memory since childhood, skipped grades in school, entered university at 12, then studied abroad and earned a PhD at Harvard. She traveled around, living the first half of a typical student's life, and returned at 18. 2 years later, the apocalypse broke out, leading to a 10-year-long disaster. She built the largest base in the wasteland and became its leader. She was only 30 when she fought to the death with the zombie king. At that time, she hadn't celebrated her birthday yet. So, although she traveled here from 2065 and wasn't familiar with the current subjects and knowledge, the college entrance exam was not too difficult for her. She couldn't promise she would do well in everything else, but studying was something she seemed to be good at, caret caret. Before the apocalypse in her previous life, she only did what she loved besides studying, and her family supported her. In this life, she planned to do the same. The only difference was that her family's support didn't matter to her at all. Compared to her, the original owner was truly unfortunate. The original owner could attend elementary school because she had to take care of her younger brother. Back then, her foster parents' youngest child, who caused trouble at school, was bullied. She was 12 when she was finally sent to school, mainly to be a bodyguard to protect her younger brother. After finishing elementary school, she didn't go to school anymore. She also had other adventures, but her memory is a bit fuzzy, so she can't recall them now. She shares a special talent with herself. As long as she concentrates, she has a photographic memory. She learns things very quickly, just like her past self. Definitely a top student. She and Lin Ziyu shared the same ideas. If she hadn't been switched at birth, her life would have been very bright. Having a stunning appearance and high intelligence should have been standard for the female lead. But it shouldn't be someone like Lu Rumeng, who looks average and has questionable character and intelligence. Lu Ruyan feels a bit unfair for the original owner. Her once good life was ruined by the reborn girl, and she even lost her life. She doesn't know how many good deeds Lu Rumeng did in her past life or how many abilities she accumulated. If she had nothing, was her rebirth too much to ask for? In her previous life, she only survived by defeating the zombie king and then reincarnating into this disfigured, brain-damaged body of the original owner. She really lost a lot of blood back then. Did she even survive? When she woke up in this body, the original owner was already gone. No matter what, occupying this youthful body was a fact. Since she has taken over the original owner's body, she is determined to avenge her. Sure enough, Lu Ruyan really likes reading. Does she seriously want to take the college entrance exam? She only finished elementary school and didn't attend middle school. She's not very smart, so no school would want to admit her. Sigh. He said on the train that he would protect her, but now, without help from his family, he can't solve this problem at all. Lin Ziyu scratched his head anxiously. He took a year off from school and plans to return this year. Maybe he can think of a way to let her transfer into their class as a part-time student? Don't worry. I said I would protect you. It's summer now, so we have time to plan. Lu Ruyan turned her head and saw Lin Ziyu patting his chest, acting like he was covering for her.
What is he talking about?
It's all over the place. Before she could think more, Lin Ziyu said again, "This isn't urgent. First, tell me, are you going home now? You saw how your older brother treats Lu Ruyan, right? Your real mother probably acts even worse. If you go back, you won't have a good outcome. Just fighting your older brother is enough. I might even fight my own brother. But your real parents, you can't hit them, right? Even if your mind is a bit off, you shouldn't do that. What would others think of you then? There is no support from her adoptive family now, and her biological family is difficult to handle.
Lu Rian said, "Go home? Of course I will."
I want to punch Lu Ryong's dog-headed face. As for my parents, I'll try not to hit them, depending on the situation. Lin Ziyu asked, "So you still want to hit them? Are you saying you can't get along peacefully with Lu Ryong anymore? Is this a fight over who is the real daughter?" Lu Rian nodded. "We can only live." She didn't finish the last 3 words, but made a mouth gesture toward Lin Ziyu. She didn't know why she trusted Lin Ziyu so much. She had never felt this way with her biological siblings, even though they were very close in her previous life. She seemed to have a natural sense of closeness to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu took a deep breath. Is it really that serious? Luckily, your mind isn't completely gone, or you would have said it out loud. He carefully glanced at the driver and passenger seats. Even though they were trusted people sent by his grandfather, he still felt nervous. If this got out, the consequences would be terrible. Lu Rian pointed to her face and shoulder and said calmly, "This face was damaged by someone she sent. And these injuries too. At that time, someone stabbed a knife straight into my chest, but I dodged." She was referring to someone, and both of them knew who. Lin Ziyu was furious when he heard this. He jumped up from his seat and hit his head on the ceiling, crying out in pain. "How dare she? I will go and deal with her." The 2 people in front looked back. The young grandson of the leader was often rebellious and had caused trouble at school, fighting and saying such things before. But this was the first time they saw him so angry because of a girl. Could it be that he liked the daughter recently found by the Liu family? However, half a month ago, the Liu family's biological daughter had a childhood accident that damaged her mind, and she often acted violently. This news spread throughout the entire estate. Today, they finally saw the legendary, crazy girl and witnessed her giving her own brother a shoulder throw in anger. It seemed she was just as the rumors said. Her mind was damaged, and she liked to act out. Her temper was also bad. But Lu Shuhui was angry because she thought he favored his younger sister, which made her go crazy. They decided to report everything they saw today truthfully to the leader. What happened next was not their concern. Lu Rian was a bit surprised by Lin Ziyu's reaction. "Do you believe me?" She had known him for less than 2 days, and he trusted her so much? Lin Ziyu scratched his head. "I believe you." He was also confused. Despite being a playboy, he had met many people with hidden motives since he was young. Besides his family and a close friend he had known for over 10 years, this was the first time he trusted someone so easily. It must be because Lu Ruyan was very compatible with him. Some people meet a lifelong friend but remain strangers, while others feel like old friends at first sight. They are each other's destined confidants. Lu Ruyan thought the same. Their thoughts seemed to be aligning without explanation. Lin Ziyu asked, "Do you have any proof?" Lu Ruyan shook her head. "No, but I know she did it. When I just woke up from being injured, she even choked me and said she wanted me dead." Lin Ziyu jumped again. After 3 seconds, he touched his head where he had hit it hard and gasped, asking, "How dare she?" "Did you fight back?" Lu Ruyan replied, "The injuries on her face were from my bites. If my 3rd brother hadn't appeared, I might have gone to her grave next year to pay my respects. Was she the kind of person who wouldn't fight back?" "Good job," Lin Ziyu felt better. As long as Lu Ruyan didn't suffer any loss, he felt less upset and annoyed. "But you have no proof that it was her people. What do you plan to do now? If you go back to the Liu family, that is definitely Lu Ruomeng's territory. Are you afraid she might attack you again? Or you could come directly to my house. My grandfather has many grandchildren and has always wanted a granddaughter. I can have him recognize you as my honorary granddaughter, and I will be your older brother. I will protect you from now on, and no one can bully you." Lin Ziyu increasingly thought this plan was good. He really has a very clever mind. He praised himself silently. Lu Ruyan shook her head. "No, I must go back and take back everything that belongs to me. I won't let Lu Ruomeng get away with it. She wants to help the original owner reclaim everything that was hers. She can't let the original owner die in vain. After avenging her, she can feel at peace occupying this body. The original owner can also die early and be reborn sooner. She hopes she won't come to find her in her dreams. In the past, she didn't believe in these things, but since she entered the story, she is no longer a firm materialist. Maybe this world really has ghosts. Sigma, degree. So, original owner, you should often go find Lu Ruomeng to chat or vent, but don't come to her. She didn't mean to be pulled into this body, she swears. Lin Ziyu looked worried. Be careful. If you need anything, remember to find me. If Lu Ruomeng tries to hurt you, don't worry. I will find a way to make her pay. I won't let you walk alone. Lu Ruyan replied, thank you. But I won't give you that chance. At this moment, the car stopped. The man driving said, the Lu family has arrived. Lin Ziyu immediately got out of the car and went around to get her suitcase. I'll see you off. Maybe you'll need my help later. Lu Ruyan took the suitcase and looked at Lin Ziyu, who was eager to follow her. This kid said he was helping, but it was obvious he just wanted to watch her drama. No need. It's getting late. Don't keep your family waiting. Lin Ziyu. All right. Be careful. He agreed reluctantly, then got back in the car. After the car started, he kept waving his hand. Remember to visit me. Be sure to invite me to your house. The car gradually disappeared. Lu Ruyan carried her suitcase and walked forward. When she reached the gate of the courtyard, a guard stopped her. Stop. Outsiders need to register their identity and purpose. Lu Ruyan. I am from the Lu family. I don't know if you've heard, but the Lu family has found their biological daughter. That's me. The guard was stunned. He had indeed heard about it. Half a month ago, he heard that the crazy daughter of the Lu family was coming back. 5 minutes ago, Lu Ruomeng, who grew up in the courtyard, came back crying. Her face was wrapped in bandages, but her swollen face was still obvious. She was supported by Lu Shuhao. Aunt Li, who was out for a walk after eating, saw her and asked what happened. It turned out Lu Ruomeng went to pick up her biological sister from the Lu family, who had been beaten. Her wound was very painful, and she accidentally tore open the bandage. Her face was swollen and bruised, looking like a pig's head. There were also 2 neat, angry bite marks on her cheeks, making her look very pitiful. Everyone present was shocked. When they asked, they found out it was the biological daughter of the Lu family who had bitten her. That was a crazy person who not only hit but also bit people. Aunt Li, known for her big mouth in the courtyard, immediately went to tell her old friends. Now, probably everyone in the courtyard knew about this. Now, the crazy person who hits and bites was right in front of him. The guards remembered Lu Ruomeng's terrible condition and looked at her with fear, full of caution and alertness. But why did she also have a bandage on her face? Had she also been hurt on her face? At this moment, Aunt Li arrived with her old friends. The guards were used to it and didn't find it strange. They really didn't know how she always got the news so quickly, always arriving first to see the gossip. A few aunties looked at Lu Ruoyen, their curiosity bubbling up, and asked several questions at once. I heard Lu Ruomeng's face was bitten by you? I saw the wound, it looks pretty serious. I heard you beat up your older brother when you saw him? What happened to your face? It seemed Lu Ruoyen had caused trouble in advance. Haha. Lu Ruoyen directly untied the bandage on her face, revealing her freshly scabbed face. Everyone saw her face and gasped in shock. What kind of face was that? The whole face was covered with cuts from a knife, some with cross-shaped scars. The scars crisscrossed like fish scales, but looked more chaotic and fierce. The whole world suddenly fell silent. It was hard to imagine what kind of torture her face had suffered. How much pain she had endured at that time. Her face was ruined. A few aunties dropped their sunflower seeds in shock, staring with wide eyes. After a long while, they regained their senses. They had been somewhat sympathetic before, but now their attitudes had completely changed. I thought that dream girl had already suffered enough, crying all the way. But I never expected that the biological daughter of the Liu family would be even more miserable, unable to cry at all. Young lady of the Liu family, what happened to you? Oh, who would do such a cruel thing to you? Yes, tell your aunts. We will definitely help you get justice. From her facial features, it was clear that the Liu girl was quite pretty, especially her eyebrows and eyes, which looked like they belonged to a fairy. The Liu family is known for their good looks in the courtyard, except for one person, Liu Ruomeng, who has a relatively plain appearance. She and her second sister, Liu Ruoshi, simply cannot compare. She's not ugly, just pure and lovely. But because the Liu family is so attractive, her plainness stands out even more. Standing next to Liu Ruoshi, her face suddenly looked much more ordinary. Overall, Liu Ruomeng could stand out on her own, a shining star in the courtyard. But when she's with the young people of the Liu family, regardless of gender, her glow is overshadowed. At first, some of them whispered that maybe Liu Ruomeng wasn't really part of the Liu family. Her nose, eyes, and mouth didn't resemble anyone in the family, and she was even half a head shorter than Liu Ruoshi. Her figure had some curves but was not very impressive. Later, it was revealed she wasn't their biological daughter, and they thought that's just how it is. Now that the real daughter has returned, with her height of at least 168 centimeters and her curvy figure, even if she's thin, it's obvious to everyone. The aunt's eyes are sharp. They look at Liu Ruomeng's figure, her chest, waist, and legs. TSK, TSK, TSK. They had planned to grow up like that before reincarnation, but things changed unexpectedly. What's wrong with the Liu family? Everyone is so good-looking. Manhwa, are you asleep? Anyway, they won't be able to sleep tonight. If her face hadn't been ruined, the courtyard would have had another shining star. Unfortunately, fate has taken her beauty away. Most of people living in the courtyard are military dependents, so they have good taste. The scar on Liu Ruomeng's face is hard to treat, and full recovery seems unlikely. Unless a miracle happens. Who did this? It was so cruel. Seeing everyone's change in attitude, Liu Ruoyen slowly wrapped the bandage around her hand. It's just acting pitiful, right? Who could be as miserable as the original owner with that face? Fortunately, she came from the end of the world. Living is the most important thing. Appearance is secondary. If a beauty-loving girl were to take over this body and had no special powers, she would have no hope of living a good life with such a face. She would probably break down completely. Fortunately, it was her who came. With such a terrible face, she wouldn't let the main female character, the culprit, have an easy time. She tugged at her clothes, revealing a bit of bandage on her shoulder, drawing the attention of the aunts. On the way back, my third brother was taken away by someone, then I was kidnapped by kidnappers. They cut my face and tried to kill me. I was stabbed in the shoulder at that time. The knife was aimed at my chest, but I dodged it. In the chaos, I remember the kidnappers said I was blocking their way. My mind was so confused, I couldn't understand who I was blocking. That stab put me into a coma for 3 days. Another big reveal. The girl from the Liu family shared a lot of shocking information. She was kidnapped on her way back, her face was disfigured, and she almost lost her life. Could it be that the fake girl, Liu Ruomeng, sent someone to harm the real girl and cover up her own actions? Blocking the way. How could this girl, with her mind so damaged, block anyone's path? She was gone, and the only one who benefited was Liu Ruomeng. The aunts grew more convinced of this possibility. If she truly came back alive, then the fake girl's position would be awkward. Otherwise, why would she, who had been living peacefully in the countryside for so many years, suddenly get attacked and disfigured on the road? Someone had previously heard that Liu Ruomeng envied Liu Ruoshi's looks, saying she, a middle-aged single woman, was wasting such a beautiful face. After raising these questions, everyone couldn't help but start brainstorming, throwing out all kinds of conspiracy theories. Liu Ruoyen knew they were imagining things. With her deliberate guidance, their guesses probably favored her. But she didn't know what kind of monster they thought the main girl had become in their minds. In this era, she couldn't act openly, and her reputation was very important. She had never done this kind of rumor-mongering before, but that didn't mean she couldn't. Li Ant, also known as Li Jinhua, after imagining all this, looked at Lu Ruoyan's face with a mixture of pity. Yan girl, I saw your older brother bring Lu Ruomeng back just now. Why didn't you go with him? Isn't he the one who came to pick you up? Next to her, Aunt Zhao, Zhao Guihua, and Aunt Sun Chuihua, also looked around nervously. Yes, half a month ago, when the Lu family learned that their biological daughter was suffering in the countryside, they immediately sent their most promising son, Lu San Lu Shui, to bring her back. Lu Shui was halfway through picking someone up when she had to leave for an assignment. Today, her boss asked her to pick someone up again. After a lot of trouble, the biological daughter wasn't picked up, but the fake one was brought back. Is this how people work? The three women are the most prominent figures in the estate and important members of the estate's intelligence bureau. Even a mosquito passing by them would be scrutinized carefully. Lu Ruyan tilted her head, looking innocent and naive. She thought carefully and then answered, "Because I hurt Lu Rumeng's face, my older brother told me to apologize. If I didn't, he wouldn't let me get in the car. I refused, so he grabbed me. I was scared and lost control, giving him a shoulder throw. Then he threw me at the train station. A friend I just met on the train helped me get a ride back. Also, my older brother said that the Lu family treats imposters as if they are real family. If she's really a family member, why did she come to pick me up? I don't understand what that means." The three women looked at each other. It was clear that Brother Lu was favoring his adopted sister. Not only did he let the biological sister who was just found be upset, but he also abandoned the confused younger sister at a strange train station. If Ruyan hadn't been lucky enough to meet a new friend, she might have been kidnapped by traffickers. There are many traffickers at train stations. Many girls are kidnapped. Luda is just too much. Is this how a brother should behave? The three women were angry listening to this. They vowed to tell everyone in the estate about what Lu Shuhui did. Next time they met Lu Shuhui's boss, they would speak up. And Lu Rumeng, that girl, isn't a good person either. They decided to talk about her too. Lu Rian was satisfied. She's not a gentleman. She can take revenge from morning till night. She remembered that in this era, personal political background was very important. If you had a stain on your record, even if your grades qualified you for college, you might fail the political review and not get in. She stood with her suitcase, feeling it was enough, then said, "Aunties, I don't even know where my home is. Can you tell me the way?" The three women were very eager to help. "No need for directions. We'll take you there ourselves." So, the three women took Lu Ruyan with them, constantly asking questions. Lu Ruyan answered some key points, so they didn't know everything about what Lu Rumeng had done, but they understood most of it. The more they listened, the angrier they got. As they walked, they told everyone they met that Lu Ruyan was the biological daughter recently found by the Lu family, abandoned at the train station, and so on. Everyone who saw Lu Ruyan's tragic face felt sympathy. They all thought the Lu family was unreasonable. Li Ruomeng just received news that Lu Ruyan has arrived at the gate of the courtyard. She has come, the main culprit who stole everything from her in her past life. She wishes she could send Lu Ruyan to hell right now, but she can only think about it. For now, she must endure and leave everyone with the impression that she was viciously beaten by Lu Ruyan, a crazy woman. Before leaving, she didn't cover her face with a bandage, revealing her wound, and pretended to be delicate and pitiful to greet people. As soon as she stepped out of the house, she bumped into Lu Ruyan. Their faces, both scarred from a car accident, collided, creating a strong visual shock that even the onlookers found disturbing. Who understands family members? In the past, visiting the Lu family was just to see beautiful people and be amazed. Now, after seeing these two Lu family members, they just want to go home and wash their eyes. Li Ruomeng was too shocked to react immediately. She quickly responded, looking terrified, taking a step back. "Ruyan, don't hit me. I felt guilty for switching with you back then. I'll return everything to you. Just don't hit or bite me anymore, okay?" Lu Ruyan's face, so ugly, made her feel a little better. In her past life, she stood with Lu Ruyan and everyone only saw Lu Ruyan, especially the children, calling Lu Ruyan a fairy sister, but calling her a short-legged toad. This matter she remembered for 2 lives. Lu Ruyan, now it's your turn? Back then, she wished she could hit all those children, but she was afraid their parents would come after her. Now she looks at who is truly the toad. The wound on her face looked serious, but inside it was healing well. Only the outer layer was still injured. She applied medicine to make it look worse, and she held back from using spiritual spring to heal the swelling on her face, just for this moment. Lu Ruyan, really? You want to return everything to me, but on the train, you tried to take the only dress third brother sent me. You're so strange. The 3 beautiful women already knew about this. Li Ruomeng was pretending to care for Lu Ruyan in front of everyone but was secretly playing tricks. Ruomeng, weren't you the one who went specifically to take care of Ruyan? Before leaving, you said at the door of the house that you would personally bring Ruyan back and return everything that belonged to her. Yes, I thought you were a good person back then. Isn't it true that you choked Ruyan? She fought back and bit you, right? She's in the hospital unconscious, and you're choking her? Why? Li Ruomeng was surprised. This was not the script she had imagined. Lyurian, this crazy girl, wasn't she quiet in her past life? In her previous life, she spread many rumors about Lyurian, and the story of the 3 beautiful women was known throughout the entire courtyard. Back then, she didn't bother to deny it. When Lyurian just returned, she was silent and reserved, not speaking much, especially with strangers. Why is she so talkative now? Could it be because of her rebirth? And what exactly did Lyurian say to the 3 chatterbox beauties? No one understands better than her, who has lived 2 lives, how powerful the rumor spreading was. She's sure that within 3 days, everyone in this area will know. She feels cold inside, and her forehead sweats. Tomorrow, at the big courtyard, she hopes not to hear any bad news about herself. She has no choice but to put on an innocent face and deny everything, no matter what. Luyan's sister. How could you falsely accuse me? Ladies, Luyan is a bit confused. Sometimes she talks nonsense. You don't have to believe her. In the past, they would have believed Lyurian, especially since she had suffered so much. They weren't blind. But this is her family matter. Mostly, they just watch the drama, gossip, and use it as talking material when they go out. Lyurian, hearing familiar footsteps behind her, suddenly speaks with a crying tone. I didn't choke her. She went crazy and bit me. I really didn't. Today, she hit my face for no reason again. What are you all doing? At this moment, a beautiful woman in her 40s steps out. It's Lyurian's biological mother, Chenwanrong. She first comforts Lyurian. Don't be afraid. Then she turns to look at Lyurian. Seeing her face, even though she was prepared, her hand trembles. Is this really her daughter? Her face is badly disfigured, but her features still look familiar. Not like her or her husband, but very much like her stunning older sister. She hadn't seen her mother since she was born and didn't know what she looked like. But everyone said her sister resembled their mother. Now, standing there, the girl with a disfigured face is calm and composed, her eyes cold and distant. For a moment, she seems to see her sister before going abroad. Unknowingly, a strange emotion flashes in her eyes. She glances at the busybodies and says, Please, everyone, lead the young lady. Since she's here, everyone can leave now. No need to see her off, the women pouting, trying to chase her away, so boring. They lost interest and left. They stepped out of the yard, turned around, and climbed onto the wall to listen secretly. At this moment, the beautiful woman saw no one around and immediately changed her attitude. Apologize. Just now you pushed your sister so hard. You must apologize, or don't even think about coming into this house. The crowd secretly watching from the corner of the wall thought, wow, such favoritism. They knew there would be a good show. Lu Ruyan sneered coldly. Lu Shuhui, who looks most like her, is also just like her in personality and speech. Which sister? I don't acknowledge that. If you like, then she's your sister. Chen Wanrong didn't expect her to dare to talk back. She had never been treated this way by her children and was trembling with anger. Uncultured, rude. I am your mother. Lu Riyun quickly stepped forward to support Chen Wanrong, patting her back gently. Mom, don't be angry. It's bad for your health. Sister, how can you talk to Mom like that? I was born by my mother but not taught by her. Don't you know that? I think you just want to pretend to be a good mother. And you. She turned her head, looking at Lu Riyun with a half smile. Keep shouting, and tonight it's best to keep one eye open and one eye closed when you sleep.
You.
Mom, did I do anything wrong? Chen Wanrong said. You didn't do anything wrong. I told you to apologize to your sister. Otherwise, I won't let you into this house, and I won't acknowledge you as my daughter. Lu Riyun stopped in her tracks. From the moment her biological mother looked at her, she knew she was not liked. She didn't care if this was her current mother's opinion, but if it was the original mother, how sad she would be. The more they didn't want her to come in, the more she wanted to go in. This is my home. If a fake can come in, why can't I? And don't think too highly of yourself. Your acknowledgement means nothing to me. She picked up her suitcase, ignoring her mother's dark face, pushed away Lu Riyun, who was supporting Chen Wanrong, and strode past them.
Good dogs don't block the way.
Chen Wanrong covered her chest. Disobedient girl, stop right there. All 5 children she raised respect her deeply. None of them would oppose her like Lu Riyun did. Lu Riyun didn't listen to her at all. She carried her things into the house. As soon as she entered, she heard a woman say dinner was ready. Dinner is ready. Just right, she was hungry. She carried her suitcase, smelling the aroma, and walked into the dining room. Chen Wanrong, with a displeased look, followed behind Lu Riyun. Many people in the end-of-the-world scenario often go without food for a while. Sometimes, a task might cause someone to disappear, or zombies might surround the city, and the whole family could end up lying on the ground. Most survivors focus on eating well, drinking well, sleeping well, and enjoying life whenever they can. This is their way of surviving. She changed environments, and her habits probably won't change easily in a short time. The food was just right. In this era, having 5 dishes and a soup is already very good, and the portions are quite large. After packing her suitcase, Lu Riyun quickly ran to the kitchen to wash her hands, acting as if she had a built-in navigation system. Before anyone could invite her, she found a seat and sat down. She stared at the table full of food with a green glow in her eyes and asked, "When will the food be ready?" Chen Wanrong spoke harshly. "Is that your seat? Just sit there." At the Lu family dinner, everyone's seat is usually fixed. Coincidentally, Lu Riyun's seat was usually Lu Rumeng's special spot. Soon, footsteps were heard as other family members started to gather. The first to arrive were 2 lively children, about 7 or 8 years old, a boy and a girl, who looked somewhat alike. Seeing unfamiliar people, the children stopped walking. Behind them was a young woman who looked about 27 or 28, pretty and elegant. Further back was a man in his 50s wearing a Zhongshan suit and Lu Shuhui, whom she had met before. When most people arrived, Lu Rumeng also started to feel upset. She said, "Since my sister likes my seat, I'll give it to her. I'll just add another chair." Lu Riyun replied, "That really was my seat. Shouldn't I sit there? You keep saying you'll return it to me, but now you're acting upset." Everyone else, except the 2 children who didn't understand, clearly understood her meaning. Lu Rumeng lowered her head, secretly feeling resentful, and looked very upset, almost crying. Chen Wanrong and Lu Shuhui also looked unhappy. Lu Shuhui glared at Lu Riyun, wanting to speak but hesitated, remembering that today she failed to pick up someone and kept quiet. He had just been scolded by his father for acting without thinking as the eldest son. After everyone sat down, Lu Rumeng thought someone would help her get her seat back, but no one did. It was Lu Shuhui who, feeling sorry, moved a new chair over so she could sit. She was very dissatisfied. This outcome was even worse than in her previous life. In her past life, Lu Riyun also sat in her seat when she returned. She caused a big fuss, but Lu Riyun, who was just as stubborn, finally gave up her seat to her. In this life, why did mother ask Lu Riyun for permission, but she didn't agree? And why did the older brother just stay silent? Although her loud protests were successful, Lu Ruyan, feeling wronged and silent, gained her family's sympathy. Now, when she feels wronged and her family dislikes Lu Ruyan's attitude, they hardly blame her. She feels something is not right. Lu Ruyan confidently took her seat. Her father only frowned slightly. When Mother tried to speak up for her, he interrupted. Enough. This is a welcome dinner prepared for Ruyan. Don't talk about unnecessary things. What about Jishu? Why isn't she coming out since her sister is back? Lu Shuhui. She's busy in her room with her messy stuff. I already called her, but she said she's in a critical moment and will come down later. Let's eat first. Lu Chung, the father, said calmly. Then we won't wait for her. Let's start the meal. Mother reached for Lu Ruyan's chopsticks to pick some braised pork. This is your favorite braised pork, made just for you. In the next second, her chopsticks were snatched by another person who ate the pork in one bite. The owner of the chopsticks said, "It tastes good. I like it too, Mother." This little trick was clearly meant to annoy the main character, and she liked it the most. The main character had never eaten at her foster parents' house, nor had she ever tasted a piece of braised pork. And this was specially made for the fake heroine. If the heroine could eat a piece today, she would have lost. Next, Mother Lu and Lu Ruyan didn't get to eat the braised pork all night. They were so angry they couldn't eat, but Lu Ruyan ate 2 more bowls. After the meal, Lu Ruyan held her stomach and sat back in her chair, feeling very full. Feeling full was just wonderful. At this moment, a girl about 7 or 8 years old approached her and asked, "Are you my aunt?" Her bright eyes carefully examined her, then focused on her face and quietly stepped back. A boy beside her also looked at her with a shy gaze. Seeing her fierce wound scared the children. Lu Ruyan took out some bandages from her pocket and wrapped her face loosely with 2 layers. "Yes, I am your real aunt, the blood-related kind. Lu Ruyan. Jishui is a fake. Her evil mother secretly replaced me when we were born. Do you understand?" The 2 children nodded together. "So that's how it is." Mother Lu said, "What are you 2 children talking about?" "Jijie Jishuan. Don't listen to her nonsense. Jishui is also your real aunt," Li Ruoyan said. "Honestly, you're just talking nonsense now. The 2 children are Li Shuhua's, an 8-year-old boy and a girl, twins. The boy is the older brother, Li Jijie, and the girl is the younger sister, Li Jishuan. The young woman is Li Shuhua's wife, Qiyu. Li Shuhua is 32, and Qiyu is 28. They've been married for 9 years, and their relationship is pretty good." This information was just learned during dinner, specifically from Li's father, who forced Li Shuhua to introduce his family. On the way back, Li Shuhua briefly explained, but without these details. Li Shuhua is the oldest. The second child is Li Rushi, who didn't come down to eat earlier. She and Li Shui, who is on a mission, are also twins, and they are 25 this year. Li Rushi studied abroad and just returned this year. At 25, especially for women in this era, it's a very urgent age to marry. But Li Rushi isn't in a hurry. Her mother arranged many blind dates, mostly avoiding them, and only going when necessary. She has met many eligible young men, but none have worked out. This made her mother very angry. When she heard about Li Rushi at the dinner table, she almost threw her chopsticks in frustration and didn't feel like fighting for the braised pork with Li Ruoyan anymore. In this era, people who have been abroad are quite capable. Li Shui had said before that Li Rushi was busy, and if she suddenly canceled plans, she should get used to it because she would keep canceling. And she is the 5th child. Shouldn't she be the 4th? She was about to argue that if Li Ruoyan was added, she wouldn't accept it. Li Shuhua knew what she wanted to say and stopped her with a look, telling her to be quiet and listen. So Li Ruoyan is also one of the twins? She has an older brother on her mother's side who was lost at birth. Li Ruoyan was silent. The original owner and this lucky 4th brother really had a tough life. One was switched at birth, and the other was simply abandoned. Hearing this, Li's mother looked even worse. She glared at Li Ruoyan. "Xiaoxi was born weighing less than 4 jin, and you weigh 8 jin. You took his nutrients, causing his death." Li's father said, "Shut up." Why are you talking about this to the children? Li's mother exploded. I knew it. She caused her brother's death. That's the truth. The farce ended with Li rum and gloating, as Li's father took Li's mother away. She is the fifth child, and there is also an older sixth sibling, Li Shuran. This year, old six is 15. During the summer holiday, he was very noisy and always messing around with other kids his age in the courtyard. As a result, he was sent to the army for training. I have to say, his parents are quite good at having children. They have 6 kids. But having 6 children is pretty normal in this time. Some couples have more, even over 10. Having that many is really impressive. Li Ruyan's older sister-in-law, Chi Yuqing, has been married for 8 years and only had 2 children. They didn't want more children. After having twins, her health was hurt, and it was hard to get pregnant again. Now, they believe in fate. If they get pregnant, they will have the baby. If not, they won't try hard. They are happy with their 2 children and feel complete. Many people before the end of the world only had 1 child and didn't want more. A lot of young people today choose not to marry or have children. Li Ruyan's 2 children are quite brave. They are still around her. She gently touches their heads and asks, "What grade are you in? Are you in the same class?" Her younger sister, Ji Xian, is even bolder and answers first, 2nd grade. Not only are we in the same class, but we're also seatmates. Then the little kids chatter away. Li Ruyan knows quite a bit about them. It turns out they are good-looking and smart siblings. All the kids in their class want to sit next to them, which caused some fights and made the teachers very busy. No matter how the teachers arranged it, everyone was unhappy. Finally, the teacher decided to let them sit together, and after that, no one caused trouble over it. Li Ruyan finds this funny. Looking closer, she can only say that the twin siblings are truly from the Li family. Even at such a young age, they have bright eyes and white teeth, and they are very cute. The more she looks, the more she likes them. She thinks for a moment, and I can't help but reach into her pocket. Habitually, she wants to take out some treats from her space to give them, but her space isn't like it used to be. It's only about a cubic meter now, and almost nothing is inside.
Li Ruyan feels a bit helpless.
At this moment, her sister Ji Xian also reaches into her pocket and pulls out a big white rabbit candy. She hesitates for a moment and then offers it to her. "Auntie, here's some candy. This was given to her by their mother today." She didn't want to eat it all and kept one for herself. She heard that Annie has a bad memory and probably never had milk candy when she was in the countryside. She feels sorry for her and wants her to have this candy. Li Ruyan looks at the candy and her little niece. The candy is given to her, but the girl keeps staring at her longingly, clearly reluctant to part with it. She found it funny and was about to return the candy when her older brother, Ji Jia, took out 2 pieces and gave one to Li Ruyan and one to his sister. "Eat these." Ji Xian happily took the candy. "Brother, Mom only gave us 2. Aren't you going to eat one?" Ji Jia replied. "I have a toothache." Li Ruyan then noticed that the little one had lost a front tooth. She playfully returned a piece of candy to Ji Jia. "One for each of us. Let's all eat." Family members, who can understand. She had reached a point where even children were giving her candy. But these candies tasted quite good, with a strong flavor of milk, better than those from her time. Not to mention, children are quite adorable. Before the apocalypse, the population had been declining for many years, with fewer newborns. By the end of 2055, after the disaster began, the population aged rapidly, and most elderly were among the first infected. When fighting zombies, most were from the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, mutated over time. Old folks sweating a lot, huh?
Ha!
After the disaster, even fewer children were born. The environment was harsh, and although abilities extended lifespan, pregnancy was difficult. As the leader of the first base, she issued various policies to promote better breeding and child-rearing to increase the number of newborns. Now, seeing the twin babies, she instinctively felt protective. Because, in the apocalypse, the survival rate for children was very low. While the big and small children were eating candies, an unpleasant female voice interrupted. "It's one thing to fight over my dishes at the table, but now you're even fighting over the kids' candies." "Big brother, look at her. She comes back and bullies Ji Jie and Ji Xian. It was Lu Ruyong, who was upset because she hadn't had a single bite of braised pork tonight. Buying meat now required tickets. Even in the Lu family, they might only get to eat braised pork twice a month. Tonight's welcoming banquet used up most of the family's meat tickets with 3 large meat dishes, and she didn't get to eat braised pork or any other meat. Lu Ruyan, targeting her, skillfully blocked her every attempt to grab food with her chopsticks. She couldn't even touch the meat. Just moments ago, while she was in the bathroom, Lu Ruyan and the 2 children had started playing. The older brother and the children usually guard their food fiercely, but this time, just like in her previous life, they shared candies with Lu Ruyan. They had lived together for so many years, and when they were young, they even helped take care of her. Yet, in both lives, they still didn't like her. Such ungrateful people. Qiyu looked at Lu Ruomeng with a frown. This younger sister-in-law had been spoiled by Lu's mother and husband since she was a child. After the baby was born, Qiyu noticed that her sister-in-law was unhappy because the baby took away the family's attention, and she never liked them. When Qiyu was busy cooking, she asked her to help watch the children, but she refused. Luckily, her younger brother Lu Shuran helped out. When the child was 3 years old, Ji Xian almost got lost because Lu Ruomeng tried to take her out. Lu Ruomeng cried, saying the child was playful and got lost herself, but Qiyu didn't believe her. At that time, she saw the pride in Lu Ruomeng's eyes. Her mother-in-law and husband spoiled her, and since she had no proof, no one believed her. Fortunately, the child was found, or she would have fought her fiercely. Since then, Qiyu never let her take the children out, and kept a close watch on her. Despite her young age, Lu Ruomeng was very mean and scary. The Lu family didn't seem to have any truly evil or wicked members, including her 2 children. Lu Ruomeng seemed like a good bamboo shoot with a bad tip. Her appearance and behavior didn't match the Lu family. Until more than half a month ago, it was revealed that Lu Ruomeng was not a biological member of the Lu family. It turned out her malicious mother swapped her with another girl to let her daughter enjoy a better life. No wonder Lu Ruomeng was so cruel at such a young age. After that, Qiyu's attitude toward Lu Ruomeng changed. She could tolerate other things, but not when her children were involved. A fake was just a fake, and she didn't want to tolerate her anymore. Sometimes, blood relations don't mean everything, but sometimes they're very strange. The younger sister-in-law, who wasn't related by blood, had spent many years with the children, but the children didn't feel close to her. Instead, the biological younger sister-in-law, who just returned today, with a terrifying scarred face, immediately gained the children's affection. Honestly, when the children's father asked for candy, they never gave him any. It seemed that the biological younger sister-in-law was very popular with the children. Since the children liked her, she liked her too. Before Lu Ruoyan could speak to refute, Qiyu spoke first, scolding Lu Ruomeng. No wonder she's a real sister-in-law by blood. Look how much Ji Jie and Ji Xian like Ruoyan. She even gives them their favorite candy. Unlike some people who aren't even related, Lu Ruomeng's face changed. She almost forgot about Qiyu. Usually, she was hardworking and obedient, but in her past life, after losing her power, she betrayed her and stabbed her in the back. This life, they would settle accounts together. In her past life, Qiyu had a good relationship with Lu Ruyan. This time, Lu Ruyan's space had already been taken over by her, and Lu Ruyan, who lacked spiritual springs, was just a joke. The tension between the 2 women grew stronger. Lu Ruyan clearly saw that the older sister-in-law didn't stand on Lu Ruomeng's side like her brother did. It was obvious she didn't like Lu Ruomeng. It was probably because the heroine didn't do a good job. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Lu Ruyan, did you eat the candy given by your little nephew and niece? Lu Ruomeng, of course I did. The children looked at Lu Ruomeng with suspicion. When they were younger, their candy had been snatched away. Lu Ruyan, the kids don't seem to like you. Did you take their candy? Lu Ruomeng was caught and became angry. What are you talking about? Qiyu sneered. Exactly, stealing from children is really low. Lu Ruomeng, brother, look at them. The older sister-in-law and Ruyan are bullying me, Lu Shui warned and looked at both of them. What are you doing? Qiyu, as the older sister-in-law, how can you lead Ruyan to bully Ru Meng? She immediately took sides, but Lu Ruyan was not used to that. Dog that isn't on a leash bites first. So what's wrong with hitting a dog? The crazy dog in front hasn't been dealt with, and now there's a big brother dog, Lu Ruyan. Lu Shuhui and Lu Ru Meng were scolded like dogs. They wanted to argue back, but at that moment, a tall, beautiful woman came over. What dog? Qiyu. Little sister, this is your second sister, Lu Ruiying. Second sister, this is your biological sister, Ruyan. The visitor was Lu Ruiying. She looked at her newly found younger sister with curiosity. They were about the same height, with very beautiful features, but unfortunately, her face was ruined. The third brother had already informed the family, so everyone knew Lu Ruyan's disfigurement. They were mentally prepared and tried not to show any strange looks when they met her, to avoid hurting her feelings. Lu Ruyan was also curious about this second sister. In this era, studying abroad was much more valuable than in her previous time. Lu Ruiying had just returned from abroad and was looking for a job. Lu Ru Meng knew that after meeting this second sister, she would disappear for more than 10 years. Later, she became a leading scientist and never married in her life. At least before her rebirth, this second sister had never married. In her past life, Lu Ruiying didn't rush to find a job and stayed at home studying her blueprints. Unfortunately, in her past life, she only cared about escaping from the paralyzed Zhou Yanjing and never looked down on her second sister, who spent all day in her room messing with unknown things. She didn't understand what her sister was really researching. But now, Lu Rushi has entered a top-secret special department, probably because of her blueprints. Since Lu Rushi returned, she teased her about her failed blind date, but she didn't offend her as much as she did in her past life. There's still time to fix that. In her previous life, all the siblings of the Lu family were successful in their fields, except her. That's why she had nothing after marriage. In her past life, Lu Ruyan was a genius, and she can't be less talented this time. After gaining the space, she found her memory improved greatly. She used to read a text 10 times without remembering much, but now she can memorize it after just 2 or 3 readings. So, Lu Ruyan was so strong in her past life because of the space. This life, she took the space away, and she no longer has that nearly perfect memory. She even damaged her brain. How can she compare herself to her? Because of this, no matter how Lu Rushi teaches Lu Ruyan can't learn as easily as she did in her past life. This time, she can let Lu Rushi teach her, and if Lu Ruyan can learn it, she definitely can too. Second sister, Ruyan has a problem with her mind. She might bite or hit people. Look at my face. It's been disfigured. You should stay away from her. Her second sister is also Lu Ruyan's opportunity. It's said that Lu Ruyan's talent is even better than Lu Rushi's. Before her rebirth, she didn't have any news of Lu Ruyan's abilities. Now, thinking back, Lu Ruyan must have gained her achievements through her perfect memory from the space. This life, someone with extraordinary talent has become her, not Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan noticed the ambitious look in the female lead's eyes, confident and proud. Since the female lead has memories from her previous life, what is she planning? She has a premonition that it's definitely related to her. Ruyan, I am your second sister, Lu Rushi. Lu Ruyan nodded. Hello, second sister. Lu Rushi carefully looked at her newly found biological younger sister. She wasn't as crazy as Lu Ruyong said, and she even greeted her politely. Lu Rushi thought for a moment, then took a box from her pocket and handed it to Lu Ruyan. This is something I brought back from abroad. Consider it a welcome gift for your return. Li Ruyan opened the box, and the diamond inside, about the size of a pigeon egg, almost blinded her eyes. Li Rumeng was furious. Since Li Rushe returned a few months ago, she hadn't given her even a small gift. Now she was giving Li Ruyan such a big diamond. The blue diamond sparkled brightly, with fiery colors that were stunning and captivating. Li Ruyan liked it more and more. With her many years of experience, she knew this diamond was real. In her time, such a large diamond was rare, and it's even more unusual now. Li Rushe said, Do you like it? This kind of stone is something others give, just play with it. She casually gave the diamond away. This second sister was quite generous. At this moment, Li Ruyen, who was now smiling happily despite her limited space, changed her attitude toward Li Rushi. She no longer shouted or fought like she did with Li Rumeng. Li Ruyen pulled out a chair like a loyal servant. Second sister, please sit. Have you eaten? I'll ask Li Rumeng to serve you. Then she grabbed Li Rumeng's neck, who was glaring with jealousy. What are you looking at? Keep your eyes on your work. Go serve our second sister some food.
Li ruteni mangstruglat wildly.
If you're going to serve food, then do it. Why are you grabbing me? Li Ruyen held her neck firmly, unshaken by her struggles. You're the only one with free time here, always chattering. Either stirring up trouble or provoking. I'll find something for you to do. Li Rumeng yelled. I won't do it. Who do you think you are, ordering me around? Li Ruyen grabbed her hair and suddenly gave her 2 big slaps. Li Rumeng was stunned. She looked at Li Ruyen in disbelief. You hit me again? She had been hit all day. What had she done for Li Ruyen to keep hitting her? Li Ruyen, with a mischievous smile, kicked the 5-cent coin that had fallen from Li Rumeng's clothes. I hit you because I can. Li Rumeng was furious. You crazy person. She raised her hand, startling Li Rumeng. If you don't serve my good second sister some food, you'll enjoy the slap and punch feast I'm about to give you again. As long as Li Rumeng provoked her, she didn't even need to find excuses to hit her. Li Rumeng was scared of the beating. With her mother gone, she was pulled into the kitchen and no one saw her being hit. She could only reluctantly take the leftover food meant for Li Rushi from the pot and serve it at the table. This made Chiyu very happy.
Who understands?
She has been married for many years and has taken on most of the household chores. This little sister-in-law is both lazy and greedy. Not only does she refuse to do housework, but she also leaves her share for her. Moreover, she secretly gives her mother-in-law eye drops, making her mother-in-law constantly look at her with suspicion and doubt. Every time Lu Ruomeng gets involved, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law becomes tense. Her husband doesn't understand her and sides with his mother and sister-in-law, leaving her feeling helpless. Now, seeing Lu Ruomeng being forced to do things, she smiles. Lu Ruomeng, so you also have today. It would be nice if her biological younger sister-in-law acknowledged her earlier, but it's okay. She has already endured her hardest days. Lu Ruoyan calls her second sister over for dinner and keeps Lu Ruomeng from leaving. Lu Ruomeng almost starts crying. Big brother, save me. Lu Shuhao with a stern face says, Ruoyan, let go of Ruomeng. Lu Ruoyan replies, I can let go, but you come and take her instead. Lu Shuhao looks at Lu Ruomeng, who is being choked, and almost gets angry. If Lu Ruoyan were to hold her like this, where would his authority as the eldest brother be? There's no way he would exchange her. Lu Shuhao avoids Lu Ruomeng's pleading eyes and asks, Why are you holding on to Ruomeng? Lu Ruoyan confidently answers, after second sister-in-law has eaten, she still needs her to wash the dishes. If I let go, what if she runs away? Lu Shuhao thinks that washing dishes and tidying up aren't a big deal. His wife always said that she did all the housework, and Ruomeng did nothing. Seeing Lu Ruomeng being oppressed, he starts to have other thoughts. Maybe it wouldn't be bad to let Ruomeng do some chores? Otherwise, his wife always complains about him, and when she's tired, she won't let him go to bed. Their mother keeps trying to find matches for the second and third siblings. When they refuse, she blames him, saying he doesn't persuade his younger siblings to date, and the topic eventually shifts to urging them to have children. Urging them to have children, his wife is so exhausted she won't let him sleep with her. Is he supposed to stay at home and produce children alone? So, he ignores Lu Ruomeng's plea and turns to leave. Doing some housework is no big deal. He usually helps his wife a lot, and Ruomeng should learn to share some responsibilities too. Lu Shuhao's departure makes Lu Ruomeng lose her desire to resist. She grits her teeth and finishes everything. Lu Ruoyan still doesn't plan to let her go. Lu Ruoyan yawns, feeling full and tired after a busy day, and starts to feel sleepy. She pushed Lu Ruomeng and asked, Where's my room? Lu Ruomeng replied, How would I know? Lu Ruoyan pressed her hand hard, with a dangerous tone. I'll give you one more chance to explain. Fearing another scolding from Lu Ruoyan, Lu Ruomeng quickly said, Last time. Mom said to clear out the storage room for you to sleep in. It should be cleaned up now. You should ask the eldest sister-in-law. Chiu nodded. Although there was still an empty room, the mother-in-law seemed to have her own ideas, insisting that her newly adopted biological daughter stay in the storage room. I tidied up a bit. The storage room is old and small. The remaining space can only fit a small wooden bed, right next to the stairs. Lu Ruomeng smiled, feeling a lot of satisfaction when she thought about Lu Ruoyan sleeping in the storage room. What does it matter if she's a biological daughter? She just mentioned it to her mother, and her mother agreed, without hesitation. Lu Ruoyan heard about the storage room and raised her eyebrows, noticing Lu Ruomeng's smug look. Alright, so this is how you want to play? She didn't even bother to look at the storage room assigned to her. She grabbed Lu Ruomeng by the neck and asked, Where's your room? Lu Ruomeng was stunned, but then fiercely resisted. Lu Ruoyan, what are you trying to do? Lu Ruoyan said, Of course, I want to take back what belongs to me. You took everything from me, and I have the right to get it back. The first step is to reclaim my room. Lu Ruomeng definitely wouldn't tell her where her room was. The two children volunteered. Auntie, we know where it is. We'll show you. Lu Ruoyan threw Lu Ruomeng aside and followed the children to her room. Lu Ruomeng screamed and tried to stop her, but she kicked her away. Then, like a bandit entering a village, she swaggered inside and took over the room completely. She looked around. It wasn't as big as her modern large room, but since she was taking Lu Ruomeng's, it wasn't so bad. Compared to the original owner's tiny, dog kennel-sized storage room, it was quite luxurious. Seeing Lu Ruomeng being kicked to the ground face first, 2 coins spilled out nearby. She could barely accept this room. The 2 children watched in shock, frozen for a long time. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruoyan felt a bit guilty. She forgot that children in this world weren't like those in the apocalypse. Children who survive in the apocalypse, especially those with special abilities, are often more powerful than adults. The top 10 strongest people in the end of the world, and one is only 13 years old. Even children who are raised by their parents in the end times are used to fighting and brawling. Especially those who have lost their parents and struggle to survive, since the world is chaotic and lawless. But children of this era are different. Did she scare the children just now? Lu Ruoyan thought she should be more careful in the future and try not to fight in front of the kids. But who knew? The 2 children's eyes sparkled with admiration as they looked at her. Little auntie, you're so amazing. Lu Ruoyan was surprised. Aren't you afraid of me? Lu Zhishuan replied, No, we're not. Their mother had already warned them that the new little auntie might be a bit crazy and might hit people randomly, so they shouldn't get too close to her. But the little auntie was so impressive. She had already beaten the fake bad auntie twice after just returning. The bad auntie used to secretly hit her and her brother, steal their pocket money, and threaten not to tell their family, or she would sell them to traffickers. Back then, she secretly hid and only appeared when her mother came looking for her. She only told her brother about this, not even her mother. She was afraid her mother would worry. So, she and her brother didn't like the bad auntie from a young age. After that incident, neither she nor her brother ever went out alone with her. She held a grudge and vowed that when she grew up, she would find a chance to send the bad auntie to the traffickers. She wanted revenge. Not only Lu Zhishuan thought this way, but Lu Jijia did too. He also wanted to avenge his sister. That's why they admired Lu Ruoyan so much, especially since she had suffered a big loss when she returned. Lu Ruoyan didn't realize that the 2 children had such complicated thoughts. She decided that in the future, she should avoid fighting in front of children. Fighting is bad. Don't learn from me. I've lost my mind and can't control myself. You should aim to be good students with ideals, morals, and culture. She didn't want to set a bad example for the kids right after returning. This isn't the end of the world, and too much violence and fighting aren't good for children. Before the end of the world, she was a law-abiding, good citizen. Besides playing games and arguing with teammates online, which got her banned, she hadn't done anything bad. Lu Ruomeng saw the interaction between two children and Lu Ruoyen, and she secretly rolled her eyes in frustration.
She just didn't understand.
She had helped take care of them since they were young. The two kids were indifferent to her, but they were very close to Lu Ruoyen, giving her treats and guiding her. Could it be that years of feelings are worth less than blood relations? It was the same in her past life. Besides Lin Ziyu, these two were also Lu Ruoyan's followers. Lu Ruomeng touched the spot where she had been kicked. It hurt so much. Her eyes flashed with anger as she looked at Lu Ruoyen. She couldn't let Lu Ruoyen take over her room. She decided to go find her mother. Her mother would definitely help her. After Lu Ruomeng left, Lu Ruoyen stepped outside and picked up the fallen money with her foot. The person she disliked was gone. Lu Ruoyen looked at Lu Ruomeng's bed with some disgust. I don't like the bed Lu Ruomeng slept in. But she had no choice. Her space was empty now, so she could only grit her teeth and endure. Lu Zhijie saw her doing this, looked at the bed, and pointed to it. Little aunt, don't worry. These beds and bedding are all new. Fake aunt hasn't slept in them. Lu Ruoyen could tell from the child's expression that there was something she didn't know. What's going on? Lu Zhixian took over and explained, Third uncle's grandmother took out the new bedding from the house and cleared a new room for you. Later, fake aunt must have told grandma something, and your room was turned into a storage room. These new beds and bedding also came to fake aunt. They were just washed recently, and today grandma had my mom change them. Fake aunt hasn't slept in them yet. Rest assured, they're clean. Lu Ruoyen smiled dangerously. Thank you for telling me. I'll treat you both to something delicious next time. Sure enough, Lu Ruomeng's attack was lighter this time. There's a long road ahead. Tonight, she decided to drag her out and give her a good beating in the middle of the night. That's settled. Anyway, she would take revenge from morning till night. She took out her clothes. After being on the train for so long, she was almost used to the smell. She needed to wash up. Little ones, Annie wants to take a bath. Can you show me the way? Lu Zhixian tilted her head. I'll show you the way. Brother will stay here. Grandma will come later to tell us what's going on.
Lu Zhixian nodded.
I promise to complete the task. Lu Ruoyen understood. Did Lu Ruomeng go and cause trouble for me? Lu Zhixian nodded. I saw her go to Grandma's room. You'd better hurry with your bath, or the room will be taken again. Lu Ruoyen patted her little niece's head. The child was really clever. If they take it, I'll just take it back. Let me tell you a secret. No one here can beat me, so don't worry. The two children's eyes lit up. Auntie, you're amazing. Can you teach us too? Lu Ruoyen smiled. Fighting isn't good for kids, but I can teach you some self-defense. There were many kidnappers in this time. She had even met a group of them on the train. Even in her own time, when surveillance was everywhere, such people still existed, so in this era without cameras, they must be even bolder. The two children were thrilled. Lu Zhixian asked, if we learn, can we be as strong as you? Lu Ruoyen shook her head. With her strength and special abilities, even if her powers weakened, the two children together still couldn't beat her. Not quite. There'll be a tiny bit of difference. The children looked a little disappointed, then quickly asked, then can we beat the fake aunt? Lu Ruoyen said confidently, of course. Once you learn, you'll be able to handle two of her with one hand. If her students couldn't even beat Lu Ruomeng, she'd be too embarrassed to show her face. Really? How long will it take? The children quickly cheered up again. If they could beat the fake aunt, they could finally get their revenge. At least 3 to 5 years. It depends on your talent. The main problem is that you're still too young. When you grow a bit older, you should be able to win. If one can't win, both of you go together. You don't need to worry about fairness when facing an adult. Don't fight head-on, learn to be smart and use strategy. And if you still can't win, call for help, understand? They could always come to her. She had just made a bold claim. If she lost, she'd have to eat something awful. Remember, teamwork is better than fighting alone. If you're weaker, that's okay. Working together isn't shameful. The two children nodded seriously. Whatever their aunt said must be right. Lu Ruoyen was washing her clothes. When she finished and returned, there were two disheveled door gods at the door. The two children hid nearby, afraid to approach, but when they saw her, their eyes lit up. She waved her hand, and the children obediently came over. Little aunt, sweethearts, go back to sleep now. Don't come out no matter what sounds you hear tonight. After the children left, Lu Ruyan looked at the sky. Do you know what time it is now? Lu Rumeng saw Lu Ruyan look over and couldn't help but shiver. She was afraid of being beaten. But today, if she didn't come over, Lu Ruyan would take over her room. Now that her mother was supporting her, she wasn't afraid at all. I don't care what time it is. The room is mine and I won't give it up, Lu's mother said. Go away. The storage room is your room. Lu Ruyan pinched her ear, showing no respect. You like the storage room? You can stay there. Over the years, Lu's mother had lived a privileged life, and the whole family dared not speak harshly to her. Today, her newly returned, crazy daughter repeatedly disobeyed her, making her relive the frustration she felt when facing her older sister. She was furious and raised her hand to slap Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan easily caught her hand and slapped Lu Rumeng on the side, where she was watching the scene. With a loud slap, both women were stunned. Lu's mother shouted, How dare you? Lu Rumeng said, Lu Ruyan, mother hit you. Why are you hitting me? Lu Ruyan replied, Isn't she the one you brought here? I tell you, every time she tries to hit me, I will hit you instead. After saying that, she slapped Lu Rumeng on the other cheek. Caught off guard, Lu Rumeng was slapped again. She trembled as she spoke. What is this about this time? Lu Ruyan said, I have a bit of OCD. I need to keep things symmetrical. Lu Rumeng started crying. She wondered why things were different from what she imagined before. In her previous life, Lu Ruyan still listened to her mother and never disobeyed her like this. It was definitely that assassination that caused her to change. If she had known, she wouldn't have let anyone try to assassinate Lu Ruyan. At least in her previous life, Lu Ruyan wasn't so difficult. She didn't have to do anything. She just went crazy and targeted her alone. Since they met, her injuries have never healed. She didn't listen to her mother, so she knew she wouldn't get the room back. Lu Ruomeng held Lu Mu's hand. Mom, let's go. This time, she truly wanted to leave and didn't want to cause trouble. But Lu Mu misunderstood her meaning. The room is yours. Why are you leaving? Where will you sleep if you go? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ruyan grabbed Lu Ruomeng from behind and choked her. It's simple. I'll see you off. Lu Ruomeng was dragged away. Mom, help me. Lu Mu hurriedly followed but couldn't catch up, grumbling all the way. Lu Ruyan kicked open the storage room door. It was dark inside, no lights, very gloomy. She threw Lu Ruomeng onto the small bed inside. Lu Ruyan avoided the dust flying everywhere. From now on, you'll sleep here, Lu Mu said. You're so cruel, making your sister sleep in the storage room. Lu Ruyan showed a very bright smile, but it made Lu Mu feel uneasy. I can be even more cruel. The next moment, Lu Mu was pushed into the storage room with great force, and the door slammed shut. Before they could react from the shock, they heard the door lock from outside. They were both terrified. They suddenly remembered that not long ago, Lu Ruomeng said Lu Ruyan was crazy, buying a big iron lock to lock people up so she wouldn't embarrass herself outside. They planned to make Lu Ruyan scream and struggle inside, making her suffer. Now, instead of locking Lu Ruyan, they were locked inside themselves. They frantically pounded on the door, but outside, there was no one. Lu Ruyan finished washing her hands and returned. She saw two children peeking and quickly pulled them back. Chiyu smiled at her and then pulled Lu Shuhui away, who had heard the noise. At this moment, two screams came from the storage room. There's a mouse. Ah. Lu Ruyan found the sound quite pleasant. If she hadn't come, the person inside would be the original owner. Enjoy it. Lu Ruyan yawned and slowly walked back to her room. The two children knocked and shouted, but no one opened the door. Chiyu didn't let Lu Shuhui go. She didn't mention that her mother-in-law was also inside, especially since she had a cold these days and her voice was bad. Mostly, it was Lu Ruomeng calling. Lu Fu and Lu Mu had a disagreement over tonight's events and were sent to the study to sleep, unaware that she hadn't returned. Lu Rushi was even more focused on her research, paying no attention to what was happening outside. They were locked up for the night. Lu Ruyan slept well. There was some noise at first, but it stopped after a while. She thought of the noise as a kind of lullaby, which helped her sleep. They were released the next noon because they were tired from shouting all night and had slept through the morning. Lu Ruasher came down for lunch and heard the noise, so she let them out. Both of them were covered in dust, with mosquito bites all over their hands and feet, messy hair, and hoarse voices that almost couldn't speak. Lu's mother trembled as she pointed at Lu Ruyan with a look full of anger, as if she wanted to swallow her whole. Lu Ruameng learned to behave now. Although she also hated it, she had some space. Her mother was asleep, and she secretly drank some spiritual spring water. So, she didn't look as weak as she seemed and just stood quietly, feeling wronged but silent. Their miserable appearance made Chiyu feel that all the frustration of these years had eased a lot. Lu Ruyan, however, was staring at the storage room. Why was there a big cabbage in the storage room? It looked fresh and juicy, as if just picked. Last night, she threw Lu Ruameng inside, and she heard a bang. She thought it might drop some coins. But now, instead of coins, she found a big cabbage. Lu Ruyan looked at the cabbage more closely. It looked lively and fresh, not worse than the abilities she used to create with her powers. Thinking about her wood-type ability, she felt it was a thing of the past. In the past, she could produce such big cabbages with a wave of her hand, enough to fill a cart. Now, she carefully felt her internal powers. She believed she could make a seed sprout. Thinking of that scene, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but smile. Her mother thought she was laughing at her and pointed at her trembling hand, shouting, "Get out! Just get out!" Lu Ruyan ignored her and only focused on the cabbage. Coming from the apocalypse, she knew food couldn't be wasted easily. She threw the cabbage under the broken wooden bed, where it was covered in spider webs and dust, but it still looked fresh. The vitality was a bit too strong. She couldn't help but walk over, but as she passed by Lu Ruomeng, her steps suddenly stopped. It smelled so good. Lu Ruomeng smelled so nice. She had smelled this tempting scent before, on the day she arrived. Lu Ruomeng had choked her because of this scent, almost biting her. After many days, she again caught this scent from Lu Ruomeng. She turned around slowly and approached Lu Rumu, with the scent growing stronger as she got closer. Lu Rumu's scalp tingled. Lu Ruyan's gaze at her was familiar. She had seen that look before, the day her face almost got bitten off. Afraid that Lu Ruyan might go crazy and bite her again, Lu Rumu quickly ran behind Lu's mother to hide. "Mom, we haven't eaten anything since last night. Our throats are sore from shouting all night. Let's go drink some water first." Lu's mother still pointed at Lu Ruyan with her finger, but when someone gave her a way out, she immediately stepped down. Now she understood clearly. This crazy daughter of hers had no respect for her at all. She dared to do things that could hurt her own biological mother overnight. What wouldn't she dare to do in the future? She decided to stay away for now. She didn't argue or fight. She knew that direct confrontation wouldn't work. The two of them left angrily. Lu Ruyan withdrew her gaze from Lu Rumu. She wondered if this was the kind of body scent that belonged to the heroine in a story. In less serious stories, this body scent often leads to scenes that are not suitable for all audiences. But then again, with this kind of body scent setting, the heroine could just charming men directly. Why would she, as a woman, also be part of the audience? She shivered. She didn't like this idea at all. Thanks for the invitation. Before crossing over, she had just finished reading about the zombie king's six-pack abs. She, Lu Ruyan, stood straight. Pushing aside her strange thoughts, she walked over and squatted down to pick up a big cabbage. But as soon as her finger touched the leaves, the cabbage disappeared. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. She thought, why didn't the money she kicked out fall? Turns out this time, the item that dropped was a big cabbage. Yesterday, she clearly remembered that the heroine didn't have any big cabbage on her. So, not only money drops when she beats the heroine, but other items can drop too? This era isn't the end of the world. Big cabbages aren't worth much. She still prefers small change. But she wanted to see what the difference was between the dropped big cabbage and ordinary vegetables. With a thought, the big cabbage that had been automatically collected into her space reappeared in her hand. Almost immediately, she felt the rich vitality of the cabbage almost penetrating her skin. There was also a familiar fragrance rushing into her nose. She knew this smell well. Not long ago, she had also smelled it on Lu Romu. She took a deep breath. This is... After a brief minute, Lu Ruyan released the wilted big cabbage from her hand. As expected of the item dropped by the female lead, this cabbage contains special energy. After she absorbed it just now, her supernatural power was slightly restored. Not much, just a little, like a strand of hair, better than nothing. Her supernatural ability can give plants vitality, and similarly, she can also extract it. However, she cannot use this power on herself unless it involves a crystal core. The plants she extracts life force from wither away. This is the first time she has been able to absorb the vitality of plants. Since arriving in this world, she has always regretted her plant-related powers. She doesn't know if the crystal core of the space is still there, and she can't cultivate right now.
Now.
Lu Ruyan rushes out holding a cabbage, hands it to the older sister at the door, and heads straight toward Lu Rumeng's departure direction. Can she guarantee a big cabbage if she beats her 3 times a day? Chiyu watches Lu Ruyan's hurried figure. Is she so desperate that she can't hold her pee? But where did she get dried vegetables? They look unappetizing. Tonight, she might just give them to her husband, fake sister-in-law, and mother-in-law to eat. At this moment, Lu Rumeng feels a sudden chill all over her body, and cold sweat breaks out on her back. She had a strange feeling just now, as if something terrifying was watching her. Could she have caught a cold last night? Last night, she sneaked into the space while her mother was asleep. That darn Lu Ruyan kept her locked inside all night. Her throat was almost hoarse from shouting, but no one came to open the door. All her favorite foods were taken by Lu Ruyan. She hadn't eaten much lately, and these past 2 days on the train had exhausted her. Last night, she was locked inside, covered in dust, almost breaking down. She wanted to enter the space immediately, but she couldn't. She deeply regrets this now. If she had known her mother was so useless, she would have asked her for support to make Lu Ruyan suffer. Instead, both of them ended up locked inside together. She's utterly speechless. Fortunately, when she entered the space, she saw the vegetables she planted had finally grown, an entire head of fresh, vibrant cabbage. Nearby, more than a dozen corn seedlings were almost as tall as her. All of this should have belonged to Lu Ruyan, but now it was hers. Thinking of this, her frustration from the past few days suddenly eased. She quickly took a sip of the spiritual spring water, and her throat was instantly soothed. Luckily, she had the spiritual spring. Once her throat felt better, she started watering the vegetables she had planted with the spring water. She had long discovered that the spring could accelerate plant growth. Look at the cabbage she watered. Half a month later, it had grown large. She collected about 10 vegetables and set them aside, leaving many still uncollected. At this moment, she saw a loose, muddy little hole, clearly made by pulling out a cabbage. They could only continue their mother-daughter bond in the next life. In her previous life, the space belonged to Lu Ruyan. She must not let her discover it. Even though the space had already recognized her as the owner, she didn't know if it could be taken away. To prevent that from happening, the only way was to get rid of Lu Ruyan. She had tried before. She failed to eliminate her, and as a result, she changed unexpectedly. Lu Ruyan was now difficult to deal with, so she needed to plan carefully. For now, Lu Ruyan didn't pose a big threat, but more importantly, Zhou Yanjing. News just spread that Zhou Yanjing was in trouble. In her previous life, at this time, she learned that Zhou Yanjing's leg was injured and that he was desperately trying to cancel the engagement. Especially after secretly visiting Zhou's house and seeing that once aspirational man sitting in a wheelchair, looking defeated, she couldn't accept it. At that time, she thought, how could she marry a cripple who couldn't stand up? There were also rumors that Zhou's family was in danger. The power struggle among the upper ranks was intense, and the Zhou family was in a bad position, possibly facing defeat. Zhou Yanjing had become a cripple, and the Zhou family might lose their influence in the city. Would she suffer if she married into that family? If she married, she wanted to marry the best. Becoming a top official's wife was her goal. Lu Rumeng didn't think she was wrong. Who knew that later? The Zhou family would fight back, and Zhou Yanjing would stand up again? So, she decided it wouldn't happen in this life. In her previous life, Zhou Yanjing's recovery was entirely thanks to the spiritual spring in Lu Ruyan's space. Now, in this new life, she would heal Zhou Yanjing's leg herself. Lu Ruyan would never get close to Zhou Yanjing. The old master of the Zhou family was about to celebrate his 80th birthday. Zhou Yanjing was still at the military hospital in the city, but soon he would be transferred back to the capital military hospital. Counting the days, Zhou Yanjing would return in a few days. In this life, she will no longer dislike him, nor mention breaking off the engagement. She will stay by Zhou Yanjing's side, carefully caring for him and helping him heal his leg. She doesn't believe she can't win Zhou Yanjing's heart. She touches her face. Although her face isn't as captivating as Lu Ruyan's in her past life, she hates Lu Ruyan deeply and must admit Lu Ruyan's face is incredibly attractive. But back then, Lu Ruyan was just a crazy person with a damaged mind. If she could be like that, why couldn't she, a normal person? She prepared everything for this day. She didn't kill Lu Ruyan but took away everything from her. She touches her face again. The wound is still there. It seems she needs to drink more spiritual spring water. She can't bother with scars to gain sympathy or blame Lu Ruyan anymore. Lu Ruyan's face in this life could scare children to tears. She doesn't believe Zhou Yanjing would still like Lu Ruyan, especially considering her past experiences. She knows very well the true nature of men. They love beauty, youth, and delicacy. With the blessing of the spiritual spring, her skin is tender and glowing. Which man wouldn't like that? Lu Ruyan's face is ruined. Who can compare to her? The Lu family still has Lu Rushi, but she's 25, always staying in her room doing research, unkempt and not a threat. Probably, just like in her past life, she'll spend her whole life in the research institute, aging alone. In 2 lives, she still doesn't understand women like Lu Rushi, wasting their youth on meaningless things, not having children, and ending up lonely. But that's for the best. Otherwise, Lu Rushi might compete with her for Zhou Yanjing. Just like Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan dreams that in this life, she will make Lu Ruyan watch her marry Zhou Yanjing, personally taking everything from her and crushing the person who is the winner in her past life. She imagines that scene and is about to laugh out loud when she suddenly sees Lu Ruyan rush over like the wind. Before she can react, she gets slapped hard across the face. Her head spins from the slap, and she feels terrible. No, she hadn't even started trouble, and now her secret daydreams are met with a slap? How does Lu Ruyan know what she's thinking? Is the world crazy, or is Lu Ruyan crazy? Lu Ruyan just finished draining a large cabbage, but where does she get enough energy to do all this? She was so eager that she ignored everything else and immediately went to verify with the heroine. After a few big pushes, sure enough, another large vegetable fell. What a huge surprise! Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Rumeng's head. At that moment, she noticed that when she had hit the heroine before, there was a gold coin symbol above her head, and the item dropped was money. Now, the symbol above her head had changed from gold coins to a light green, semi-transparent, cartoon-style cabbage. Lu Ruyan looked at the lively, big cabbage that appeared, feeling extremely happy. As long as she had enough big cabbages, her special power could be restored. So, what was she waiting for? She quickly grabbed Lu Rumeng and kept fanning her. Several more big cabbages burst out beside Lu Rumeng, and the symbol above her head kept refreshing with new cabbages. She kept going without stopping. Soon, more than 10 lively big cabbages fell from Lu Rumeng, just like before. The ground was covered with fallen cabbages, and Lu Ruyan's smile grew wider. Zhang Wanson, did you see that? More big cabbages are falling. All of this happened so quickly. Lu's mother and Lu Rumeng came out of the storage room. Before they could sit down in the living room and have some water, Lu Ruyan suddenly appeared and hit Lu Rumeng. Has Lu Ruyan gone crazy again? Lu Rumeng's face swelled from the hit. Lu Ruyan was strong. She grabbed her with one hand, making her unable to move or dodge. Lu Rumeng could only use her face, which had recently been washed with spiritual spring water, to brace against Lu Ruyan's sharp slap. The wound, repeatedly treated with spiritual spring water, started to swell again. Lu Rumeng wished she could faint, but unfortunately, her body, transformed by the spiritual spring, was quite resilient. She endured so many slaps without fainting. Lu Ruyan's nose twitched. Why did the heroine smell better the more she was hit? She looked at the cabbages on the ground, guessing it was the reason. By the way, what kind of body structure does the heroine have? She's clearly just a bundle of character, yet she can produce such good items like cabbages that allow her to absorb and upgrade her powers. She had planned to find a chance to send the heroine to meet the original owner. Now, with the current situation, she was in a tough spot. Original owner, your revenge can wait. She wouldn't send the heroine to her doom just yet. She'd wait until she drained the heroine's value before making her move. This wasn't her fault. With a body that explodes equipment just by being hit, anyone would find it hard to resist such temptation. Compared to her gains, the price she paid was just giving the other a good beating. Just imagining it made the corners of her mouth lift uncontrollably. She had lived 2 lives, and this was the first time she encountered such good fortune. It must be a blessing from her past life, a gift from heaven showing mercy and kindness. As she kept hitting, Lu Ruomeng suddenly stopped, and the symbol above her head changed back to gold coins. Lu Ruoyan looked at the 5-cent coin that had just appeared and stopped. It's not that she doesn't love money, but right now she needs the big cabbage that can boost her special powers. Lu's mother also realized what was happening and started to scream, "Let go of your sister." Lu Ruoyan looked over. Lu's mother was staring at Lu Ruomeng's pig-like face, afraid that her crazy daughter might also hit her into a pig's head. She took a few steps back and said, "I am your mother. If you hit her, you can't hit me." Lu Ruoyan sneered, feeling sorry for the original owner. Clearly, the original owner was the biological daughter, but her biological mother always favored her adopted daughter. However, she loosened her grip, and Lu Ruomeng was slapped so hard she rolled her eyes. She couldn't hold back anymore. Lu Ruomeng felt dizzy and her face was burning with pain after being thrown to the ground. Her face. She was angry and resentful inside, but could only rage in helplessness. She couldn't remember how many times she had been beaten. It had only been less than a day since Lu Ruoyan returned. Life was unbearable now. Lu Ruomeng looked at Lu Ruoyan with a venomous gaze, wishing she could cut her into pieces. But when Lu Ruoyan looked over, she lowered her head and said sadly, "I know Sister Ruoyan doesn't like me, but next time, can you please not hit my face?" Her face was almost healed, but she was beaten again. How could she meet Zhou Yanjing like this? Lu Ruoyan was probably doing it on purpose. She was afraid Lu Ruoyan would take Zhou Yanjing away. That must be it. Lu's mother said, "You're ruining your face, and want to ruin your sister's too. How can I have a daughter as vicious as you?" At this moment, Lu Ruoyan was focused entirely on the big cabbages. She walked over and collected them into her space one by one, with no time to bother with Lu Ruomeng or her mother. She ignored their words as if they weren't there. After gathering all the big cabbages, Lu Ruoyan hummed a little tune and left on her own. She needed to find a place to absorb all these cabbages. Right now, nothing else mattered more than improving her powers. Lu's mother and Lu Ruomeng were completely ignored. Their faces looked very ugly. Only after Lu Ruoyan's figure disappeared from sight did Lu's mother go over to help Lu Ruomeng up, feeling heartbroken seeing her beloved daughter's face swollen like a pig's head. "Ruomeng, does it hurt? It's all because of that crazy girl. She has a problem with her mind and simply won't listen. In the future, you should avoid provoking her." Mother Lu warns that the crazy girl is disobedient, and right now, she has no way to deal with Lu Ruyan. Lu Rumeng nods, feeling wronged. Mother, I was with you all day today. You saw that I didn't provoke her. My sister might resent me because I took her life away and occupied her loved ones, but I really didn't mean to. Seeing her eyes well up with tears, Mother Lu feels like slapping Lu Ruyan, the main troublemaker, but she dares not. She has a strange feeling that if she really hits the crazy Lu Ruyan, especially without Lu Rumeng nearby, that rebellious girl would fight back and hit her, her own mother. If Lu Ruyan knew what she was thinking, she would probably agree. But with her skills, Mother Lu definitely couldn't hit her. Seeing her mother's expression, Lu Rumeng knows she feels guilty. She takes the opportunity to make a request. Mom, I want to talk to you about something. Mother Lu carefully applies medicine to Lu Rumeng's face. What is it? Lu Rumeng says, I want to continue with the engagement to Zhou Yanjing. Mother Lu is surprised and stops her work. She asks anxiously, did that rebellious girl force you? How dares she? Originally, she brought Lu Rumeng back to marry Zhou Yanjing, otherwise she wouldn't agree to her crazy daughter from the countryside coming back. Lu Rumeng is illiterate, crazy, and prone to violence. If people knew she had such a daughter, she would lose face. She is proud and cares about her reputation. Her children are all successful, and she managed to marry well. Her life was smooth, except for being overshadowed by her older sister. Now, besides worrying about her children's marriages, she feels she is better than most women in the big courtyard. But who would have thought that her own crazy daughter would appear? Raised with care, but not even her biological daughter? So, she doesn't have much affection for Lu Ruyan, who embarrasses her. Plus, her face resembles her older sister's, and she remembers her youngest brother, who died young. From the first time she saw her, she didn't like her. Now, after less than a day of being together, just look at what that rebellious girl has done. If her only reason for returning was to marry Zhou Yanjing, who is now crippled, she would have sent her away immediately, wishing her gone from sight. Previously, the two marriage arrangements fell through because Ruo Meng was chasing Zhou Yanjing around the courtyard, making sure everyone knew she wouldn't marry Zhou Yanjing. Later, when Zhou Yanjing had an accident and Ruo Meng called off the engagement, her background was exposed. Since her intended was someone else, Ruo Meng no longer needed to marry the cripple. At that time, Ruo Meng cried and caused a fuss, threatening to withdraw from the engagement. The old master of the Lu family was furious. The old master of the Lu family was a comrade of the Zhou family's old master, but he retired early due to injury. He didn't allow the Lu family to do anything harmful to Zhou Yanjing. Even when Ruo Meng cried, made a scene, and threatened to hang herself, he refused to change his mind. He even warned that even if Ruo Meng was a corpse, she would be carried into the Zhou family's house. Fortunately, the person actually engaged was Lu Ruyan. Ruo Meng shook her head. That's not true. I really like Brother Yanjing. I've liked him since I was young, and I wouldn't change my mind just because something happened to him now. Her mother said nothing. Who was the one willing to commit suicide to break the engagement back then? She had watched Ruo Meng grow up and knew her character well. She asked suspiciously, is Zhou Yanjing's leg healed, or is the Zhou family doing better? Ruo Meng looked a bit embarrassed. Neither. But I will work hard to help him stand again. Mother, I was naive back then. Over these past few days, I realized I really love Brother Yanjing. I can't be without him. Her mother scoffed. Nonsense. You are aiming to be the future wife of a high-ranking official. What love? I don't even understand you. Since the Zhou family is still the same, is that girl threatening you? Seeing Ruo Meng's pig-like face and bite marks, and recalling how fiercely Lu Ruyan had fought, her mother suddenly understood why she was afraid. Don't worry. Let that girl marry into the family, that's best. Crazy girl and a cripple, a perfect match. No one should look down on anyone. If you want to be the wife of a leader, I can introduce someone else. Lin Zitao, the second son of the Lin family, is 10 years older than you. He holds a higher position than Zhou Yanjing. Since Zhou Yanjing had an accident, he's the most promising among the younger generation. Ruomeng said, I don't want him. I only want Zhou Yanjing. Mother, please help me. Lin Zitao is also good, but in terms of appearance, figure, and achievements, he's no match for Zhou Yanjing. She came back just to win Zhou Yanjing over. She didn't care about anyone else. Her mother said firmly, no, I won't let you walk into a trap. Don't worry, that girl is definitely going to marry into the family. Lu Rumeng was so angry she almost lost her temper. She even secretly suspected Lu Mu, thinking she was afraid Lu Mu might steal her fiancé from her own daughter. After all, in her previous life, she had finally made peace with Lu Yan. When Lu Yan got married, she felt very happy and smiled happily. She didn't trust Lu Mu. If Lu Mu wouldn't help her, she would handle it herself. At this moment, Lu Yan had already rushed back to her room in a hurry. After closing the door and windows, she waved her hand and took out all the cabbages, filling a desk with them. There were 11 cabbages. She looked at them, wondering how much her special ability could improve. She reached out and started to activate her remaining wood-type ability, trying to absorb the special energy from the cabbages. In just half a minute, all the fresh-looking cabbages wilted just like the first one she had seen. She circulated her wood ability along her body's meridians. Her empty, transparent energy core felt like it was being nourished with a gentle rain. She happily touched her lower abdomen, where her energy core was slightly warm. Her previous ability was only level 1, and it was unstable. Every time she used it, she felt like it might collapse. But now, after absorbing energy, her ability stabilized at level 1. Level 1 wood ability could do limited things, but it was enough to help her wounds on her face and shoulders heal faster. However, the low level was still far from enough to repair her severely damaged scars. So, she needed more cabbages. Lu Yan wanted to laugh. It seemed she needed to set a plan. Maybe 3 meals a day for the heroine was too little. When her ability was at level 10, those few cabbages weren't enough. But if she used this method, could the heroine handle it? What if she accidentally killed her? She felt so troubled. If her ability were more advanced, she could treat her while fighting back, locking her in a small black room and beating her every day when she woke up. That way, even if she didn't kill her, she would have avenged her original self. She packed the dried cabbages into her space. The dried vegetables shrank a lot in volume, taking up only a corner of her space. Coming from the apocalypse, she was quite careful with food and didn't want to waste it. Staring at the dried vegetables, she suddenly realized her space had become a bit larger. Before, her space was just over 1 cubic meter, but now it was at least half again as big. It seemed that as her ability stabilized at level 1, her space also expanded. She kicked the space's wall a few times, feeling frustrated. Even if it was a bit bigger, it was still useless. Isn't it supposed to swallow supplies? Why didn't it swallow these dried vegetables? The space remained silent. Now she realized that the space wouldn't swallow items dropped by the female lead. All the things she picked up, whether money or large cabbages, the space didn't swallow. The money she put in was swallowed once, but then spat out as beef patties. Last time, she used 5 cents. This time, she thought for a moment and threw in a $1 bill. The space swallowed it instantly. Sure enough, Lu Ruoyan's face darkened. If this continued, could she still use the space? She couldn't just use it to store items dropped by the female lead. She threw in a few more clothes, but the space didn't swallow them. Very well. Then she put in the room's chair, desk, books, pens, ink, and so on, all at once. Still, the space didn't swallow anything.
Great.
It seems the space only swallows money. She was fed up with this broken space. She used her mental power to kick the space again, saying, "Last time, you returned the 5 cents and the beef patty. This time, no $1 bill? Nothing." The space reluctantly spat out a book. Lu Ruoyan took it out, and immediately her face darkened like a black pot. Why did this useless space give her a book called Postpartum Care Guide for Sows? Although she had collected all kinds of miscellaneous books in the apocalypse, why this one? What's it good for? Where did this female pig come from? Lu Ruoyan had one herself. Could she be using this book to take care of her? Lu Ruoyan, do you even qualify? She punched and kicked the space, but it remained silent. Now, the space didn't swallow the money dropped by Lu Ruoyan, totaling over 10 yuan. She carefully kept these in the space, while holding 76 yuan given by her third brother, leaving 50 yuan aside. She planned to try each note one by one to see if she could get anything in return. She didn't believe this trash space could give her a book about postpartum care for sows. But it actually could. This time, she put in 5 yuan. When she saw the book's title, her face turned green. Advanced postpartum care for sows. What the heck? An advanced edition? This trash space, is that right? Lu Ruoyan was furious. She rushed out, ignoring her mother Lu and Lu Ruoyan, and stormed into the kitchen. At this moment, Mother Lu and Lu Ruomeng were eating. After they finished eating and drinking enough, they felt they had done enough. Mother Lu grew angrier the more she thought about it, especially remembering being locked in a storage room overnight, which caused her back pain. She wanted to find a chance to teach Lu Ruoyan a lesson, maybe by not letting her eat or giving her no pocket money, making her do the dirtiest and hardest work. But as soon as she spoke, she saw Lu Ruoyan holding a kitchen knife and felt scared. This rebellious girl must have overheard her words. Seeing Lu Ruoyan walking steadily toward them, they were so frightened they hugged each other. What are you trying to do? I am your mother. Ruoyan calmed down. We were just joking. We would never do those things to you. Lu Ruoyan stared at them. It seemed they wanted to cause trouble again behind her back. She swung the kitchen knife fiercely toward them. They immediately screamed in fear, almost fainting. Seeing them curl up in a ball, Lu Ruoyan put away the knife and stormed back into her room. Now she was even angrier about something else, so she decided to let these two go for now. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded as the door closed. The two, almost scared to death, finally dared to crawl out from under the table. They were both angry and upset, but they couldn't say what was in their hearts, afraid Lu Ruoyan might hear and come out with the knife again. Their faces looked pale. If this was how things would be in the future, they couldn't go on like this. But Lu Ruoyan didn't care about their feelings. After closing the door, she carefully checked that all the doors and windows were shut tight. No one could come in. Then she sneered and disappeared from the spot. The next second, she appeared inside her space with the kitchen knife. This was her first time entering her space after rebirth. She squatted on the ground, full of anger, and immediately swung her knife at the space. Still dare to pretend to be a postpartum care space for trash piglets? Today, I will tear this broken space apart. The space trembled. Under Lu Ruoyan's threatening knife, it spat out 2 more buns and then pretended to be dead, remaining motionless. Lu Ruoyan smirked with satisfaction. She didn't want to come into this broken space before, because it was too small. Not long ago, its length, width, and height were only 1 meter, so she couldn't stand upright inside, only squat. Now, the space was about 2 cubic meters, but it was only a little over 1 meter high. She still couldn't stand straight, which was very uncomfortable. Thinking back to the time when her space was infinitely tall, even bigger than a city, she felt tears welling up in comparison. The problem isn't just the small space. It also consumes money and gives off things that make people uncomfortable. After a messy chopping, Lu Ruoyan put down her kitchen knife and took out a large Unity token from her pocket, placing it next to the knife. She stared at the space and spoke in a threatening, dangerous tone. If you bring up anything about pigs again, I won't go out today. If this knife keeps moving, I won't be surnamed Lu. The space trembled and the large Unity token disappeared. It took 10 seconds before a clear, shiny crystal was spat out. Lu Ruoyan was stunned, but then cheered happily. She was just threatening the space to make it produce something useful. Unexpectedly, this time the space was very generous. Yes, this beautiful, light green, diamond-shaped crystal is a wood-type ability crystal core. In the apocalypse, not only zombies but also mutated animals and plants can produce crystal cores, and their appearances vary slightly. This crystal core clearly belongs to a zombie. Although it is only level 1, it is of very high quality, an excellent one within level 1. At that time, she collected crystal cores of various levels. Later, level 1 cores were useless to her, used as marbles or discarded for not being perfectly round. But now, this is the most suitable crystal core for her current ability. This space finally did something good. She remembered she used to have quite a few of these crystal cores, but they were hers. 1 core per unity token. Was this space just trying to make money? Lu Ruyan chopped a few more times. Too expensive, give me a few more. Her savings were only a few dozen yuan. 1 crystal core cost 10 yuan. Can a person survive on that? In 1964, how much could 1 unity token buy? Do you know how trashy this space is? A crystal of such high quality could only buy a kilogram of rice in the apocalypse. But in the apocalypse, rice is a hard currency, more valuable than crystal cores or gold. How much rice could 1 unity token buy in this era? Well, she wasn't very clear on the current prices. The original owner's mind was damaged. She rarely had money, let alone buy rice or flour. From what she had seen and heard over the years, she wasn't sure if 10 yuan could buy 100 jin of rice, but definitely dozens of jin. So, isn't this space just trying to make money? The space showed no reaction, clearly unwilling to lower the price. Lu Ruyan had no choice. She urgently needed money, and since she wouldn't use it anytime soon, she simply put 50 yuan into the space. Improving strength is the most important thing. As for money, I will find a way. Who knows why the money hasn't been swallowed, and why the space hasn't moved? Could it be that there is a limit on the number of times? Like Rotten Tomatoes, maybe I can only watch 3 free videos a day? Is it really necessary to be so stingy? This still costs money. Can't they just open up more times? She has plenty of money, plus the ones Lu Rumeng dropped, which add up to over 80 pieces. Just exchange everything for me. Space, don't pretend to be dead. Exchange for 5 wood-type crystal cores. Huh? Are you still alive? The space remained silent, so Lu Ruyan could only grumble as she came out. She couldn't do anything about the space for now, but her mood wasn't too bad. The space is different from before. It used to just store things like a dead object. Now, the space is a bit more refined. It's a bit stingy, but it seems to have evolved and become more advanced. However, it's still pretty useless. Lu Ruyan held a wood-type crystal core, thought for a moment, and decided not to absorb it for now. Crystal cores can quickly replenish the energy she loses, which is like a power bank for people in the end of the world. When she goes out on missions without a few crystal cores, she doesn't dare to leave. If an emergency happens, her energy is used up instantly. Without replenishing it, she might be doomed. This isn't a phone that can last for 10 hours. When a phone runs out of power, people are eager to charge it immediately, let alone life-saving energy. It seems her energy upgrade is faster if she gets help from a heroine. It's still free. But the heroine is a bit useless. But so what? She has been in this world for a long time, mostly in the hospital, with only 2 days on the train. She hasn't gone out to play yet. Maybe she should go out today? As for where to go, she'll ask her sister-in-law. Her second sister is a science fanatic. Besides eating, drinking, and sleeping, she spends all her time in her room. She definitely wouldn't bother her. Even if she meets Lu Mu and Lu Rumeng, she's afraid she might start scrolling through online shopping. Besides, she just wants to relax and not affect her mood. Her sister-in-law was about to go out. Sister-in-law, where are you going? Take me with you. Anywhere is fine with her now, even going to the fields. Chi was stunned, looking at her little sister-in-law with a hopeful face. It seemed she was really eager. Not today. You can go anywhere tomorrow. I have an interview today. Before she married Lu Shuhui, she had a job. After she got pregnant, her mother-in-law asked her to quit work and focus on taking care of the baby. Taking care of her own child was fine, but all the household chores were dumped on her. She had been working tirelessly at home for years and was fed up. She graduated from a technical school and was assigned a job after graduation. She taught at a primary school in Beijing. Not long after starting her job, she saw Lu Shuhui come to pick up his 7-year-old brother at school. Lu's family was good-looking. At 24, Lu Shuhui was at his most handsome. Just standing there, all the single female teachers were secretly looking at him. She had just gone to get her lunch and was wondering why everyone was unusually slow today, unlike usual when they ate quickly. Then her colleague excitedly pointed at Lu Shuhui and told her to look. When she looked, their eyes met. Later, Lu Shuhui came to pick up his brother, and her colleague told her she blushed so much her face looked like a monkey's butt. She felt embarrassed. She had never seen such a handsome man before. She was stunned, which was normal. At that moment, she covered her pounding heart and thought, so this is what love at first sight feels like, just like in the stories. Lu Shuhui kept coming back, and her colleagues were surprised. She didn't understand at first. Only after her colleagues explained did she learn that Lu Shuhui rarely came to pick up his brother. Maybe once or twice a month was the most. Now, he came almost every day, which was like the sun rising from the west. Seeing the person she liked every day, she hoped he would come more often. Other than that, she didn't have many other thoughts. Lu Shuhui came from a good family and was very handsome. Finding a partner was about matching backgrounds, not someone from an ordinary family like hers. He came for a month straight, then suddenly disappeared for half a month. Later, she heard her colleagues say that Lu Shuhui's mother had arranged a blind date for him. They sighed that there were very few good single men left. She felt restless all day. When she left school, she saw Lu Shuhui waiting for her. He walked straight toward her with a serious face. She was about to feel happy, but was also a little scared. Was something wrong with Lu Shuhui? But half an hour ago, the child had already been picked up, right? Then she heard the man she liked say, "Comrade Chiyu, my name is Lu Shuhui. I am 24 years old. Would you like to be my girlfriend?" She forgot what she had said at that moment. She felt light and floaty, and when she came to, she was sitting behind Lu Shuhui on his bicycle. A month later, they registered their marriage. Another month after that, she was pregnant. She married, had a child, and served her in-laws. She followed the path all women of her time took. During her late pregnancy, she resigned and fully returned to her family. 8 whole years. 3 years after marriage, she was also pregnancy brain for 3 years. Later, she finally realized one thing. Her husband cared more about his mother and sister than about her and the child. Whenever she had disagreements with them, he rarely took her side. At least publicly, he didn't support her. Privately, he made her endure it. Endure, endure, endure. And she endured for 8 years. She had enough. Since her second sister-in-law returned from studying abroad, she learned that girls could also study abroad and refuse arranged marriages. Lu Rushi could stand tall and say no, so why couldn't she? Now Lu Shuhui still looked handsome, but she was no longer the love-struck girl she once was. In the past 2 years, she kept looking for a job. She took exams more than once, but all failed for no clear reason. She felt something was wrong. Recently, she secretly took another exam and passed. Now she just needs to attend the interview. Once she passes, she can start working. She must seize this opportunity. Her child is grown up now and doesn't need her to do everything. She needs her own career. Lu Rian nodded. All right, I wish you all the best. An interview is a big deal in any era. She was curious, but didn't want to go with her. She decided to go out and have fun herself, just remembering the way home. At this moment, Chi waved, and the 2 children ran over happily. Xiao Jie, Xiao Xian, Mom has something to do outside. Today, you stay at home and look after Andy. Okay? I'll bring you some good food when I come back. Lu Rian was immediately pulled by the 2 children, each holding one of her hands. The children nodded obediently. Okay, we will watch over Auntie carefully. We won't let her run around. Lu Rian. Even more so, she was overwhelmed. Li Ruyan looked at the 2 little kids, unsure of what expression to show. She thought of herself as the mighty Empress Ru Yan, and now she had to be taken care of by children. Seeing the baby tooth just fallen out, she wondered, "Are you sure I'm not the one taking care of you?" Li Ru Yan couldn't imagine herself being cared for by 2 children. She quickly refused. No, I'll just go out and look around myself. Hearing this, the big and small kids immediately became alert. Chi said, Ru Yan, you just arrived in the city, and you don't know anyone here. It's better not to go out alone, without someone from around. Stay at home today. If you're bored, let them take you to play near the courtyard. Lu Jixuan added. Yes, little auntie, my brother, and I will take you to meet our friends. I want to introduce you to them. Lu Jijia said, they've been curious about you for a while. Come on, let's go. Li Ruyan was pulled away, with Chi calling from behind. Be careful and stay safe. Xiao Xian, Xiao Jia, don't let little auntie run around. 10 minutes later, Li Ruyan and a few children across from her looked at each other. They really brought her to meet their friends. She saw a 3-year-old kid here, with a runny nose. She, once a mighty Empress Ru Yan, used to be part of the elite social circles before the apocalypse. During the end times, she was surrounded by top leaders, and her only real rival was the Zombie King. Although they eventually perished together. Now, reborn, her social circle has changed. Sigh, people have to accept reality. A runny-nosed kid is just a kid. Where can a person not find their place? The oldest child looked to be about 10 years old. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, striking a cool pose. Lu Jixuan said, Little Annie, he's our boss. Look, isn't he very impressive? Li Ruyan replied. What's so impressive? She couldn't see anything special. Honestly, with kids like this, she could take 10 of them down with one finger. Just joking, she wouldn't hit children. The little kid moved closer to Li Ruyan's face and stared at her for a while. Are you the daughter of the Li family?
Li Ruteni Yan Nudda.
Seeing that she didn't look as crazy and violent as the rumors said, the other children gathered around. They looked at her face, gasping in surprise. I heard that your brain is damaged. Did some people bully you and hurt your face? It looks very painful. Those people are really too much. That's terrible.
Who are they?
We will help you get back at them. The children surrounded her, all angry and determined. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh and cry. No wonder she came from a big family. Each one looked so proper and innocent. Her face looked fierce enough to scare children to tears. But these kids weren't afraid at all. They said that bad smells attract each other, so it seems her niece and nephew have good judgment. The leader of the kids was called Go Dan, whose full name was Li Yu. Everyone called him Li Go Dan. What should we play today? Fight the kids from the big house next door again. Yes, yesterday they came over and caused trouble. We must teach them a lesson. The children clenched their fists, eager to try. Lu Ruyan thought, are they planning to fight? It might not be good to let her join, since she's quite strong. And she doesn't hit kids. If she doesn't act, will it affect her relationship with her niece and nephew? Will they exclude her in the future? Lu Ruyan considered, maybe she should just pretend to agree with the kids. But she quickly realized she was overthinking. Go Dan shook his head. Not today. Look, we brought this big troublemaker with us. If we fight, we'll have to protect her. Think about it. She's already a bit off in the head. If she gets hit, she'll be even dumber. She probably won't get married in the future. The children looked at Lu Ruyan with pity. Lu Ruyan was speechless. Don't you all dislike that runny-nosed girl? When she heard that her little niece wouldn't get married, Lu Jixuan looked serious and suddenly asked, Go Dan, why don't you marry my little aunt? Go Dan was shocked. You didn't let me marry anyone else before? Lu Ruyan suddenly perked up. Wow, is my little niece in love? She clenched her fists. Is this little yellow-haired girl the one trying to flirt with her little niece? Now, because she's worried no one will want her, her little niece wants to give her 10-year-old little yellow-haired girl to her? Though it was funny, since her little niece was willing, the girl said yes. Before she could refuse, she heard her little niece say, Let's get married right now. Lu Ruyan froze. She always felt she was out of touch with the times. Sure enough, there's a 3-year gap between generations. She, being from 100 years in the future, wondered how many generations apart she was. Li Gooden thought for a while, looking at Lu Ruyan with a hint of dislike. Finally, he generously waved his hand. I don't dislike you. Today, let's play house and you can be my bride. What is this, playing house? She stopped playing with such things when she was 3. Back then, She thought playing these games was bad for her intelligence. Now, reborn, she was already 18, yet a group of younger kids was still playing house with her. Lu Ruyan. No, I don't want to play this. Ji Xian, you be the bride. Lu Ji Xian. Little auntie, don't worry. Li Guden is a good person. Just marry him peacefully. After your wedding, I'll go find Iron Pillar, who's beside Li Guden, to get married. I'm tired of playing house and marrying Li Guden every time. Lu Ruyan. So, I'm still just a backup? The children suddenly got excited. They were very capable of organizing things. Despite Lu Ruyan still being shocked and resistant, they covered her head with a red cloth. Then, the children gathered around her. Hurry up, hurry up. Where's the groom's flower? Bring it here to pick up the bride. Lu Ruyan sighed. No one could match the speed. Seeing how happy the children were playing, she felt especially tolerant after the apocalypse. Playing games with them was just a small patience she still had. Come on, bow to heaven and earth. Lu Ruyan. We don't need to do that, right? Children, you probably haven't played before. That's just how it's done. Lu Ruyan. Are you sure? Think again. Is that how your grown-ups get married? Seems not. Li Guden, go back and bring your bicycle to pick up the bride. Exactly. Looks like that's how it's done. Are you ready for the 3 turns and 1 sound? The dowry must be prepared, and the bride's display must be good. Lu Ruyan. You guys are quite knowledgeable. The children immediately puffed up their chests. Of course. Last time my brother got married, it was like that. I remember clearly. Oh, I almost forgot. There are 72 legs involved. Hurry up and prepare everything. She initially wanted the children to give up, but they became even more excited and eager. Forget it. No need to dampen their enthusiasm. It's just playing house. As long as they're happy. Anyway, she was bored, so she decided to play along with the kids. Lu Ruyan let the children play around her, sitting quietly with her head covered, waiting patiently. The children gathered around her, urging Li Guden to push the bicycle. Li Guden felt a bit embarrassed. The bicycle was bought recently by his family, and his mother loved it very much. She usually didn't let him touch it. If he pushed it out, would he get scolded or worse? The children looked at him expectantly. Li Guden, last time you said you would push the bike, so everyone could see. It's been 3 months now. Are you going to push it today when you're bringing your bride? Yes, I heard it's a Phoenix brand bicycle. I've been wanting to ride it. Li Guden said, it seems you all want me to bring my bride out or just want to play with the bike. A bicycle? In 1964, even in Beijing, bicycles were considered quite rare. Lu Ruyan watched her little nephew and niece eager to try, feeling a bit amused. The Lu family also had a bicycle, which Lu Shuhui usually rode to work. But they were too young, and she didn't let them play with it because her little nephew had fallen before when he couldn't control the bike. Since then, they had been kept away from it. Some other children's families didn't even own a bicycle. Now that they heard about the chance to ride, they were very excited. They chattered and encouraged Li Guden to go home and steal a bike. Lu Ruyan found it funny, but kept her smile in check. In this era, resources were scarce. Eating enough and staying warm were the most important things. Most families hadn't reached that level yet and didn't have the energy to pursue other things. Although the children looked happy playing here, none of them were overweight. Some might not be getting enough to eat, let alone toys. Children in this time had few toys, mostly handmade. In her time, these kids would have already been sitting in rocking chairs shaped like cars. She remembered that her space had various children's bicycles, with 3 wheels to prevent falling. Even if they were swallowed by her space, she wouldn't be able to take them out easily. At this time, China didn't have such things. If she brought them out today, she might be taken away tomorrow. Li Guden looked at everyone's expectant faces, clenched his teeth, and made a big decision. All right, wait for me. I'll go back now. A group of children stayed behind, eagerly watching, while most chattered and followed Li Guden to help keep watch. Lu Jixuan was also very excited. Big brother, you stay and watch the little girl. I'll be right back. Lu Jijia, who was a bit late, watched his sister's back as she hurried away, constantly looking toward Li Guden's side. I want to go too, he said. Compared to his little nephew, who was eager to follow. Lu Ruyan remained calm. In the adult world, things that attract children usually don't interest her. Only her little nephew was left beside her. She wasn't bored, though, as she was quietly practicing her wood element powers, using the grass below her. Wood element practitioners can grow plants to help with their training. The more plants, the better the training results. But the progress was very slow, just like the growth of plants. Without a crystal core, it might take her hundreds of years to reach the third level. Still, it was better than nothing. Plus, she could chat with the grass. The grass was very excited, trembling with anger when touched. A bunch of little rabbits, don't step on us. The grass is breaking. There's a path nearby, why not walk on it? Is that so hard? Okay, we won't step on you, Lu Ruyan said, moving aside with her little nephew and sitting on a stone. Xiao Jia, the grass says we stepped on them. Let's move away. Tell your friends to avoid trampling on these grasses in the future. At this moment, Lu Jijia kept muttering, why aren't they here yet? How much longer do we have to wait? Maybe they're playing on their own now. He wanted to go over and see, but seeing Lu Ruyan talking to the grass with her hand on it, he looked at her with disbelief. Oh my, he had only thought his little sister liked to pretend, and she didn't seem crazy. But now, seeing her acting so strangely, he felt like the sky was falling. Sister, come back soon. It looks like she's really lost her mind. He didn't dare leave, afraid of losing her. Suddenly, there was noise from the other side. Xiao Jia was stunned. He shouted loudly to his friends. What's going on? His friends replied, wow, Li Gooden is really coming over with his cart. That's good, isn't it? Yes, but his mom is following behind with his stick. Oh no, forget about him. Everyone run. The children scattered quickly, quietly running to the side to watch the fun. Lu Ruyan also lifted her veil to see what was happening, which everyone found amusing. She had guessed earlier that it was nice to see others' childhoods unfold completely. Lu Ruyan showed no shame in her delight, even though the person involved was her soon-to-be husband. At this moment, Lu Jixuan returned excitedly saying, little aunt, look. Dog Egg is being chased and scolded by his mom. Lu Ruyan found it quite interesting. Aren't you supposed to be the model couple for playing house? Why aren't you helping him now? Lu Jixuan replied, it's fake. I don't care about him. Besides, according to the rules, if adults hit someone, we don't get involved. If someone from the neighboring big yard comes to cause trouble, then we step in. The most important thing is, if we help, the adults from their family will come looking for our adults, and everyone will suffer together. Only a fool would help him. Yes, everyone look. Dog Egg's pants are almost falling off. Last time, I chased him and made him laugh for 3 months. Now it's my turn to laugh at him. The children showed no sympathy at all watching as Dog Egg was scolded harshly by his chubby mother. Dog Egg was crying loudly, making the scene lively. Suddenly, a military green car slowly arrived, drawing everyone's attention. Dog Egg's mother also stopped, no longer chasing him. Who could be inside that military vehicle? It's much rarer than a bicycle. Bicycles can be bought with money and tickets, but this car can't be bought. Sometimes the big yard had cars, but this wasn't the familiar one. Then the car stopped. A carefree young man jumped out, his eyes scanning around before settling on Lu Ruyan, who was wearing a red veil. His eyes brightened, and he said something to the people in the car before walking straight toward her. Lu Ruyan silently lowered her veil. Why was it Lin Ziyu? Yesterday, he didn't want to leave, wanting to follow her to see the fun. A grown man and so nosy. She immediately noticed Lin Ziyu's strange expression, the restless movement of his eyes, clearly there to watch her. He was persistent, coming over the next day. She hadn't invited him, so why was he so eager? She didn't want to see him. Just as Lu Ruyan lowered her veil, she didn't notice the person getting out from the passenger side. A tall, stern man in military uniform stepped out of the car, giving off a serious and commanding presence. After he got out, the noisy scene suddenly became quiet. The auntie holding a stick quietly tucked it behind her back. Other aunties, who had come to watch after hearing the noise, were so surprised their jaws almost dropped. What a handsome man! He's even more handsome than Lu Shui, the most handsome guy in their courtyard, but he looks a bit too cold. He clearly looks like he's from the army. Such a handsome officer. Has he already married? Should I ask if he has a partner? Should I introduce him to my daughter, niece, or cousin? Nowadays, there are quite a few handsome officers. The aunties immediately started thinking about him as a potential match. He clearly has more than just good looks. His demeanor is impressive, not something ordinary families can cultivate. Plus, he's a soldier, and he seems to hold a high rank. The aunties are sharp-eyed and very good at judging people. Next to him, a carefree young man about 17 or 18 also looked handsome, but he seemed too young, like a high school student skipping class. His careless attitude made him seem unreliable, not the type to settle down and live a steady life. It's a pity, so good-looking, but he looks like a spoiled rich kid. Compared to him, the aunties didn't like this kind of young master.
Huh.
Why is that carefree officer walking toward the girl from the Liu family who was just brought back? But the girl from the Liu family didn't seem particularly crazy yesterday, just a bit fierce. Now seeing her playing house with a child, everyone finally realized her mind might really be a bit off. Poor girl. What will happen to her in the future? However, she seems to have a marriage prospect. It's a boy from the Zhou family in the 4th Nine City, such a good match. But then they remembered that not long ago, Lu Ruomeng also seemed to like that marriage candidate.
His name is Zhou Yenjing.
He's only 21 but already a deputy regimental commander. He's quite promising. They also heard he's handsome. The two most handsome young men in the 4th Nine City are Zhou Yenjing and Lin Ziyu. They wondered how these two compare to the current officers. But why is this officer looking for Lu Ruyan? A month ago, Lu Ruomeng kept telling everyone she was Zhou Yenjing's fiancée. Later, she suddenly changed her story, saying she wouldn't marry a useless man. Thanks to Lu Ruomeng, they probably found out that Zhou Yenjing came back from a mission with serious leg injuries, so bad that he might not be able to stand again at a young age. After all, Lu Ruomeng's attitude changed so much. Just a few days ago, she insisted she would marry him, and now she's distancing herself and even revealing that Lu's real daughter is back. Now Lu's real daughter has returned, but she's crazy and disfigured. Well, it seems fitting that the two main characters, who are arranged to marry, are having such matching misfortunes, one crazy, one disfigured. Neither should look down on the other. If things continue like this, their union might actually be a good match, a somewhat unfortunate but decent relationship. But this morning, Lu Ruomeng left home, saying she didn't mind Zhou Yenjing's inability to stand, and that her previous feelings were just a moment of weakness. She's gone out, but she's not planning to give up. Are these two women fighting over one man? What a big scandal. The aunts love this kind of juicy gossip and are ready to listen at any moment. These two sisters, once they start fighting, with Lu Ruoyen now acting so crazy and disfigured, probably can't compete with Lu Ruomeng, right? Of course, who would like a disfigured, crazy woman? Haven't you seen her playing house with children? The boys are often disliked and chased away by their parents. The aunts are talking quietly among themselves. Lu Ruoyen doesn't care at all. She looks at the red veil and notices something strange. This piece of red cloth looks quite proper, with embroidery on it. It really looks like a wedding veil. Which mischievous kid stole the family's veil to play with? Lu Zhixian and Lu Zhijia heard others talking badly about their little aunt and got angry. The aunt's gossip was quiet, but they didn't hide it from the children, so the two siblings nearby overheard everything. Little aunt is very strong. She's no worse than the fake aunt. They said their little aunt could slap the fake aunt against the wall, and she couldn't even scratch her. The aunts waved their hands. You're still young and don't understand men. If they want to marry, they'll choose a hardworking, virtuous, and beautiful woman. Your mother is very suitable for that. Men need someone to take care of them, not your little aunt who needs to be taken care of. We don't dislike our real little aunt, but men are realistic. No one would want to marry a crazy, disfigured woman unless they have no choice. They couldn't find anyone suitable, so they had to settle for someone to continue the family line. So, your little aunt's conditions aren't bad enough that she can't get married, but the person she marries probably won't be very good. The young girl was unhappy. That's not true. Even Go-Dan is willing to marry my little aunt. Look, Go-Dan is even being chased and scolded by his mother. Lu Jijia held her sister and comforted her. Don't worry. My little aunt is so good, she'll definitely find a good partner. If not, she won't marry. When we grow up, we'll take care of her. The girl still wasn't convinced. No, I still want to find the best person for my little aunt, to make them all jealous. Lu Jijia also thought that made sense. Where can we find the best? Our third uncle is the best, but unfortunately, he's a close relative. Otherwise, he would marry my little aunt. At this moment, everyone ignored the two children and focused on the two men just getting off the vehicle. They continued to talk about how outstanding these two men were, especially the one in military uniform beside the car, who was being introduced to relatives. The two men exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Want to introduce a match for that big brother? No way. Lu Jixuan rushed over and stood in front of the stern-looking officer who had just gotten off the car. She loudly asked, "Hey, handsome big brother, do you want a wife?" The ants' faces dropped in shock. Wow, these active members of the Intelligence Bureau hadn't even had a chance to act, and an 8-year-old kid had already stepped in? Where's Li Gooden? Hurry up and take your pretend wife to play with mud. The 8-year-old girl crossed her arms and looked up at the big brother. Wow, the closer he gets, the more handsome he looks. His fierce aura and the way he slapped someone onto the wall match her aunt's style perfectly. She has great taste. But she didn't know if he agreed or not. The man looked down at this little girl. Before he could say anything, another person in military uniform inside the car couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, the boss is still so popular. Boss, do you want a wife? Always with a serious face, but the girl and the aunt haven't given up on him. Now, even a 7 or 8-year-old girl has her eyes on him. The man called the boss glanced at the two people in the car. They quickly covered their mouths to suppress their laughter, but their shoulders kept shaking. They didn't dare to laugh openly. They had just come out and didn't want to be reprimanded again, so they had to hold it in. The young girl grew impatient and asked again, "Big brother, you haven't answered me. Do you want a wife?" The women nearby got anxious and crowded around. You're only 8, no rush. Auntie has a 20-year-old niece. Let her go first. Hey, comrade, do you have a girlfriend? Suifan, your niece is lazy and unmotivated. It's not right to introduce her. I have a college girl niece. Comrade, would you like to meet her? Everyone step aside. My cousin Wenbing is a shining star and more suitable for him. The women almost started fighting. The 8-year-old girl was pushed out by their big hips. The little girl, not even a meter tall, was so angry her face puffed up. She turned around and rushed back toward Lu Ruyan. She grabbed Lu Ruyan tightly. Little auntie, I found you a super handsome guy. Come on, let's go. Lu Ruyan. No, I don't need that. Playing house is fine, but if she really found her a partner, she wouldn't be happy. Is being single really so unhappy these days? Why should she bother to find herself a partner? Lin Ziyu also came over to Lu Ruyan, laughing so hard he could hardly straighten up. What's wrong with you? Are you so eager to get married? Oh, you've even put on a veil. Who's the groom? Lu Ruyan replied calmly, that little brat over there who's getting scolded is the groom. Lin Ziyu almost burst out laughing like a pig. Playing house, huh? Fine. I brought someone good for you, someone your niece likes. Seeing Lu Ruyan about to refuse, he quickly said, Don't refuse. Your niece has good taste. Besides me, he's the most handsome in all of Jing City. The little girl looked at Lin Ziyu for a moment. You're just bragging. That big brother is more handsome than you. Little auntie, don't mind him. Come on, let's go. Soon, the big brother will be snatched away by the women. Lin Ziyu was annoyed by the little girl's words. I won't argue with a kid. After a moment, Lin Ziyu said, Since we have some friendship from the train, I'll carry you. He then stepped in front of Lu Ruyan, bent down, and made a motion to lift her. The little girl was anxious and kept spinning around. Little auntie, hurry up. Finally, with each holding one of her brothers, they pushed Lu Ruyan onto Lin Ziyu's back. Lu Jijia said, I'll clear the way for you. Go ahead. Lu Jixuan added. Wait for me, I want to come too. The two worked together perfectly, pushing and making way along the path. Lin Ziyu carried Lu Ruyan as he ran ahead, saying, Lu Ruyan, you're lucky today. When my sister got married, I didn't carry her. Now I'm carrying you. Although his sister was married when he was just under 10, it was his older brother who carried her. But what he said was true. He had never carried a sister on her wedding day before.
Today was the first time.
Thinking about it made him a little excited. Lu Ruyan was speechless. She couldn't understand why Lin Ziyu was playing around with a little kid. She now saw herself as a crazy person, but Lin Ziyu was not crazy. They weren't related, so was it appropriate for him to carry her? Usually, when someone gets married, it's their brother who carries them, whether a biological brother or a close relative like a cousin. Lin Ziyu didn't fit into any of those roles. Lu Ruyan, sitting on Lin Ziyu's back, surprisingly didn't mind and felt a strange closeness. Indeed, Lin Ziyu was the most compatible person she had met in both her lives. Now that things had reached this point, with her nephew and niece leading the way, she couldn't fall behind. She wanted to see what kind of guy her little niece had found for her this time, what kind of dog it was. Anyway, with her face covered and her veil lifted, even a dog would be scared off, not to mention a person. She planned to scare him away and enjoy his frightened expression. The aunties, pushed aside by the two children, looked over and each had different expressions. How was that man carrying Lu's daughter rushing over here? Could he also be here to steal her away? Not to mention her own wild personality. Her face alone was enough to make people believe anything. The aunties, pushed aside and a little annoyed, took out their sunflower seeds again. Let's watch the show. No one stopped them, so Lu Ruyan was quickly carried to the front, right in front of the main person. Everyone was watching. Lin Ziyu put her down and eagerly urged her, his voice full of excitement. Hurry, hurry. That's your boyfriend. I'm giving you a chance. Just hug him. He's yours. Hug him today, discuss marriage tomorrow, and get the certificate the day after. After saying this, he pushed Lu Ruyan forward. Lin Ziyu said, See? I'm doing this for you. Giving you a chance. Then he realized he hadn't pushed her hard enough. Lu Ruyan was very steady and didn't fall into the other person's arms as he had expected. Instead, he was pushed back by Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan didn't fly away, he did. He didn't fall into the other's arms as planned. The other person kicked him mercilessly, changing his direction, and he fell between the two. Almost face down on the ground, Lin Ziyu thought. Watching two equally strong people facing off, Lin Ziyu finally remembered Lu Ruyan's powerful fighting skills on the train. He really shouldn't have pushed this dangerous woman. Lu Ruyan, through her veil, looked down at Lin Ziyu's resentful gaze and smirked. If he wanted to get along with her, he would have to pay a price. Was the person in front of them the little niece's new matchmaker? He couldn't see her face, but he could feel her tall figure. That precise kick earlier made Lin Ziyu fall, but he didn't fall toward her. Instead, he changed direction and fell without hurting anyone. She was skilled. He heard the commotion and the words of the women nearby, roughly understanding the situation. The other person was a soldier with some fighting skills. At this moment, Lu Ruyan saw her little niece rush out and say, Big brother, this is the bride I found for you. Just take her and go. Lu Ruyan. The onlookers. No way is this little girl coming out and causing trouble right away? Lin Ziyu, lying on the ground, chuckled. That's right. The carriage is here. The bride's veil is on. Just take her and leave. At this moment, the guy with tears streaming down his face finally pushed the cart over. He pitifully stood in front of the green military vehicle and looked at the tall man ahead. He had been beaten up and, feeling a bit overwhelmed, asked, Lu Jixuan, didn't you say your little aunt is my bride? Lu Jixuan crossed her arms. Who told you to be late? I found someone better for my little aunt, Li Gooden. I don't accept that. The people inside the vehicle shook their shoulders more vigorously. Family members who could understand. Their eldest son had fallen so low as to fight over a 10-year-old girl's bride. The crowd watching the scene also laughed, and Li Gooden showed his bravery today. Li Gooden, keep going. Don't let your wife get taken away. His friends cheered him on. Li Gooden, don't be afraid. Come on, come on. Lying on the ground, Lin Ziyu watched excitedly, but also tried to stir things up. Go, Li Gooden. Fight him. He's the strongest opponent you've ever met. Defeat him, and when you're old and about to pass away, you'll look back and say, I won him in this life, it was worth it. Lu Ruyan kicked Lin Ziyu. You're already on the ground, but still not behaving. Your little mouth keeps talking. Seeing how he encouraged the kid, his face turned red. His fists clenched tightly, full of excitement, ready to rush forward and fight the big, strong soldier. The child was only 10 years old, not very tall, but he could see everything through the veil. Li Gooden truly lived up to expectations. With a loud, passionate shout, carrying everyone's hopes, he was willing to risk his dignity this time. Just as Li Gooden was about to rush out and fight, his mother appeared, holding a thick stick, shouting loudly, Li Gooden. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Gooden hesitated and turned around to run. His dignity, which he had risked so much for, was shattered. Lu Ruyan watched Li Gooden's small, weathered back as he ran away and couldn't help but sigh. He used to be a hero, but then his mother came. With Li Gooden gone, the tense fight that was about to happen disappeared under the shadow of the stick. Lin Ziyu jumped up from the ground, disappointed. I thought I might see someone fighting a kid. Well, now that the kid who was trying to steal the bride has run away, no one is bothering you. Hurry up and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your marriage certificate. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but kick him again. How can someone be so annoying? Watching the fun and making things worse, huh? Lin Ziyu dodged Lu Ruyan's kick again. I'm helping you. Marrying him won't be a bad deal. He was sincere. The girl didn't appreciate it and even kicked him. Lu Ruyan said, just don't cause trouble. You just want to watch the show, right? Why are you so eager? Lin Ziyu chuckled. Was he that obvious? He looked at the two of them, one with a veil and the other, his new friend, who seemed to be the most compatible with him. Another person is someone from childhood, the child of someone else's family, whom she has always wanted to surpass. They are lively together, and he admits he really wants to see it.
Li Ruyan ignora se Lena Zayus gusipin Gaza.
She was just playing with the children, but unexpectedly caused a big misunderstanding. This farce should come to an end. Thinking this, Li Ruyan lifts her veil, revealing her face with a severe burn wound that is swollen and twisted, then looks up at Brother Bing's handsome face. The contrast is too striking, especially for those who haven't seen Li Ruyan's face before. They all gasp. Wow, such a beauty and a beast. When the girl wore her veil, her figure and temperament matched well with the soldier, but under the veil, she looks so plain. Is this just a scam? The two in the car are also shocked, but not because of the bride's appearance, rather because she looks a bit familiar now. Where have I seen her before? Li Ruyan's face was wrapped in bandages on the train, so they couldn't recognize her right away. Lin Ziyu rubs his forehead. My sister, your face is like that, and you still dare to lift your veil so openly. Lin Ziyu is different. When Li Ruyan was treated, he saw her face. A girl's face being ruined like that. He remembered Li Ruyan saying it was Lu Ruyan's doing, and he felt inexplicably angry. They had only known each other for a short time, but he couldn't help feeling sorry for Li Ruyan. So now he also dislikes, no, more accurately, he resents Lu Ruyan. He didn't sleep last night either, just to come for Li Ruyan, because her mother took Li Ruyan to the Zhou family early in the morning. The Zhou residence is right next door. When his mother called him to get up, he wanted to stay in bed, but when she mentioned the Li family's mother and daughter going to the Zhou house, he immediately woke up and rushed over to report. On the way, he met Zhou Yanjing, and since they had the same destination, they went together. But Zhou Yanjing seemed to have a task, so he probably wouldn't stay long. He also couldn't reveal his identity publicly. He is serious about Li Ruyan holding Zhou Yanjing. As long as Li Ruyan dares to hold him, he will testify and guarantee that she will marry into the Zhou family. Besides, Zhou Yanjing is her childhood sweetheart, so this is the easiest way to make it happen legally. As long as there is some physical contact, the parents can arrange the marriage immediately. Who knows why this girl didn't follow the usual rules and just lifted her veil? with such a face that looked like a scene from a car accident. He didn't even want her to hug him, let alone Zhou Yanqing. Lu Ruyan didn't understand his concern at all. My face is just scarred, not deformed. Why can't I lift my veil to see people? After saying that, regardless of Lin Ziyu's reaction, she kept her eyes fixed on Zhou Yanqing. Why does this side profile look so familiar? At that moment, Zhou Yanqing turned his head, fully revealing his face. Seeing Lu Ruyan's eyes go wide, Lin Ziyu couldn't help but tease her. Are you stunned? I told you. With such an authoritative face, you won't lose out. Before he finished speaking, Lu Ruyan suddenly threw off her veil, rolled up her sleeves, and punched him. She wasn't going to let him get away with calling his face authoritative. She was hitting his face. Zhou Yanqing reacted quickly and dodged the punch. Soon, the two of them started fighting. The onlookers were stunned. What just happened? Lin Ziyu quickly realized, Lu Ruyan, you better not be forcing yourself because the other person doesn't want to marry you. The two in the car also got out quickly, surprised to see them fighting. Thinking about their mission, they wondered if this person was an enemy spy. But looking at how familiar the young man from the Lin family seemed with the other person, he wasn't likely to be working with enemies. What shocked them even more was that this was the first time someone had fought back against their boss and held their own. Although their boss hadn't gone all out, he was definitely very strong. The more they watched, the more familiar the fighting style seemed. One of them suddenly clapped his head and said, I remember now. Isn't that the girl from the train who took down several dangerous human traffickers in just a minute? Yes, it's her. Our mission wrapped up so quickly because of her. Hey, boss, you have to hold back. Lu Ruyan's eyes looked dangerously fierce. She would never forget that face. It's the face of the zombie king who had been entangled with her for 10 years. Today, she was going to rip off his skull. At that moment, the two soldiers watching the show suddenly looked serious. They stared at the man under the big tree in the courtyard, with sharp eyes like a rat. They quietly said, Boss, we've found the target. 3 o'clock direction. The person called Boss immediately stepped back and said calmly to Lu Ruyan, something just came up. We'll have a chance to spar next time.
You
are quite skilled. One of the 3 drove a car, while the other 2 quickened their pace to follow the person. After they left, the crowd watching the scene quickly thinned out by more than half. Nowadays, it's hard for idle people to wander around without a purpose, just to survive. Lu Ruyan watched their backs disappear, and the sense of danger in her eyes gradually faded. She is not the zombie king, just someone who looks like him. She was a bit overwhelmed just now. But anyone would be surprised to see themselves in a different world and face an old rival they've fought for 10 years. Especially when their fight is life-threatening. However, Lu Ruyan touched her shoulder. The wound was slightly open, but it wasn't serious. She used her special power to heal it, so there was no infection, and the wound was healing well. Still, Lu Ruyan felt a little upset. She frowned and thought back. During the fight, she realized she was at a disadvantage. Her body was weak, poor nutrition since childhood, injuries, and the original owner's body was not her own, so she had no muscle memory for fighting. Her brain knew how to respond to attacks, but her untrained body couldn't execute the commands quickly. This made her attack slow, and even when she managed to keep up, it was very difficult. All these reasons meant her current body was like a beginner's character in a game, still learning, with experience but no level. So, it was clear she couldn't win against the other person, unless they held back. That's also one reason she recognized the other as not being the zombie king, because the king would never hold back. Of course, she wouldn't either. If either of them held back, one of them would be in serious trouble. In their last fight, they used all their strength, and the result was both of them ending up badly hurt. Oh, she didn't see her own backup. She had changed worlds. Maybe her backup was protected by a higher power. The zombie king must have seen his backup. Good for him, hee. Lin Ziyu walked over, but before he could get close, the 2 little kids moved faster. They rushed over, and one of them hugged Lu Ruyan's leg. Little Andy, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Lu Ruyan shook her head.
I'm fine.
I'm very strong too, She didn't mention that her wound had split open a little. When she fought, she used her special power to seal the wound so no blood would flow out. She absorbed some of her energy to do this, using up more than half of it. Now, she was running low on energy, which made her a bit sad. Early in the morning, Lu Jimeng was missing, and she suddenly missed her a lot. Lu Jixuan pouted, looking full of regret. "Little auntie, it's all my fault. I didn't think that big brother would fight with you. He's so good at fighting. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen him. This big brother was too violent and fought with little auntie." That made her upset. Lu Jijie watched everything and saw little auntie talking to a patch of grass. He also thought little auntie shouldn't marry a man who was too strong. Little auntie couldn't beat him, so they wouldn't stand a chance. The man looked quite powerful, even stronger than their third uncle. Their family couldn't compete with him. If conflict happened in the future, no one in their family could help. The siblings discussed and finally made a decision. Maybe little Annie should find Li Gooden. Even if she can beat him with one hand, we can also defeat him. The strongest person in his family is his mom, but she can't beat little Andy. His grandpa isn't as strong as our grandpa, and his dad isn't as strong as ours. Others are even weaker. So our family would win easily. Yes, Li Gooden's family lives nearby. If they bother little auntie, we'll find out right away and go fight him. The siblings thought more and more that Li Gooden was a good match, and they were secretly giving him points. Lin Ziyu heard their words and staggered a few steps, almost falling down. He wondered how these two kids' brains worked. How could Li Gooden compare to Zhou Yanjing? In his mind, he had a strange feeling that Lu Ruyan should marry the best person. Li Gooden at 10 years old was far from that. He initially thought this way, but after listening to the kids' conversation, he surprisingly found it reasonable too. Even someone like him was starting to waver, not to mention Lu Ruyan, who was a bit crazy. Worried that Lu Ruyan might hear him, Lin Ziyu quickly said, "You're not thinking straight. Don't listen to what your little nephew and niece are saying." What happened just now? Lin Ziyu planned to test Lu Ruyan's attitude, but she was his fiancée, or rather, not quite, because if Lu Ruming also wanted him, things would get more complicated. Lu Ruming had lived as the daughter of the Lu family for 18 years. Previously, both families considered her the match for her childhood sweetheart. Especially considering Lu Ruyan's qualities, the Zhou family would probably choose a normal person like Lu Rum, right? Who knew that a friend he had just met for a day would care so much about Lu Ruyan, whom he didn't understand very well. Lu Ruyan replied calmly, "He's quite capable." Was she praising Zhou Yanjing? Lin Ziyu thought there was hope. "Yes, he is just a little behind me in ability." Feeling Lu Ruyan's disdainful look, Lin Ziyu cleared his throat, restrained his expression, and said seriously, "You praise him, and he praises you. Your words are quite similar. It seems you are a good match. This is the first time I see him praise someone like that. It looks like he thinks highly of you." Honestly, to get a compliment from the king of soldiers, Zhou Yanjing, was a sign of real strength. It seemed Zhou Yanjing's first impression of his fiancée was quite good. He had been worried that Zhou Yanjing might dislike Lu Ruyan's face. His plan before coming was to let Lu Ruyan cover her face and approach Zhou Yanjing. Start with getting along, develop feelings, and then quickly settle the marriage. After that, everything would be easier. But who knew Lu Ruyan was so bold, like she didn't care about anyone in the world? She lifted her veil directly to face Zhou Yanjing. Was that right? A normal girl would blush, just by looking at Zhou Yanjing a little. But Lu Ruyan just went ahead and did it. Her bold moves almost made Lin Ziyu doubt his life. He tried to say more good things about Zhou Yanjing to bring them closer. Lu Ruyan heard this and sneered coldly. Lin Ziyu was confused. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Lu Ruyan said, "Of course you got it wrong. What he said was right. I just said I'm not strong enough. Not strong enough means I'm weak. His point is if I'm weak I should practice more." Lin Ziyu was speechless. What kind of thinking process could lead to that understanding? It was clearly overinterpreting. Zhou Yanjing was genuinely praising her, with no hidden meaning. Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes. Her current body was so different from her original one. This attack was so intense that it almost broke her. It seems there are still many people in this world stronger than Zhou Yanjing. From the sense of danger brought by the apocalypse, she feels she must recover quickly and spend every day training with Lu Ruyong to increase her strength. She can't afford to be much weaker than the man who looks just like the Zombie King. She doesn't want to fall behind the Zombie King. And where is the heroine? My dear heroine, where are you? The women who stayed behind now turned their attention to Lin Ziyu. Seeing him chatting so comfortably with Lu Ruying and noticing that the daughter of the Lu family is not picky about who she talks to, it suggests she has good character. Looking at his clothes and appearance, if his family wasn't well off, he wouldn't be able to dress like that. Although he's still young and not very determined, he seems to like men. When the women started to gather around him, Lin Ziyu felt nervous. He quickly held a child in each arm and said, "Let's find a different place to talk." He then left quickly, walking as if a mad dog was chasing him. The two children, excited to be held, kept patting his shoulders and saying, "Hurry up, faster," Lin Ziyu said. "Don't treat me like a horse." "Where is your home?" They all went back to his house. Lin Ziyu looked around at the Lu family's home, which had everything it needed. Although it wasn't as grand as his own, the Lu family was quite well off, so Lu Ruying wouldn't go hungry. Lu Ruying found a seat and looked at Lin Ziyu, who seemed to have something to say. She asked, "What do you want to say?" Lin Ziyu sat next to her, acting very familiar. He poured himself a glass of water and replied, "Don't you know that your biological mother took Lu Ruyong to Zhou's house?" Lu Ruying said, "No wonder I couldn't find her." Lin Ziyu asked, "Aren't you worried?" "They clearly went after Zhou Yanjing. What if they take him away?" Lu Ruying said, "What can I do? Someone I've never met and have no feelings for might take him. Why are you more anxious than I am?" Her attitude made Lin Ziyu even more nervous. "Didn't you just see him? Are you planning to use force to keep him? Why are you not worried now?" Lu Ruying suddenly realized that face that looks just like the Zombie King is Zhou Yanjing. Both children were surprised to hear this. "So that handsome big brother is my little aunt's fiancé?" Lin Ziyu asked. "So, are you upset about him being taken away? Are there any Zombie Kings? What strange things are you thinking about in your mind?" The two children nodded repeatedly. They looked good and strong, and they definitely couldn't let the fake aunt take them away. Seeing their hopeful eyes, Lu Ruyan looked disgusted. "That's even worse. With that face, if she suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and sharpened her knife at the bedside, she might scare people." After she said this, the three of them looked up with question marks above their heads.
"Why?
"Do you want Lu Rumeng to take your fiancé away just like that?" Lu Ruyan. "A man who can be taken away isn't a good match." The Zombie King's face was Zhou Yanjing's. "So, he is the hero in the story. Lu Rumeng is the heroine, and they are destined to be entangled." Although she wasn't interested in Zhou Yanjing, he was still the fiancé of the original owner. If the heroine wanted to take him, she had to ask if she agreed. Lin Ziyu. "So you gave him to Lu Rumeng, Lu Ruyan. Did I say that? Even if I don't want something, Lu Rumeng can't get her hands on it." Lin Ziyu. He shouldn't argue with a crazy person, but since she didn't want Lu Rumeng to succeed, he decided to help her. He grabbed Lu Ruyan's wrist and was about to leave. "Let's go. I'll take you to the Zhou family. At this time, we might even get a free meal." At that moment, only Zhou's mother was there to receive Lu's mother and Lu Rumeng. Lu's mother. "What I told you, have you thought about it?" Zhou's mother. "The engagement was decided back then between us. We also said that we would see how the children felt when they grew up. Making such a quick decision isn't good." Lu's mother pulled Lu Rumeng to her side and smiled. "Rumeng is willing. She has liked Yanjing for a long time. Even knowing Yanjing had an accident, she still wants to be with him." Lu Rumeng shyly lowered her head. "Auntie, I have admired brother Yanjing since I was little. I will take good care of him. Even if he can't stand up later, I won't dislike him." Right now, Zhou Yanjing was probably still in the hospital with serious leg injuries. Her words were meant to show her determination and gain Zhou's mother's favor. As long as Zhou's mother liked her and supported her, she wouldn't be far from marrying the youngest future master. Zhou's mother's expression changed slightly, and her tone also shifted. But a month ago, you were still insisting on breaking off the engagement and called Yanjing a cripple. Why this sudden change of heart? Li Rumeng's face turned pale, which was a result of her past mistakes before rebirth. She secretly resented why she wasn't reborn earlier, but instead was reborn after she refused marriage and after it was revealed that Lu Ruiying was the biological daughter of the Lu family. Now her path is so difficult, and this old man is now making things hard for her. Once she marries Zhou Yanjing, she will have many ways to torment her. Li's mother smiled and continued, Ru Meng was spoiled by me back then, a child's nature. She didn't say those words. It was just gossip from the busybodies in the courtyard. If she didn't like Yanjing, she wouldn't be begging me to talk about this now. She didn't want Ru Meng to marry the lame Zhou Yanjing, but after years of pampering, the child cried and made a fuss, even kneeling before her to beg. She had no choice but to bring her here. Li Ru Meng's eyes were red, and she looked sad and bit her lip, saying, Sorry, I admit I was shaken when I heard the news, but I didn't say those harsh words. Zhou's mother frowned, feeling as if she had been bullied. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but Li Ru Meng's eyes now looked dark and cold, sometimes greedy, sometimes vicious. She was even worse than the girl who had come to break off the engagement earlier. Back then, she wasn't likable either, but at least she was genuine, unlike now, who seemed like a lurking snake in the dark. Zhou's mother didn't like Li Ru Meng, but she had known Lu's mother for many years and couldn't say it directly. She had to find a roundabout way to refuse. I remember that your own daughter was the one who arranged the marriage.
She just came back.
Shouldn't you tell her first? Li Ru Meng immediately became anxious. No need. Lu Ruiying's face was disfigured, and she also burned her brain. Not only that, she likes to hit and bite people. She pointed at the wound on her face and said, Annie, look, she bit me. Lu's mother nodded. The night before last, she went crazy and locked me and Ru Meng in the storeroom, kept us there all night. Zhou's mother. What is wrong with the Lu family girls? One is dark and vicious. The other is crazy and bites people, even locking her own mother in the storeroom? Clearly, the Lu family used to be capable and outstanding, but why do these two daughters seem so different now? And both of them have some connection to her son. If she found one of them as a daughter-in-law, she would feel hopeless. If she really married one of them, she would immediately split the family and let her younger son and his wife deal with it. She was old and tired. Such a daughter-in-law would be too much for her to handle. This hardship should be borne by her son. Mother Lu, although Ruyan is the one who arranged the marriage, she is really not suitable to marry now. Dream can take her place. Dream looks good and is clever. Their children will definitely be smart and lively. Mother Zhou doesn't want any of them. She can only leave everything to Zhou Yanjing. It depends on Yanjing's opinion. If he likes her, I will agree to whoever he wants to marry. Thinking about how Zhou Yanjing married Lu Ruyan smoothly in the past life, Dream feels a bit upset. Even if she's crazy, Mother Zhou. Yes, a crazy person is a crazy person. She's not his wife, so what is there to be afraid of? But still, her son probably wouldn't marry a disfigured crazy person, right? At this moment, Zhou Yanjing has already caught the person. He is sitting in the passenger seat, resting with his eyes closed. Zhang Ji, behind the car, punches the struggling enemy agent. Calm down. What kind of person do you think you are? Do you think you're a spy? The beaten enemy agent is the man with mouse-like eyebrows and sharp eyes from before. He is still resisting. Usually, he wanders the streets and alleys, and people see him as a thug or a troublemaker. He believes he hasn't revealed anything and isn't afraid. I'm not a spy. You caught the wrong person. Zhang Ji hits him again, fiercely saying, Everyone says that when they get caught. Be honest, and you'll find out after the interrogation. Driver Zhao Yang turns around. It's too noisy. Stop talking to him and cover his mouth. The enemy agent panics. You can't do this to me. I want to complain. Boo-hoo. It turns out Zhang Ji couldn't find a cloth, so he finally used his own sock, which he accidentally stuffed into his pants pocket this morning and shoved it into the man's mouth. Hee hee, this sock I wore for 3 days on a mission. It must be very stinky, right, Zhao Yang? You're disgusting. Bringing that around, I knew today there would be a smell of sweaty socks around you. Zhang Ji. I was out of my mind when I left. Just happened to use it now. Zhao Yang looks at the enemy agent, who is about to faint, and laughs. Yeah, it makes sense. The enemy agent really has nothing to say. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone over to watch the fun. These days, eating melon is dangerous. If only his hands weren't tied behind his back, he'd slap himself. Let you watch the show. It's all because Lu's biological daughter, just found back, is crazy, disfigured, and playing house. He just took a quick look and saw everything. He was caught immediately.
Darn.
Actually, his task wasn't finished yet. He hadn't approached Lu's second daughter, who returned from studying abroad. He initially planned to get close to other Lu family members, like Lu's fake daughter. But when he saw the real daughter acting crazy, he changed his mind. Coaxing a crazy person to do his work was much easier than coaxing a normal person. But before he could carry out his plan, he was caught. All his plans and ideas died before they could start. This wasn't his first time being caught, but usually it was for petty theft. Sitting in a military vehicle was a first for him. Qian Shower felt scared for the first time, but he tried to stay calm. He decided that as long as he didn't admit anything, no one could do anything to him. And that stinky sock was so salty and smelly, yuck. This is biological weapon level stuff. The enemy agents rolled their eyes in silence. Then the people in the car started talking. Boss, that female comrade you fought with is the same one who took down some human traffickers on the train a few days ago. I didn't expect to meet her here. The driver couldn't help but turn around and reply, that's right. She's really skilled, and she can fight head-to-head, Zhou Yanjing said. She's a good talent. With an enemy agent present, he didn't mention that the female comrade's moves were extremely sharp and fierce, aimed straight at vital points. Her fighting wasn't just basic practice. It looked like she had fought many real battles. But her martial arts skills were perfect, yet her fighting style didn't look very smooth, giving a strange feeling. During the fight, he noticed her muscles. Unlike those of people who trained regularly, she looked more like an ordinary person. He decided to investigate her background. Zhou Yanjing planned to have someone check her information as soon as he returned. He wasn't worried about her running away. Everyone in the compound knew her, including Lin Ziyu. Even if she escaped, it wouldn't affect the investigation. And her face was full of scars. What had she been through? Why was someone so heavy-handed on her face? After sending her away, Zhou Yanjing asked, has Lu's family arranged someone? Zhang Ji replied, Xiao Lu's family is nearby. He's watching over her. Lu's second daughter had returned from studying abroad a few months ago, and now she was being watched. They were also asked to arrange for someone to go over, ensuring that Lu Ruxi's personal safety and all her drawings were protected without affecting the other party. Any documents with writing were not allowed to be shared. After making arrangements, Zhao Yang and Zhang Ji planned to go out for a walk. They hadn't had a day off in over a month of missions, and they couldn't hold on any longer. Boss, are you going home? Zhou Yanqing replied, I have some things to do. I'll go back after I finish. Hearing this, the two felt a bit disappointed. Finally having a holiday, they heard that the boss now had 2 rumored fiancés. They really wanted to go home and see the big gossip. What a pity. They wondered if they would have a chance to meet the boss's 2 supposed fiancés. One of the women, Lu Rumeng, was upset as she left the Zhou family. She didn't expect Zhou Mu to be so indifferent. She and Lu Ruyen, who was disfigured and crazy, knew clearly whom to choose. As for her, she repeatedly emphasized that she couldn't be the boss's main partner. She was polite at meals and rejected all her attempts to flatter and get close to her, which made her very angry. Seeing her daughter's grievance, Lu Mu felt distressed. She remembered how her daughter had humbled herself earlier to Zhou Mu, and she felt heartbroken. Let's go home. Zhou Yanqing, besides having a good family background, might not be a good match if he can't stand on his own in the future. I can introduce you to someone better. The Lin family, for example, you can consider. Lu Rumeng said, No, I won't marry anyone except Zhou Yanqing in this life. Mom, please help me. Lu Mu sighed. All right, I'll think of a way for you. Lu Rumeng hugged her mother. Mom, you're the best to me. On the way back, Lu Rumeng was thinking about her past life, when Zhou Yanqing and Lu Ruyen were together. If no one interfered, it was very likely it would happen again this life. She couldn't ignore Lu Ruyen, even if her face was disfigured enough to stop a child's crying. She was still worried, so she absolutely wouldn't allow Lu Ruyen to meet Zhou Yanqing. At the beginning of next month, the Zhou family's old master's birthday would be celebrated, and Zhou Yanqing would appear. In her past life, they first met at that birthday banquet. She was unwilling to marry Zhou Yanqing then, and was forced to go to the celebration, feeling unhappy. She ran out with her previous husband halfway through. Later, she found out that Lu Ruyan's appearance at that time was stunning. Even as a madwoman, she attracted many suitors. In this life, Lu Ruyun was disfigured, and only she could shine brightly. Lu Rumeng. Mom, what if brother Yanjing from Yanjing likes sister Ruyun? Lu's mother was indifferent.
Don't worry.
With Ruyun's current look, even a normal man like Yanjing wouldn't be interested in her. Lu Rumeng. I'm still worried that sister might steal Yanjing away. Mom, why don't you find a match for Ruyun? Lu's mother hesitated. Ruyun just came back, and the others in the family wouldn't agree. Besides, with her conditions, good men wouldn't like her, and the ones who do might not be suitable. It's not good for her to marry someone unfit. She didn't like her rebellious daughter, but she didn't want to push her into trouble either. Moreover, her most promising third son cared a lot about his newly found biological sister. When he came to pick her up, he made at least 3 calls to arrange Ruyun's daily life. After completing a task, he even sent a telegram reminding her to treat Ruyun well. Now, if she found a bad match for her rebellious daughter, she was afraid her third son would get upset with her. Although her son had been sensible and understanding since childhood, and rarely got angry, once he did, it was hard to calm him down. Lu Rumeng. Mom, we're doing this for Ruyun. Let's try to find someone from a good family. We can give more dowry. Maybe someone will agree. You don't want Ruyun to stay at home hitting me and locking you in the storage room, right? Lu's mother. Let me think. At this moment, Lu Ruyun, who was unaware of Lu Rumeng's schemes, ultimately refused to follow Lin Ziyu to the Zhou family because, after leaving, the big troublemaker Li Guden showed up. Clearly, the little brother was quite upset about being replaced by a new groom halfway through. He had been scolded by his mother and experienced a fairly complete childhood before showing up. Li Guden crossed his arms and looked at Lin Ziyu, who was pulling Lu Ruyun. Where are you taking my bride, Lin Ziyu? To find her fiancé. What's wrong, kid? Are you unhappy, Li Guden? Of course I am. I will be stronger than him in the future. Lin Ziyu. That's the spirit. Follow me. Lu Ruyun pushed Lin Ziyu away. All right, stop teasing the kids. At this moment, other children also followed Li Guden inside. Lu Ruyun. Why are you all here too? Li Guden looked at the followers behind him and replied unhappily. They didn't get to ride the bicycle, so they're upset. Iron Pill, about the same age as Dog Egg, nodded to represent the children's voices. I almost rode my bike, Dog Egg. How could you be so careless? Dog Egg touched his swollen backside and said, What can I do? Who knew my mom would come back suddenly? Hearing this, the children all sighed together. Lu Ruyun couldn't stand it anymore. You all love playing with cars so much. Should I make one for you by hand? As soon as she said this, the children's eyes lit up with excitement and looked at her eagerly. Can you really do that? Lu Ruyun confidently lifted her chin. As long as I have the materials, I'm very good at it. Lin Ziyu touched her forehead. Are you feeling okay? Why are you bragging so much? Lu Ruyun, don't think kids are easy to fool. Lu Ruyun pushed his hand away. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Her little nephew and niece were very happy. Little aunt, what materials do you need? Lu Ruyun thought for a moment. She couldn't make it out of metal, but she could make a wooden one. So she ran to the storage room and took apart the wooden bed. She used various tools provided by the children, mostly supplied by Iron Pill, whose family is a carpenter with many tools. Then Lin Ziyu and the children gathered around Lu Ruyun, watching her work busily for a long time, creating a car model about 1 meter 20 centimeters long. When it was finished, Everyone was very surprised. They thought Lu Ruyan was just making a wooden bicycle for fun, but it turned out to be a more interesting car. Whether it could be used or not, this wooden car looked really cool, almost like it was made from the same mold as the military vehicle earlier. It was a bit small, but it could still seat a person. Even if it couldn't move, in this era with few toys, such a wooden car made the children very happy. Lin Ziyu touched the small wooden car, eyes full of surprise. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. It's a pity it can't move. Lu Ruyan looked up. Who do you think you're looking down on? If it can't move, what's the point of making it? Lin Ziyu and the children's eyes lit up. They all looked at Lu Ruyan eagerly. You mean it can drive? Lu Ruyan nodded mysteriously. Not only can it drive, it can shake, and it can sing Daddy, what is Daddy? Do you believe it? Everyone was stunned by her trickery and answered together. Yes, yes, yes. When is it ready? Let us try it. Lu Ruyan said, no rush. We're in the final stage. But we still need a few parts. I'll go find second sister and see if she has any. At that moment, a female voice came from above. What do you need? Lu Ruyan looked up and saw Lu Rushi. She didn't know when her sister had come upstairs, quietly watching their group. Lu Rushi looked at her younger sister and said that the Lu family didn't have any fools. Even if her sister's mind was a bit muddled, she could still build a wooden car with her bare hands. Lu Rushi was in her room drawing plans. She heard the children making noise. At first, she didn't care, but when she heard them talking about cars and tools, she came out to see. When she came out, the wooden car was already finished. It looked rough but recognizable. She went closer and checked, and she was stunned. The inside of the wooden car was also rough. The main frame was just like a real car, and in the middle of the front, there was a mascot-like engine. Could her 3-year-old sister, who was a bit muddled, really make this? Lu Rushi was shocked, but Lu Ruyan remained calm. It was just a small thing. Before the apocalypse, she had challenged herself to build a car with her bare hands, knowing every part. After the apocalypse, she had also built various guns and ammunition by hand. A small model car was nothing for her. Lu Rushi held back her surprise and said, I'll take you back to your room. You can get whatever you need. Lu Ruyan nodded and followed Lu Rushi. The children also wanted to come along, but she waved her hand and said, Stay here and watch. Don't let anyone steal it. The children nodded. Anyone who dared steal their car, they would fight to protect it. Lu Ruyan entered Lu Rushi's room. It wasn't very tidy. The bed and desk were covered with messy drawings. She glanced at a tractor design, a car engine plan, and a pistol? Her sister was involved in many fields. No wonder she was a top student who studied abroad in this era. Lu Rushi pulled out a box from under the bed and opened it. See if there's anything you need. Lu Ruyan looked at the strange parts inside, not sure how her sister got them. She flipped through, and indeed found the parts she needed. These are enough, thank you, second sister. Lu Ruyan took the parts and left. Lu Rushi watched her back. This sister, who seems a bit slow-minded, might actually be a genius. Lu Ruyan assembled the wooden car successfully. Everyone moved the wooden car into the yard. She waved and asked, Who wants to try? Me. The children all raised their hands. Lin Ziyu also raised his hand, but Lu Ruyan completely ignored him. In the end, she chose Li Guden because this kid had just been scolded by his mother for causing trouble, so she decided to let him go first. The car was a convertible, and even a 10-year-old could sit comfortably inside, enough for 2 people. Then her little niece also ran over. Lin Ziyu looked excited and asked, And then, how do I drive? Lu Ruyan said, There's no engine, only human power. Lin Ziyu looked confused. What do you mean? Lu Ruyan kicked him lightly and said, It means you push from behind. Lin Ziyu pushed, and the wooden car moved forward while shaking. The other children who weren't on the car cheered happily. Lin Ziyu played the labor, saying, It shakes when you push. You said before you could sing, right? That song about Dad's dad? Lu Ruyan crossed her arms. It's up to you. You can push and sing at the same time. Follow me and learn what is Dad's dad called. Lin Ziyu. Dadug, a plant. Lu Ruyan's high expectations were her own fault. Lu Rushi also came out. No one knew that inside this wooden car, some of the wooden parts were quite advanced. Her sister had probably learned about this kind of knowledge before. Lu Ruyan was not afraid. She just added a few wooden parts, based on the blueprints she remembered from the original owner's memory, making small improvements. Yes, the original owner had also learned about this. She grew up in her foster parents' village. No one paid much attention to her, but she had a teacher. That old man taught her for a few years, then disappeared. But the original owner was a genius. She remembered many things. Even if she was tested, she was not afraid. Speaking of which, the teacher the original owner met was one of the few kind people she encountered when she was young. At that time, Lu Ruyan was a lonely girl, unloved by her parents. In the cold winter, the 7- or 8-year-old girl had to go find firewood in the snow and ice. The family kept the house warm, and her foster parents and the whole family were happy together, except they forced her to go out to gather firewood. The original girl was dressed very thinly, not even a thick coat, just ragged clothes. That day, she had a slight fever before leaving, and after going out, she felt dizzy and lightheaded. Later, her body couldn't hold on, and she fainted on the back mountain before finding any firewood. When she woke up, she felt warmth she had never experienced before. She looked down and saw she was wrapped in a green military coat. When she looked up, she saw an old man with white hair in front of her. The old man was building a fire. Over the fire, there was a simple makeshift stove with a metal pot bubbling and boiling something. It smelled like meat. The girl had grown up in a family where, whenever meat was cooked, she only smelled the aroma but never tasted the meat. She only ate leftovers, and most of the time, there was no food at all. In this era, people often didn't have enough to eat, so there wasn't much leftover food. So, as a young child, she had been hungry all her life, never full. Her foster parents made her work from the age of 3, waking her up every day with scolding, and she was always busy with endless chores. She hugged the military coat tightly. It was the first time she wore such a warm coat, filled with cotton. She didn't want to take it off. The smell of meat made her swallow her saliva repeatedly, and her stomach growled loudly. At that moment, the person across from her turned around. He looked to be in his 40s, with white hair. To the young girl, who saw only a small figure, white hair meant old age. So, in her memory, her master was an old man. "You're awake? You're hungry, right? Have some food." After saying that, he poured more than half a bowl of food into a rough ceramic bowl. Inside was plenty of wild chicken meat. The girl was stunned. No one had ever given her so much meat. The aroma hit her nose strongly. She nervously but eagerly asked, "Is this really for me?" The man smiled happily. "Yes, all for you." She couldn't hold back anymore. She reached out and took the bowl, ignoring how hot it was, and took a big bite. The hot food made her grimace, but she didn't want to spit it out. The man looked at her hands, which were cracked and frostbitten from the cold, and paused for a moment. "Eat slowly. No one is going to take it from you." After finishing, she had her first taste of such delicious meat and, for the first time, felt full. She patted her belly, finally stood up and walked to the old man. She asked seriously, "Grandpa, you gave me meat. Now, what do I need to do to help you?" The man was surprised. "Grandpa, is he that old?" He quickly touched his gray hair. Due to big changes in his life, he had gone gray overnight. Looking at his age, he could really be a grandpa. "No need. Finish eating and go back. You're dressed so lightly. In this kind of weather, you shouldn't come out to gather firewood. It's too dangerous." When he found the girl on the back mountain, she was almost frozen stiff. If he hadn't discovered her early, she would have turned into an ice sculpture by now. He didn't know which family's child she was, but that family was really cruel, making a child wear so little in the middle of winter to work outside. Over the years, he thought he had a tough heart, but in the end, he was soft. The original girl was very stubborn and refused to leave. "I ate your food, so I must work for you." Her family made her do a lot of chores every day, and in return they gave her some food and clothes. Since the old man gave her so much, she had to work harder to repay him. The old man was amused by her serious words. Then, clean up this place. So, the girl grumbled and cleaned the cave thoroughly. In a corner of the cave, she found many boxes of books. Her eyes lit up immediately. Her reaction was noticed quickly. The old man looked at the books with a serious expression and suddenly asked her, "Do you like them?" She nodded. "I've never seen so many books. I can't read the words on them, and my family doesn't let me go to school, only my brother. But everyone in the village says reading can help you leave the mountains. I want to go out and see the world." The old man looked weathered. He patted her head. "It's good to go out and see. Reading can change your fate, but maybe if you leave, your home might be gone, and so might your family. But I don't like this home," she said, looking at him with confusion. He looked into her clear eyes. He had ambitions. He was invited to be a university professor, but his family was gone, and he still felt unfulfilled. "Whose child are you?" she replied. "I'm from the Fugue family." The old man said, "There are many with the name Fugue in the village." "What's your grandfather's name?" The original owner said, "I don't know. He won't let me call him Grandpa." After some questions, the old man finally realized that this young girl was unusual. She answered every question, but didn't know much and seemed to have some mental issues. When she reached out to touch the books, the old man asked, "Do you want to learn?" The original owner nodded. "But everyone at home says I burned my brain when I was 3, so I can't learn and they won't let me go to school." The old man said, "I know which family you belong to." He had been back for a year, living on this mountain. He rarely went out, but he had heard about children with damaged minds in some families. Because the Liu family didn't treat children well, rumors about them had spread in the village. Learning about the girl's background, the old man felt pity for her. She had survived this long only because she was very lucky. He had his own worries, and others didn't want to teach her. But seeing that she was simple-minded, he felt no pressure to teach her. Since he was bored anyway, teaching this girl with a damaged mind was fine. He told her to call him teacher and began teaching her to read and write. To his surprise, he found that she was a genius with a perfect memory. In just 3 years, she learned everything from elementary to high school and also read many books from caves along the way. Later, the old man noticed her face gradually blossoming, and he became worried. He thought that with her mental condition and such a pretty face, she might face great danger if she couldn't protect herself. He decided to teach her martial arts. By the time she was over 10, her natural strength showed, and with martial arts training, she could even overpower adult men. At that point, the Liu family could no longer bully her with force. The girl remembered her teacher's words. Anyone who bullied her would be beaten, especially men who tried to touch her. She would fight back hard, targeting their most sensitive parts. When she was 12, the old man saw that she had the ability to defend herself and then disappeared. Before leaving, he looked at her, who had memorized all those books, with a complex expression. He only left a word about fate, and after that, she never saw him again. At 12, she searched for a teacher for a long time and was very sad. At this time, she had already grown up. Over the years, with her teacher's help and care, her nutrition improved. She no longer looked as thin and bony as before, and her beauty was beginning to show. As her teacher expected, some mischievous troublemakers tried to take advantage of her. Then, they got a surprise and flew away. From then on, the reputation of the original girl as a wild troublemaker spread. Liu Ruyan came out of the original girl's memories. She was very grateful to the original girl's teacher. Although she didn't know what had happened, she knew he was a great benefactor to her. She had a feeling that they might meet again in the future. At this moment, the children were gathered in front of a wooden toy car, urging the people on the car to come down. "Li Guden and Lu Jixuan, you've been playing for so long. It's time for you to come down so we can play." Exactly. "If you don't come down soon, when will we get a turn?" Finally, the 2 children on the car were reluctantly pulled down and other children took their place. Lin Ziyu, who was pushing the cart, said. He looked back at Liu Ruyan and protested. "Is it me again pushing?" Liu Ruyan replied, "If you like pushing, you can keep doing it. If not, won't you let other kids push?" "What's wrong with your brain?" Lin Ziyu said. "Didn't you tell me to push? I have a good brain." Hey, after playing, those two little rabbits come over and push the cart. He was talking to Li Gooden and Lu Jixuan. After freeing himself from the two helpers, Lin Ziyu arranged the order for the children to get on the cart. Line up one by one. After playing, you push the cart, and you have to sing while pushing. Got it. Seeing the children obey, Lin Ziyu stood beside Lu Ruyan, watching the wooden cart with admiration. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Who taught you? Lu Ruyan said, Am I not talented? The original girl and the old man had learned the theory, but Lu Ruyan had actually assembled a real car before. Lin Ziyu said, all right, that's impressive. Can I go up and play too? Lu Ruyan replied, a bit annoyed. The real cars aren't enough for you to sit in. With your weight of over 100 jin, don't break the car. That way, the kids can play for a few more days. All the toys were made of wood and not very durable. Lin Ziyu was a bit disappointed, but he was past that age. Okay, what else can you do? Lu Ruyan said, I can do a lot of things. After making that wooden car, there wasn't much material left. Lu Ruyan made a model airplane. Lin Ziyu looked at the first time seeing this aircraft, and its shape was a bit strange. What is this? Lu Ruyan touched the smooth body and smiled mysteriously. This is the J-90. Lin Ziyu was speechless. Growing up in such a family, he knew quite a lot. The J-6 has only been in service for 8 years. You're joking about the J-90? If it really is the J-90, I'll eat 2 jin, Lu Ruyan chuckled, wanting to say that he was confident. She looked at the buildings and clothes from this era. Instead of arguing, she smiled nostalgically. You don't understand. In my world, when it appeared, enemies would tremble in fear. Lin Ziyu said, Your world? I see. That's a world I can't reach or see how mighty it really is. Sometimes, he envied the worlds in the minds of crazy people, especially Lu Ruyan's. It seemed like there really was a highly advanced technological world out there. Lu Ruyan patted his shoulder. Maybe you can't reach it now, but if you live long enough, maybe one day you'll see it soar. Lin Ziyu rolled his eyes and pushed her hand away. You're getting more and more mystical. I told you, my mind is very sharp. Don't try to drag me into your extraordinary world, Lu Ruyan sighed. I'm telling the truth, but you don't believe me. At this moment, the children were playing wildly. Lu Ruyan felt a bit emotional. Just a simple wooden toy could make children of this era so happy. In her time, there were not only various toys but also amusement parks and zoos. Compared to now, children who are hungry and cold, especially those like the original owner who suffered so much, are still happier than children of her time. She suddenly wanted to do something for children like the original owner and give them a beautiful childhood. Lu Jixuan and Lu Jijia had played once each. They came over to Lu Ruyan and, at this moment, the other children who had played also gathered around. Your little aunt is so amazing. I also want a little aunt as awesome as her. Yes, I don't even have a little aunt. I only have 2 little uncles, and they even hit me. Faced with the praise and envy from their friends, the 2 children puffed up their chests proudly. No one is allowed to say my little aunt is not smart. She's the smartest little aunt in the whole world. Yes, anyone who says otherwise will fight them. Children gathered around Lu Ruyan. They had completely fallen for the wooden toy car, and now Lu Ruyan was like their goddess. From now on, you're our leader. Just call us if you need anything, Lin Ziyu said. Wow, you're impressive. As soon as you arrived, you became the kids' boss. He was also a leader, but back then, he had used his fists to win their respect. Li Gooden was pushed forward. Yeah, I won't be the boss anymore. Boss, let's give this car a name. Such a mighty vehicle needs a good name. Yes. Lu Ruyan said, it seems you all like it. Since that's the case, let's call it Digital Monster. What's that name? I don't understand, but it sounds cool. Lu Ruyan, feeling nostalgic for this unfamiliar time, said, All right, go ahead and play. You are all chosen children. Watching the kids go back to playing, she handed the model airplane to Lin Ziyu. Here, this is for you. Lin Ziyu took the model airplane, looked at it more and more fondly. I won't be polite then. By the way, can this thing fly? Lu Ruyan stroked her chin. It might be possible. Do you have firecrackers? At this moment, Lu Rushi quietly took a small firecracker from home. What should I do? The three of them carefully peeled the firecracker, removing the gunpowder inside. They filled the model airplane with the prepared gunpowder, leaving a fuse. She handed a match to Linziu. Light it, and it will fly. But the body might burn out. You do it, Linziu hesitated, reluctant to damage the delicate model, but finally decided. He struck the match and lit the fuse. The fuse sparked and shortened quickly, finally disappearing into the belly of the plane. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, startling everyone. Someone was cursing, and if listened carefully, they could hear people scolding the kids for playing with firecrackers recklessly. In the next second, many people in the courtyard looked up toward the sound. A wooden airplane took off very quickly. The wooden plane jumped repeatedly and changed its course several times. The whole process lasted about a minute. When the energy was exhausted, it returned to the initial takeoff point and fell down. Lin Ziyu stared in shock. Can it really be played like this? Lu Ruyan picked up the badly damaged, still smoking model and put out the fire. No one understood why she was so excited inside when the J-90 fighter jet flew in this world. She handed the model to Lin Ziyu.
Don't be picky.
Although it's half made of carbon, keeping it as a keepsake is no problem, Lu Rushi said. Ruyan, are you interested in coming back to my room to make some strange things together? Seeing Lu Rushi, who looked like she was trying to lure a child, Lu Ruyan stepped back a few steps and shook her head. No, thank you. Lu Rushi looked a bit disappointed, but didn't give up. She was determined to introduce her younger sister to the industry and didn't want her to waste her talent. At this moment, the enemy spies near the big yard became alert. What was Lu's family up to now? Sixth young Master Lu, who was assigned to protect Lu Rushi, saw this scene and was overwhelmed. Wow, models of cars and planes, right in front of everyone, the children were playing with them. Usually, Lu Rushi wasn't so showy. The airplane model in the sky could turn, which seemed strange. He knew he had to ask for backup. Lu Ruyan played happily with the children, making the Lu family unusually lively. Lu Jixuan and Lu Jijia played wildly with them. Usually, their grandmother wouldn't let them bring friends home to play. They had brought friends once before, just playing in the yard. Lu Ruming told the grandmother, claiming she lost 5 yuan. The grandmother didn't say much at the time. After the friends left, she and her brother were called inside and scolded harshly. Because the little aunt cried and said she lost her money, she insisted they brought someone to steal it. They almost went crazy with anger. Li Gooden and the others only played mud in the yard. No one went inside, let alone into Lu Ruming's room. It was slander. Lu Ruming turned around and accused them of stealing the money. Of course, they denied it because they never entered Lu Ruming's room. But the grandmother didn't listen to their explanations. She looked disappointed at them, didn't ask for the 5 yuan back, but after scolding them, she also scolded their mother. When dinner came, their father returned and was told to teach them a lesson. In the end, their father gave Lu Ruming 30 yuan to shut her up. It didn't end there. The grandmother also confiscated their 2 months' allowance and didn't let their father give them any money. My mother has no money, and my father listens to my grandmother. Without my uncle's help over these 2 months, I can't imagine how hard it would be to go to school. Because of this, my sibling and I don't like Lu Ruyong. We really started to dislike her after this incident. At this moment, Li Gooden suddenly looks outside. Your grandmother isn't home. Where did she go? Do you think she and your fake aunt might come back suddenly? The other children gather around. Maybe we should send someone to keep watch. My sibling and I nod together. I think that's a good idea. Then a woman's voice is heard. Lu Jijia and Lu Jixuan, how bold you are. It's Lu's mother speaking. She and Lu Ruyong just returned home and heard her rebellious daughter and grandchildren, along with a group of children, setting off firecrackers inside. She immediately senses trouble. When she comes back to look, she sees the yard full of wood shavings and the wooden car still shaking. Given the condition of these and the familiar bed leg, she wonders if her suspicions are true. Lu Ruyong sees this and feels happy. She has been persuading her mother to find a match for Lu Ruyan and get her married. Her mother hesitated on the way home, but now Lu Ruyan's actions are just right. Let her do it. It would be good if her mother gets really angry. So, she quickly stirs things up. Mother, Ruyin might be unhappy with how you arranged things for her. She might be afraid you'll make her sleep in the storage room again. She's just scared, not knowing this bed is your dowry. Lu's mother. Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin twitches her ear. I'm here. Why are you shouting so loudly? Lu's mother. Did you tear down the bed in the storage room? Lu Ruyin nods.
Not just the bed.
I also took apart Lu Ruyong's desk and wardrobe. Lu Ruyong suddenly stopped smiling. What did you say? She was just robbed of her room by Lu Ruyin. The new room was originally assigned to Lu Ruyin, with only a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. Although they are old, she had her mother replace them with new ones. Last night, she looked at the empty room and almost lost her temper. Her carefully chosen new furniture, after some effort, ended up benefiting Lu Ruyong. No, she can't stay in that empty room even for a day. Her original room, aside from her parents' room, was the best location. The current rooms are all left over and in the corner. The lighting is poor, and they're close to the main gate. The women there wake up early to greet and chatter, making it hard for her to sleep. Although she has stored her valuable belongings in her space, she still can't bear to leave her room she has lived in for many years. Lu Ruyin, all you have is a bed now. If you don't like it, I can turn it into a toy. Lu Raman, are you crazy? Mother, look at Ruyin. I also gave up my room, and she's still so mean to me. Lu's mother. Are you planning to tear down our home with these kids? Should I also dismantle the furniture in my room? Lu Ruyin is about to go upstairs. If you have such a request, I will definitely fulfill it. Stop right there. The children stand behind Lu Ruyin. Do you want us to help you? Lu Ruyin, no need. Just take that car away and play with it somewhere else. Don't disturb me. Okay. Since the eldest gave the order, they quickly ran away. Watching the bed be taken apart, the cabinets and desk also being dismantled and carried away in the ugly wooden cart, Lu's mother was so angry she turned red. This rebellious girl. Lin Ziyu's eyes lit up. He didn't want to leave and secretly wanted to stay and watch the fun. Lu Ruyin grabbed him and pushed him outside. You also get out. Lin Ziyu pushed out the door, looked at the large door almost hitting his nose, and snorted. Too stingy. If I can't watch, I don't care. I don't need to see it anyway. He looked down at the burnt airplane model in his hand, which wasn't a total loss. But as soon as he stepped out, he was stopped. The person was Xiao Lu, who had been assigned. Comrade Lin Ziyu, please hand over what you have. You know the mission. He lowered his voice so only Lin Ziyu could hear. Lin Ziyu had seen him before near Zhou Yanqing when he was in military uniform. He has a good memory and recognized him even after half a year. But now Lin Ziyu was reluctant. This is just a little toy Lu Ruyin gave me. A keepsake, nothing special. Qian Xiao Lu was surprised. Are you saying this isn't from Lu Ruyin but from Lu Ruyin? Lin Ziyu hugged the airplane model. That's right. The cars the kids just took away are also mine. I don't need them. If you want to study something, study that. This airplane model in my hand is unique. No other plane in the world looks exactly like it. If Lu Ruyin hadn't used gunpowder to make it fly, I wouldn't believe it could actually fly. Qian Xiaolu. All right, keep it safe and don't let anyone take it. I need to ask for instructions from above. Lin Ziyu nodded. After he left, he looked back at Lu's house. The second daughter of the Lu family is still here. She hasn't gone to find a job or anything because there's an arrangement from above. They value her highly, and soon she will probably be recruited into a special research project. Don't ask how I know. I'm smart, so I just guess and infer. As for Lu Ruyin, the crazy things she made with her head all burn out. It's a bit. I was about to help Lu Ruyin hide it, but I knew I couldn't keep it secret. So, I decided to tell the truth directly. Lu Ruyin, someone will probably come to find you soon. But with Lu Ruyin standing in front, and her being a bit wild, it shouldn't be a big problem. Right? Hopefully, I won't have to rescue her myself, though I probably can't do it anyway. Qian Xiaolu turned to find the children. They were carrying such a big thing, so it was very noticeable. On the way, the women knew about Lu Ruyin tearing apart the bed and furniture. They were surprised but also thought it was normal. Who wouldn't expect her to do strange things after her mind got a bit damaged? Just now, Lu's mother was chatting with them, hoping to help introduce suitable men for her daughter. They weren't sure which daughter she meant. If she meant Lu Ruyan, with her destructive nature and crazy appearance, no one would dare marry her. At this moment, Lu's mother was furious. "If you keep acting like this, I'll marry you off and let others suffer." Lu Ruyan sneered. Was she trying to control her marriage? No way. Even if she didn't like Zhou Yanjing, he was her childhood fiancé, and she would never give him to her enemy, Lu Ruyan. Lu's mother thought about what had happened recently and felt upset. Lu Ruyan patted her mother's back to comfort her. "Don't be angry. We can wait and see. Maybe someone will like Sister Ruyan. If she likes someone, she wouldn't want to fight." In her past life, Lu Ruyan didn't have a habit of hitting Zhou Yanjing. At that time, Zhou Yanjing was in a wheelchair. When they first married, she saw them together. They seemed to get along well. Seeing how they interacted reminded Lu Ruyan of her past life. She thought how lucky Lu Ruyan was last time. This time, she must keep her and Zhou Yanjing apart. Lu Ruyan noticed Lu Ruyan's expression. She knew that since she'd just returned, her mother was planning to marry her off. It seemed the reborn heroine was causing trouble. She was worried she wouldn't get a chance to enjoy herself. This thing was very rare for her now. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan smiled widely, her teeth shining coldly. She reached out and grabbed Lu Ruyan's hair. "Are you causing trouble again? Looks like you haven't been beaten enough. If you want to fight, I'll give you one." Then, she slapped Lu Ruyan hard on the face with her other hand. Everything happened so fast. Lu's mother didn't expect her rebellious daughter to dare do this. One moment she was talking calmly, and the next she was hitting. She couldn't take it anymore. Having a crazy daughter was driving her crazy. The two children hid aside, watching their aunt beat the fake aunt. Seeing this, they felt a little less angry. "She accused our friend of stealing money. Our little auntie is hitting her hard." Lu Ruyan was really hitting hard now. Seeing Lu Ruyan's head with continuous cabbage symbols and the ground full of cabbages, she felt very happy inside. Cabbages, cabbages, fall all you want. The more, the better. Seeing Lu Ruyan hitting Lu Ruyan, Lu's mother felt distressed, but didn't dare to step in. Her daughter was crazy. She had managed to lock her up for a night before, but now she was fighting her too. Lu's mother learned to be smart. She was worried and called out for her daughter-in-law. Chiyu, come out quickly and help." She called several times, but her daughter-in-law, who usually appeared after one call, was still nowhere to be seen. She became more angry and raised her voice, shouting, "Chiyu." Still, there was no response. She turned to look at the two children. "Where is your mother? Call her over." Lu Zhishuan replied, "My mom has gone out." "Grandma, you can talk to her when she comes back." Lu's mother said impatiently. She has no job, doesn't look after the kids, and there's so much work at home. Where has she gone to slack off? In the past, the daughter-in-law would always tell her where she was going, never leaving quietly without saying a word. Since that rebellious girl returned, even her usually obedient daughter-in-law has become bolder and dares to slack off. Lu Zhishuan said, "My mom is not slacking off. She said she had something to do and needed to go out. She even asked us to watch over little sister." Lu's mother replied, "What could she be doing? If it weren't for her leaving the kids with you today, she wouldn't have broken so many things. She tends to pick the softest target. She can't stop Lu Ruyan herself, let alone the kind-hearted Chiyu. But she can't control Lu Ruyan, the rebellious girl, so she can only nag her daughter-in-law." At this moment, Lu Ruyan had already dragged Lu Ruyan, who was unable to peel the cabbage, and threw her in front of Lu's mother. "What does this have to do with my sister-in-law? Even if she were here today, I would still break those things." Lu's mother felt distressed and supported Lu Ruyan, who was again bruised and swollen. Lu Ruyan cried painfully in her arms. "Mom, it hurts so much." Lu's mother said softly, "Don't cry. I'll bandage you up." She stood up, raised her hand, and looked into Lu Ruyan's half-smiling eyes, but then stopped abruptly. Lu Ruyan said, "Go ahead, hit me." "Why don't you hit me?" She was a little disappointed. Although Lu's mother couldn't actually hit her, she saw it as a good excuse to punish Lu Ruyun again tonight. Lu's mother was so angry at her arrogant attitude that she kept taking deep breaths, finally holding back her anger. Anyway, you need to behave yourself these days. I want to keep a close eye on you. Lu Ruyun nodded. Okay. Lu's mother didn't expect her to agree and looked surprised. You agreed? Lu Ruyun said. If I hit Lu Ruyun 3 times and haven't finished, it will add up. From now on, I'll hit her once every day. Isn't that okay? Lu Ruyun covered her face and trembled. Please don't hit me. Let's slow down on the matchmaking first. She was about to go crazy from Lu Ruyun's slap. She didn't understand why Lu Ruyun was slapping her. Even more frightening was the look in Lu Ruyun's eyes. As she slapped herself, her eyes shone with a frightening green light, constantly staring at the top of her head, making her feel inexplicably cold all over. That feeling was like Lu Ruyun wanted to hit her for a lifetime. Of course, she didn't know that every slap Lu Ruyun gave her could cause a large cabbage to fall. That cabbage was her source of energy. Whether she could become stronger depended on those cabbages. So her intuition was right. Under the extreme scarcity of crystal cores, Lu Ruyun indeed planned to keep Lu roaming around to farm cabbages for a long time. If it weren't for the cabbages, Lu Ruyun might already be thinking about how to get rid of Lu Ruming and take revenge for the original owner. Lu's mother simply couldn't bear to see Lu Ruming being beaten, so she nodded stiffly. But inside, she liked her daughter even less. For now, she couldn't stand to see her, so she decided to send her away. She couldn't stand being with her all day. She helped Lu Ruming up and said to Lu Ruyun, "Since your sister-in-law isn't here, can you cook dinner tonight?" Lu Ruyun pointed at herself. Surprised me? Lu's mother. Not you then me? Lu Ruyun. That's fine. You cook, I won't argue. Oh, and make more meat, I love it. After saying that, she ran off, still needing to absorb more cabbages. Who cares about cooking? Lu's mother was furious. Can't you understand human words?
Huh?
Meat, meat. Facing her was Lu Ruyun's carefree departure, ignoring her completely, which made her head hurt with anger. The 2 children looked at their little aunt with admiration, happily following behind her. Lu Ruyun didn't cook, Lu's mother wouldn't cook either, and Lu Ruming, hurt and in pain, didn't bother. So Lu's mother and Lu Ruming sat in the living room, waiting for Chiyu to come back. As soon as Chiyu arrived, Lu's mother frowned and said, "Always lazy, and not going to cook. The men will be back soon." Chiyu had a rough day at her interview, and wasn't in a good mood. She was also very tired. With so many people at home, they just waited for her to cook? She was angry inside, but didn't dare to argue with Lu's mother. If this job didn't go well, she would have no income. Her husband's money was handed over to the government, and she had no money of her own. She depended on others to support her, with no confidence at all. Chiyu felt wronged as she dragged her tired body toward the kitchen. At this moment, Lu Ruyun arrived just in time and saw the scene. "Wait a moment, sister-in-law." Lu Ruomeng. "Ruyun, why are you calling the eldest sister-in-law? If you don't start cooking soon, it will be too late. Don't mind her. Go and cook quickly." Lu Ruyun came down and grabbed Lu Ruomeng, pulling her toward the kitchen. "You're an adopted daughter with no blood relation, and you eat plain rice every day, contributing nothing to this family. How dare you boss around the eldest sister-in-law? Get out of my way and go cook. If I don't eat your cooking tonight, I'll come and beat you in the middle of the night." Lu Ruomeng was about to cry. She couldn't break free from Lu Ruyun's grip. The crazy girl was so strong, her hand must be turning blue. She could only ask her mother for help.
Mom, save me.
"I can't cook," Lu Mu quickly reacted, rushing over and grabbing Lu Ruyun's hand. She tried hard to pull the 2 apart, but they didn't move at all. Where did this girl get such strength? Is this how she was born? "Disobedient girl, what are you trying to do? Ruomeng has never cooked before. You're making things difficult for her. Let go now." Lu Ruyun refused to let go. "Then she has to start learning now," Lu Mu said. "Ruomeng isn't like you. She was raised by me with care. If anyone should cook, it should be you and your sister-in-law. Thinking of the hardships the original owner endured, Lu Ruyan felt a bit sorry for her. She must cook today, Lu Mu said. I told you. She doesn't need to cook, Lu Ruyan retorted. Who are you? Your words don't count. Lu Mu said, I am your mother, Lu Ruyan. What is she saying? It's a bit funny. She held back her laughter. At this moment, she turned to Chi Yu and said, Sister-in-law, you go rest for a while. Just wait for dinner tonight. Chi Yu looked at her little sister-in-law, who was alone, controlling her usually bullying mother-in-law, and Lu Ruomeng. Her eyes were a bit sour. Chi Yu said, maybe I should do it instead. Lu Mu and Lu Ruomeng had never been in the kitchen before. Lu Mu was originally the second young lady of a wealthy family, spoiled since childhood. Before she married in, Wang Ma was the one doing the chores. Wang Ma was Lu Mu's personal maid back then. After Lu Mu married in, she married one of Lu Mu's husband's subordinates. Before she married in, Wang Ma was paid monthly to do laundry and cook. But funny enough, after she married in, Wang Ma's treatment was not given to her at all. Her cooking skills were average, not as good as Wang Ma's. So, whenever there were guests or big fish and meat, Wang Ma was the one who cooked. Li Mu's family, now still wealthy capitalists in Shanghai, reportedly have most of their assets abroad. The current head of the Qin family is Liu Mu's older sister, who lives overseas. Liu Mu doesn't like her older sister. Since marrying into the Li family, she rarely mentions her sister. She doesn't even know her sister's name. So Liu Mu really can't cook. Liu Mu and Lu Ruomeng looked at each other like they had found a savior. Quick, let us go. Someone is cooking for us. Lu Yan thought she was used to being bullied and was about to say something when Chi said, I'm worried that eating their food might make us sick. What if my 2 8-year-old children vomit or have diarrhea from eating that? I can't bear it. Liu Mu and Lu Ruomeng. Well, Chi Yu, we thought you were trying to help us kindly, but it turns out you just dislike us. Dislike is fine. As long as they don't have to cook, anything else is okay. Lu Yan said, just do a little more. Every time you use this as an excuse, won't you be cooking forever? Chi Yu bit her lip. She didn't want to be a free nanny either. So she worked hard to find a job, just to escape all this. In the end, Chi Yu ignored the pleading looks from Liu Mu and Lu Ruomeng, turning her face away. Lu Yan reached into Liu Mu's pocket and found a small stack of money. Looking at it, at least a few dozen yuan. Liu Mu saw someone directly grabbing her money for the first time. Rebellious girl, how dare you steal my money? Her children, none of them disrespect her. Who would dare steal from her? It's clear she wasn't raised properly, unlike the children raised around her. Lu Ruomeng was a bit spoiled, but she had never done such a robbery. Lu Yan didn't care what she was thinking. She waved the money in her hand at her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, we won't let the little nephew and niece go hungry. With this money, if their dinner turns into a mess, we'll go to the state-run restaurant to eat. Chi was completely reassured, and the 2 children immediately cheered happily. Let's go eat outside. After saying that, Lu Yan saw Liu Mu not letting go. She directly dragged both of them into the kitchen amid their screams. She wasn't new to the kitchen. The Li family's kitchen was quite spacious. There was a large water jar on the side, with a tap on top. This wasn't unusual in the 21st century, but it was rare in this era. Only some parts of the big cities, like Beijing and Shanghai, have running water. This place is much better than the countryside where the original owner lived. At least here, they have running water. Luckily, there is running water, or her hardworking sister-in-law would have to go fetch water every day. There is a well in the courtyard. Today, she saw many people carrying water. But running water costs money. Even though the courtyard has installed it, many people still prefer not to use it. They go to fetch water whenever they can, just to save a few coins on water bills. The stove is still a wood-burning stove, and there is also a coal stove nearby, with firewood and coal beside it. When Mother Lu and Lu Ruomeng came in, everything became quiet. Lu Ruyan blocked the doorway. What are you staring at? You should be cooking. Lu Ruomeng didn't want to cook. She had never cooked in this life, but she had cooked a lot in her previous life. She thought she would have a good life after marriage, but it was short-lived. After her husband's family fell apart, She had to do all the dirty and tiring work at home. Now that she was reborn, she wanted to continue being the young lady of the Liu family and later become the wife of the military officer. She didn't want to do chores. Liu Rumin rushed out but was easily caught by Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan waved her hand. Are you going to cook or not? She was unwilling. The original owner had to do everything and still couldn't get enough to eat or stay warm. At such a young age, she had to wash everyone's clothes in the cold winter. Liu Rumin was now spoiled by Mother Liu, who treated her like a little princess. Now she was 18 and had never cooked before. How miserable she was. Just thinking about it made her hand itch to slap. Liu Rumin bit her lip and looked at Mother Liu for help. Mom, Liu Ruyan said, look at her, useless. If you don't do it, she will. Can you bear to make your mother cook? Mother Liu pointed at Liu Ruyan, trembling. Rebellious girl. Rebellious girl. In the end, Liu Rumin reluctantly started cooking. She even pretended she didn't know how. Soon, thick smoke filled the kitchen. Mother Liu couldn't take it anymore and coughed as she ran outside. Liu Ruyan didn't stop her. After she left, she closed the kitchen door and kept Liu Rumin inside. Soon, Liu Rumin couldn't stand it anymore, and the fire was soon under control. Liu Ruyan opened the door again. Did she pretend not to know? Don't think she didn't know. In her previous life, Liu Rumin should have known how to do everything. After her husband's family fell on hard times, she had to do all the household chores. Otherwise, it would be her gambling husband doing them. Liu Ruyan walked around the kitchen. During this time, Liu Rumeng tried to run away several times but was caught and slapped a few times. After that, she finally behaved and worked quietly. After venting her anger on the original owner, she felt better and looked at the family's food supplies in the kitchen. The rice jar surprisingly held over 100 jin of white rice, and there was a bag inside. When opened, it contained at least 50 jin of flour. The original owner had never seen so much rice and flour before. Nearby, there were 7 or 8 pieces of cured meat, each weighing at least 3 jin. Next to the rice jar was a vegetable basket with fresh Chinese cabbage, and underneath there was half a basket of potatoes. There was also a smaller basket with about a dozen eggs. It seemed that Wang Ma had brought the vegetables and eggs today. Liu Ruyan pointed at the cured meat and eggs and confidently started giving instructions. Take 2 lean pieces of cured meat and cut them. Fry all the eggs. Liu Rumeng, don't boss me around. Liu Ruyan raised her hand, and Liu Rumeng quickly backed down. Not wanting to face a slap, Liu Rumeng had no choice but to cook according to Liu Ruyan's instructions. Outside, Chi sniffed the familiar smell of meat and relaxed. Well, no matter how it turns out, whether it tastes good or not, at least there will be meat to eat tonight. She peeked through the door crack, watching Liu Rumeng, who had been bossed around and treated like a maid by Liu Ruyan. The years of patience and suppression finally found an outlet. Liu Ruyan crossed her arms and came out smiling. Dinner is ready. Sister-in-law, call Xiao Xian, Xiao Jia, and the second sister down. It's time to eat. Oh, I think the food today should taste good. Since we saved money by not going to the state-run restaurant, you can keep this money. Today, the 2 children mentioned that their older brother's money was handed over and their sister-in-law had no money. She hadn't changed her clothes in years. She thought about what the children said. The older sister-in-law was basically the free housekeeper for everyone in the Liu family. The woman's posture was not straight, mainly because she had no money in her pocket. She decided to give her hardworking sister-in-law a little money as a thank you for taking care of them these past few days. After returning to the Liu family, her food, clothing, and shelter were all arranged by the older sister-in-law. She truly cares for her child, who is a bit mentally challenged. In the morning, she left breakfast for him and told the children to stay quiet. When she went to the bathroom to find her clothes she changed last night, she couldn't find them. She turned around and saw her clothes hanging on the clothesline. No one understands. When she wakes up, her sister-in-law has already washed her clothes. Her sister-in-law is such a kind person. That's just how she is. If someone treats her well, she will return the kindness twice as much. The most basic way she shows kindness is by giving money. Of course, revenge would be even more powerful. Chi was stunned. She held the warm money in her hand. Did her little sister-in-law really give her the money she snatched from her mother-in-law? Over the years, her husband never gave her this much. Lu Ruyan said, "Take it. Buy whatever you want. If they bully you again, just tell me. I'll help you stand up for yourself. I can't do much with your mother, but I can definitely help you deal with Lu Ru Meng. You don't have to suffer in silence, understand?" Chi was stunned, thinking about her 8 years of life. Suddenly, she felt like crying. Her husband always favored her mother-in-law and the fake sister-in-law, making her endure everything. Her family also tried to please Lu Mu and Lu Ru Meng, and she had to tolerate it. Now, her little sister-in-law was smiling and telling her she didn't have to endure anymore. Chi nodded with red eyes. "I'll try my best. If only her little sister-in-law had come back earlier, how wonderful that would be. And such a kind person. Yet her mind was damaged, and her face was ruined. Heaven is so unfair." The kind little sister-in-law had her life stolen by Lu Ru Meng and was suffering these hardships. After returning home, her mother-in-law ignored her as her own daughter and favored the adopted daughter who wasn't related by blood. But never mind. From now on, she would treat her better. The eldest sister-in-law was like a mother to her. From now on, she would treat her as her own daughter, just like Xiao Xian. Whatever Xiao Xian had, she would give her a share. She couldn't take this money. She would save it for her little sister-in-law's dowry. Chi returned the money. "I don't want it. Keep it for your dowry later." "I'm not short of this money." Lu Ruyan pushed the money back.
Take it.
"Trust me, I can get more for my mother." Her main goal was still Lu Ru Meng. Just now, maybe because she hit her limit with the cabbage, she also earned 2 yuan while hitting Lu Ru Meng in the kitchen. Without money, she could just go hit Lu Ru Meng. By the way, Lu Ruo Meng is a fake. From now on, you don't need to indulge her or fulfill her demands. Just refuse everything. My older sister-in-law is too easy to talk to and too gentle, which is why Lu's mother and Lu Ruo Meng can bully her without hesitation. I don't expect Chiyu to resist immediately, but isn't she looking for a job? Once she finds a job and gains confidence, it will be okay to change things then. Chiyu. Okay. Lu Ruo Meng being an adopted daughter has nothing to do with her husband. I no longer want to tolerate her. At this moment, Lu's father and older brother come back together. Just then, the food is served, and they see Lu Ruo Meng looking so wrong that they are stunned. She actually helped with the chores? Looking at Chiyu, who is already at the table. Usually Chiyu is busy working and is the last to sit down. Lu Ruo Meng. "Dad. Older brother, you finally came back. I was almost overwhelmed by being bullied." Her voice is full of grievance, and her eyes are red as she looks at them. "What happened?" Lu's mother. "That rebellious girl did a good thing. She forced Ruo Meng to cook. You know she's been spoiled since she was little, so she doesn't know how to cook. This is just wasting food." Before she finishes speaking, her chopsticks are snatched away, and a piece of meat is stuffed into her mouth. She reflexively chews. "This taste seems pretty good." Lu Ruoyan. "No waste, right? Your Ruo Meng is talented and a good cook, better than sister-in-law. From now on, she will be responsible for the family meals." Lu's mother. "How can that be?" Lu Ruoyan. "Sister-in-law can, so why can't Ruo Meng?" Sister-in-law even gave birth to 2 children for the older brother, leaving bloodline for the Lu family. She cooks, and Ruo Meng, as an adopted daughter with no blood relation, should work to repay the Lu family's kindness. Lu Ruo Meng's face turns pale, and she sways as if about to faint. "I'm at fault. Sister Yan is still upset that I took away your life. From now on, I will cook for the Lu family." Lu's mother slams the table, but Lu Ruoyan interrupts her. "Look, Ruo Meng is willing. She keeps her promises. Sister-in-law, from now on, Ruo Meng will do all the chores at home. Any dirty or tiring work. This is her way of repaying the Lu family." Lu Ruo Meng is anxious. She's just pretending to be pitiful in front of her family, aiming to soften her parents and older brother so they won't make her go into the kitchen in the future. Who knows why Lu Ruyan directly pushed all the household chores and hard work onto her. Lu Rumeng supported her forehead. leaned back, and pretended to faint. Lu's mother immediately rushed over, rumming, then she looked sharply at Lu Ruyan. It's all your fault. You made her work all afternoon. If something happens to her, Lu Ruyan picked up her chopsticks and ate meat loudly. What do you want to do to me? Lu's mother. Can you do anything but eat? Lu Ruyan. I need to eat enough to have the strength to fight back. Don't worry. She's just pretending to faint. Everyone sit down and eat. After I finish eating, I'll slap her awake. Chi Yu and the two children ate heartily with Lu Ruyan. Lu's mother asked Lu Shuhui to take Lu Ruming to the hospital. At this moment, Lu Ruyan wiped her mouth, stepped forward, and pushed her older brother aside. Move aside. Let me handle this. Lu Ruming's eyelids twitched wildly, but she couldn't hold back and finally woke up crying softly. Mother, I'm fine. I was just too tired. She drinks spiritual spring water every day, so her health is very good. It's impossible for her to faint from just a little work. Lu Ruyan, I think you're not fully awake yet. I'll wake you up properly now. Lu Ruming screamed and scrambled to her feet, hiding behind Lu's mother and crying. Lu Ruyan, see? I told you she was pretending. Lu's father wanted to scold Lu Ruyan but swallowed his words, just frowning. Lu Shui felt the same. Lu Ruyan, my sister-in-law is also very tired taking care of the children. From now on, you don't need to do the household chores. Just let Lu Ruming, who's been eating from the Lu family for so many years, do it. Lu Ruming cried even louder. Lu's mother disagreed. Chiyu has no job. What's wrong with her doing some chores at home? Lu Ruyan, you and Lu Ruming also have no jobs. Why don't you do them? Lu's mother. How dare you talk to me like that? I've never done these rough chores since I was a child. How dare you? Lu Ruyan, then start doing them now. If you don't, you'll just push everything onto your sister-in-law. Wang Ma still has wages to collect, right? Is she just a free maid? They argued loudly until Lu's father spoke up. Enough, stop arguing. Lu's mother was usually quite assertive, but when Lu's father was angry, she didn't dare to challenge him. Lu's father was very stern, and everyone in the family was afraid of him. Everyone quieted down, and the two children watching nervously felt a bit scared. Only Lu Ruyan, with a scarred face, looked defiant and said, I just argued. What can you do to me? Lu's father had never raised the original owner. He had been back for 2 days, but he hadn't spoken up for her. So, why should she give him respect? She was lawless and bold, always standing her ground. When Lu Ruyan challenged Lu's father, the room suddenly went quiet. Seeing her defy Lu's father, Lu Ruyan's sister, Lu Ruomeng, was overjoyed. Everyone's attention was now on Lu Ruyan. She didn't bother to pretend to be innocent or faint anymore. Her glee was obvious. She didn't even know how to fix the situation when Lu Ruyan herself provoked the most powerful man in the family, Lu's father. Oh, Lu Ruyan, you really know how to cause trouble. Lu's father was the authority in the family. Once he approved a decision, no one else could change it unless the old master stepped in to persuade him. The old master usually didn't interfere unless it was a big issue. The last time he came, it was because she revealed she wasn't a true Lu family member. The old master decided to bring her back. Now she was back. In the past, her mother would take Lu Ruyan to visit the old residence and see the elders. At that time, the old master ordered her to give Lu Ruyan a family heirloom pendant. The pendant was meant for the eldest daughter-in-law, so it was given to her mother. Her mother had a good family background, and her dressing table was full of jade and ice-type gemstones. She didn't care much for the average quality pendant. Originally, after her older brother got married, her mother planned to give the pendant to his wife. But her mother was unhappy with her sister-in-law. She had initially chosen a suitable daughter-in-law from a good family for her brother to meet. Everything was going smoothly until her brother refused her and brought home a girl named Chiyu from an ordinary family. This made her mother very angry. After several attempts to stop him failed, her brother went ahead and registered the marriage. She had no choice but to pretend not to see Chiyu's flaws after marriage. She disliked Chiyu everywhere and looked down on her. If Chiyu hadn't given birth to a pair of twins and gained the favor of the elders, her situation might be very different now. Maybe she was already divorced. When Chiyu gave birth to twins, the old man advised her to give the jade pendant to Chiyu. Although the pendant was of average quality and she didn't like it much, she was reluctant to give it to a daughter-in-law she didn't respect. At that time, she saw the pendant and heard it belonged to her disliked older sister-in-law. She immediately wanted to snatch it. Like her mother, she didn't really like the plain jade pendant, but since it was meant for Chiyu, she became eager to take it. In the end, the pendant ended up in her hands. When the old man found out, he just frowned and said that it was fine as long as it carried the Liu family bloodline. He then asked his wife to give Chiyu a glass-type bracelet, which made her mother and her very angry. Her mother, being knowledgeable about jewelry, only had one bracelet of this quality. It was her dowry, and she rarely wore it, afraid it would get scratched. At that time, her mother hoped her older brother would divorce Chiyu and take back the bracelet. But her brother refused to divorce, even after Chiyu's health was affected and she couldn't have more children. He said 2 children were enough. Her brother was always very obedient. Her mother said she would do anything he asked except for marrying Chiyu. So, her mother believed her brother was influenced by Chiyu. She thought so too. She was jealous that Chiyu had the glass-type bracelet and later wanted to exchange the pendant for it, but Chiyu refused. Looking back now, she's glad she didn't exchange it. No one knew that the pendant contained a world inside, with a spiritual spring and the ability to grow plants. But even if she had exchanged it, she wasn't worried. She could steal it back. The bracelet was the same. She had been eager to get the glass bracelet for a long time, but couldn't get it when she was in a hurry to find Liu Ruyan. Now that she had space, it was time to find a chance to look through her older brother's room. Also, Liu Ruyan had angered her father. For a short time, Liu's father wouldn't let her see the elders. This way, the elders wouldn't let her give the pendant to Liu Ruyan. That pendant had already become her symbol, a mark on her chest. At that time, she couldn't take it out. In her previous life, she didn't want to return it to Liu Ruyan, but the old man spoke coldly, saying the pendant belonged either to Liu's eldest daughter-in-law or to Liu's bloodline, not to her as a foster daughter. If she didn't return it, the pendant would be taken back by force, and she would be expelled from the Liu family. Her household registration would be transferred back to her biological parents. She was terrified at that moment. Her mother begged, but to no avail, and her father's attitude was even more obvious. He completely ignored their long-standing father-daughter bond. Because she refused to give the pendant to Liu Ruyan and argued with him a few times, he turned cold and sided with the old man. At that moment, she was so scared she almost cried. She didn't want to go back to be a village girl. Liu Ruyan was almost sold to an old bachelor as a wife. What good outcome could she expect if she returned? In the end, she reluctantly returned the pendant to Liu Ruyan, watching her soar high. This would never happen again in her life. But before returning to the old house, she had to make a fake pendant. Very realistic. So, before that, Liu Ruyan, you better fight with your father and get kicked out of the Liu family once and for all. She was only extremely wronged at first, crying and arguing with her father. Her father told her to leave. Now, Liu Ruyan's attitude was 10 times worse than hers. Seeing everyone's reactions, they were all stunned. It showed how serious the situation was. Liu's mother suddenly felt less upset because this rebellious daughter not only treated her this way, but also was equally stubborn with her father. Just let her husband teach her a lesson. She planned to incite him to enforce family discipline. At this moment, others reacted and gasped. Even Liu's father was stunned. At home, he was the authority. No children dared to challenge him. He didn't know how to respond for a moment. He lacked experience. But an unprecedented anger surged from his feet straight to his head. Liu's father calmed down and looked at Liu Ruyan. Everyone watching them, except Liu's mother and Ruming, couldn't help but worry. The young niece sitting beside Liu Ruyan quietly tugged her hand, trying to stop her from challenging Liu's authority further. Even though she was anxious, she dared not speak rashly. Liu Ruyan was fearless. She comforted and patted her niece's hand, then gently placed it back. Suddenly, she stood up, hands on her hips, glaring at Lu's father with a roguish, bully-like look. What are you looking at? Speak up. Lu's father also stood up and slammed the table. Say that again. Lu Ruyan slammed the table even louder. If I tell you to speak, then speak. Who do you think you are? Lu's father took a deep breath. I am your father. Lu Ruyan snorted. Her cheap father and mother are truly cut from the same cloth. Their words are identical. Mrs. Lu looked displeased when she heard this. I told you this rebellious girl is out of control. Old Lu, discipline her. Yesterday, she dared to enter Ruming's room, and today she not only bullied Ruming but also tore apart Ruming's new desk and wardrobe, and even dismantled my old wedding bed. If we don't teach her a lesson, she might destroy the whole family someday. Lu's father stared at Lu Ruyan and asked coldly, Do you know you're wrong? Lu Ruyan replied, What did I do wrong? The desk, wardrobe, and bed. Weren't they originally mine? They were old and full of bugs, so I took care of them. Lu's father was very angry but stayed calm. He turned to Mrs. Lu. Didn't you say her room was all new? Mrs. Lu felt a bit guilty. Yes, some were new, but they were all in Ruming's old room, which Lu Ruyan later took over. Her current room is all new now. Lu Ruyan sneered. You're really biased. If I hadn't taken Ruming's room, I would have to listen to those bugs biting the wood every night to fall asleep. Mrs. Lu, feeling exposed and embarrassed, got angry. You've already taken it back and occupied Ruming's room. What more do you want? Lu Ruyan said. I don't want anything. I just want justice and to get some revenge. Mrs. Lu shouted. Revenge? We're all family. She's your sister. You're a rebellious girl. Lu's father asked coldly. You've already been aggressive enough today. What more revenge do you want? Lu Ruyan ignored them. Instead, she lowered her head and said to the two children, Be good. Since they don't want to eat, take all the food away and go to the kitchen to eat. Stay away from here. And you too. This last sentence was directed at her older brother, older sister-in-law, and second sister. The older brother frowned and signaled her to be quiet with his eyes. The older sister-in-law and second sister looked worried and quickly, along with the children, hurriedly carried their bowls and dishes to leave. Lu Ruyan saw them walk away and suddenly smiled. Her scarred face revealed only a row of neat white teeth. The three of them felt a strange chill. Then Lu Ruyan suddenly went crazy, flipping the entire dining table over. Mrs. Lu was quickly pulled away by Lu's father. Lu Shuhui dodged aside, but Lu Ruming, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, fell with a loud bang. That loud crash probably flattened her face, right? Under the table, Lu Ruomeng screamed, and Lu Ruoyan stepped on her, saying, This is how you take revenge. Not happy? Come and hit me if you dare. Lu's father's face darkened. He said firmly, No more lawlessness. Lu Shuhui, punish her according to family rules. Lu Ruoyan wasn't afraid of his angry face. After arguing with Lu's father, she jumped onto the table pressing down on Lu Ruomeng. She jumped hard, causing Lu Ruomeng underneath to scream loudly. Lu's mother hurried over to grab her, but Lu Ruoyan dodged quickly and said to Lu Ruomeng below, Are you faint? Why are you still crying out? You're scaring the two kids. Lu's father shouted, Get down or I'll say it again. Lu Ruoyan crossed her arms. I won't get down even if you say it 100 times. His forehead veins throbbed. He took a deep breath and said, Lu Shuhui, your leg is broken. Why are you so slow? Lu Shuhui came over with a thorny whip, hesitated, and said, Father, she's lost her mind. She's crazy. If I hit her with this whip, it will leave scars. She's a girl, and her face is already ruined. Lu's father frowned, feeling a bit moved inside. After 18 years away, he felt guilty. I know what I'm doing. He wondered if he should change to a stick without spikes. At that moment, Lu Ruomeng's screams reached Lu's mother's ears, and she couldn't hold back. Let her down first. Ruomeng is about to be crushed. Lu's father swung the whip and shouted at the rebellious girl flipping the table, Get down. I might consider a lighter punishment. Lu Ruoyan kept jumping, ignoring him. Oh, you fake, your body's pretty strong. You fainted just now, but now you're making all this noise. How come you're not fainting now? Once again, Lu's father was challenged. He said nothing and swung his whip. Lu Ruoyan sidestepped quickly, as if she had eyes behind her back. Then she turned to taunt Lu's father. Old man, are you too old and weak? Your aim is terrible, she patted her own butt and said. Come on, try to hit here. Lu Shui was stunned. Wow, my dad, take it easy. I can't help you this time. Your life now depends on yourself. Mr. Lu swung his whip again, and Lu Ruyan made a playful duck pose with her hands in the air, twisting her hips to dodge, while stepping hard on Lu Ruyan below. The angrier Mr. Lu got at her, the more she fought back on Lu Ruyan. Don't ask why she's so bold. She's not here to join this family. She came back solely to avenge the original owner. Otherwise, with the whole world out there, where couldn't she go? Lu Shui, hold her down. Suddenly called out. Lu Shui clenched his teeth and tried to grab Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan finally let go of Lu Ruyan, stepped down from the table, and turned back to make a silly face. Can't catch me? Huh? Not angry, huh? Seeing Mr. Lu's face turn red, she cheekily said, That's right, I'm angry. Wanna hit me? Come chase me. Mr. Lu, furious, grabbed his whip and rushed over. Today, he was determined to punish this rebellious girl. Lu Ruyan left, and the barely breathing Lu Ruyan was finally rescued by Lu's mother and Lu Shui. Lu Ruyan's face was swollen and bruised, with a large bump on her forehead, looking very frightening with purple and blue marks. Just moments before, she had been grateful that the spiritual spring water had improved her constitution. Now, she hated that the water prevented her from fainting during her suffering, forcing her to endure all of Lu Ruyan's attacks. The pain made her tremble all over. She had lost the fight today and was now suffering like this. She was dizzy, her vision blurred, unable to stand, and her whole body hurt, yet she couldn't faint. Tears and snot streamed down her face as she cried loudly, like a pig. Lu's mother kept comforting her and asked Lu Shui to get medicine. In the kitchen, the two adults and two children watched in shock, especially the two children, whose hearts were full of admiration for Lu Ruyan. Seeing her being chased out by her grandfather with a family punishment, they couldn't help but follow. Meanwhile, they kept thinking, Grandpa's old eyes are failing. He can't catch her or hit her. In fact, Mr. Lu was in his 50s, nearing retirement age. At this point, he was indeed in a situation where he couldn't catch or hit her. But that rebellious girl would stop and wait for him, even making faces and teasing him. His anger flared, and he chased after her again. They ran around the courtyard, attracting many onlookers. The three beauties of the courtyard had been waiting at the gate during the family quarrel, lucky enough to see Mr. Lu, an elder, furious and chasing Lu Ruyan. After so many years, this was the first time they saw Father Lu look so angry. The daughter they found back in the Lu family was impressive. Look at how she made the old father so angry, he almost lost his temper. Big news. Big news. Father Lu was stunned. He looked at Lu Ruyan, who was making funny faces and sticking out her tongue in front of him, and felt his chest tighten with anger. In his life, he hadn't always been kind or virtuous, but he had achieved many military successes. He fought on the battlefield, led soldiers, and even fought enemies. So why, in his old age, did he have such a stubborn daughter? She ran faster than a rabbit. He couldn't catch her or scold her, and she was wild and fearless. Look at her again, making a funny face. Seeing his daughter, who was jumping onto the wall like a monkey and daring him to come up and fight, he was out of breath, leaning on his back that almost twisted. He started to doubt life. He was furious but also laughed. His mind even recalled how agile his daughter was when she dodged his attacks. At least, his daughter's skills were quite good. His body wasn't as strong as when he was young, but he wasn't so slow that he couldn't catch an ordinary adult woman. From the first time he whipped her, he sensed something was off. He admitted he might have let her go easy, but not everyone could dodge like that, and she did it effortlessly. Looking at her performance with a few more whips and her current agility, he guessed she must have trained in fighting skills. Who taught her? That could wait. But besides her annoying talent, she also seemed to have a surprising gift for combat. He faintly felt that her talent might even surpass that of his most promising third son. He even wondered if, back then, if they hadn't adopted the wrong girl, and if they had trained her properly, could the Liu family have another genius? At this moment, Liu Ruyan's sarcastic voice sounded. "Old man, what are you looking at? Are you starting to go blind? I'm such a big person, and I can still tell which way is which." Father Liu clenched his teeth. All her talent was fake. Today, he was determined to beat her until she cried and begged for mercy. Liu Ruyan ran, and Father Liu chased after her. Everyone in the big yard was watching and eating popcorn. Liu Ruyan ran further and further away. She slipped into an empty house filled with firewood. She suddenly darted into a room full of dry wood, then made eye contact with a man who was working on a device. The man was startled by her sudden appearance and her scarred face, and he exclaimed in his native language, "What the heck?" Li Ruyan's eyes suddenly changed. Father Liu stared at the shed, angry for a while, then finally calmed down. "You rebellious girl. Where do you think you're running to now?" At that moment, he saw the rebellious girl dragging out a man with a swollen face and nosebleeds. When he saw him, the girl threw the man directly at him. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been hit right in the face with the bloodied nose. Father Liu's voice turned cold. "In just 30 seconds, this rebellious girl has already killed someone? Li Ruyan, old man, what are you looking at? Are you losing your mind? The person is alive. He's just having a bad day." "Father Liu, what bad day?" Li Ruyan, "He just called me an idiot." Father Liu swung his whip, but changed direction at the last moment, waking the man on the ground. The man quickly flipped over and reached into his pants to pull out a small knife. Father Liu and Li Ruyan. "Li Ruyan, old man, you're just good at messing things up. Why did you wake him up for no reason?" Father Liu, embarrassed in front of his wild daughter. "Shut up. I am your father, rebellious girl. She doesn't even think about giving her father some face." Li Ruyan was speechless. "Is that all you can say? Can you say something I don't know?" Father Liu took a deep breath. He didn't want to argue with this rebellious girl. It would only make him angrier. At this moment, "You're still so reckless. Can't you see the gun is pointed at your head?" Li Ruyan leaned against the doorframe, watching the tense two people, and chuckled with schadenfreude. "Is that gun pointed at my head?" Looking at the dark barrel aimed at his forehead, Father Liu. He shouldn't have heard her call him an idiot. His primal strength suddenly exploded, and he couldn't help but swing his whip at the rebellious girl, calling her a bad day. He couldn't help it. He had fought ghosts before and knew how cruel they could be back then. Who knew he had a gun? Truly perverse. Who hides a gun in their pants these days? Father Liu, when you catch someone, can't you search them? If they're already subdued, why leave a gun? That's unprofessional. Li Ruyan was defiant. "You want me to search his pants? I don't have that hobby, Father Liu." Looking at the bold, scarred face, Father Liu was speechless. His words and expression almost made him forget that she was not a boy, but a girl. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Next time, let me handle it." Li Ruyan made a surprised sound, looked him up and down, and said with disbelief, "Old man, I didn't expect you to have such hobbies." Father Liu blushed and said, "What are you talking about?" "I was just doing a normal search." Li Ruyan scratched her ear and said, "Got it. Why are you shouting so loudly?" At this moment, her gaze shifted from Father Liu to the lower part of the young man, and her eyes looked very strange. The enemy spy felt a tightness in his stomach from her gaze. "Why are you looking? If you keep staring, I might shoot." Li Ruyan. "Old man, he fainted at the time. I just did a quick search on him. His area has a slight curve. Who knew he could hide a weapon? If I guessed right, he's a eunuch." The enemy spy immediately lost his composure. He screamed and kept shouting insults. "Baka baka baka. I am a normal man, not a eunuch, not." Father Liu. He wanted to laugh, but he was a professional. He looked at Li Ruyan again, but couldn't smile. No one understood. Her words were more foolish than a boy's. Nowadays, who has a daughter so unruly that she openly mocks men about their little parts. Any man who is touched on his sore spot would be furious and ashamed. Did she forget that her father was standing right in front of the enemy's gun? Sure enough, the enemy's spy quickly reacted. He shouted wildly at Li Ruyan, who was about to attack his lower body. Shut up. Shut your stinky mouth. You said I shot. Li Ruyan's mouth moved, but under their gazes, she didn't say anything. Both of them sighed in relief, but the next second, Li Ruyan said, You're not the one I shot. Old man, if he had shot you, I would have sent him down with you. Then I'd find a good place for your grave, and next year, the grass on your tomb will be 2 meters high. I'll come to weed it and burn some incense. Father Lu, listen to that. Does that make sense? Father Lu couldn't help but take a deep breath, wishing he could immediately whip his rebellious daughter into tears. This rebellious girl was driving him crazy. The enemy spy was still somewhat professional and quickly calmed down. He glared fiercely at Li Ruyan. He didn't understand why, since he was usually very alert and anyone approaching him would be noticed. But this scar-faced man walked right up to him without him sensing anything. That was strange. Is she a cat? Does she walk without making a sound? If not, even the most skilled spies couldn't quietly approach him without being noticed. So when he saw the scar-faced man suddenly appear in front of him, he couldn't help but curse in his native language. This woman is strange. Someone with such skill should be used by him, or they must be eliminated. He had a gun in his hand and was feeling confident. He wanted not only to kill Li Ruyan, but also this man. Commander Lu, you raised a good daughter. Should I shoot now? He asked. Lu's father was calm despite the danger. You can't run even if you shoot, the enemy spy said. I have a gun now. I was caught off guard earlier. Otherwise, do you think I'm afraid of your scar-faced daughter? Lu's father looked at Li Ruyan's face. It was a bit ugly, but could this trash spy mock her? He shouted, Reverse girl, attack! Li Ruyan appeared behind the enemy spy, grabbing his neck with her hand. What about now? The spy was terrified. When did this woman get so close? At the same time, as the spy turned around in panic, Lu's father seized the moment and whipped him. The whip struck his hand quickly, forcing the gun to change direction and fire into the air. The gun was knocked away and caught by the whip. Suddenly, the entire courtyard became quiet. The spy's eyes were red. He knew he was finished. What kind of monster are you? He asked. Earlier, Li Ruyan had approached him once. He thought he was careless. Now he knew she was on his left, but he was still caught off guard and approached from behind. Are you a top spy trained by our country? He asked. Lu's father was speechless. She walked over herself. Can't you see? You're just too weak. Only Li Ruyan knew that one of her plant abilities was to transform into a plant, making her breath and scent disappear instantly. This way, the enemy's vigilance would relax. Her movement was excellent. In just a breath, she could subdue the attacker. If not for the old man's unnecessary whip, she would have let him go. Now she had him in custody, and the gun was in her hand. This time, the 3 fastest girls didn't come. They knew their own strengths, and the children in the big courtyard also didn't come. All the children are from the big courtyard. Besides firecrackers, they don't shoot guns without reason. Hearing gunfire, they run as far as they can. This is what children are taught from a young age. Qian Xiaolu arrived first, followed by the armed police officers leaving work, who went to the front. When they arrived, they saw the Lu family father and daughter, who had just been fighting. At this moment, they weren't fighting anymore. Instead, Li Ruyan, who was making funny faces at her father, was holding a man in his early 40s. What's going on? Lu's father, a bit annoyed, handed the gun to Qian Xiaolu. We caught an enemy spy. I believe this is your responsibility, so take him away quickly. Oh, and he pulled the gun out of his pants. Wow, what the heck? Qian Xiaolu almost dropped the gun. What is this? He had never disliked a gun this much before. He turned to look at Li Ruyan. Isn't she the brave female officer from the station? Last time, she helped catch human traffickers. Now, she helped catch an enemy spy. Such a strong female officer. Lu's father said, Hurry up and take the person. his rebellious daughter is unreliable and has a crazy idea. Holding the enemy spy's neck tightly isn't appropriate. Well, he's worried that if his rebellious daughter gets upset, she might hurt the enemy spy's neck. He had a strange feeling that she might do something like that. Besides, she's about to get married. If a female officer is so fierce and suddenly twists the enemy spy's neck in front of so many people who would dare to marry her in the future, no one would marry her, and he would have to support this rebellious daughter for life. Then she would be angry at him every day, making him feel like a Buddha emerging from the world or ascending to heaven. He wanted to live for many more years. Qian Shaolu said, "Understood." Just as Qian Shaolu stepped forward, the enemy spy suddenly turned around and asked, "I just want to know how you managed to approach me without any scent? Is it a special secret technique unique to our country?" Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. "Darn it, what are you? Do you even have the right to ask me questions?" Lu's father rubbed his forehead. "You're just a girl, but as long as this rebellious daughter doesn't get angry with him, and watching her confront the enemy spy seems kind of satisfying." The enemy spy suddenly burst out laughing. "Haha, you think you can catch me? The mighty empire of..." Before he finished, Lu Ruyan knocked him out. "Of what? It's certain you're done for. Still trying to bite yourself to death? I didn't let you die. Why rush to be reborn?" Others watched in amazement at Lu Ruyan's quick and skillful actions. "Enemy agent. Woo-woo." Lu Ruyan sneered and added another strike. "Ha, a small place like this needs a big name? Ridiculous." Everyone present found this amusing and felt it made sense. In fact, often the less there is, the more it needs to be emphasized. Her technique of dislocating the jaw was very professional. Qian Shaolu and the armed police watched in awe, quick, fierce, and precise. Before they could react, she had already dislocated the enemy's jaw. Qian Shaolu took out a piece of poison from the enemy's mouth that hadn't been bitten through, using the hand holding the gun. Qian Shaolu did this on purpose. "You hide everything in your pants, now the boomerang hits you back. How does that feel?" The enemy agent rolled his eyes and drooled in protest. Woo-woo, but all he got was a punch from Qian Shaolu. "Behave yourself." After the enemy was taken away by the armed police, Lu Ruyan moved her wrist. Qian Shaolu asked, "Comrade Lu, I want to ask, how did you meet him?" He couldn't hold back. He had been on duty here for 2 days since his shift, and his comrades had been here for half a month. They hadn't caught even a single hair of the enemy agent. Now, a returning female comrade had caught him red-handed. Does she have some special way of spying? Lu Ruyan signaled him to look at Lu's father. "It was an accident. The old man was chasing me and hitting me, but he's old and slow. I was just looking for a place to play hide and seek with him, and I went to a remote spot. That's when I ran into him." She told the truth. At that time, she just wanted to tease the old man. She pointed to the woodshed. It was inside. "Oh, and I saw him messing with a strange iron lump." When she said this, everyone's expression became serious. Lu's father, "Rebellious girl, why didn't you say this earlier?" Lu Ruyan confidently replied, "It's not too late now." Did it affect anything? They caught the person and the enemy agent's suicide attempt failed. It seemed it didn't really matter. Lu's father said, "I'll go check." Qian Shaolu handed the person over to the armed police. "Leader, I'll go. In case of danger, he could still block the front." Lu Ruyan said, "There's no one inside. Anyone can go." After beating the person into a lifeless state, she deliberately used her special ability to scan the surroundings but found no signs of other human life. There were quite a few small insects, though. This is also a feature of her special power, likely because her wood-based ability has healing properties and is very sensitive to life. Right now, she is only at level 1, so her scanning range is small and it consumes a lot of energy. Just now, she only checked within a 3-meter radius of this small shed, which used up a third of her energy. How many cabbage leaves would she need to recover that much energy? She wondered if Lu Ruyan had dropped any cabbage leaves when she was beaten so badly earlier. She didn't have time to check yet. She planned to go back soon and pick them up because the items the female lead dropped might disappear if she waits too long. But it's not urgent. She once waited a whole night before collecting cabbage leaves. Considering the time, they probably won't refresh for at least 12 hours. She's anxious now, feeling like she's suffering from a fear of being underpowered. Once her energy runs low, she wants to go back and confront the female lead again. She hopes the female lead isn't badly hurt from her earlier attack. After Jin Xiaolu went inside, he came out after a while with a serious expression. Seeing this, Lu's father realized something unusual was happening inside. Jin Xiaolu said, "There's a simple radio transmitter inside." When he said that, everyone except Lu Ruyan looked serious. Especially those living here, their faces turned pale. Their big courtyard not only had enemy spies but also had brought a radio transmitter. They hadn't noticed anything until today, and if it weren't for the Lu family's accidental discovery, they wouldn't know what terrible consequences could happen. Moreover, it's like mice sneaking into a cat's nest without being caught. That's a huge shame. Fortunately, Lu's female comrade is skilled. She caught the enemy spy and even stopped him from committing suicide, leaving him alive for questioning. This temporarily removed the danger, and their reputation in the courtyard was preserved. "Commissar Lu, you have a good daughter," someone said. "This is much better than my 18-year-old son who can't read, joined the army but can't handle hardships, and was sent back after just 3 days. You really know how to raise children. Each one is promising." Lu's father was suddenly praised and felt a bit proud. Lu Ruyun scolded him. "He didn't raise me. I was left to fend for myself." Father Lu's face instantly lost its smile as he looked at his rebellious daughter. The pride he had just felt disappeared in an instant. He snapped his whip and said, "Now is a good time. We haven't settled the accounts from earlier, so let's settle them now." Lu Ruyan made a funny face and crossed her arms, saying, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Father Lu's anger flared up again. This rebellious girl had such a talent for making people furious in an instant. "I will make you cry and call for your parents today." Just as he raised his whip, other colleagues in the courtyard stopped him. "Commissar, she's a good girl and a hero. Why are you hitting her? Look at your whip." Hitting enemy spies is one thing, but using it on your daughter isn't right. Yes, you haven't raised her for long. When she comes back, you should make it up to her. You can't be so harsh. Father Lu. He didn't really want to hit her, just scare her a little, right? His daughter was uncontrollable. If he couldn't keep her in check, she might cause big trouble in the future. At this moment, Lu Jixuan and Lu Jijia, the two children, ran over quickly. "Grandpa, little aunt, great-grandpa, and great-grandma are here." Father Lu was surprised. Usually, the old man and the old lady didn't come over. They usually went to the old house themselves. Why are they here today? It's been 3 years. This is the first time. Father Lu said, "I'll leave things here to you. If you need anything later, just let me know." Us. He thought they might still need to find him and his rebellious daughter later. Some details are very important for investigating enemy spies and their contacts. Qian Xiaolu nodded and said, "Then we'll trouble you from now on." This was a big gain. If possible, they should avoid bothering the Lu family. After all, the family was already feeding them. As for how to get the enemy spies to talk, that was their job. They had the most professional people for that. Of course, there was also credit to be reported later, especially involving that female comrade. She was very impressive. Seeing that there was no more business here, Father Lu took his daughter and grandchildren home. Lu Ruyan leisurely followed behind, while the two little ones chattered about great-grandpa and great-grandma. From their words, it was clear that the children had a very good impression of their great-grandparents. The red envelope given was large, and every time she visited the old house, she would prepare delicious food for them and be very kind to their mother. Because of this, the children liked her more than Lu's mother. Don't say the children don't understand. In fact, they are very sensitive. They know who treats them well. It seems that the grandparents of the original body are quite good, at least better than Lu's mother and father. As they approached the house, Lu's father couldn't help but stop and turn back to remind his rebellious daughter. "Later, when you face your grandparents, you must be respectful. Don't treat them the way you treat me. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will definitely punish you this time." Lu Ruyan replied. Then you'd better punish me if you can. Lu's father glared. Rebellious girl. Don't go. You haven't said whether you'll agree or not. Inside, Lu Ruyan saw the two elders and felt like the sky was falling. She never expected them to come to visit voluntarily. In her previous life, it was at this time that her mother took Lu Ruyan back to the old house. In this life, her mother didn't take them back, but the elders came to visit on their own initiative. The grandparents hadn't visited in 3 years. Could it be because Lu Ruyan came here this time? Is Lu Ruyan really that important? At this moment, Lu Ruyan had just finished applying medicine and was in terrible pain all over her body. She was very anxious. She had clearly planned to persuade her mother to take her to the Zhou family that morning. Her plan was clear: to secure her marriage with Zhou Yanjing and to avoid the grandparents. In her previous life, the time they went to the Zhou family was exactly when her mother took Lu Ruyan back to the old house. It should have been a perfect plan, 2 birds with 1 stone. But Zhou's mother used Zhou Yanjing as an excuse, saying she was waiting to see his opinion. She secretly resented this at the time, but was also relieved she hadn't refused outright. This gave her hope. She had the spiritual spring and her own space. Lu Ruyan had nothing. As long as she proposed a good cure for Zhou Yanjing's legs, she didn't believe the Zhou family wouldn't choose her. Her only fear was the old man. In this life, she had avoided the same path as before, but when she looked into his eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts, her heart pounded. The old man had been injured on the front lines in his early years and appeared to hold a modest civil position. But as someone who had lived again, she knew that the old man had studied abroad and, during that time, had been involved with various powerful forces. He was one of the top spies for the resistance and had made great contributions to the victory of the war. She also learned later, after her grandfather passed away, that she only found out by overhearing her father and grandmother's conversation. It turned out that her grandfather, who held a modest position, was actually very impressive. When they were cleaning out his belongings, every item in that box of medals was a symbol of his great achievements. No wonder, with just 1 word from him, the children of the Lu family could be sent to the military for the most rigorous training. She also went there once, but she couldn't last a day and was sent back. Besides her, her second older sister, who went abroad to study, was also a skilled soldier. Although Lu Rushi is a researcher, she can easily take down 3 grown men. Her grandfather had very high standards for the Lu family's bloodline. Since she was born, she was naturally talented, but she felt like a real ugly duckling among swans, constantly being overshadowed in every way. When she was sent back, her grandfather said it was something every Lu family member had to go through and that she must be sent back for training again. She was only 12 then, and it was her first time being sent to the military camp. That place was not suitable for anyone, and she naturally didn't want to go again. She cried and shouted, even pretending to have a high fever. Fortunately, her mother always protected her, and her older brother, who had raised her since childhood, also helped speak for her. In the end, she didn't have to go. Every year after that, she refused to go. After her grandfather saw her pretending to be sick to avoid military training, he never mentioned sending her to the camp again. She felt she had escaped and was proud of herself. But from then on, her grandfather never looked at her directly again. She couldn't understand him now. Despite his many achievements, he only took on a modest civil job after retiring. It wasn't a time of war, yet he still sent his descendants to endure hardships. He could have secured good positions for them, but he insisted that Lu family members had to earn their own way. Her third older brother, who was covered in blood and lying in the hospital, was visited by her grandfather late at night, but he didn't let him retire. She couldn't understand such elders. She only wanted to marry into a good family like Lu's mother, to live a simple life of drinking tea and playing cards. Moreover, she was more ambitious than her mother. When she became a wife of a high-ranking officer, she wanted to make those who had hurt or looked down on her pay the price. At that time, her older brother also advised her to hold on, but she was Lu's little princess and didn't want to suffer those hardships. Only her mother understood her. Even though she was the most ordinary and least promising among the Lu siblings, her mother gave her the most love. Later, I learned that my mother was so kind to her because she saw herself in her from the past. My mother also has a very talented older sister and a genius younger brother. They are like the siblings of the Lu family, just as she is. So, the two awkward, ugly ducklings stuck together among the elegant swans to keep warm. Many years later, the old man came to visit. I hadn't seen him in over 20 years. When I looked into his eyes, my legs felt weak, and I quickly looked down, afraid to meet his gaze. What should I do? Even though I am over 40 mentally, I still feel scared and weak when I see him. My mind is a mess. What worries me more is that the family heirloom pendant has recognized me as its owner. The old man came so suddenly that I didn't have time to prepare. If today he asks me to show the pendant, what should I do? I feel I can't hide from his sharp eyes. As a top spy who can gather intelligence from many sides during chaotic times, I am afraid he will see through me at a glance. My body hurts, and I am scared inside. Lu Ruomeng almost broke down. She turned around and hugged Lu's mother, crying. The old man looked at Lu Ruomeng, who was crying loudly, with a cold gaze. These years, she hasn't improved at all. Lu family raised her for 18 years, but she is still useless. Lu's mother comforted Lu Ruomeng and asked, "Mom and Dad, why did you come?" Actually, Lu's mother was also nervous. She was afraid of the old man too. The old man looked around the messy living room, with overturned chairs, knocked over tables, and broken vases everywhere. It was clear a big fight had happened. He leaned on his cane, looked around, and finally focused on the eldest grandson, Lu Shuhui. He asked calmly, "Tell me, what happened?" Lu's mother and Lu Ruomeng immediately became alert. Especially Lu Ruomeng, who held back her fear and tried to exaggerate, adding details to frame Lu Yanyan. "I know, I'll explain." The old man tapped his cane to interrupt her. "I didn't ask you to speak." Lu Shui stepped forward and honestly explained what happened. As he described, Lu's mother sneered coldly a few times, and Lu Ruomeng cried even louder. The old man didn't react much, only furrowing and relaxing his brows now and then. No one knew what he was thinking. The old lady sat down to drink tea and kept glancing at the door now and then. When Lu Ruyan entered, she saw the fake daughter crying, glaring at her mother, her serious older brother, and the two elderly people with white hair watching her closely. At this moment, the two noisy children suddenly stopped moving. Until the old lady waved her hand, the children ran over and said, "Hello, great-grandpa and great-grandma." The old man's face softened a little, and the old lady took out 2 candies from her pocket and gave them to the children. Lu Ruyan ignored everyone's gazes focused on her and reached out to the old lady, asking, "Where's mine?" The old lady was surprised, looking at her scarred face. Even she, usually calm, trembled a little. Then she took the remaining 3 candies from her pocket and handed them to her. Lu Ruyan said, "Thanks." Suddenly, the old man spoke. "Did she make you like this?" He was referring to Lu Riyue. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan crossed her arms and glared at him. "Yes, I did." "So, are you going to punish me like the old man does?" Lu Ruyan looked up and down at the old man.
You.
Older than the old man, with all white hair. An even older old man. Lu Ruyan's father hurried after her, panting as he arrived, just in time to hear her rebellious words. He felt like the sky was falling. He shouted loudly, "Lu Ruyan, how dare you talk to your grandfather like that? Just wait, I'll punish you." He swung his whip, but Lu Ruyan dodged skillfully and even made a familiar funny face. Lu Ruyan's father chased her around the living room, but she was as agile as a monkey, never giving him a chance to catch her. He couldn't catch her and called Lu Shui to help. Lu Shui fought her a few times but couldn't win. Lu Shui said, "This rebellious girl is pretty good. You go all out, no need to hold back." Lu Shui felt bitter inside. During their first fight, she was overwhelmed. She tried her best afterward, but still couldn't defeat her younger sister. After hearing the noise and coming out of her room, Lu Ruing looked at her and said, "Second sister, can you help?" Lu Ruiying shook her head. Your 2-on-1 fight is already unfair. I won't do such shameful things. She wasn't foolish. She knew that adding herself to the fight would only make things worse. The old man stood still, his gaze never leaving Lu Ruiyan. Lu Ruiyan passed by him and suddenly turned back, snatching the old man's cane. Old man, let me borrow this. That old man's whip is quite tricky. I'll return it to you later. Then, Lu Ruiyan stopped running and started fighting Lu Fu with the stick in the yard. The old man suddenly smiled slightly. Lu Ruiyan saw the old man look angry and amused. That year, she pretended to be sick and refused to go to the military camp. The old man also sneered coldly. Very good. This way, Lu Ruiyan was digging her own grave, just as she wanted. Sensing her gaze, the old man suddenly looked over. Lu Ruiyan quickly lowered her head and quietly moved one step closer to Lu Mu. Like a scared quail hiding its head. Lu Mu said, Old man, look at her. She's just a crazy person with a broken mind, reckless and disrespectful to elders. The old man wanted to hit his cane but suddenly realized it had been snatched away. He coldly interrupted, Shut up. If you hadn't been so willful back then, the fourth son wouldn't have died young, and she wouldn't have been switched at birth. He stared at Lu Ruiyan, fighting 2 against 1 without losing, his eyes even showing some sadness. You ruined our Lu family's rare genius of 100 years. Lu Mu didn't dare to speak anymore. She lowered her head and stood beside Lu Ruiyan, like another scared quail. The old man took a deep breath, seeming annoyed just by looking at them. His gaze fell back on Lu Ruiyan. He had already received a telegram from his most promising third grandson, informing him of everything about the girl who was switched at birth. Naturally, he knew about her disfigurement. Knowing it was one thing, seeing it was another. The damage was so severe. But in his eyes, living was more important than anything else. Looks were secondary. On the phone, his grandson also said she was naturally strong and agile. Their Lu family ancestor was a great general. The last person born with such strength was his great-grandfather. That family heirloom pendant was passed down from that general ancestor. He looked coldly at the scarred 18-year-old girl, Lu Ruiyan. Such a useless person didn't deserve to own the family treasure. Watching Lu Ruiyan grab the whip and flip 2 top fighters onto the ground, she was the only one standing in the yard. She crossed her waist, laughing wildly and proudly. Her face, full of scars, looked fierce and aggressive. Are you 2 convinced or not? Li Shuhui is still confused, and so is Li's father. Li's father stands up, holding his waist. When he was knocked over, he almost hurt his old back. Rebellious daughter, I am your father. Why did you hit so hard? Earlier, he was chasing this rebellious girl. She didn't fight back, and he didn't see her fighting the enemy agent clearly, only saw that the enemy was foolish. He knows his daughter is skilled, but he didn't expect her to be so strong. Someone who can defeat him and his eldest son must be at least a soldier king level. Currently, only his third son is a soldier king. He is good at judging people. If he didn't misjudge, his daughter is also at least a soldier king level. No, now she has reached that level too. If she joined the army, her achievements might not be less than his third son.
But
he looks at Li Ruiyan's head with regret. Sadly, her mind seems damaged. His third son once said that a doctor checked her, and her chance of recovery is very small. Very small, but not impossible. What if there is a chance?
Li Ruiyan suddenly perhit.
Why are you looking at my head? Do you want to hit it again?
Give up, old man.
You're getting old and forgetful. You can't even touch the hem of my clothes. Li's father immediately becomes expressionless. Go to the hospital with me tomorrow to check your brain. This rebellious girl, giving her a little more care, is pointless. And her mouth, once she starts talking, she can make anyone angry. Tomorrow, I'll also ask if the hospital has any medicine for muteness to deal with this rebellious girl. Li Shuhui grimaces and stands up, rubbing his dark circles. His little sister is surprisingly skilled. He should have known earlier. At the station, when she threw him over her shoulder, he thought it was an accident. Now, he truly feels the bitter result. The dark circles on his face, the bruised lips, and the beatings he received are his scars. He makes a decision. He is a person in a clerical role. From now on, he will never fight his little sister if he can help it. Old master. All right, get ready. Let's have a family meeting. Everyone applies medicine and cleans up the scene. Only Li Ruyan and the two kids are playing a game of 5 in a row. Li Ruyan's daughter feels more scared than ever. Seeing that an argument is unavoidable, she excuses herself to go back to her room, apply medicine, and close the door. 10 minutes later, everything is back to normal. Li Ruyan quickly walks to the living room, wanting to see if the table almost crushed her sister and if she might have spilled some cabbage. The results showed that where Lu Ruyan was originally standing, there was a messy pile of corn on the ground.
Huh?
The female lead's fall changed. She didn't drop cabbage, but corn instead? She walked over to pick it up, and immediately, 18 ears of corn appeared in her space. It's the same reward for defeating the female lead. Who knows if this corn has the same energy as the cabbage, and if she can absorb it to upgrade her special powers? Just as she was about to try, the Lu family was already seated at the table. Lu's father said, "Mom and Dad, have you eaten? Do you want to start eating first?" The old man replied, "I'm not hungry. Call everyone over." Lu Ruyan was pulled over by the two children. She looked unwilling and said, "Speak quickly. I have something to do, an urgent matter." Lu's father almost got angry again. "What could you possibly have to do? Sit quietly and don't cause trouble," Lu Ruyan said. "Even if I do, you can't do anything to me." Lu's father decided not to argue with this rebellious girl and turned to Lu's mother. "Ruyun, where's Ruyun? Why hasn't she come down?" Lu's mother said, "She's hurt too badly. She can't get up after going back to bed, so I told her to rest." Lu Ruyan said, "Really can't get up? I don't believe it. I just saw her rushing back to her room, as if she was afraid of being chased." Lu's mother wanted to scold this rebellious girl, but since the elders were present, she had to hold back.
Reb.
"Ruyun, I know you hold a grudge against Ruyun, but when you came back, her room was given to you. Please stop targeting her." Lu Ruyan said, "Let me correct you. I am the biological daughter of the Lu family. Ruyun is just a fake. What belongs to her? Ridiculous. It's obviously mine. And besides, she didn't give it to me. I took it back with my strength." Lu's mother said, The old man spoke up. "All right, call her down. The first thing is to have her return the family heirloom. The heirloom cannot be worn by someone outside the Lu bloodline." Lu's mother muttered softly, "It's just a piece of poor-quality jade. Why go through so much trouble to get it back?" Although she spoke quietly, everyone present heard her. The old man's face darkened, and Lu's father looked upset too. He shouted, "Shut up. Lu Shuhui, go call her." Lu Ruyan had already heard the words, "family heirloom," and perked up her ears. Lu's mother called it a broken jade. So, was the heirloom a piece of jade? Her eyes immediately changed. Modernly, the Lu family also has a family heirloom, which is her later space. Lu Ruomeng, the female protagonist, is reborn. The heirloom is a piece of jade. Haha, she understands this very well. If this jade weren't a portable space, she would have eaten 10 pounds of it on the spot, even if it was fresh and hot. She wouldn't care if it was rare. She suddenly stood up, rolled up her sleeves, and clenched her fists. A bright, white-toothed smile appeared on her face.
Wow.
Lu's mother also stood up. "Ruyan, what are you going to do?" This rebellious girl looked so scary. If she went over, Ruomeng would definitely get a beating. Instead of letting her go fight, it's better for her to persuade Ruomeng. It's just a broken piece of jade. She has plenty of good jewelry in her dowry. Let her choose a few to make up for it. Lu Ruyan, I'm just afraid you can't call her back. No wonder Lu Ruomeng ran so fast. She probably guessed why the old master was coming. She might have already realized that the heirloom was a space. And she knows space is best. As the female lead, the heirloom might have been blood-claimed and already disappeared. But she can't produce it now. The old master came quickly, and the female lead didn't have time to fake it beforehand. So she will pretend to be injured and not be able to produce it, then find other excuses to delay returning the jade. During these days, she will look for a chance to fake it. Lu Rian looked back at the old master and asked, "Can you make Lu Rumeng return that jade to me?" The old master nodded. That was his plan all along. The heirloom should naturally be worn by the most promising descendants of the Lu family. Lu Ruyan immediately charged forward with a fierce look. "Lu Ruomeng, how dare you steal my space? Just wait. I'll beat you to death." Lu Ruyan ran and jumped, quickly rushing upstairs. She reached Lu Ruomeng's door and kicked it open. The door wasn't locked. She made such a loud noise, but no one inside responded. Could Lu Ruomeng really be asleep?
Impossible.
Could she have run away with the space? That's her space. Lu Ruyan hurried inside, but no one was there. This wasn't her first time in this room. Not long ago, she had dragged out the desk and wardrobe from here. Now the room was empty. Only a bed remained. Apart from the bedding, she saw nothing else. She remembers that Lu Ruomeng returned from the station carrying a suitcase. Last night, she changed her clothes, and today she dressed up specially before going out. She forcibly thought about Lu Ruomeng while cooking. At that time, Lu Ruomeng was wearing a bracelet on her wrist and a new blouse. She didn't notice these when she first took over Lu Ruomeng's room. The room only had some old clothes in the wardrobe, with nothing valuable. The suitcase was already open and placed on the bed, containing only Lu Ruomeng's clean clothes for the train. She threw away the torn clothes and the suitcase, and Lu Ruomeng came crying to take them back. At that moment, she looked around the room. There was very little in it, and she felt something was wrong. Later, she thought that maybe because of the scarcity of supplies in this era, Lu Ruomeng didn't have many valuables. Now that she thinks about it, Lu Ruomeng probably stored all those things in her space. And now, the torn clothes are gone. The space is a common feature for female protagonists in this type of story. It's all because of that terrible book. If it was just a bad book, fine. But the cover was torn, the summary was erased, and she only focused on the edge of the story, missing the main character's special abilities. She originally thought the main character only had rebirth as her special skill, but now she knows there is also a space. Now, the main character has taken her original space and run away. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan's plant-based abilities spread, and she smirked while staring at the window.
Run?
Do you think you can escape? Thinking about her own lousy space, it was almost useless. She jumped out of the window, directly. Just as she reached the small courtyard gate, Li Go Dan, who was guarding outside, immediately poked his head out. "Boss, are you looking for Lu Ruomeng?" "Lu Ruoyan." "Smart," Li Go Dan proudly replied. "Of course. Didn't you tell us to keep an eye on Lu Ruomeng when we had nothing to do? 5 minutes ago, she went that way. I told Tai Zhu and the others to follow her. Let's go, I'll take you. Lu Ruoyan." "Good job." So Li Go Dan led Lu Ruoyan on the trail. Meanwhile, Lu Ruomeng was talking to Qin Jiachong from the same big courtyard. They were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Qin Jiachong was the leader among the children in their age group and had always liked her. She came to find him to ask for help. Qin Jiachong saw the large purple and blue bruises on Lu Ruomeng's forehead and felt heartbroken. "Ruomeng, who hurt you? Tell me, I will take Qing Shan and the others there soon to help you go out." Lu Ruomeng smiled weakly, tears in her eyes. "You know I am not really from the Lu family. The family now favors her, and all this is her doing." Qin Jiachong looked at the girl he liked, hurt so badly, and couldn't bear it. "I'll help you fight back right now." "Don't." Lu Ruomeng held him back. "It's not urgent now. My grandfather, father, and older brother are all here. You can't hurt her. I have something more important I need your help with." Qin Jiachong forced down his anger and patted his chest. "Whatever it is, just tell me. If I can do it, I will go through fire and water," Lu Ruomeng said. "It's about our family heirloom. You know, right?" Qin Jiachong's eyes flickered, and he unconsciously touched below his collar. "Remember, what is it?" Lu Ruomeng replied, "I accidentally dropped it. You said before that you could ask your grandfather to make a replica for fun. Can you help me make a perfect copy as soon as possible? When the old master comes, he will want me to hand over the heirloom. If they find out I lost it, they will definitely kick me out of the Lu family." Qin Jiachong said, "Don't worry. I actually have one myself, made by my grandfather before. He took out a pendant from his neck and handed it to Lu Ruomeng. She took it and was very happy. Chun Jiaqiang's grandfather was a famous jade carver. When Chun Jiaqiang took a group of people to his grandfather's house, he learned she was carrying the Lu family heirloom. His grandfather was very interested and asked to see the jade pendant. He only saw it once, but he managed to perfectly replicate it. Lu Ruomeng had worn that jade pendant for so long she couldn't tell the difference. This was great news. Lu Ruomeng hugged Chun Jiaqiang. You really helped me a lot. Chun Jiaqiang's face turned red. I'm glad I could help you. After seeing Lu Ruomeng's jade pendant, his grandfather seemed very interested and started making replicas. There were several finished ones, and this was the most similar. Almost identical. His grandfather told him to find a chance to switch the real Lu family heirloom with a fake. But who knew Lu Ruomeng lost her jade pendant? He didn't agree with switching, but he could carry a similar one just like they were a couple. So, for the past half-month, he wore it every day. Lu Ruomeng put the jade pendant away.
I'm going home now.
You should go back first. Do you want me to go with you? I just got back and I know that the biological one is a crazy person who hits people whenever she sees them. Lu Ruomeng sighed. As long as I still want to be part of the Lu family, I can't offend her. Chun Jiaqiang said, how about you date me and marry me? Then she won't be able to bully you. Lu Ruomeng used to like Zhou Yanjing, but now Zhou Yanjing's leg is injured, so this is his chance. Lu Ruomeng looked troubled. You know, I have a marriage promise, Chun Jiaqiang said. Didn't you say before that Zhou Yanjing isn't good enough for you, and that Lu's biological daughter should marry him? Lu Ruomeng was speechless. Don't even mention it. If I could be reborn earlier, I would definitely marry him right away. I wouldn't have revealed that Lu Ruyan is actually Lu family's biological daughter, and I wouldn't have to come back. Chun Jiaqiang asked, is Lu family forcing you? As long as you and I get the marriage certificate, no one can force you. Lu Ruomeng lowered her head. What kind of person is Chun Jiaqiang? He dares to have such thoughts about her? She plans to become the wife of the military leader someday. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was brought over by a child and happened to see this scene. Oh, a young couple planning their future? No, you're just pulling and tugging in the corner. It's late, are you trying to sneak around? Lu Ruomeng asked. Lu Ruyan, how did you find this place? Lu Ruyan replied, I'm here to get back my jade pendant. Sure enough. Lu Ruomeng sneered. Last life, the jade pendant belonged to you, but unfortunately, this life, the jade pendant recognizes its owner. If it weren't for the old master, I wouldn't even give Lu Ruyan a fake one. Lu Ruomeng said, I can't give it to you now. What if you don't recognize it? I will hand over this jade pendant in front of everyone in the family. Then what are you waiting for? Lu Ruyan suddenly pulled her hair, causing Lu Ruomeng to cry out in pain. Chun Jiaqiang, seeing her scarred face, snapped out of his shock and quickly helped. Ugly girl, let go of Ruomeng. He was then kicked 3 meters away. Enduring the pain, he got up and tried to chase after her, but was stopped by a few children. Don't disturb our boss. Boss? Very good. This ugly girl just came back for 2 days and has already tamed the kids. She must be quite capable. Lu Ruyan dragged Lu Ruomeng, who was screaming all the way, back to Lu's house. At this moment, the Lu family realized both of them were missing and went to look for them. But in the end, they both came back together. Lu Ruyan pushed the person to the ground, while Lu Ruomeng gently sobbed. The old master disliked her crying and whining. He said calmly, Where's the family heirloom? Lu Ruomeng cried as she took out the jade pendant. The old master examined it carefully, then handed it to Lu Ruyan. Keep it. As expected, Lu Ruomeng's heart was filled with jealousy and hatred, but later she felt gloating. In Lu Ruyan's life, she could only get a fake. From the moment Lu Ruomeng took out the jade pendant, Lu Ruyan's eyes never left it. It looked so similar. After getting it, she confirmed that it was exactly the same as the jade pendant from Lu's family in her past life. But it was a fake. Even if it looked identical on the outside, she knew it was fake once she saw it. Since this one was fake, there must be a real one somewhere. Thinking about Lu Ruomeng's empty room, It seemed that the space had indeed recognized Lu Ruming as its owner. Once a space recognizes its owner and is bound, it's very hard to unbind. Lu Ruyan didn't know about Lu Ruming's space, but her own space, which also had a jade pendant, had survived with her after she and the zombie king perished in her past life, and it had come to this world with her. Lu Ruyan threw the space to the old master.
Fake.
I don't want it. Lu Ruming's heart trembled. In her past life, Lu Ruyan had taken the jade pendant and accepted it. Now she found out it was fake. Chun Jiaqiang's maternal grandfather was a master craftsman. Even the old master was fooled. How could Lu Ruyan recognize it at a glance? Could she have a special talent to tell if a jade pendant is real or fake? Or was it because her space from her past life was hers, so she had a feeling? At that time, the jade pendant was directly given to his wife by his mother. Although he didn't have much contact with it, he often saw it. The jade pendant looked fine on the outside, with no obvious problems. The old lady took it, looked at it for a while, nodded, and finally handed it to Lu's mother. Lu's mother received it, threw aside her dressing box, which she rarely used, glanced at it, and then placed the jade pendant on the table. She looked displeased at Lu Ruyan. This is it? Just an ordinary, worthless trinket. Can it be fake? Lu's father gave her a warning look, and only then did Lu's mother hold back her anger. Anyway, if you want the jade pendant, Dream gave it to you. Don't come to Ruyun about this later. Lu Ruyan said, I don't accept it. As long as it's not returned today, Lu Ruyun won't have a good life. Even if it's returned, she still wouldn't have a good life, because she hadn't avenged her original self's grudge yet. Lu Ruyun, feeling deeply wronged, cried out loud, I already returned the jade pendant. Ruyan, can you please stop forcing me? Lu Ruyan replied, No, Lu's mother said. Dad, aren't you going to do something about this rebellious girl? The old man looked at Lu Ruyan's face, recalling her earlier skills, and said, The trouble she caused is her own. I won't interfere. Her mind is damaged. From now on, just let her be. The old lady also looked at Lu's mother with a calm expression. Seeing her own daughter like this, she, as her biological mother, felt no guilt or need to make amends. Instead, she sided with the adopted daughter. If Ruyan's mind hadn't been damaged, she wouldn't be so hurt seeing her own mother's attitude now. The old man spoke again. Ruyan, if you think the jade pendant is fake, you need to find proof. He didn't want the family heirloom to be mistaken for a fake, especially since skilled artisans could make such realistic copies. But such master-level craftsmen were very rare. Lu Ruyan responded calmly, I will find the proof. This jade pendant was so well made that, if not for her past experiences, she wouldn't have recognized it. Lu Ruyun, truly the heroine, still had some luck on her side. She was fortunate to encounter such a person. Lu Ruyun let out a breath of relief, temporarily not worried about this being exposed. After all, Chun Jiaqiang's maternal grandfather had kept some secrets from the outside world, and no one knew his true skills. In a couple of years, Chun Jiaqiang's grandfather was among the first to be sent away. Later, she never heard about this jade carving master again. At that age, he was sent to the northwest, and it was estimated he wouldn't last more than 2 years. Now, her task was to silence Chun Jiaqiang. Chun Jiaqiang has loved her for 2 generations and is completely devoted to her, which is the easiest thing to do. Everyone is here, so let's start the family meeting, the old man said. Tomorrow I will take Rian to the military hospital for a full-body checkup to see if her brain and face can still be treated. Li Ruyan said, My brain is fine. Li's father replied, People with problems in their brains always say they are fine. Rian was not convinced. Then, do you have a problem with your brain? Li's father said, Of course I don't have any problems with my brain. He quickly realized, You rebellious daughter. The old man tapped his cane. All right, stop arguing. I haven't finished speaking, the old man said. First, we will discuss the family meeting. Second, we will give Ruyan the living expenses she missed over the years. Li's mother frowned. How will you give it? If they gave her monthly allowance from when she was young, it would be at least a few hundred yuan. She wasn't short of money, but she didn't want to give this rebellious daughter. The old man said, Since childhood, how much allowance Li Ruyan received, give Ruyan the same amount. Li's mother said, "Dad, it's in the past, I can't remember exactly."
Just give her 100 yuan.
Besides, her brain is damaged, giving her so much might just get lost or spent carelessly. The old man said, "Just give her the money, don't worry about how she spends it." Li Shuhui, you do the calculations. Li Shuhui, who was raised by Li Shuhui, knew best.
Li Shui nudda.
The old man continued, "In addition, give her red envelopes for festivals over the years." Li's mother wanted to object, but Li's father shot her a look, so she had to stay silent. This amount was at least 1,000 yuan. She didn't understand why the old man was so supportive of this rebellious daughter. But that wasn't all. At this moment, she heard the old man speak again. "Finally, for all the expenses Rian had for clothing, food, and living over the years, I will round it up to 3,000 yuan. Li's mother suddenly stood up, but Li's father pressed her down. The old man glanced at her. "Give Rian the money within 3 days. Li's father held back the excited Li's mother and nodded in agreement. The old man turned to his wife, who nodded and gestured to Rian. Rian was counting her small change in her mind, happily walking over with a much better attitude. "You called me," the old lady nodded and took out a passbook, handing it to Rian. "This is the red envelope money your grandfather and I have given you over the years. Now, it's all here." Li Ruyan happily took the passbook and opened it.
3,000 yuan.
She was doing well financially. Li Ruyan immediately smiled widely, her voice slightly teasing. "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma." Li Fu snorted. This rebellious girl calling them Grandpa when she got money, but calling the old man when she didn't. What a face. The old man and woman nodded, thinking she was a good child. Li Rumeng looked very upset, but she wasn't surprised, because this had happened before in her past life. Even so, seeing this scene again made her feel jealous and resentful. Li Ruyan was just a crazy girl. Why did the elders treat her so well? Li Ruyan watched Li Rumeng's ugly expression and felt great satisfaction. She had money and could make the main girl angry. She walked even more proudly to her parents, reaching out her hand, clearly asking for money. Li Fu saw her attitude and almost blew his top, glaring at her. Li Mu wanted to explode, but Li Fu stopped her with a word. "Are you going to get the passbook, or should I? If you get it, take the third passbook. If I get it, I'll take the first." Li Mu's face changed instantly. She got up and went upstairs. Li Fu added, "If you take the wrong one, I'll get the first passbook for her." Li Mu hesitated, her face looking worse, but her plan was ultimately ruined. Soon she came down, reluctantly handing the passbook to Li Ruyan after Li Fu urged her. Li Ruyan happily took it, but she noticed Li Mu still holding on, so she forcefully snatched it away. She opened it and saw, wow, 5,000. She was doing well. She sang to herself, "Today is a good day, let's go." She used to look down on this small amount of money, but now it was different. With just a trashy space, no supplies, and her pockets cleaner than her face, she felt rich. Now, with 2 passbooks, she had earned 8,000. 84 years worth of 8,000.
Li fu felt a bit angry.
His rebellious girl took the money, but didn't call anyone? Honestly, since she returned, she hadn't called him Dad once. "Are you planning to take the money for nothing? Or will you call someone?" Li Ruyan had the money and was in a good mood. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Li Fu responded coldly with a and Li Mu showed no expression. Li Ruyan ignored her and happily looked at the passbook. After the family meeting ended and the elders were sent off, Li Rumeng returned to her room with a very unhappy face. Li Ruyan watched her back with a meaningful smile. She quietly placed a potted plant in her room. "Li Rumeng, you'd better just sleep tonight and not do anything else." The potted plant was brought by a child from the big yard, sent out earlier to find Li Rumeng. It was a sunflower. After seeing off the old man and lady, she took the pot and ran up to Li Rumeng's window. Li Rumeng's room faces outward. You can go out through the window or easily enter from outside. If someone breaks into the house, this is the best entry point. This room was originally hers. Any noise outside can be heard here, so light sleepers won't be able to sleep. She placed the potted plant on the windowsill. Most likely, Li Rumeng wouldn't throw it away, since no one would suspect a plant. During her evening wash-up, she specifically went to look at Li Rumeng's windowsill. The plant was still there. She hummed a little tune as she returned to her room, holding 2 passbooks and looking at them repeatedly, feeling happier the more she looked. 80,000 yuan. More than what Li Rumeng had spent over the years. The old man and lady arranged this for her, and they get along well. If not for them, Li Mu would never give her so much, 5,000 yuan as the main amount. She would only get 100 yuan, just enough to dismiss her. Thinking about her and Li Rumeng's unpleasant expressions, they were more annoyed, and she felt more pleased. Tonight, she was in a good mood and could sleep well. But as she looked at the passbook, she realized the Li family's wealth was truly deep. Li Mu's mother was from a wealthy family in Shanghai, and the Li family still kept family rules and even a family heirloom. It seemed their ancestors had done quite well. The old man was over 80 and had studied abroad in his early years. What kind of family could afford to send a child abroad in those days? The Li family's wealth was definitely deeper than she had seen. She was sleepy now and decided not to investigate further. Li Ruyan yawned and slept soundly until dawn. Today, she couldn't sleep in because she had to go to the hospital for a checkup. Her sister-in-law had the 2 children come early to knock on her door. She opened the door and the little girl immediately said, "Little aunt, hurry up and wash up and have breakfast. Fake auntie is already downstairs. Soon she won't leave anything for you." Li Ruyan said, "You all go down and eat more. I still need to wash up. I'll be there soon." Watching the children run off quickly, Li Ruyan turned and headed toward Li Rumeng's room. Li Ruameng was having breakfast, which was convenient for her. The sunflower on the windowsill was blooming brightly, with leaves and flowers larger than usual. If you looked carefully, you could see the branches quietly swaying in the sunlight without any wind. When Li Ruoyen came in, the biggest flower's face turned like a sunflower. Li Ruoyen was speechless. She gently tapped the flower and said, "All right, stop moving around. If you're caught, you'll regret it." She was worried the flower didn't have enough intelligence, so last night she fed it all her remaining special energy. The sunflower was transformed into a level 1 mutated plant. She was a bit surprised, since this wasn't the end of the world. Even in the end times, mutated plants were much fewer than humans. The potted plant she casually received from the child turned into a mutated plant after just a little energy. She was shocked but also a little proud. She felt she was lucky, like winning millions in a lottery. At this moment, the sunflower was completely unafraid and even wrapped its branches around her finger. "All right, tell me, what's so exciting?" The sunflower said, "Master, the woman you asked me to watch, she can disappear and reappear out of nowhere. She's a monster." Li Ruoyan's eyes were deep. It was definitely space ability. It was a space that could let living beings enter. In the end times, most space abilities couldn't let living beings enter, only mutated ones could. Her sister's space could store supplies and also let living beings in. Li Ruomeng's space, which used a jade pendant identical to her own from back then, might be the same. If so, she remembered her own space, which was even bigger than a city, and clenched her teeth in frustration. That was indeed a huge space. Li Ruomeng, as the heroine, had such a powerful tool. But that jade pendant was a family heirloom of the Li family, and her grandfather said it was a family treasure given to her. So that space belonged to her. Li Ruomeng actually dared to take her space. Li Ruoyen clenched her fingers, and her joints made cracking sounds. Soon she frowned again. If her space was really the same, that would be troublesome, because she didn't know how to disconnect it. In her previous life, she had broken it, and her space came with her. Below, the young girl was calling out, "Little auntie, come quickly for breakfast. Great-grandfather arranged for your car to pick you up, Lu Ruyan." "I'll go immediately." Lu Ruyan went downstairs, suddenly feeling a surge of anger. After all, such a good space is usually destroyed or stolen in the end-of-world scenarios. While Lu Ruyan was eating a fried dough stick, she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, as if something terrifying was watching her. She looked up at Lu Ruyan, meeting her piercing, green eyes, and the fried dough stick almost fell from her mouth. Why is this crazy Lu Ruyan becoming more and more frightening? Usually, she would dare to give Lu Ruyan some advice in front of her mother, but today she felt cold all over her back. Her mouth moved, but she didn't say anything. In the end, she picked up her fried dough stick again and bit into it hard after tearing it into 2 pieces, glancing at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan didn't dare to look her in the eye. She kept her head down, drinking porridge. She forced herself to stay calm, ignoring the fierce look Lu Ruyan was giving her. She remembered what happened last night in the space. The cabbages she planted earlier had been partly harvested, but the remaining ones had all disappeared overnight. The vegetable patch was empty. The corn was the same. It had just ripened yesterday, and she planned to pick it at night, but about a dozen corn seedlings had vanished, just like the cabbages, disappearing out of nowhere. She searched every corner of the space, but found nothing. What was going on? Could it be that if crops in the space don't get harvested when ripe, the space will swallow them? Thinking about this possibility, she hurriedly harvested all the ripe corn that night. Then she replanted the seeds. The crops in the space were still few. She had only planted less than an acre of the 10 acres she owned. After her rebirth, she had been chasing Lu Ruyan everywhere and suffered a big loss. Now back in Jing City, she needed to find more different seeds quickly and fill the space. But today was not the day. She woke up so early because it was too noisy outside the window to sleep, and she also needed to go to the military hospital with Lu Ruyan. In her previous life, Zhou Yanqing was already there at this time, and Lu Ruyan was also taken to see the doctor for her head. It was said that the old man even took her to visit Zhou Yanqing. Today, no matter what, she had to go with her. So last night, she held back and didn't use the spiritual spring. Her forehead was bruised and purple, looking especially serious. She looked at Lu's mother and said, "Mom, my wound hurts so much." Sister Ruyan is going to the military hospital, right? Can you talk to her and ask if I can go too? Lu Ruyan. Funny, I'm right here. Why don't you just ask me directly, Lu's mother? Disobedient girl, wasn't it you who hit her? Oh, Meng, come with us in a moment. Lu Ruyan rarely had no objections because Lu Ruomeng was now her mobile space. She had to keep an eye on her. Lu Ruomeng was once again frightened by Lu Ruyan's intense green gaze. She quickly pulled Lu's mother aside. Mom, maybe you and I go together. I'm a little scared of Sister Ruyan. Lu's mother. All right, with me here, she won't dare to hit you, Lu Ruomeng. Thank you, Mom. Yesterday, you were always there, and she still got hit by Lu Ruyan and ended up looking like a pig's head? But today, something felt different. She thought Lu Ruyan wasn't trying to hit her this time, but wanted to hurt her badly. She hoped it was just her wrong feeling. Lu Ruyan sat in the front passenger seat, while Lu's mother and Lu Ruomeng sat in the back. Lu Ruomeng saw Lu Ruyan's back of her head. She had been staring at her during breakfast. She was sweating heavily now that she finally didn't have to be watched. Just as she relaxed, she suddenly realized Lu Ruyan turned around and sat facing her, with her hands clutching the seat, eyes fixed on her. Lu Ruomeng. She was about to cry. Had this crazy girl changed? Her eyes kept glowing with a fierce green light. Lu Ruyan stared at Lu Ruomeng with her green eyes. I will keep watching you. Always. Lu's mother frowned. This crazy girl with a damaged mind. How could the old master still not give up? Turn back and sit properly. Seeing the disobedient girl ignoring her, Lu's mother raised her voice. Lu Ruyan, did you hear me? Then she saw the disobedient girl finally turn her head, locking eyes with those fierce green eyes, and she was so scared her nails almost scratched herself. Why does this girl look so fierce today? That kind of gaze, as if she might rush up and break someone's neck at any moment, made Lu's mother feel cold inside. Lu Ruyan. I like sitting like this. Lu's mother ignored Lu Ruomeng's pleading look, sat up straight, turned her face toward the window, and left a sentence. Suit yourself. She said no more. Lu Ruomeng was trembling from the intense stare. She couldn't help but curse inwardly that Lu's mother was all show and no substance, unable to control Lu Ruyan either. The old master arrived earlier than them. When he saw Lu Ruyan get out of the car, his eyes lit up. But when he saw the two behind her, his expression turned blank again. The old lady was also nearby, waving to the group. Over here. Lu Ruyan walked over. Grandpa and Grandma. The elderly couple responded with a nod. At this moment, Lu's mother and Lu Ruming also arrived. After greeting them, the old man asked, "Why are you both here?" Lu's mother said, "Dad, look at Ruming. She's hurt badly, so I brought her along to see her." The old man immediately saw that it was just a surface injury. Sometimes, training caused injuries much worse than this. Lu Ruming is not very capable and is quite delicate. She's not even as tough as the youngest Lu Shuran. Just a few days ago, he saw that child training seriously. After practicing fighting skills, he had bruises and purple marks all over, but he didn't cry out in pain.
Lu Rushi was the same back then.
But Lu Ruming is the most useless. It's clear she's not from the Lu family bloodline. As long as she doesn't cause trouble for the family, they just keep her around. The old lady said to Lu's mother, "Then take Ruming to get her wounds treated. I'll take Ruyan for a checkup." Lu Ruming was overjoyed. She grabbed Lu's mother and said, "Mom, let's go quickly." She didn't want to face Lu Ruyan's terrifying gaze again, or she'd have nightmares tonight. She ran away from her space. Lu Ruyan also wanted to follow, but the old lady held her back. "Wrong way. It's this way. I've arranged everything. Just listen to the doctor and do what they tell you, understand?" Lu Ruyan nodded. When she saw that Lu Ruming's figure was gone, she looked away.
Norus.
She couldn't run far from the monastery if she ran. Unless Lu Ruming gave up her family identity and ran away. But in this era, she'd need a letter of introduction to leave. Where could she go? Moreover, she didn't realize she had her space targeted. For now, she'd let her go. After a series of examinations, Lu Ruyan was almost dizzy from fatigue. Finally, it was over. The doctor told them to go back and wait for the results. The old man was talking to the elderly man who had just tested Lu Ruyan's intelligence. When he heard her intelligence was normal or even above average, his eyes lit up with surprise. The doctor looked at Lu Ruyan, who was boredly playing with her fingers, and said, "Besides her tendency to act out and hit people, her intelligence is very high. They say geniuses are on the left, madmen on the right. She probably belongs to the high IQ crazy group, or maybe she's a genius in some ways." The old man asked, with her condition, would it be a problem for her to receive education? The doctor took out some test papers. "These are questions for psychological and IQ tests. I initially wanted to do oral questions, but she found it boring and snatched the papers. She answered all of them in less than 10 minutes. Usually, high school students can't do that quickly. She has a high IQ and can handle education without any problem. If you hadn't said she was mentally disturbed and prone to violence, I might even think she's just a normal person with high intelligence." Lu Ruyan listened carefully. The problem was with the original owner, not her. But she needed to be seen as a crazy person because, in this era, normal people can't just hit others casually. Crazy people, on the other hand, can. If she were normal, she wouldn't be able to hit Lu Ruming every day. Of course not. She also needed to gather supplies from Lu Ruming, like cabbage and corn. She tested the corn, and it had the same energy as the cabbage, which helped her restore her abilities. The doctor said, if she goes to school and doesn't hit anyone, there's no problem. The old man added, she rarely hits people, only if she's provoked. He was very good at judging people. His experience over the years told him that Yen Yen, his granddaughter, was the kind of person who wouldn't bother others unless they bothered her first. If someone did, she would double back with revenge. Last night, he observed her carefully, especially when she fought with her father and older brother. She was very precise with her strikes. So, besides Lu Ruming, who was hurt badly, her older brother was second, and almost no one else was injured. She was only 18, with such a high IQ. How could she not go to school? Lu Ruming, that useless girl, had terrible grades in high school and even skipped the college entrance exam. Forget it. Since she wasn't from the Lu family bloodline, he didn't want to bother. If necessary, He could put her and her younger brother Lu Shuran in the same class. The boy was reliable, had good grades, and had skipped a grade. He was under 15 and would start high school in late August. He could just watch over his sister. Lu Shuran was much more dependable than Lu Ruming. As for transferring classes, it wasn't difficult, but it depended on Lu Ruyan's grades. He needed to arrange someone to teach her. As long as she passed the exams, he could make arrangements. The old man was already planning. The old lady saw through his thoughts immediately and sat down next to Lu Ruyan, who was playing with her fingers. The old lady asked softly, "Ruyan, do you want to go to school?" They already knew Lu Ruyan had attended elementary school for a few years but then stopped. They didn't know if she still wanted to go now.
She's only 18.
It's not too late to start high school. Lu Shuran's classmates are all in their 20s. Everyone's family situation is different, so their ages vary. Lu Ruyan had previously told Lin Ziyu that she wanted to go to university and was thinking about how to get a spot. She didn't expect that someone would come to give her a pillow just when she was sleepy. "Lu Ruyan, I want to, but I am in the 3rd year of high school. My teacher has already finished teaching me all the middle and high school courses. He told me I can just take the university entrance exam." At this point, it would be good to introduce her mysterious teacher. The original owner did finish her studies, but she never mentioned taking the university exam. The old lady. "Are you telling the truth?" The old man also looked over. They exchanged a surprised look. The old lady held Lu Ruyan's hand happily and said, "When we go back, I will find some questions for you to try." Lu Ruyan nodded. She was fine with that. The original owner had a good memory and remembered all those knowledge points. The old man came over and said, "There's no rush. For now, I want to take you to see someone." "Lu Ruyan, see who?" "Old man, your future fiancé." "Lu Ruyan. Does she really have to see him?" Lu Ruyan's sister, Lu Meng, pulled Lu's mother over while overhearing this. Her expression twisted in annoyance. Even though Lu Ruyan's face was badly disfigured, the old man still dared to bring her near Zhou Yanjing. She tugged at Lu's mother's sleeve. Lu's mother finally spoke. "Dad, just right. Meng and I will go see him too." The old man nodded. Though a little displeased, he thought it was understandable to visit a patient. Lu Meng was excited. This was the first time she would see Zhou Yanjing in her life. Lu Ruyan, however, was uninterested. She had already seen him before. He had a face she disliked, like a zombie king. If not for the old man's request, she wouldn't want to see him. But when she entered the ward, she saw him with a cast on his leg, and that zombie king face of his was pale and weak, lying in bed. She was shocked. This weak person was Zhou Yanjing? Who was the person she fought with the day before yesterday? Could he really have become this sick and bedridden in just 2 days? Zhou Yanjing on the bed also looked a bit awkward. He understood what the scar-faced girl, his fiancée, was thinking. After all, they had fought just 2 days ago. Seeing Zhou Yanjing and Lu Ruyan make eye contact, Lu Meng couldn't help but laugh quietly. Li Ruyan's face is not the same as the one that was famous in her past life. In this life, she has been disfigured. Just look at Zhou Yanjing. Would he still like her? She looked up again, watching Zhou Yanqing's reaction, waiting to see if he would feel disgusted. At this moment, Zhou Yanqing didn't expect to meet someone he knew. He also didn't expect to meet his childhood fiancé. He already knew Li Ruyan's identity. When Qian Shaolu and his men returned, they saw the information about capturing the enemy agent. That was when he realized that the person with a scarred face, who had fought with him earlier, was his childhood fiancé. He heard she had a crazy streak and was a violent person. But looking at her, she seemed normal. The enemy agent she helped catch was very important. The organization had already checked the related personnel thoroughly, so they also knew her background well. When a few comrades came over with the files, smiling strangely, he thought they had lost their minds again and needed extra training to wake up their brains. After reading the files, he was stunned. Who would have guessed? On his first day back in the city, he fought with his childhood fiancée. The next day, she caught the target of their mission. On the 3rd day, the day he transferred from the local military hospital back to the city military hospital, he finished his work and hurried to get a cast on his leg. Before the cast dried, he ran into her again. When their eyes met, Zhou Yanqing saw the mischief in her eyes. Would she expose him? Seeing that they had nothing to say when they met, the old man, with sharp eyes, immediately noticed their eye contact. Old man, Zhou family boy, we're here to see you. Zhou Yanqing. Old Lu's wife, old Lu's mother. You are thoughtful. The old lady nodded, placing the fruit she brought on the table. On the other side of the bed, there was a plate of washed fruit. It seemed someone had just visited him. Old man, are you feeling better now? Zhou Yanqing subtly glanced at Li Ruyan, who was looking at his swollen, casted legs, and said, still the same. The old man sighed and changed the subject. Today, I brought some people to see you. This is my newly found granddaughter, Li Ruyan. You young people can get to know each other. Zhou Yanqing looked at Li Ruyan. Nice to meet you. My name is Zhou Yanqing. Nice to meet you? Lu Ruyan chuckled softly. Hello, Lu Ruyan. The next moment, Lu Ruyan stepped closer unexpectedly and gently touched the plaster on his leg. She withdrew her hand, pinching her fingers, which were still slightly sticky with the unhealed plaster. Sure enough, the plaster was applied last night. She had personally verified this person's skills before. In Jing City, could there really be such a fierce and vicious person who could injure him so badly that his legs are in plaster? Lu Ruyan, you. Zhou Yanqing picked up a red apple from the nearby table, which had water droplets on it, and said, here's an apple for you to eat. Lu Ruyan took the apple, understanding that it was a way to make her stay quiet. Fine. She just couldn't stand this face, but it wasn't that she disliked Zhou Yanqing. She picked up an apple and bit into it with a crunch. Then she walked to the only seat, sat down, and continued biting the apple. There will be more exciting scenes ahead. Seeing Lu Ruyan's excited look, it's quite a show. The old man watched their interaction calmly and nodded slightly. Honestly, they get along pretty well. Zhou Yanqing is one of the most outstanding young people. The old man regretted thinking that if Ruyan's mind were better, the Lu family might have someone who could match him. They are also childhood sweethearts. If they get married, their children would be very outstanding. The old man's anticipation grew. It's not his fault. One of them is crippled, and the other is mentally challenged. 2 adults are useless. Letting them practice with a younger version wouldn't hurt, right? At this moment, Lu Ruyan was desperately pulling at her mother's hand. What was going on? Zhou Yanqing wasn't supposed to dislike Lu Ruyan and tell her to leave? Why was he still giving her an apple? She was almost grinding her teeth. And the old man, only introducing Lu Ruyan to Zhou Yanqing, leaving her aside. Was he afraid she would steal his granddaughter's fiancé? Lu Ruyan. Mom, you promised to help me. Lu's mother. What are you so anxious about? Since she came in, Lu's mother had been observing Zhou Yanqing. Seeing his pale face and his legs in such a state, it was clear Zhou Yanqing had indeed been seriously injured before. The rumor that his legs couldn't support him seemed true. Wouldn't Zhou Yanqing, who was like this, be a good match for Lu Ruyan, who was not very bright? She really couldn't understand why Ruyan, who had cried to cancel the engagement, now wanted to marry Zhou Yanqing immediately. But she still asked, Dad, how should we introduce Ruyan? The old man snorted. You need to be able to show your worth. Li Ruomeng blushed all the way to her neck when she heard this in front of Zhou Yanqing. Did she think she couldn't show her worth? If she couldn't show her worth, then would Li Ruoyan be able to? The old man said, Zhou family's young man, Ruoyan, you young people chat well. I and Grandma Lu have some matters to attend to, so we'll go ahead. Zhou Yanqing replied politely, Take care. Before leaving, the old man also told Li Ruoyan, Take care of the patient. She responded with the sound of biting into an apple. After the 2 elders left, Li's mother said, Yanjing, Annie wants to introduce someone to you. This is Ruomeng, Ruoyan's sister. Zhou Yanjing nodded politely. Hello. Li Ruomeng shyly walked over. Brother Yanjing, long time no see. Li Ruoyan quickly ate her apple faster. Here they come, the main character's little drama. Although she wouldn't let Li Ruomeng get her way, she still wanted to watch the show and enjoy the gossip. Life is about watching shows, eating gossip, and sometimes indulging in a little fun. It's good for the soul and keeps you healthy. Zhou Yanjing said, They had met before, but she couldn't remember when. Li Ruoming asked, "Your legs aren't very steady. Do you want me to help massage them?" Zhou Yanjing looked serious. "No need. There's a professional caregiver here." Li Ruoming had planned to take care of Zhou Yanjing herself. In this era where men and women are very cautious around each other, this meant Zhou Yanjing would have to marry her. She had already decided this before coming here. Marrying Zhou Yanjing was the fastest way. If Li Ruoyan also had the same plan, she needed to act before her. At this moment, Li's mother couldn't hold back anymore. She pulled Li Ruoming out of the room. Li Ruoming quickly followed, stretching her head to listen in. Li's mother said, "Ruoming, have you really decided? If a girl's reputation gets damaged, it will be hard to find a good marriage later." Li Ruoming replied, "Mom, I will only marry him in this life." Li's mother still disagreed and didn't approve of her self-destructive approach. She tried to persuade her. "You're a young lady from a good family.
You shouldn't act like that.
It's bad for your reputation." She avoided using the word prostitution because her upbringing made her look down on such methods. But Li Ruoming was determined about Zhou Yanjing. "Mom, Zhou Yanjing is different. Only this way can I win him." Mother Lu frowned and said, "Even if you manage to marry him, have you thought about the fact that he can't stand up? Maybe he's also not good in that area. You'll have to live as a widow for your whole life." Lai Yurian, who was eavesdropping, immediately looked at Zhou Yanqing on the bed, turning into a curious cat. Zhou Yanqing looked in the direction of her gaze and instantly felt a shiver down his spine. He silently took out a pillow to support his back and placed it over his lap to hide from the suspicious eyes. He hadn't forgotten that when they first met, Lai Yurian had suddenly started a fight without reason. She had a head injury, so if she suddenly charged at him, she might just punch him. With her skills and strength, and his legs being sealed at this moment, wouldn't he be helpless? Lai Yurian said, "What are you hiding? I can't see anything. By the way, they said you're not capable. Is it really true that you can't do it?" Zhou Yanqing's face turned cold. "Is it appropriate to discuss this kind of topic?" Lai Yurian suddenly perked up. "This is exactly the best kind of topic to talk about. Whether it's black or white, let's talk about it openly." Zhou Yanqing's stern face almost cracked. Now he believed she had lost her mind. He had never met such a bold woman before. At this moment, Lai Yurian's dream walked in, slowly approaching the bed, then suddenly tripped over her own feet and fell straight onto Zhou Yanqing. If she had fallen in the right spot, it would have hit the pillow exactly. Lai Yurian watched the scene play out, wondering if she was testing something. There was good entertainment to watch. But Lai Yurian's dream didn't fall because at that moment, a large plastered foot kicked her chin, almost knocking out her teeth. She screamed and fell to the ground. What a useless person. Lai Yurian sighed in disappointment. Zhou Yanqing turned around. What was he disappointed about? With his skills, even in his current state, could an ordinary person get close to him? Because he was wary of Lu Ruyan, he was already prepared to cut the hanging rope at any moment. But unexpectedly, he managed to stop Lu Ruyun instead. Lu Ruyun endured the sharp pain and tears, stood up, and said, "I'm fine. It's not your fault. I just lost my footing." Her chin hurt badly. She didn't lose her teeth from that kick, but they definitely loosened. She tasted blood in her mouth. But she didn't dare tell the truth, because if she did, Zhou Yanqing would definitely make her leave. She still wanted to stay here and find an opportunity. Zhou Yanqing said, "That's good. I'm tired now. You can go back." Lu Ruyun said, "Your rope isn't broken, I'll help you retie it." Zhou Yanqing frowned and said coldly, "No need. I'll have a professional come later. Don't touch my leg. If you're fine, leave first so Auntie doesn't worry." She couldn't kick him now. If she did, she might get caught. He still had tasks to do and couldn't be exposed. Lu Ruyun looked wronged, biting her lip, with red eyes as she looked at Zhou Yanqing. "I mean no harm, I just want to help you. I also brought something good for you." Her eyes were red, partly from pain and partly from jealousy. She looked at Lu Ruyun next to her. She didn't understand why Zhou Yanqing kept pushing her away and left Lu Ruyun behind. How could she let Lu Ruyun and Zhou Yanqing be alone together? They were married in their past life, and she would never give them a chance this time. She took out a lunchbox and handed it to Zhou Yanqing, smiling gently. Annie said you transferred back to this hospital yesterday. She came to see you today. This is chicken soup she specially made for you. Zhou Yanqing said, no need. I have everything I need. Why was his mother saying such things to outsiders this time? He suppressed his impatience and thought, does this person not understand words? He was clearly trying to chase her away, yet she stubbornly stayed, saying strange things as if they were close. In fact, he had no impression of her at all. To him, she was just a stranger he met for the first time today. If it weren't for respecting the old master of the Liu family, he would have told her to leave immediately. Liu Ruyun still wanted to get closer, but Zhou Yanqing turned to look at Liu Ruyun. He needed someone who could understand words. Stop acting, at least you ate 2 of my apples. Help me out and take her away. Liu Ruyun watched the scene leisurely. Just 2 apples and you want me to do work. Moreover, isn't that just hush money? Liu Ruomeng clearly came for Zhou Yanqing. If she leaves, how can she watch the show? Seeing Liu Ruomeng cry and get closer, Zhou Yanqing can't keep kicking her. He can't keep hitting the people. So, how can I take her away? Liu Ruoyen, 100 yuan. Zhou Yanqing, you're stealing money. His monthly salary is only 130 yuan. When Liu Ruoyen asks for money, most of his salary is gone. Liu Ruoyen shrugs casually. Then do you still want to chase her away? Zhou Yanqing, I'll give. Liu Ruoyen immediately smiles and reaches out. Give me the money. Zhou Yanqing rummages in his pocket and pulls out a bunch of scattered bills. That's all I have. How much do you need? I'll make it up to you later. Liu Ruomeng is stunned, watching the exchange. Did Zhou Yanqing give Liu Ruoyen 100 yuan just to chase her away? Her world suddenly feels like it's falling apart. Why chase her away? Why let Liu Ruoyen do it? What right does she have? At this moment, Liu Ruoyen puts the money away. All right, I'll take her now. Liu Ruomeng keeps a wary eye on Liu Ruoyen and steps back a few more. She's been beaten so much she's afraid. Liu Ruoyen, what are you trying to do? My mother is outside. I better not do anything reckless. Liu Ruoyen pinches her fingers.
No choice.
Taking money to help solve problems for others. Liu Ruomeng, who do you think is the problem? Liu Ruoyen, obviously you. After saying that, Liu Ruoyen pulls Liu Ruomeng by her hair and drags her outside. Remember to keep the rest of the money ready. I'll come to get it later. Liu Ruomeng struggles wildly, still unwilling. Yanqing, trust me. I have a special remedy. Maybe I can heal your leg. That chicken soup I added some special medicine to. Try it. It will be good for your leg. No one ignores their own health, especially someone like Zhou Yanqing. Just now, he didn't want her to touch his leg, which shows how much he cares about it. He's still on the rise in his career, about to get a promotion. Now that he's paralyzed, he must be very upset. Early in the morning, she made chicken soup and secretly added a spiritual spring. As long as he drinks it, he will definitely feel it. Soon, he will find her. The spiritual spring can't cure his leg instantly, but if he marries her, she can continuously provide the spring. Like her previous life, Liu Ruyun healed Zhou Yanqing's leg. Zhou Yanqing and her family would definitely thank her for her great kindness. Because of that, she was confident she would become the young mistress of the Zhou family and future matron. Liu Ruomeng's plan was working perfectly, despite the sharp pain from being pulled by her hair, which reminded Zhou Yanqing to stay alert. Liu Ruyun found her too noisy, took a damp, dark cloth from the table leg that had just been used, and forcefully stuffed it into her mouth before dragging her out. Zhou Yanqing watched Liu Ruomeng being half-dragged away and couldn't help but touch her scalp. It hurt just to look at it. Fortunately, the person was gone. Liu Ruyun dragged her in front of Liu Mu and threw her down, saying, "Next time, don't be so shameless." Liu Mu, who had intended to help Liu Ruomeng, suddenly looked a bit angry, realizing that Ruomeng had done something like that. She felt a little disappointed, but seeing Liu Ruomeng's mouth still stuffed, she quickly took out the cloth. "Ruomeng, are you okay? Did you succeed?" Liu Ruomeng replied, "Not this time. It's all Liu Ruyun's fault. She insisted on dragging me out, or I might have had a chance. Lu Mu sighed in relief. We'll think of other ways. We don't have to use such harmful and selfish methods. But Lu Rumeng wouldn't listen. She stared at Lu Ruyun's back. She was determined to find Zhou Yanjing. Why did Zhou Yanjing only chase her away and leave Lu Ruyun, the crazy girl who had damaged her face? She was not willing to accept this. At this moment, Lu Ruyun leisurely returned to Zhou Yanjing's hospital room. She came to ask for her payment and also to take her half-eaten apple. Lu Ruyun eagerly asked, "Is the money ready?" Zhou Yanjing replied, "Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it ready yet?" Was she worried he wouldn't pay her? But she had only been out and back for a minute. Where could he have gone to get the money? He had been at the military camp these days and didn't need money, so his pocket was naturally not full. Lu Ruyun said, "All right then." Zhou Yanjing responded, "I'll have someone deliver to you later. Can you help me with this bowl of soup now?" Lu Ruyun looked at the lunchbox Zhou Yanjing pointed to. Was that the chicken soup with medicinal herbs that Lu Rumeng said had added medicine? Honestly, yesterday I forced her to cook, and her cooking skills are really good. Zhou Yanjing replied calmly, "We never eat things from unknown sources." He still had a task to do, and Lu Ruoming clearly said what medicine was added, so he definitely wouldn't eat it. Lu Ruyun said, "All right, I'll help you deal with it." Lu Ruyun turned to leave with her lunchbox, but before leaving, she left a message. "Remember to pay back the remaining money." Zhou Yanjing nodded helplessly. This was the first time he was repeatedly reminded to pay back money. Does he look like someone who has no credit at all? Lu Ruyun didn't care what he was thinking and left in a good mood. This trip out, she gained some food and took some things, so it was worth it. After going out, Lu's mother and Lu Ruoming were already gone. She thought Lu Ruoming wouldn't give up and would follow her. But surprisingly, she really left. Lu Ruoming didn't want to leave, but she was kicked in the chin, which hurt a lot, and her teeth seemed loose. Seeing her purple chin, Lu's mother hurriedly took her to see a doctor. At this moment, Zhang Ji came over carrying some things, and just saw Lu Ruyun's departing figure. He was good at judging people and immediately recognized her as the young lady from the old family marriage arrangement. She came to see the boss and even brought food? Is this a good sign? Big news. Zhang Ji opened the door and went inside, winking at Zhou Yanjing, who was reading on the bed. Zhou Yanjing glanced at him and continued reading quietly, saying, "If your eyes twitch, go see a doctor." Zhang Ji sat down directly. "Hey, boss, you don't need to hide anything. I saw your fiancé bringing you food. I just left, and she came to visit you. If he had known earlier, he would have stayed here and watched the scene before leaving." Zhang Ji said, "Having a partner is good, unlike us single guys. Since you're full, I won't be polite about this meal." After saying that, he opened the lunch he just prepared and took a big bite. Although hospital food is bland, it has meat and eggs, and it was paid for with the boss's money, so it tastes great. While eating, he suddenly felt something was off. He looked up and saw his boss watching him. Zhang Ji quickly stuffed a big mouthful into his mouth. Soldiers eat fast, and in just a moment, only the bottom of the lunchbox remained. Zhang Ji asked, "Boss, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhou Yanjing replied, "You ate my food." "What do you think?" Zhang Ji wiped his mouth and said, "Your rumored fiancé didn't bring you food. Did you not eat?" Zhou Yanqing replied, "It's not her, it's someone else." Zhang Ji understood immediately. "So, it's your former childhood sweetheart. You've forgotten you have two rumored fiancés. Things are really complicated." Zhou Yanqing frowned. "Don't talk nonsense. There's only one person I was promised to as a child. That was just a joke from elders when we were young, not to be taken seriously. Besides, she doesn't have that kind of interest in me. Don't spread rumors later, or it will ruin her reputation." Lu Rumu didn't mention anything and simply skipped over the topic. Lu Ruyun's eyes showed no sign of any romantic interest in him. Zhang Ji thought for a moment. "It seems so. The girl saw you for the first time, and, looking at your face that made the soldier's girl swoon, she punched you without hesitation. It was like she had a deep grudge. The girl who didn't like you at first, big brother. You'll have days like that too." Zhou Yanqing looked at him steadily. If you don't want extra training, go get some food. By the way, someone comes every day, but most people don't see her, especially Lu Romu. Zhang Ji was worried about extra training. He stood up and turned to run. I'll arrange it immediately. I'll make you a new meal. Lu Ruyan held her lunchbox but didn't plan to eat the food inside. Lu Romu added some ingredients to her chicken soup. She thought about pouring it on Zhou Yanqing, but based on her experience from reading novels, the most common additive wasn't poison but aphrodisiacs. Once the aphrodisiac is in, the main characters get all tangled up and readers love it. In historical novels, aphrodisiacs are even more powerful, often made from animal libido-enhancing drugs. One dose, and the male lead is overwhelmed 18 times, the female lead 108 times. She didn't dare to eat it. But since she came from a post-apocalyptic world, wasting food was something she couldn't do. Forget it. She decided to find Lu Romu and pour the soup into her. After all, wasting food isn't right, is it? She looked for Lu Romu for a while, but couldn't find her. She planned to bring the soup back later and pour it. As she turned a corner, she happened to see medical personnel pushing a blood-covered, injured person rushing past. She quickly dodged, and her lunchbox accidentally hit the wall. The lid loosened, and some soup spilled on her hand. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan caught a familiar, very attractive scent. It was exactly the same fragrance she smelled when she first woke up in this body, when Lu Romu was choking her. At that moment, she had even thought she had turned into a zombie and mistaken Lu Romu for a supernatural being. Only someone with special abilities can be so attracted to zombies. Later, she smelled the same scent from the cabbage and corn that Lu Ruomeng had just brought out, but it was very faint. Nothing compared to this moment, where the aroma was stronger than when Lu Ruomeng was nearby, completely capturing her attention. Even her exhausted wood-type ability was starting to stir. She decided to drink it. That was her brain's command. Lu Ruoyen didn't refuse. She opened the box, revealing clear, tempting chicken soup, and drank it all in one gulp. Even if it contained aphrodisiacs, she wasn't afraid. Her wood-type ability could detoxify. If she couldn't detoxify completely, she would go fight Zhou Yanjing. After all, he was her original fiancé and had the face of a zombie king. If she harmed him, she wouldn't feel guilty. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanjing sneezed. Zhang Zhigang just returned and, seeing this, lowered his voice and said, "Boss, are you pretending to be sick, or are you really sick now?" "Zhou Yanjing, bring the food." At this moment, Lu Ruoyen felt refreshed. After finishing the chicken soup, not only did her drained wood ability recover, but she also advanced from the first level to the mid-level, directly reaching the high level. One bowl of chicken soup had such strong energy. Did Lu Ruomeng add some special elixir? The energy inside was even richer and more refined than that in a crystal core. Where did Lu Ruomeng get such good stuff? She carefully sensed her body. The chicken soup didn't seem to have any medicine added. Her shoulder and face wounds didn't hurt as much anymore. They seemed to be healing slowly. Especially the deep cut on her shoulder, which was healing from the inside out. Her ability had healing powers, and she knew this best. If her ability reached level 3, her healing speed would be similar. It seemed Lu Ruomeng really wanted to heal Zhou Yanjing's leg, but the amount she drank wasn't enough. Didn't she see that her shoulder hadn't fully healed yet? If Zhou Yanjing's injury was serious, like paralysis below the waist, he would need to drink this continuously for at least 3 months. But the first drink already showed immediate effects on superficial wounds. She thought Lu Ruomeng wanted her to beat him up, so her face would heal by the next day. She had assumed it was because the heroine had a special aura or physique, but she didn't expect her to have such good stuff in her hands. She guessed Lu Ruomeng's true purpose. This time, Lu Ruomeng came specifically to see Zhou Yanjing's leg. If Zhou Yanjing drank the medicine and had hope of walking again, the Zhou family would surely find Lu Ruomeng. While treating his leg, Lu Ruomeng might cause some trouble, and perhaps she could marry Zhou Yanjing. Unfortunately, Zhou Yanjing's leg was fine, and she saw clearly when he kicked Lu Ruomeng in the face. He did it on purpose, and she was made to drink chicken soup. Lu Ruomeng's plan was doomed to fail. Lu Ruyan licked her lips. She thought, that taste is really wonderful.